Analysis, it's still a dirty family matter. The Lin family was originally a supreme family, but the family suffered misfortune. My father died unfortunately, and my mother was forced to death on the spot by the family, and I was forced to abolish my supreme bloodline and was forced to exile. I hate it. My mother was forced to death in front of me, and my supreme bloodline can't save my biological mother. It doesn't matter if it's abolished, what's the point? Lin Yi's eyes were full of hatred, and his hatred was so high that he was full of rage. He wished he could wipe out the Lin family, this dirty family, to avenge himself. Ding Dong, choose to start. Option 1. Meet a good-for-nothing protagonist, and the protagonist's grandfather soars to the sky. Reward. Blood drinking technique. Option 2. If you encounter a useless protagonist, step on him and kill him. Reward. A dead body of the useless protagonist. Option 3. The useless protagonist can be used and trained to become your subordinate. Reward. Bloodline reshaping technique. Chu Ge was about to speak when he was interrupted by the system prompt. As I expected, he is the protagonist. The protagonist was a useless template, but now that I have saved him, I have become his grandfather. Chu Ge always felt weird when he thought about becoming the protagonist's golden finger. Option 1 and Option 3 do not conflict at all. The method of reshaping bloodline is just right for a guy like Lin Yi. Do you want revenge? Chu Ge suddenly said. Lin Yi suddenly looked up at him, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Could it be that the other party had a way to help him rebuild? Chapter 376. Yi Feng, something happened to your stepmother. But Lin Yi changed his mind and thought that his self-esteem and bloodline were completely destroyed. How could the people in the lower world have the ability to heal him? However, the supreme bloodline is only one of the ways to become stronger. If you want to become stronger, you can become the supreme even without relying on the supreme bloodline. Lin Yi was firm again and begged, "Come on, I don't care how hard it is, please train me, please." No matter what, he must take revenge and cannot be decadent. Letting his enemy enjoy himself in peace and happiness is the greatest humiliation to him. "I'll help you in the future," Jun Moshao said. "If you meet a fellow villager, you should do him a favor no matter what to fulfill the friendship between us. Don't worry, it's just a bloodline. We can still practice without the bloodline." Zhao Haifeng and others also understand the boss's character. In this case, since the boss does not refuse, they will also help. "Thank you everyone. Although we have only known each other for a short while, I always feel close to you all." Lin Yi did not expect that he would meet so many kind people when he came to the lower world. He did not know why, but he felt close to them. "Whenever I saw these people before, I always felt something was wrong, but now they have disappeared. I really don't understand." Lin Yi was also a little puzzled, thinking that his mood had not yet calmed down. People of the same sex repel each other. After all, they are both protagonists. If it weren't for the bond between them, Chu Ge, they would never be able to work together. Seeing how friendly and helpful everyone was, Chu Ge felt like he couldn't bear to break this atmosphere. However, the style of the painting was a bit wrong, but Chu Ge still mentioned it. "Actually, you don't have to be so pessimistic. In fact, the supreme bloodline can still be restored." "What? The supreme bloodline can be restored?" Lin Yi and Jun Moshao looked over in shock. The bloodline of the supreme is in the world of the two, but it is something that only the descendants of the supreme can awaken. "What's wrong, Jun Moshao? Have you ever seen me lie?" Chu Ge directly took out the bloodline reshaping method and showed it to everyone. This is called the bloodline reshaping technique. Even if it is destroyed, as long as you have had it before, you can reshape your bloodline. You all can take a look at it. Maybe one day, everyone will be able to use it. Everyone hurriedly looked at the bloodline reshaping technique, especially Lin Yi, who looked at Chu Ge as if he were his reborn parents. With a thud, Lin Yi knelt on his knees and knocked his head heavily on the ground. Reshaping your bloodline is like a rebirth. Lin Yi will never forget this great favor throughout his life. "Get up. The boss can't stand these things the most. Of course, I will help if I can." Zhao Haifeng came up with an assist and helped Lin Yi up directly, saying earnestly, "When you are able to take revenge in the future, the boss will be pleased to see this," thinking that his help back then was not in vain. "Zhao Haifeng is right, you should practice well, and just tell me directly if you need anything. To be honest, I also want to see the new world." Chu Ge looked at Lin Yi with a smile, and after giving instructions, he left the hive directly. Zhao Haifeng played a good assist, worthy of being the protagonist trained by himself, and his eyesight is the best. But this Lin Yi, his loved ones were killed, he was framed and persecuted by his clansmen, and his supreme bloodline was destroyed. It was really miserable. However, the more miserable the protagonist is, the stronger he will be in the later stages. Both of his parents have passed away, and Chu Ge is looking forward to Lin Yi's future achievements. Lin Yi possesses supreme blood, and once the other party recovers his supreme blood, he will be able to practice again soon. By that time, perhaps I will be able to make a difference in the new world. After Chu Ge left, Zhao Haifeng and others congratulated Lin Yi with envy. Congratulations, the boss has never been so nice to us. Yes, Lin Yi doesn't know what the boss sees in you. Maybe the boss is moved by your experience. Alas, the boss is still the soft-hearted and kind-hearted boss. You have a good rest. I will find a place for you to practice tomorrow. Just tell me if you need anything and I will get it for you. Lin Yi saw that everyone cared about him so much. He could tell that they really cared about him, and not with ulterior motives, and he was extremely grateful. Having experienced the indifference and cold-bloodedness of his tribe members, and now having met a group of warm-hearted friends, Lin Yi wished he could immediately cultivate the supreme bloodline. I don't have anything to thank you for. My things are all in my ring. Fortunately, they didn't take them away. Maybe they just don't like them. But that's okay. After I start practicing again, I will be able to take out the things inside and share them with you all. Lin Yi smiled bitterly and touched his nose, bowing to everyone repeatedly. Zhao Haifeng and others naturally would not let Lin Yi live in the beehive, so they took him away from the beehive. Zhao Haifeng directly asked Lin Yi to live with him. He was a single guy anyway, so it didn't matter if there was one more single guy. Chu's house. Chu Ge looked at Lu Yanru's changes with some worry, feeling vaguely uneasy in his heart. As soon as he came back, Feng Linlin pulled him to Lu Yanru's room. Sister Yanru, what's going on? Feng Linlin said worriedly. Zhao King was also anxious, but it looked like a good thing. Chu Ge's spiritual sense continued to scan the unconscious Lu Yanru. For some unknown reason, changes occurred in her body that he could not grasp. Lu Yanru usually didn't care about cultivation, but she suddenly went from the golden core stage to the nascent soul stage and then fell into a coma. There is a strange force in Lu Yanru's body that is transforming her. This force seemed to appear out of nowhere and was very gentle, just like a set program, transforming in a very orderly manner. Chu Ge never knew that there was such power hidden in Lu Yanru's body, and he had never noticed it before. This situation happened suddenly today, catching Chu Ge off guard. What secret is Lu Yanru hiding? So Chu Ge called Ji Yubai out and asked him to check Lu Yanru's background. He had never asked about Lu Yanru's family situation, he only knew that her family problems were not serious. Lu Yanru never mentioned her family affairs. It's okay for now. This is a good thing for her for now. This is all Chu Ge could say. You go and do your thing first. Sister Yanru has two of us here. Feng Linlin said quickly. Okay, you have worked hard, and you should also make sure to rest. Chu Ge kissed the two girls and left. Yi Feng, come out for a moment. Chu Ge walked out of the room and looked up at the sky. A strange red light appeared directly in front of Chu Ge. Yi Feng looked at him silently. The boss wants to see me about something. Something happened to your stepmother. There is something wrong with her physical condition. A strange force is transforming her body. Chu Ge said directly. Yi Feng's face darkened, and he didn't know what he was thinking. He said stiffly, I don't know the situation at her home. I confronted you as soon as I came back. Chapter 377 Good son Yi Feng. Thinking of the painful points in the past, Yi Feng didn't know what expression to put on his face. If you really want to count it, I am still the boss's non-blood related son. Damn. Fortunately, the boss never mentioned this matter. Yi Feng was already very grateful. But when he heard what his boss said again, his heart suddenly became nervous. Logically speaking, you and Lu Yanru are still mother and son, so what about you and me? Chu Ge looked at Yi Feng hesitantly. Stop, boss, let's talk about our own things. Yi Feng's face darkened and he quickly stopped the next words. Seeing that Yi Feng didn't want to talk about it, Chu Ge stopped himself from saying, how have you and Xiao Chen's cultivation been going recently? Speaking of cultivation, Yi Feng began to talk tirelessly. Boss, with the efforts of Xiao Chen and I, Yuncheng has become a better place, more harmonious, more friendly, and more honest. I'm not bragging, boss, you don't know, Xiao Chen and I have absorbed all the resentment of Yuncheng except for our own people. Even once a day, people in Yuncheng find it difficult to come up with a crime. Chu Ge was very surprised. No wonder Yuncheng had been so peaceful recently. It turned out that it was the work of Yifeng and Xiao Chen. You two's concept of resentment is really becoming more and more extensive. Chu Ge himself did not expect that the two people he had chosen in the first place would give him such a big surprise. Yifeng and Xiao Chen can be said to be one of Chu Ge's trump cards. Under normal circumstances, Chu Ge will not use them easily. How is the situation of Mrs. Boss Lu? Yifeng was still very curious about what the problem was that could give the boss a headache. Chu Ge also sighed deeply. How should I put it? I suspect her background is not simple. Her background is not simple, Yifeng thought of the man who came from outer space. Could it be that the situation in which Boss Lady Lu appeared only after the power from the sky appeared? I didn't expect that, Chu Ge exclaimed in surprise and disappeared from the spot in an instant. After Chu Ge carefully questioned Feng Linlin and Zhao Qing, he finally got the time right. Perhaps the key to activating Lu Yanru is when the power of that world appears. Returning to Yifeng, Chu Ge, who had figured it out, said happily, thanks to you for reminding me this time. At this time, Ji Yubai came back and reported his life experience in detail to his boss. After hearing this, Chu Ge was surprised that Lu Yanru was not the biological daughter of the Lu family. No wonder the Lu family has always treated Lu Yanru badly. At first, Chu Ge didn't bother to pay attention to them because they were Lu Yanru's biological parents. Since that's not the case, don't blame him for being so ruthless. Arrange someone. Your boss's wife doesn't have any people or things worth remembering in the Lu family. Chu Ge said to Ji Yubai meaningfully. A hint of coldness appeared on Ji Yubai's lips. Boss, I'll have someone do it right away. I guarantee that it will be handled cleanly, and there will be absolutely no omissions. Chu Ge let Ji Yubai leave with satisfaction. After taking revenge, Ji Yubai became much more cheerful, but there were also some unchangeable changes in his psychology. That is, if you like to guess people's hearts, your heart will become cold and rigid. However, Chu Ge himself felt that Ji Yubai's change was a good thing. Only in this way could he allow him to do some shameful things. Seeing that there was nothing for Yifeng to do, he left and went to play with Xiao Chen. After finding the reason, Chu Ge no longer had the mood to look for women, but entertainment in the bar was essential. Chu Ge is often accompanied by a group of 4 brick-moving guys, including Li Yunxiao, Yifeng, Xiao Bai, Wu Tian, Li Fei, and Lin Yi. A heavenly dance of wine and sex, and a DJ that makes you feel ecstatic. The beauties are embraced on both sides, and the fine wine enters their mouths from their red lips. The imported wine has a complex taste, but what makes it better is the alluring beauty of the person who brews it. Chu Ge drank the most common beer and shook the sieve with Zhao Haifeng and others. Li Fei was a little restrained, but not as uninhibited as Wuden. Li Fei was very envious of everyone who had no sense of restraint at all. Although he was in the tribulation crossing stage, it did not mean that he was in the tribulation crossing stage psychologically. Woman, he was a virgin in his previous life. Honey, have a drink. A delicate girl next to Li Fei said in a soft and boneless voice, hugging his stiff arms and acting coquettishly. The land of gentleness and the grave of heroes. Li Fei's face was a little red. Unlike Zhao Haifeng and other experienced drivers, his hands were extremely skillful. Why don't you drink, Li Fei? Is it because the girl next to you doesn't suit your taste? Chu Ge teased when he saw that Li Farong didn't want to go in. Li Fei quickly raised his glass and said, Boss, I'm just a little bit not used to it. Zhao Haifeng and others drank, hugged the girls, and looked at Li Fei with a smile. Wuten sneered in his heart. There was actually a traitor among the Xi clan. Tisk, how weird. A manly man actually appears so shy in front of a woman. Wuten's movement caused the women on both sides to blush and fall into his arms. Wuten looked at Li Fei provocatively in his heart. She was just a woman. The strong men were never short of women. Zhao Haifeng asked the bartender beside him to call a few more women over. Hello, boss. These women are of all ages, and Zhao Haifeng feels that there is always one type that can make Li Fei happy. I'm treating you today, I'm the boss. Zhao Haifeng smiled. All of you go over and entertain my little brother, so that he can get used to the land of gentleness. When he heard that all the money was given to him, Li Fei panicked and waved his hands quickly, stuttering, Don't come one by one, my little brother said he wants them all. Jun Moshao took over Li Fei's words and teased. The two women sat on Li Fei's left and right legs. Little brother, please take good care of us two young women. Although I'm a little older, little brother, I can do everything and I can take care of people. A more mature woman knelt directly in front of Li Fei, making Li Fei not know what to do with his hands and feet. I got goosebumps all over my body and felt that these women were scarier than sea monsters. Lin Yi silently held the two girls and sat next to Jun Moshao. He was a child of a large family. Although he had never seen a pig run, he had eaten pork. He can't be a coward, nor can he let anyone see that he is still a virgin. So although Lin Yi looks like a seasoned driver, he actually has no dirty thoughts at all. Under the guidance of these women and the encouragement of Zhao Haifeng, Li Fei slowly relaxed. It felt very good. Chu Ge looked at everyone with a smile, quietly enjoying the atmosphere here. I often have opportunities with everyone, and I allow everyone to indulge themselves during this period of time, also because time is running out. They don't have much time left in this world. The world is wonderful, but it is not enough for him to mess around. Water flows to low places, and people go to high places. He felt that if he wanted to stand at the highest point and enjoy the scenery, he still needed to work harder. Chapter 378 Technology is King, protagonist Lin Lang. After 3 rounds of drinks, Li Fei's true manliness was completely exposed. To put it simply, he was a repressed person, but now that he has let go, he is having more fun than anyone else. Chu Ge and others were watching Li Fei pulling a mature woman to stand on the sofa and dance the cha-cha. Record it, it's really exciting. I must put it in the folder of small black material, hee. Zhao Haifeng stood in front of Li Fei with excitement, holding up his mobile phone and shouting to encourage Li Fei. The next second, Jun Moshao, Lin Feng and Zhang Chuchen pressed Zhao Haifeng down on the sofa. Tell me, do you still have some dirty material on me? Asshole, are you treating us like this too? Although I don't have any dirty material on you, please hand over the folder just in case. Zhao Haifeng shouted with innocence on his face, how is this possible? What is our relationship? How could I have some dirty material on you? Don't be impulsive, impulse is the devil, believe me, I'm not that kind of person, really. Suddenly, Zhao Haifeng screamed. It turned out that Lin Feng was directly tickling Zhao Haifeng's itchy spots. Zhao Haifeng wanted to struggle but had nowhere to struggle as he was pinned down by the 3 men. I was wrong, ouch, stop scratching me. Lin Feng, you bastard, I have a dark history with you, try scratching me again. The next second, Zhao Haifeng saw Jun Moshao coming up, and immediately said, fuck, this is not allowed. Don't force me to show me the video of you being beaten by your boss. Zhao Haifeng threatened with bared teeth. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Haifeng seemed to have no intention of thinking about the future and directly threatened Zhang Chuchen. Let me tell you, I still have the video of you killing 7 damsels in a row last time. Fuck it. The 3 of them were shocked. They all knew about this dirty stuff, but Zhao Haifeng agreed to delete it after they requested him to. What's the result? Zhao Haifeng directly confronted them in the dark. Lin Yi really didn't expect that the relationship between these people was so good. As the boss, Lin Yi couldn't help but look at Chu Ge. Is it personal charm? Seeing that Zhao Haifeng was actually showing off, Chu Ge attacked him. Actually, I have some black material on Zhao Haifeng here, do you want it? Zhao Haifeng wailed immediately after hearing it, no, boss, how can you have my black material? Wooten laughed secretly on the side, and at the same time warned himself not to let his black material be controlled by others. Chu Ge laughed out loud, alright, let's go back and return the dirt to them some other day. We are all family. The laughter continued and Chu Ge raised his glass, come on, let's have a drink. Zhao Haifeng was finally let off by the 3 men and everyone raised their glasses happily. The world will never be peaceful. Even if it seems peaceful, it is probably just a cover for the next chaos. Mountain City. An ordinary technology company whose employees are all robots, called Future Technology Company. Such technology companies are so common that no one pays attention to them. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Lin Lang looked at the spiritual world outside. In this world there were warriors and cultivators. Technology is stagnant, but technology is the future. Lin Lang himself traveled to this world from an era of highly advanced technology. It has also successfully tied to a technological future chip, which has been quietly developed over the past few years without revealing a single detail to anyone. Technology is king, and he also has his own ambitions. He wants to prove that even in this era when spiritual energy is revived, technology is still king. So even if there was blood and gore outside, even if there were strange revival, even if the immortal cultivators were flying around in the sky, he avoided danger countless times with the help of technology. In his opinion, the so-called strange ghosts are nothing more than special energy bodies formed by magnetic fields. The so-called immortal cultivators simply absorb the special particles in the air into their bodies and become stronger through these special particles. Technology is the future. Lin Lang is not just talking. Teacher Kang. Lin Lang suddenly shouted, "I'm here." A virtual image appeared beside Lin Lang. It was a famous female artist from his previous life. "Do you know why I don't allow you to appear on the internet?" Lin Lang looked at her with a complicated expression. "I know, you're afraid that I'll be exposed." Teacher Kang gave a charming smile. Technology is the future, but before technology is developed, we need to be patient. Lin Lang looked outside and said to himself, "But now, we don't need it. My army of robots can't wait to make their voices heard in this world." Lin Lang's eyes showed a fiery look. "It feels like something you love is about to be born." Teacher Kang looked at him with admiration in this way, which was also Lin Lang's setting. Lin Lang doesn't want to dominate the world, nor will he dictate the world. He just wants people to know that the world's technology is still very strong and he is still the king. "Move out, target the demon clan." Lin Lang took out a remote control and pressed the red button directly. "Those who are not of my race must have different hearts." Don't ask him how he knew about the demon clan. There were fluctuations in space and time in the ancestral veins of Kunlun Mountain, and his sensors had sensed it long ago. Checking the movements of the demon tribe has always been one of his daily compulsory tasks, and of course he is bored. As a human being, Lin Lang naturally would not target humans. They were just demons. If they died, they died. It would be beneficial and harmless to humans. Lin Lang sat in the chair and felt relaxed all over. The watch on his wrist is his most core technological power. It is precisely because of this power that he was exposed and the robots were dispatched. The mountain city is still a bit far from the Kunlun ancestral vein, but it doesn't matter. Lin Lang has a time and space cutter. The space-time cutter is something similar to a teleportation array, but it is expressed in the form of technology. Cloud City. Gong Lian looked at the information displayed on the computer and was confused. Robots. Where did such an army of robots come from? Intelligence reports say that a large army of robots has appeared not far from the Kunlun Mountains. Soon, Chu Ge, who was fishing at home, saw the information sent by Gong Lian. Robot, where did the robot come from? He was as confused as Gong Lian. The technological development in this world has not yet reached the point where an army of robots is ready to go to war. Robot, Zhao Haifeng, who was also fishing nearby, exclaimed in surprise. "Don't talk, you scared all my fish away." Lin Feng looked at the fishing hook that caught nothing and said in a low voice with great dissatisfaction. "A technological army. Interesting." Jun Moshao showed off the fish in his bucket and laughed. Zhang Chuchen directly pulled up the fishing rod, and the fish was hooked. The boss sent someone to take a look. "I feel it is not simple. The few people never use magic power when fishing. What they fish for is not fish, but mood and atmosphere." Chapter 379 Robots vs. Monsters. Under the calm, there are raging waves, and when the storm comes, there is murderous intent. Chu Ge narrowed his eyes. This person behind the scenes wants to attack the demon clan, but it depends on whether I agree or not. Although the robot army sounded very powerful, Chu Ge did not think it posed a threat to him. Of course, Chu Ge never looked down on anyone, he was just confident in his own strength. "Boss, I feel that this robot army is not simple," Lin Feng suddenly said. "Tell me what you think." Chu Ge looked at Lin Feng, wanting to hear what he thought. Lin Feng coughed twice, and when everyone was looking at him, he slowly expressed his thoughts. In general, this is a seemingly coincidental coincidence. The turmoil ended, everything became calm, and suddenly a large army of robots appeared to attack the demon clan. This makes sense, right? Lin Feng spread his hands and looked at everyone. Zhao Haifeng nodded seriously. This makes sense, you just said a lot of nonsense. Zhang Chuchen and Zhun Moshao turned their heads silently, obviously feeling that what Lin Feng just said was nonsense. Isn't this obvious? Listening to your words is better than reading them. Chu Ge suddenly thought that this time the army of robots was most likely the work of a technologically oriented protagonist. However, he was not sure what kind of courage made the protagonist feel that technology could be compared with cultivation. Could it be that the other party came from an era of technological explosion? If this is the case, then one has to be careful, because the other party might have some trump card that can be used to deal with the immortal cultivator. After all, in his mind, cultivation and technology have always been equated, but technology has never made a breakthrough. Tamed Group has been secretly funding many people. After graduation, these people all work at Hive. Although they have not seen much technology, they have made in-depth research in biochemistry. Chu Ge threw out the fishing rod, lay down on the chair and closed his eyes to rest. Suddenly thinking of something, Chu Ge opened his eyes and shouted, "Red Queen! Red Queen, I'm here." When Zhao Haifeng and the others heard the boss calling out Red Queen, their eyes lit up. Yes, they almost forgot about this guy Red Queen. Red Queen is artificial intelligence. Since she is a robot, she can be controlled. Try to seize control of the robot army near the Kunlun ancestral vein. By the way, find out who is controlling all this behind the scenes. I will not allow such awesome people to exist in this world. Red Queen. Okay, boss. The only way Red Queen doesn't know is that the other party either has never been connected to the internet, or it also has an artificial intelligence. Otherwise, since the other party has appeared, traces will be left behind. The demon clan who received the news in advance, the Nine-Smoke Demon King, summoned all the demon kings. Now the demon emperor announced that he would retreat, and all matters, big and small, were handed over to the Nine-Smoke Demon King. Although many demon kings were dissatisfied with the Nine-Smoke Demon King, there was nothing they could do as the demon emperor they were loyal to personally gave the order and they were forced to obey. The Nine-Smoke Demon King looked at the other demon kings and spoke slowly. Now there is a group of troops called robots outside rushing towards us. They want to start a war. They want to attack us. Can we agree? As soon as the words fell, holding eyes, Demon King shouted among the demon kings, "We don't agree. They are just robots, just pieces of iron made by humans. That's right, we must destroy them. Otherwise, how can our demon race survive in this world in the future? It's a joke that we can't even beat things made by humans." Another, holding eyes, shouted in the crowd. Then the demon kings who were mobilized by the atmosphere became very angry and impulsive. "Juyin, give the order quickly, let me lead my demon men to kill it without leaving a single piece of armor." Quote. The other demon kings looked at Juyin fiercely. This fierceness was not directed at Juyin, but at the controllers behind those robots who were ignorant of the danger. Can you find out who is behind this? Quote. There is a very calm black snake demon king, his snake eyes are extremely cold-blooded, and no emotion can be heard in his words. What are robots? Everyone has arranged for little demons to enter the human world to talk about basic common sense about humans. But where exactly do robots come from? And robots are simply not something that humans can make with current technology. It cannot be found out for the time being, but it will be found out soon. Quote. The Nine-Smoke Demon King knew that His Majesty the Demon Emperor was investigating, and now that he had to deal with these robot armies first, any Tom, Dick and Harry would come out to provoke him. So the Nine-Smoke Demon King directly arranged for many demon kings to lead the demon army to block the attack of those robots. Lin Lang arranged for Teacher Kang to control the robot army to organize the attack. Through the remote video, it can be seen that the resistance of the demon race is rare and excellent. Many robots have become scrap metal. However, Lin Lang's robot army is not just a little bit, he can produce it continuously, plus the weapons he configured. So Lin Lang is very confident that he will not lose even against immortal cultivators. Lin Lang thinks that these demon armies are challenging. After all, if they are too weak, the gap between robots and these cultivators cannot be seen. He needs some data to prove that the weapons he developed can deal with those cultivators. The electromagnetic barrier like a tortoise shell, the anti-aircraft guns formed by absorbing special particles in the air, and the huge firepower network made the demons die in large numbers before they had time to dodge. What? Quote. What kind of attack is this? Quote. Those big monsters and even the monster kings were surprised by the attack. Even if they resisted, they would get scars. The real battle has just begun. Seeing this scene, Lin Lang raised the corners of his mouth slightly. How could these monsters who only knew how to practice know the power of technology? Black Feather Brahma. Quote. Above the sky, a flock of crows suddenly appeared on the battlefield, and feathers formed by demonic power fell like laser rain. Those robots opened the energy shield, but this energy shield has its limits. Keep attacking, don't stop. Quote. The Black Crow Demon King saw the effect of this attack. Although it did not break through, he realized that the shields of these robots also have their limits. The black feather lasers were like rain, and the crows seemed to cover the sky, and the earth was plunged into darkness. It is too naive to think of consuming my energy shield. Quote. Lin Lang saw this scene and smiled coldly. These robots moved in unison, firing tiny missiles from their arms. The moment these missiles touched the energy shield created ripples like the surface of water. Strangely enough, the missile was not blocked by the energy shield and shot directly towards the flock of crows in the sky. Just a few missiles, what can they do to me? When the Black Crow Demon King saw the number of missiles, his demonic power instantly extended and spread. Chapter 380, The Battle of Artificial Intelligence. The Black Crow Demon King is a demon king in the Tribulation Crossing stage. He thinks these missiles are of no use to him. But what the Black Crow Demon King never expected was that these missiles actually ignored his demonic power, as if his demonic power did not exist. He was so frightened that he used most of his demonic power to prevent the missiles from approaching him. But other members of the tribe were not so lucky. Missiles exploded one after another in the sky, like brilliant fireworks accompanied by blood-red color. The Black Crow Demon King saw his people falling from the sky one by one, and were completely destroyed by the missile bombardment. Some big monsters with less luck fell to this wave of attack. Ah, what are you still looking at? How much do you want my Crow clan to pay before you take action? The Black Crow Demon King shouted angrily at the shocked and doubtful Demon Kings. The Demon Kings who wanted to join the battlefield saw this scene and thought of letting the Black Crow Demon King test it first. Don't worry, Black Crow Demon King, we are here. Watching the show is one thing, but now that the Demon Clan is unified, everyone is a disciplined person and does not want to be found an excuse by the Nine Smoke Demon King to punish them. After these demon armies joined the battlefield, the number of these robot armies was still gradually increasing and had exceeded 100,000. The demon army has millions of people, and this war spreads all over the outskirts of Kunlun's ancestral vein. Fortunately, there are no human habitation around the Kunlun ancestral vein, and satellites in the sky cannot observe the situation here. The magnetic field here changes too much and is strange and unpredictable. In fact, there are differences among the robot army. Some robots look slightly reddish in appearance. The bodies of these robots are all made of special materials that Lin Lang synthesized using rare materials. Due to the rarity of the materials, Lin Lang only got a little bit of them. Even the attacks of the demons in the Tribulation Crossing stage could only cause a few scratches on these robots. Lin Lang looked at Teacher Kang beside him and spoke quickly. Teacher Kang, have you recorded the video? We must announce this attack on the Demon Clan to the world. The secrets of this world should not be secrets, and everyone has the right to know. Teacher Kang, if you sense an invasion, do you resist or fight back? Lin Lang was shocked and said quickly, fight back quickly. At the same time, he had a bad feeling in his heart. He really didn't know that there was an artificial intelligence like Teacher Kang in the world. That's impossible. Lin Lang dodged back and forth in the office anxiously. Teacher Kang did not reply, and it was obvious that he was fighting back. Red Queen's attack was like a scumbag's scam. She directly used a light program to attract Teacher Kang's attention, bypassed Teacher Kang's defense, and went straight for control of the robot. Of course, if Teacher Kang's power was limited, Lin Lang would not have been so wasteful in bringing out an army of robots. Teacher Kang immediately realized something was wrong and used his shortcut to intercept Red Queen again in the fastest time. However, Red Queen is no pushover. Under her fierce attack, Teacher Kang still took a few steps back. Nearly 30% of the control of the robot army was seized by Red Queen. Although Red Queen captured these robot armies, she did not reissue the orders. Instead, she followed this channel to track down the person behind the scenes. The battle between the demons and the robots was so brutal that even the robot made of the reddish special synthetic material lost one. No demon king died on the demon side, but the demon power would be consumed, while the robots, anti-aircraft guns were inexhaustible because they used local materials. This is the power of technology. Individuals are strong, groups are strong, and sometimes it is really hard to tell who is strong and who is weak. The demon tribe began to suffer from a huge loss of demonic power, and a new batch of demons have been replaced. But these robots never feel tired or hurt. This is the characteristic of robots. However, the demons found that some robots seemed a little uncoordinated, so they directly began to attack those uncoordinated robots. These uncoordinated robots were captured by Red Queen without any instructions. And those coordinated robots were used to distract Teacher away from controlling the attack. As an artificial intelligence, Mr. Kang's computing power is extremely strong, so it is not a problem for him to allocate a little bit of calculation to command the whole game. Lin Lang is now sitting in front of the computer. After all, he is the creator of artificial intelligence and he can help Teacher Kang. Red Queen is now trying to understand the trajectory of Mr. Sora's computing power. As long as she understands these trajectories, she will be able to clearly understand the other party. Only by understanding the other party can she do so. Soon, Red Queen discovered that there was another data attacking her. How could Red Queen, who had already become a veteran on the internet, be afraid of 1V 2? So Red Queen found an opportunity to simulate a false data to make Lin Lang subconsciously think that Teacher Kang was the Red Queen, and Teacher Kang thought that Lin Lang was the Red Queen. So in the instant when Lin Lang and Teacher Kang faced each other, Red Queen was like a dragon entering the sea and found their traces. Not good. Lin Lang, who only took 1 second to react, discovered that the other party had disappeared, and his face instantly turned gloomy. Let's activate the emergency plan quickly. We can't stay in this place anymore. Let's go to underground base number 1. Lin Lang knew that his information might have been leaked, so he did not hesitate and immediately asked Teacher Kang to move. Who is it? Why is there such an artificial intelligence in this world? Why didn't I notice it before? Teacher Kang, do we need to stop the attack? Teacher Kang, oh no, the control of the robot has been taken away. Lin Lang's mind was in a mess. It didn't matter if he didn't want the robot. It wasn't a rare thing. He could produce one in minutes. Let's go. I was careless this time. It doesn't matter if I don't have those robots. I will definitely get back at them next time. Lin Lang admitted that he was careless and would never think that the artificial intelligence was too powerful or cunning. However, all this is based on the fact that Lin Lang does not know the existence of such an artificial intelligence. Next time, it will not be so easy for the other party to break into his database. Lin Lang took Teacher Kang and set off towards underground base number 1 under the escort of several humanoid robot bodyguards. The demon army looked at the scene of the robots, retreat in great wonder. What was going on? The robots retreated while fighting. It is really hard to understand why the 9-Smoke Demon King also gave the order to retreat at this time. Although many demon kings did not understand, they obeyed the order in their hearts. These robots were received by the shadow guards of the secret realm in the nearest secret realm. After Red Queen dealt with these robots, she began to report the information to her boss. Yuncheng, Chu's residence. Chu Ge, Zhao Haifeng and others were eating barbecue. There was a large screen in front of them, which was playing a live version of the Demons vs Robots. Chapter 381 shows interest in Lin Lang. Chu Ge didn't expect that the power of the robot would have developed to this extent. Moreover, it is developing right under his nose. The person behind this is not only ambitious but also extremely patient. Judging from the brief war just now, although the demons can resist, in terms of a protracted war, they are far inferior to the robots. The reason is simple. Robots can be produced continuously and never get tired, just like a perpetual motion machine. No pain, no fear of sacrifice, these are the advantages of robots. Have you noticed? These robots are using high particle weapons similar to those of the future. The high particle energy of these weapons is no different from spiritual energy. Quote, it seems that the other party has mastered the technological means to control spiritual energy and transform it into weapons. But we don't know how many means the other party has hidden and has not yet used. Chu Ge has just analyzed it for everyone, and Red Queen also spoke with his gains. Red Queen, the investigation has been completed. The manipulator behind the scenes is Lin Lang from Future Technology Company. He also has an artificial intelligence assistant named Teacher Kang. Teacher Kang, Zhao Haifeng's eyes lit up when he heard that. This couldn't be the Teacher Kang he was thinking of. Unexpectedly, the person behind the scenes was a person of temperament. It's her. I have intercepted the virtual image of Teacher Kang. Honghu had read the things Zhao Haifeng gave her, so she naturally knew what Teacher Kang he was thinking of. The cell phones of everyone present started ringing. Everyone picked up the phone and saw that it was exactly the same. It was indeed Teacher Kang. Ahem. Zhang Chuchen put away his phone as if nothing had happened. What Teacher Kang, how come I didn't know about him? As soon as he finished speaking, the others looked down on him at the same time. Normally, the one I like to watch the most is you, but who are you pretending to be pure for now? Chu Ge showed a faint smile on his face. This is not the point. Honghu, please tell us the key information about Lin Lang. Then Honghu repeated Lin Lang's detailed information. It turned out that Lin Lang's parents had both passed away, and he founded the future technology company himself. He just never advertised online, but he still recruited a lot of people. According to Red Queen, these people are most likely simulated robots made by Lin Lang himself. They have the same skin as humans, and have human emotions and thoughts. I didn't expect that the other party possesses much more technological power than we imagined. That means the other party should have already run away. It's impossible for them to sit there and wait for us to die. Chu Ge thought about it, this forbearance and decisiveness. If the other party was not the protagonist, he would wash his hair upside down. The smiles of Zhao Haifeng and others faded a little, and they became serious. No one had ever doubted the power of science and technology. Because technology is always developing in the boss's hive. It was effortless. I'd like to congratulate the boss first. Zhao Haifeng's eyes turned, he stood up and bowed to congratulate. Where does the joy come from? Chu Ge suddenly laughed out loud, with a hint of joy in his laughter. Zhang Chuchen and the others stood up one after another, congratulating with smiles on their faces, but their reactions were a bit slower than Zhao Haifeng's. Good news. The hive's technological strength has never had a breakthrough, but now Lin Lang is the breakthrough. Zhao Haifeng said with a wicked grin. Great minds think alike. This is truly a blessing from heaven. Queen Hong, where is Lin Lang now? Chu Ge is very interested in this Lin Lang. Even if he is the protagonist, so what? The person he is interested in can only obey his fate. Red Queen, boss, Lin Lang has abandoned his technology future company, and the company has become an empty shell. Lin Lang and Teacher Kang are currently missing and cannot be traced. They should have dealt with any traces of their departure. Chu Ge nodded and ordered, send a message to Li Heru, the general manager of Tamed Group, to mobilize all the connections of Tamed Group and investigate for me. The other party is mainly focused on technology, so he cannot avoid purchasing materials. Whether it is in Huameng or the world, he can't escape. It has been announced. Personal Secretary Lin Zan had been sitting next to the boss and did not speak until this moment. Lin Lang's life began to become difficult because he didn't know whether the artificial intelligence was still tracking him, so he kept using online funds. But in this day and age, cash is almost a thing of the past, so Lin Lang doesn't really have much cash. He was able to barely make ends meet with the cash after pawning his watch and other valuables. But he didn't dare show up, for fear that the other party would find him through the surveillance footage. His secret base is at the bottom of the sea, which he secretly built using robots. It seems impossible for his hands behind him to be so long in the sea. After all, the seabed belongs to the Sea Clan, and even the monsters dare not enter the sea easily. Lin Lang always asks his unfamiliar robots to go out and purchase supplies. At the same time, he and Teacher Kang have been discussing how to deal with this matter. Teacher Kang has a genius mind, but the two of them have not been able to come up with a solution. It's too difficult. How come there is an artificial intelligence in this world? I don't know if it's wild, but I think it definitely can't be wild. I suspect the person behind this has the same purpose as me. Lin Lang's eyes flashed with danger. This person behind the scenes was really cunning. He waited until I jumped out before he slowly took action. Don't worry, Brother Lang, we will definitely have an outbreak. Teacher Kang comforted gently. Lin Lang sighed deeply, then he cheered up again and clenched his fists. We are the cockroaches that cannot be defeated. If the robot is lost, it is lost. So what even if they have the robot? Without my special method, they can't even disassemble the robot, let alone copy it. Next we have to buy materials again and continue to make more powerful robots. We are prepared this time, but next time we fight, the opponent will be trash. So Lin Lang directly arranged for the simulation robot to go out and purchase some technological materials. He was very careful when buying materials. The robot was different each time, and the material company he chose was also different. Soon, the simulated robot called and said that the other party could no longer sell them any materials. What? Lin Lang was shocked and asked quickly, did the other party say what the reason was? The other party said that someone above the company told them that all purchases of materials must be made with real names and in person, otherwise they cannot be sold. Why don't you just use your ID card? Didn't I apply for an ID card for you? I haven't finished yet. The ID card alone is not enough. We can't use gold for trading this time. We can only transfer funds online. That's strange. Lin Lang was confused after hanging up the phone. He had a bad feeling in his heart, but he continued to let different robots contact different companies without believing in it. Chapter 382. Next, the feedback messages received by these simulated robots were exactly the same, and these businessmen spoke almost unanimously. It seemed as if there was a big hand controlling everything behind the scenes, making Lin Lang a little overwhelmed. Without materials, a good cook cannot cook without rice. Lin Lang is a little panicked now. If he loses these suppliers, where can he get the materials? Is it under the sea? Oh, right, the bottom of the sea. Lin Lang had a flash of inspiration. Most of the resources on the seabed are still undeveloped, so why should we go far away? Immediately arrange a team of robots to go out and explore the seabed resources. Lin Lang gave the order directly. Understood, the order has been issued. Teacher Kang instantly compiled a command program and sent it to a group of diving robot teams. Fortunately, not all of these robots were sent to the battlefield at that time, otherwise Lin Lang would really be at a loss. However, there are only a few hundred of these robots, and they cannot bring out the true purpose of the robot army at all. But what Lin Lang couldn't have imagined was that the deep sea was also one of the other party's territories. It would be fine if these robots didn't move out, but as soon as they moved out, they were seen by some small sea monsters. Although Chu Ge did not expect the other party to hide under the sea, the order was sent uniformly from the headquarters of Tamed Group. The Huameng and the world, the mountains of the Demon Clan, and the deep seas of the Sea Clan. The power that Chu Ge controls is something most people dare not even imagine. It only took Lin Lang 1 week from exploration to mining. While Lin Lang was working hard to use new materials to update his robots, Chu Ge had already received news from the ancestors of the deep sea clans. I didn't expect that Lin Lang could actually run, Zhao Haifeng said in surprise. Lin Feng was very curious about Lin Lang's abilities. To be able to research such powerful technology, he must have either had some kind of adventure or been gifted by time and space. Zhang Chuchen reinterpreted Lin Feng's words. Perhaps he obtained something like a chip from a technologically advanced time and space, or he had an adventure that we can't guess. After all, there are too many worlds, and the blue planet they are on is not the only one, so it is understandable that there is a time and space with advanced technology. It is too normal. Chu Ge looked at Zhao Haifeng and the others and said quickly, we have no way of knowing the technology that Lin Lang controls. You all should go out together and make sure to capture him alive. This guy is very cunning and has a very smart brain. He makes decisions without hesitation. Be careful not to fall into the trap. The 4 brick-moving guys looked at each other. Well, they got the job again this time. Don't worry, boss. We will bring Lin Lang to you safely. The 4 brick-moving guys bowed, and the next second they turned into 4 beams of light and disappeared on the spot. After the extra people left, Chu Ge hugged Lin Zan directly. My little darling, do you know why I value Lin Lang so much? It's because of technology, Lin Zan said directly. Chu Ge shook his head. Technology is important, but what I value is Lin Lang as a person. I guess his mind is filled with a lot of technology that has not yet been brought out. But the other party has the ability to create an army of robots at any time. What if he has ulterior motives in the future? Lin Zan looked at the boss with some concern. Chu Ge gently hugged Lin Zan and smelled the unique perfume on her clothes. He slowly said, disloyalty, do you think your boss or his subordinates have disloyalty? Let's not talk about whether the other party has disloyalty. Even if so, do you think my subordinates, including your brother, can't see it? My subordinates are not vegetarians either. If the other party has disloyalty, it means that my personal charm is not strong enough. I like ambitious people. Only ambition can give people enough motivation to become strong. My subordinates are submissive in front of me, but very proud in front of others. They have big ambitions in their hearts. My brother is not that kind of person. Lin Zan was afraid that the boss would misunderstand, so she hurried to explain for her brother. Ambition is not a derogatory word. Chu Ge pinched Lin Zan's nose and teased, his sister is in my arms, and your brother has always been very well behaved. Hateful. Lin Zan snorted and fell limply into Chu Ge's arms. Boss, your embrace is so warm. Lin Zan closed her eyes, enjoying this moment, and couldn't help but mutter to herself. Then do you want to warm up your boss? Chu Ge couldn't help but teased with a smile. Lin Zan suddenly thought of something, and she clamped her legs together, lying in the boss's arms with a flushed face. Although she and her boss are very familiar with each other, she can't help it every time her boss teases her. At Lin Zan's exclamation, Chu Ge directly carried Lin Zan to his room. Lu Yanru is now in a coma and it is unknown when she will wake up. Zhao King went traveling. Although they were his women, Chu Ge never restricted them. Feng Linlin went to stay at her father-in-law's house for a few days. There was only one nanny at home, so Chu Ge was not so worried. After all, he and the nanny had tasted seafood before. Our production line must be concealed, and the seabed is the best location. Does this person behind the scenes think he can trap me like this? You're dreaming, Lin Lang said with a PFFT sound, a hint of pride appearing at the corner of his mouth. His production line finally started up again. It turned out to be a foresighted decision for him to secretly build this secret base. This time he suffered a loss in intelligence, but he will never make the same mistake again. The 4-member brick moving team has appeared in the deep sea. An old tiger shark is grinning with its bright white teeth, telling them information with a giggle. My people noticed the robots in this area, but they didn't dare to get close to them for fear that they would run away again. You did the right thing. I will remember your contribution. Zhang Chuchen praised with a smile. Everything is for His Majesty the Demon King. What's the point of talking about merit? The tiger shark ancestor's expression was full of joy, and he quickly spoke modestly. The location is indeed very remote. It is extremely dark here and even the sunlight cannot reach here. It is already 10,000 meters deep in the sea. Zhang Chuchen flicked his whisk lightly, hiding everyone's trace. A few minutes later, Zhang Chuchen and others saw a robot not far away that seemed to be patrolling around. Lin Lang is a really vigilant guy, but that's all. Lin Feng frowned, then his brows relaxed. We must not give him a chance to escape. Zhao Haifeng, Zhang Chuchen, and Jun Moshao, the 3 of you go catch him. I will help you deal with these robots. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng rushed forward, with the Thunder Cloud sword in his hand in an instant. A sword energy filled with endless murderous intent instantly cut through the robots. Chapter 383 As expected, he was caught. Ding ding ding. An intruder was spotted 10 kilometers away, and according to the command program, an indiscriminate automatic attack has begun. Ding ding ding. Alarm, alarm, alarm. Intruder footage has been transmitted. Ding ding ding. The first line of defense has been breached, the second line of defense is ready, and the third line of defense is ready. A shrill alarm suddenly sounded in Lin Lang's secret underwater base. Lin Lang suddenly looked up at the red alarm on the door that was flashing non-stop. His heart sank. Intruder, where did the intruder come from? Teacher Kang, please connect the video for me. After Lin Lang stood up, he looked at his wrist and quickly gave an order to his watch. Also, prepare an escape device for me immediately. The base should be ready to activate the self-destruct device at any time. After giving the order, Lin Lang quickly fled to the location of the escape device. And on the way, he saw the invader in the video, a man holding a thunder sword. With one slash of the sword, his robot had no power to resist at all. Even the high particle cannon couldn't hit the opponent, this guy is too strong. This is individual strength. I have seen it, but my technological strength will never lose to you cultivators. Lin Lang's eyes were full of confidence. He was not defeated. He was like an indestructible cockroach, becoming more and more courageous as he faced more setbacks. Boom! It was as if an explosion had occurred inside the base, and a huge roar was heard. Ding ding ding. The base has been invaded by intruders. Base personnel please leave immediately. Base personnel please leave immediately. Lin Lang's face changed, and he saw on his watch that teacher Kang had already pulled up the video of the intruders, and there were 3 people. A young man dressed as a Taoist priest was holding a whisk, one was casually holding a compass, and the last one had an indifferent expression, as if he didn't care about anything. The robots inside the base had begun to fight back. Lin Lang knew that the robots were no match for these people, so he immediately ran towards the escape pod. Zhang Chuchen flicked his whisk lightly, and talismans with a faint yellow light instantly stuck to the robots. With a loud bang, after the explosion, the robots instantly disintegrated. When Lin Lang saw this scene, his pupils contracted instantly. These were not ordinary cultivators. Who on earth had he offended? Who are the people behind this? These people obviously don't seem to be the real masters. Instead, it's a bit like a thug. But by the time you find me, believe me, I have already escaped from here. In the secret base built by Lin Lang, there are no signs on the passages except for his own, in order to prevent the enemy from invading and finding him in the first place. However, Lin Lang obviously did not expect how quickly the other party would find her. It was just around the corner from the escape pod, and just when Lin Lang felt relieved, there was a loud bang, and a beam of energy broke through the heavy walls and reached the escape pod. "Oh my, are you going to run away again?" a teasing voice sounded. A sloppy man, dragging a compass in his hand, stood in front of the escape pod in an instant. Soon after, the Taoist priest and the indifferent-looking man arrived. "How could you find me so quickly?" Lin Lang's heart sank and he looked at them with pretended surprise. Zhao Haifeng pointed to the positions above and on the left and right sides. "Don't use these weapons of yours, it's just in vain." Jun Moshao waved his hand casually, and the energy wave like a needle instantly knocked off the watch on his wrist. "You're doing so many little tricks. If the boss didn't want you to live, you would be a corpse now." Jun Moshao looked at him coldly. Lin Lang looked at the damaged watch on the ground. He was only a few steps away from the escape pod. "But from what the other party said, it seems that I don't have to die, and the other party's boss wants to spare my life. It seems that the other party's boss is the owner of that artificial intelligence. I lost, but I didn't lose in technology. I just lost in intelligence. If you give me another month, I will definitely not lose." Lin Lang smiled bitterly, looking a little lonely. If he was captured alive by the other party, he would probably face endless darkness in the future. After seeing Lin Lang being captured, Teacher Kang hid himself quietly, and the base's self-destruction program has not been activated. After Lin Lang was captured, Teacher Kang activated the second secret base, using the first base as a cover to continue mining and producing robots. If Teacher Kang wants to save Lin Lang, then he has to create a steel torrent that even the other party would be afraid of. Chu's house. Chu Ge was alone in the garden, pruning unnecessary branches and cultivating his sentiments. He had just learned it, too, and it was quite interesting. It really helped him calm down, and after calming down, he found that his state of mind had changed a little. After noticing the change in his mood, Chu Ge did not become enthusiastic about this matter. Once you do something for utilitarian reasons, your mentality will change, and your state of mind will naturally change as well. Just act spontaneously and follow your heart. Suddenly, Chu Ge looked in a certain direction and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A guest was coming. Lin Lang was brought into the Chu residence by the 4 brick-moving guys. He thought he had traveled through time, because the structure was exactly like that of an ancient royal palace. The difference is that he can also see all kinds of modern things walking through the corridors that are enough to make people dizzy. He could also see a lot of guards around. These people had indifferent expressions, and even if he walked past them, they wouldn't even look at him with the slightest curiosity. "Your boss has good taste. He really knows how to enjoy life," Lin Lang said with a bit of envy. "He has never enjoyed this much before, he is really rich." But think about it, how could the chairman of Tamed Group be short of money? Lin Lang was told the identity of their boss on the way here. He was shocked on the spot that he had actually offended this king of hell. He has studied the history of the rise of Tamed Group time and time again. Enjoy it from start to finish, and we will take care of all the dirty and tiring work. Zhao Haifeng picked his ears and clicked his tongue twice. "I checked your spiritual energy values with my watch before, and you should be in the tribulation crossing stage. Since you have reached the tribulation crossing stage, why do you still have to be loyal to a boss? Isn't it good to be free and easy?" Lin Lang's eyes turned and he muttered softly, trying to alienate the relationship between the other party and his boss. Pa, you are such a dishonest boy. Lin Feng slapped Lin Lang on the back of his head and said coldly, want to alienate the relationship between us and the boss. Don't be so delusional. How can it be considered wishful thinking? I think your boss is still in this world, so his strength should only be at the tribulation crossing stage. Even if he is stronger than you, how much stronger can he be? With the strength of the four of you, you don't have to be afraid of your boss. Lin Lang, who had not given up, said unwillingly. Even if you fail to convince them on the spot, at least you can leave a thorn in their hearts that will explode sooner or later. Chapter 384, Is Freedom More Valuable? The example is right in front of us. Jun Moshao looked at Lin Lang with some amusement. This kid really refused to give up and actually wanted to alienate the relationship between them and the boss. You have no idea how powerful my boss is. It's not only his strength, but also his personal charm. Actually, I was in a similar position to you before, but later, I became the boss's subordinate. Jun Moshao said, looked at him deeply, and then ignored him. Lin Lang was stunned, staring at him blankly, his heart immediately filled with turmoil. No way, no way. This boss doesn't want to kill me, but wants to recruit me as his subordinate. Impossible, impossible, absolutely impossible. Even if he dies today for eternity, he will never surrender to the other party. When Lin Lang saw Chairman Chu, he saw him trimming flowers and plants with his back to them. Please sit down first. I will talk to you after I finish trimming your hair. Chu Ge was not pretending to be mysterious. Instead, he was doing this task with all his heart. The branches are blooming luxuriantly, but they need to be pruned from time to time, otherwise they will grow crooked. Boss, take your time. I'm exhausted this time. I really like to cultivate myself and suddenly want to build a Taoist temple for myself. Taoist temple? Then I will definitely support you. If it's not enough, ask Li Heru for more. Anyway, the boss has plenty of money, and this little thing will definitely satisfy you. As for the foundation, I'll calculate which piece is best for you. Your Taoist temple must have my hard work in it. Lin Lang sat on the stone bench and saw the four people around him sitting down as if nothing had happened, drinking tea and chatting. Isn't their boss right in front of them? These four people are so presumptuous. It turns out that they have had ulterior motives for a long time. Lin Lang was in high spirits, with a glimmer of hope in his heart. But was what Chairman Chu said just now a warning to me? Humph, just wait and see, it's still unclear who will win or lose. Half an hour later, Chu Ge put down the pruning tools, slowly turned around and looked at Lin Lang, who was sitting in his original position without saying a word. Lin Lang also saw him. What are you still talking about? Why don't you pour the guests a cup of tea? Chu Ge shouted when he saw Zhao Haifeng and the other three were still chatting. Have some tea. Zhao Haifeng quickly picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Lin Lang. Lin Lang quickly picked up the teacup, and a strong man in the tribulation period poured tea for him. Chairman Chu really didn't treat the tribulation period as a human being. No wonder these four people couldn't feel respect for this boss. It seems that I was right in taking the right path of inciting rebellion. Boss, Zhang Chuchen said he wanted to build a Taoist temple. Boss, this time he has to spend a lot of money to avoid disaster. Zhao Haifeng directly told him what they had just talked about. Chu Ge smiled as if he had expected it, and looked at Zhang Chuchen. Have you chosen a location? Zhang Chuchen has followed him for so long, and all he wants is a Taoist temple. Even if he wants to revitalize Taoism, he will welcome him with open arms and fully support him. Zhang Chuchen shook his head. Zhao Haifeng said he would find a good place for me. Chu Ge said directly, since Zhao Haifeng agreed to find it for you, then leave it to him. Just tell me if you need anything. After that, Chu Ge looked at Lin Lang this time. You're the scientist who made robots and artificial intelligence. You look very young. Heroes are made in youth, and geniuses have always been made in youth. Chu Ge looked at the other party carefully for a long time, and said jokingly, it's just that you can't bear it after all. If you continue to endure it, I may not be in this world. By then, maybe you can dominate the world. What? You are leaving this world? Lin Lang's face was very ugly. If he had known that the other party would leave this world, he would have endured it for another 1 or 2 years. How could he end up like this? After all, I was not patient enough. Alas, I was still too young. Yes, and then you showed up. Isn't that a coincidence? Chu Ge showed a smile and looked at him with a teasing look. Lin Lang felt a little uncomfortable being looked at by him and could not help but lower his head. Zhao Haifeng and the others looked at Lin Lang with laughter. The four of them knew that if Lin Lang knew how to handle the situation, he might become their colleague. Otherwise, how could they treat Lin Lang so well? I came out too early, and if I stay hidden for another month, it will be difficult for you to catch me. Lin Lang said unconvinced. It's mainly the look in the other person's eyes. It's as if you are the other person's little toy that can be easily controlled. Oh, could it be that in a month, your technology will be improved to a whole new level? Chu Ge exclaimed in surprise and looked at him deeply. Of course, technology will not lose to cultivation. This is the belief I hold fast to, and it will never waver. When Lin Lang mentioned technology, Chu Ge found that the other party's eyes were shining. It was obvious that this was a guy who was passionate about technology. I respect your beliefs. Chu Ge took a sip of the tea poured by Zhao Haifeng and nodded. I also believe that technology is not inferior to cultivation. Do you really think so? Lin Lang looked at him with shining eyes. Yes, that's what I think, and I'm also doing it, but I haven't been able to make a breakthrough. Chu Ge couldn't help but sigh deeply when he said this. It's like the bottleneck of cultivation. Once technology breaks through, there will be a big explosion. Unfortunately, I haven't waited for it yet. Quote. Aren't you a cultivator? Why do you still need to study technology? Lin Lang felt that the other party would not lie to conquer him. It sounds quite real. No wonder it can attract so many young strong people. Is this what it means by talking? Damn it, I almost got caught. Is it impossible to balance cultivation and technology? Chu Ge felt that the question he asked was stupid. You can't have your cake and eat it too. Chairman Chu, don't you understand this? Lin Lang shook his head and began to lecture. We already have the bear's paw. Hasn't the fish been hooked today? Chu Ge looked at Lin Lang with narrowed eyes and laughed. Me? Lin Lang's eyes widened and he couldn't help but sneered. Chairman Chu, don't joke. I'm used to being free. Chu Ge looked at him confidently. I need you. With me, you can prove without any worries that your technology is no worse than cultivation. But if you don't agree, then you will never have the chance to prove the ideals you insist on. In the end, it's all in vain. This is the price you pay for your freedom. Chu Ge said the soft and hard words directly. If Lin Lang was smarter, he would know how to choose. HMPH, I'd rather die than be your subordinate. Sorry. Lin Lang felt that the other party valued him so much and must value his talent. So if he showed some pride, perhaps the other party would let him go. By then, I can turn the opponent's subordinates against me, and I will have both my freedom and my life. Zhao Haifeng also talked at the side, pointing at Zhun Moshao and said, there is an example in front of you. He spoke to you exactly the same way at that time. Now you see, he is living a better life than before. Zhun Moshao looked directly at Lin Lang with an indifferent look, as if he could see through Lin Lang's mind. If you are thinking of inciting rebellion, I advise you not to waste your energy. The relationship between us and the boss is very close. Even if I say that I betrayed them, they will not believe it. Lin Lang looked at him suddenly, and his eyes seemed to say, you seem to be making me laugh. Chapter 385 The Taoist Temple Refined by Zhang Chuchen. Chu Ge couldn't help but laugh when he heard Zhun Moshao's words. He didn't expect that Lin Lang actually wanted to incite his men to rebel. However, Lin Lang was still too naive. If it was really so easy to incite his subordinates to rebel, it would only mean that his personal charm was not enough. A smile appeared on Chu Ge's lips, and he looked at Lin Lang with a much lighter tone. This is your only chance. Think it over and give me an answer. It's not that I must have you. I value your talent, but I won't do something stupid like letting a tiger go back to the mountain. I'll give you 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, you can choose a cemetery, and I'll pay for the cemetery for you. After saying that, Chu Ge no longer looked at Lin Lang, but looked at Zhun Moshao. How is Lin Yi's training progressing? Lin Yi has not yet received real recognition from Chu Ge, so it is impossible for him to let him enter the time cycle tower to practice. Zhun Moshao said immediately, Lin Yi's cultivation is very fast. It should be the obsession in his heart that spurs him on. Although the supreme bloodline is abolished, Lin Yi's talent is still there. As long as he cultivates step by step, in time, the supreme bloodline will reappear. At that time, I believe Lin Yi will become more talented than before. I believe that this setback is just a bump on Lin Yi's road to becoming the supreme. Well, we have to be prepared too, especially you, Zhan Moshao. When you get there, don't be impulsive. We have to take it slow. Chu Ge warned Zhan Moshao worriedly, fearing that Zhan Moshao would get angry, and he just started working without any hesitation. Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng were both trying to hold back their laughter, and only Zhang Chuchen looked at him expressionlessly. Zhan Moshao nodded silently. He had actually thought about it this way. His experience was really too miserable. Seeing that Chu Ge and the others started chatting among themselves, completely ignoring him, Lin Lang felt heavy with shadows and dark clouds in his heart. Are you ignoring yourself on purpose? Or is it true that I am dispensable? Lin Lang felt as if a minute had passed by, and before he knew it, his body was already drenched in sweat. I felt sad in my heart. Did I really have to become this person's subordinate and work for him? Zhan Moshao was in the same situation as me back then, so why is he so relaxed now? Is Chu Ge's personal charm really so great that one will be brainwashed by him after spending enough time with him? When Lin Lang thought of this, he was horrified. There are only 3 minutes left. Zhao Haifeng reminded Lin Lang with a friendly look. Chu Ge narrowed his eyes and looked at him with a look that even Lin Lang would fear. The pressure instantly came to Lin Lang. Sure enough, this person is not an ordinary person. Lin Lang feels like he will surrender to him in the next second. Could this unparalleled temperament be the legendary domineering aura? I have a request. I hope that after I join, I will be treated the same as them. At the last minute, Lin Lang pointed at the brick-moving group of 4 and made a request to Chu Ge. That's no problem. I like people who know how to deal with things. The sensible Lin Lang made Chu Ge nod with satisfaction. I'll take you to a place. Chu Ge waved his hand and took Lin Lang through the void directly to Zhao Haifeng and others. After seeing the boss disappear with Lin Lang, they disappeared in an instant. If the boss hadn't been here, it would have been difficult for them to leave and they would have left long ago. A young model from the club would not trade her for anything even a god could offer. Honeycomb. Chu Ge introduced Lin Lang layer by layer. Lin Lang didn't expect that there would be busy researchers on every floor, and he could even see some experimental subjects being tied up and transported in. Chu Ge said to Lin Lang, "How about it? Do you think it's nice here? This is my scientific and technological research base. You can also regard this base as my other residence. It's quite good, but the technology is still a little lacking." In Lin Lang's eyes, these are still not enough for him to look up to it. Mr. Chu, boss, the structure here is really eye-catching, but the materials are quite poor. I wonder where the person you mentioned is. Now Lin Lang has already called Chu Ge boss. There is no other way. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Lin Lang finally experienced it once. But after the first time, there were countless times, and Lin Lang became less resistant as he screamed. Lin Lang compromised with his freedom. Never mind, he was only second to one person. He was still a free man above 10,000 people. Thinking of this, Lin Lang felt a lot more relieved. We're here. After leaving the elevator, Chu Ge pointed at the busy blonde man in chemical protective suit and said, "This is Dr. William, the person in charge of the biochemical research project." Quote. Biochemistry also falls under the category of science and technology. Lin Lang seemed to have found someone with whom he could talk about the same topic, and strode over. After the boss's introduction, Dr. William looked at Lin Lang, and Lin Lang looked at Dr. William. It seemed like they were attracted to each other. Chu Ge looked at Lin Lang and Dr. William, who were not paying any attention to him being around and were talking about some academic words that he didn't understand. So Chu Ge left silently. A week later, the location of Zhang Chuchen's Taoist temple was finally chosen, which was located at the mass grave of Yuncheng. The magnetic field of the previous mass grave was extremely unstable, and the graves in the mass grave were razed to the ground by Chu Geju's thunder tribulation. Zhao Haifeng didn't do this on purpose, but he really thought the mass grave was a good place. The magnetic field that has been disordered by thunder and lightning needs a Taoist temple to suppress the overall situation. Once the Taoist temple takes root in the mass grave, the magnetic field will disappear, turning this place into a feng shui treasure land. After selecting a place, Zhang Chuchen asked Gong Lian to send a team of shadow guards to move all the things from his old residence in the mountains. He didn't move here before because he missed the old place. Now that he is going to rebuild the Taoist temple, he will move his master's grave here as well. The Taoist temple built by Zhang Chuchen is not simple. It is not built with mortal materials or mortal power. Therefore, Zhang Chuchen's idea was to refine the Taoist temple like refining a magic weapon, so that the Taoist temple would become a Taoist weapon that he could carry with him at all times. After all, he won't stay in this world for long, and Zhang Chuchen's plan was approved by Chu Ge. Therefore, Tamed Group transported some special materials from all over the country, including spirit stones condensed from spiritual energy, and refining materials from the secret realm. 7 days and 7 days passed, a total of 49 days passed. Above the mass grave, a Taoist temple fell to the ground with a loud bang, instantly covering the entire mass grave. Zhang Chuchen slowly floated down from mid-air, his breath was very unstable. For 49 days, he had been refining all the time without rest. This Taoist temple is full of Taoist charm. This complex of buildings can accommodate at least 100,000 people. Zhao Haifeng directly fed Zhang Chuchen a handful of qi replenishing pills and looked at the Taoist temple in front of him in amazement. Chapter 386. Someone from the outside world comes again, wanting to root out the problem. The entire Taoist temple is naturally formed and full of Taoist charm. It is named, Temple of the Heart. Zhao Haifeng was stunned when he saw the name of the Taoist temple. He looked at Zhang Chuchen and asked, "Did you get the name of your Taoist temple wrong? Why is it called the Temple of Questioning the Heart?" Zhang Chuchen showed a transcendent smile and said slowly, "Being without heart is better than having heart." What is Tao? The human heart can lead to all 3,000 great ways. So the Tao of my little Tao is to constantly question one's heart. Questioning one's heart is to ask the Tao. The way of heaven is ruthless and heartless is also heartless. Where is the Tao? The only way is to ask one's heart. Zhang Chuchen's words made everyone present fall into deep thought. Although they did not practice Taoism, they all understood the principles and thought of some of their own things through this sentence. Many people came to congratulate Zhang Chuchen this time. Most of them were Chu Ge's subordinates, and they all had a good relationship with Zhang Chuchen. Congratulations, this time you finally got what you wanted, the Wenxin Temple, not bad, not bad. This lady knight will give you a favor and let you stay in this Taoist temple for a few days. Xu Muyu still habitually held a sword in her hand, looking at the Taoist temple, her eyes lit up and she praised it endlessly. Xu Muyu has always had nothing to do and Chu Ge doesn't restrict her, so she has been traveling around the rivers and mountains. Whenever she encountered injustice in various parts of the Huameng, she would often help out and fulfill her dream of being a female knight, and now her dream of being a fairy. If you like, you can stay as long as you want. Zhang Chuchen bowed to Xu Muyu, very politely. It's a Taoist temple after all, women still can't stay here for long. Xu Muyu is not as naive as before, and he understands things a little bit now. Congratulations, now that you have such a Taoist temple, it will be very popular in the future. Li Yunxiao also walked up to Zhang Chuchen with a gift and congratulated him. The others also congratulated him, and for a while, the voices of congratulations were endless. Suddenly, the white clouds in the sky turned red, as if the clouds were burning, and the sky was dyed with a layer of flames. The cry of a golden crow echoed through the 9 layers of cloud. It seemed as if there was an extra sun in the sky, getting closer and closer, as if the sun was falling. The power of the sun was so dazzling that everyone on the ground subconsciously squinted their eyes to avoid the flare-like light. The figure of the 3-legged golden crow descended from the rolling clouds in an instant. Under the sun's rays, the sky seemed to be burning in flames, and the clouds retreated away. Chu Ge jumped down from the 3-legged golden crow and looked at the Taoist temple in front of him, especially the name of the temple, which made his eyes light up. Chu Chen, this Taoist temple has a good name and has extraordinary meaning. The way of the Tao is simple. Ask your heart and seek the truth. Not bad. Chu Ge pushed open the door directly. There was an evergreen tree with lush branches and leaves and deep roots. The 3-legged golden crow transformed into Wuden, who bowed and congratulated Zhang Chuchen. Congratulations, brother Zhang, this Taoist artifact is so exquisitely refined, it will surely become a precious Taoist artifact in the future. Zhang Chuchen was also a little moved by what Wuden said. He had thought so when he was refining it, so he smiled and said, "Brother Wuden, thank you for your good words." After the boss went in, Zhang Chuchen also led everyone in. In the main hall of Wenxin Temple, there is a Taoist statue, that is the Taoist ancestor Hongjun. Chu Ge stared at the Taoist statue of Hongjun. According to normal history, The Taoist ancestor should be lousy, but here it is Hongjun, which shows that myths are not necessarily myths. After all, there is even a three-legged golden crow, so is the story of the ancient times also true. Chu Ge himself didn't know, and there was no evidence to confirm it. Light 3 incense sticks and insert them into the incense burner, and smoke will float up. Chu Ge looked at the statue of Hongjun Dao. If you were real, then where would you be at this moment? When Chu Ge saw Zhang Chuchen and everyone walking behind him, he couldn't help but say, "Everyone come and burn some incense, and ask the Taoist to bless us so that we can win the battle after breaking the void." Yes. Everyone responded with a bow. Zhang Chuchen took the lead in burning incense to the Taoist ancestor. Suddenly, the smoke filled the entire hall, which could be considered as an opportunity for the Taoist ancestor to have some delicious food. At this moment, ripples appeared in the sky and a crack appeared out of nowhere, as if it had been torn apart from the outside, and it was pitch black inside. Something's happening. Chu Ge looked up suddenly, walked to the center of the hall, and saw the crack in the sky. "Wushan!" Chu Ge shouted. "Here!" Wooten turned into a golden crow on the spot, flew into the sky with his boss Chu Ge, and disappeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. "Let's go." Zhang Chuchen and others followed the boss's footsteps. Jun Moshao and Lin Yi, who were the last to fall, looked at each other, having an ominous premonition in their hearts. This aura was so familiar, it was that world again. "Brother Jun, are those people not going to let me go and are planning to take my life?" Lin Yi smiled bitterly, with a hint of despair in his eyes. If the other party wanted his life, he absolutely could not drag down his boss and the others. "It's a pity that I can't take revenge personally. The recovery of the supreme bloodline is almost over. How abominable. If you give him a little more time. Let's go and take a look. Things won't be so pessimistic. Maybe this is the person who wants to kill me. We'll just have to wait and see." "Okay." Jun Moshao and Lin Yi flew into the sky with heavy hearts. Suddenly, out of the pitch-black crack appeared something like heavenly soldiers and generals. Standing in the front was a young man with a handsome face, but with a hint of meanness in his eyes. "Find that useless guy for me. I think he's still alive even though he's been crippled. I won't leave any trouble behind. Master Wang, I'll leave him to you." Lin Tian held a folding fan in his hand, like a rich young master from ancient times, but this man had an extraordinary temperament and it could be seen that his family background was extraordinary. "Yes, second young master." Wang Gongsheng raised one hand, and the people behind him scattered around, looking for Lin Yi's scent. Lin Tian leisurely opened his folding fan, waiting for good news. He came to the lower world in person at this time because he didn't want to leave any trouble for himself. Although Lin Yi has been abandoned by his family, and although family members including his parents no longer care about Lin Yi, Lin Tian still likes to cut the grass and eradicate it. He was not being cautious, but he was used to doing this, otherwise he always felt something was wrong. Moreover, Lin Yi wanted to humiliate the other party before he died. He wanted to let him know how his parents died. Lin Tian raised his eyes slightly, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Three-legged golden crow, I didn't expect that such a mythical beast as the three-legged golden crow actually existed in such a lower realm." Wang Gongsheng also looked at it curiously, without any guard at all. After all, how could a mere person from the lower realm hurt them? Chu Ge came to Lin Tian on the three-legged golden crow and said lightly, "People from the outside world, tell me your origins." "Oh, you are so arrogant, but you are just a frog in a well." Lin Tian's eyes flashed with surprise, and then he laughed and shook his head. It was really ridiculous that he was surprised by a frog in a well. Chapter 387 Two Treasures, Greedy Eyes. "Boss, he is Lin Tian from the Lin family, and he is also my second brother. He still refuses to let me go. Haha, the so-called fellow clansmen are just like this." Jun Moshao brought Lin Yi to the boss's side. After Lin Yi saw Lin Tian, his face instantly turned cold and hatred flashed in his eyes. After seeing Lin Yi, Lin Tian's eyes flashed with contempt and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. "Haha, Lin Yi, I didn't expect you were still alive. Well, this young master will come to see you off in person, and by the way, let your friends be buried with you, which can be regarded as fulfilling your fellow clansmen's feelings. You, let them go, you can deal with me as you please." Lin Yi clenched his fists. His heart ached when he heard this. He could not implicate them. They are innocent, and I guess this is their fate. That's all. A family with the so-called supreme bloodline has been plagued by endless internal strife and dirtiness, but it has still been able to exist until now. It has to be said that it is a blessing for the Lin family. No one can take him away from me, and it is just a luxury for you to leave safely. Chu Ge directly stopped Lin Yi, who wanted to step forward, and said to Lin Tian lightly. The boss is right. If you want to take Lin Yi away, you should first ask me whether my sword is sharp. Shu Muyu drew her sword directly. The sharp sword energy surprised everyone on the battlefield. The sword is full of lofty ambition and will slay all the lawless criminals. I also want to see how strong the so-called people from the upper realm are. Zhang Chuchen held the Liangyi bell in his hand, and the Taoist robe blew a war song, and the Taoist spirit lasted forever. Zhao Haifeng sneered, when did someone come to threaten us? Today we have no choice but to fight. You want to take brother Lin Yi away? I won't agree. Zhun Moshao took out the record of abandoned heaven and stood in front of Lin Yi. His voice was like a long song, and the coldness seemed to condense the surroundings into ice. The rest of the people took out their own magical weapons. Even though the enemy was stronger than them, no one was afraid and they had to fight. Everyone. Lin Yi's eyes welled up with tears of emotion when he saw the actions of the crowd. He didn't expect that after such a short time together, he would be worthy of them risking their lives to protect him. Lin Tian clicked his tongue and tapped his folding fan. He didn't expect these people to stage a scene of brotherly love in front of him. However, these people are only in the tribulation crossing stage. They are like ants that cannot even break through the void, yet they dare to shout in front of him. A cold look appeared on Lin Tian's harsh face, and he smiled sinisterly. Lin Yi, you have fallen into depravity and become friends with these people from the lower world. Well, you won't live long anyway. Mr. Lin, kill them for me. Capture Lin Yi alive. Yes, master. Mr. Wang bowed and responded respectfully. The next second, Wang Gongfeng's figure disappeared instantly. Even Chu Ge found it difficult to catch up with his speed. It was indeed a power from the upper realm. Dongwang Bell. No matter what, he was the boss of these people, so he directly took out the Dongwang Bell. With a sound of Dwang Bell ringing, the space shook instantly, causing ripples. The sound of the bell spanned eternity, a voice from the ancient times. At this moment, Wang Gongfeng's figure stopped in front of Chu Ge, and his fist was only a few centimeters away from Chu Ge. This is the power of the Dongwang Bell. If Chu Ge's power was not limited, Wang Gongsheng would have been shattered and crushed. Lin Feng and others, as the boss's subordinates, rushed towards the boss the moment Wang Gongfeng took action. In the blink of an eye, Shu Muyu, who was a step late, swung his sword like a rainbow, and a dazzling rainbow light appeared. Lin Feng, Zhao Haifeng, Zhun Moshao and others took action one after another, with only one target, that is, Wang Gongfeng, who was a threat to the boss. Although Wang Gongsheng's power was much stronger than theirs, they were determined to go forward. At this moment, the time limit of the Dongwang Bell dedicated to the King of Control was about to expire. Chu Ge could not ring the Dongwang Bell many times. After all, he was still too weak compared to the Dongwang Bell. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several long swords were hitting Wang Gongfeng, and fists were also hitting the flesh. Boom. Wang Gongsheng's mind changed rapidly. The moment the suppressing force disappeared, extremely terrifying power burst out from his body. Zhao Haifeng and the others' expressions changed. Their attacks had no effect on this person at all. There was no time to dodge, and everyone was blown away by the force. Chu Ge directly took out the Kunlun mirror. Just when Wang Gongfeng wanted to kill someone, the mirror turned and a beam of light from time and space instantly shone on Wang Gongfeng. Although I am not strong enough, I have many magic weapons. Wang Gongfeng didn't even have time to react and disappeared. Lin Tian's expression changed drastically. He looked at the special mirror in the man's hand, his eyes full of greed. I didn't expect that people in the lower world would have such a treasure. It's really a treasure that has been covered in dust. There were not just one, but two. You should know that even I have never gotten such a treasure. There are actually two people from the lower world. They are truly favored by heaven. It seems that I am the blessed person, otherwise how could I encounter such a good thing when I came to the lower world? Boy, don't think you win just because you got rid of Wang Gongsheng. Lin Tian smiled sinisterly, his eyes fixed on the treasure in the other's hand. One after another, figures came from afar. These people were arranged by Wang Gongsheng in advance. When Lin Tian saw Lin Yi, he secretly sent a message to ask them to come back. I guess the number of times you can use this treasure is limited. No matter how good something is, you have to have enough of it to use it. Lin Tian said in a condescending tone and very greedily, if you give me these 2 treasures, I will spare your life. Chu Ge looked at him with disdain, do you think everyone is the same as you? Even if I can't use it many times, it's enough to deal with you. How shameless. Come on. Lin Tian wanted to use his men to use up the number of times the other party could use the treasure. By then, the other party would be a grasshopper in his hand, and he could do whatever he wanted. Yes, second young master. These are the forces of the Lin family, the forces loyal to Lin Tian's lineage. Without saying a word, they went straight up to kill. Go. Chu Ge ordered in a deep voice, lead the monsters away, I want to capture this guy alive. Don't worry, boss, leave it to us. Zhao Haifeng promised solemnly, then looked at the people around him, everyone come together, I'll assist you. Compass, up. Zhao Haifeng directly sacrificed the compass in his hand, and everyone rushed up directly. The compass rotated, and beams of light hit everyone, as if adding a buff. Predicting the opponent's attack and movement allowed everyone to stabilize the situation in the first place and successfully hold back all the opponent's men. How is this possible? Lin Tian's eyes narrowed as he watched this scene. But how could he know that these people were basically the protagonists? No matter how strong the enemies the protagonists faced were, they could only hold them off for a short period of time but could not kill the protagonist instantly. Chapter 388. The so-called people from the upper realm just have a higher starting point than those of us in the lower realm. As for the so-called talent, in my opinion, perhaps the upper realm may not be able to compare with the lower realm. Chu Ge instantly appeared in front of Lin Tian through the void, scaring Lin Tian so much that he took several steps back. Do you think you are being humorous? The lower realm is the lower realm. Even if you are lucky enough to break through the void, you will be just a casual cultivator in the upper realm. Lin Tian's face was gloomy. He felt it was shameful to show cowardice in front of a person from the lower realm, so a talisman appeared in his hand. Talisman, are you going to use the talisman against me? Chu Ge looked at the talisman in the other party's hand and felt the terrifying power within the talisman. Wooten felt a familiar sense of original power, so he secretly transmitted a message to Chu Ge. When Chu Ge heard Wooten's voice transmission, a hint of interest flashed in his eyes. Lin Tian said with disdain, don't try to provoke me, people from the lower world. Go to hell, Burning Sky Talisman. Lin Tian shouted coldly, and directly activated the Burning Sky Talisman in his hand and threw it at the other party. This heaven-burning talisman was a reward given to him by his family elders. He had always been reluctant to use it, but in order to obtain 2 treasures, it was worth it. You must know that even someone as powerful as Wang Gongsheng cannot resist the Burning Heaven Talisman, let alone a mere person from the lower realm. There is an essential difference between the power of the lower world and the power of the upper world. The Burning Heaven Talisman burst out with endless flames, dazzling and bright. The temperature rose rapidly, and even the space seemed to be melting and became distorted. The explosion happened at this moment. Just as the Burning Heaven Talisman was about to explode, Lin Tian's mouth curled up slightly in pride, and then suddenly stiffened the next second. The 3-legged golden crow Wooten simply opened his mouth wide and swallowed the Burning Heaven Talisman into his stomach. The moment he spread his wings and flew high, a golden crow cry came from the corner of his mouth. The sound was as long as a rainbow and pierced the sun, resounding throughout the heavens and earth. The original power of the Burning Heaven Talisman is the original true fire of the 3-legged golden crow. Ordinary people cannot deal with it at all and cannot even dodge it. The true fire can even lock the space. Burp. The 3-legged golden crow Wooten couldn't help but let out a long burp, with hot steam coming out of his mouth. It's such a comfortable power. Wooten squinted his eyes in enjoyment. This power is a great tonic for Wu Tian, and it brings him only benefits and no harm. Wooten even wished that the other party would give him a few more so that he could eat his fill at once. Lin Tian was extremely shocked. This was the Burning Heaven Talisman, but the divine beast actually swallowed it directly and was not hurt at all. In the blink of an eye, Chu Ge's Dongwang bell suddenly enveloped Lin Tian. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Tian was like a grasshopper trapped in a bowl, constantly hitting the Dongwang bell everywhere. Unfortunately, Lin Tian's strength was not enough to shake the Dongwang bell in the slightest. You are a bird in a cage. Stay inside and you can't escape. Chu Ge looked at Lin Tian, who was still struggling, and a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If you let me out and offend my Lin family, the entire underworld will be destroyed. Seeing that he could not get out, Lin Tian looked at Chu Ge and threatened him directly. The destruction of the underworld. That is a matter for the future. As for you, you are just a little grasshopper in the hands of the people in the underworld. Chu Ge's eyes turned cold and he smiled coldly. Chu Ge tried to forcefully activate the Dongwang bell once again, but he felt that his strength could only be activated once more before it would run out. It's such a great treasure, it's a pity that it can't be used more than once. Chu Ge sighed in his heart, but he was also content. The power of the people from the upper realm was simply not something he could resist. It was just that he was not strong enough. But what needs to be faced will have to be faced sooner or later, and only by reaching the upper realm can one continue to become stronger. He is indeed the strongest person in this world, but Chu Ge is very ambitious, and this world cannot allow his ambition to flourish. While Lin Tian was inside the Dongwang bell, he heard the bell sound that made his soul tremble and almost disappear. He fainted immediately and his soul suffered great trauma. Boss, you are so strong. Wooten couldn't help but sigh. Chu Ge looked at Wooten, and his eyes seemed to pierce through Wooten's heart. I am strong, and I will make you strong too. If you have the opportunity or chance to become stronger, don't hesitate. Don't worry that I will be afraid of you and stop you. I hope my subordinates will have a promising future. I hope my subordinates will become stronger and even surpass me, so that you can do more things for me. Wooten has been a little lazy recently, and even has the feeling of being a lazy fish at work. He punches in and out of work every day and doesn't work hard to practice. Chu Ge couldn't help but remind him at this time. Wooten nodded quickly and couldn't help complaining in his heart, damn capitalists, it turns out that the only way to become stronger is to work for you. Chu Ge had no idea what Wooten was thinking. After taking back the Dongwang bell, he held Lin Tian hostage and shouted to those people. Put down your weapons and surrender obediently, otherwise your second young master will die because of your stubborn resistance. Chu Ge's voice instantly brought the tense battle to an abrupt end, just like hail in a hot summer. The family generals brought by Lin Tian were all very strong. Zhao Haifeng and others were struggling hard, with wounds all over their bodies, but no one cried out in pain, and no one retreated. When these family generals turned around, they were shocked to find that the second young master had been kidnapped by this person from the underworld. Let go of the second young master quickly, or I'll kill you in the lower world. Don't be impulsive, we can discuss anything slowly. My little brother, we are just here to deal with the trash of my Lin family. Please show mercy, after all, we have no grudges against each other. Don't hurt the second young master, we will stop, we will do whatever you say. The family generals were panicked in an instant. If the second young master was killed, they would be punished by the family even if they returned alive. Death is not scary, what is scary is to implicate their relatives. It's not that the family generals are stupid, but the second young master was captured too quickly. You have to know that the power of the lower realm is at most at the tribulation crossing stage, and even a tribulation crossing stage can only last a few moves in the hands of the second young master. But now the second young master is in a coma, and his life or death is unknown. They are powerless and are afraid that their impulsiveness will cause the second young master's death. I don't know where Wang Gongfeng has gone. It would be great if he were still here. The kings worshipped by these family generals are still surviving in the cracks of time and space and can hardly protect themselves. Chu Ge didn't know where Wang Gongfeng was, but he had exiled him into the time tunnel, leaving his life and death in the hands of God. Put down your weapons and surrender obediently. I don't want to say it again. Chu Ge's words made these family generals put down their weapons silently. Zhao Haifeng and others temporarily sealed the power of these family generals in front of them, making them unable to fight for a short period of time. Although his strength is not as good as those of the family generals, even if the opponent forcibly breaks through the seal, he will be seriously injured on the spot. Because this seal connects to the most vulnerable part of the heart. These family generals were filled with hatred, but they could only endure it silently and did not dare to resist. Lin Yi had been standing in the center of the crowd. He was still in the process of recovering his blood and was unable to fight. Everyone protected him during the battle. He kept it in mind and swore that he would never be a burden to anyone again. Are you all okay? Chu Ge asked worriedly after everyone came to him. The enemy this time is very strong, and I am also worried about my subordinates. Although I am the protagonist, I still can't help but ask about my concerns. Just eat lychee plum when you have nothing to do. Zhao Haifeng scratched his head and joked. The next second, Zhao Haifeng pulled his wound and couldn't help but gasp, making everyone laugh. Then, the air around them became a little warmer as everyone was gasping for air. It looks like everyone is seriously injured, but as long as they are still alive, it's okay. Chapter 389, People's hearts are ugly, killing each other. Lin Yi felt that he had no idea about the boss's power before, no wonder everyone was not worried at all that the boss would lose. It turns out that everyone knows that the boss is not a reckless person and will only take action when he is absolutely sure. Here are some healing pills. Don't just take them for granted. The rising temperature on Blue Star is all your fault. Chu Ge's smile deepened. He threw a bottle of pills to Zhao Haifeng and asked him to distribute them one by one. Take 1 pill per person, effective immediately. You will escort these people to Gonglian to deal with them and see if they can be persuaded to rebel. If not, just kill them directly. Chu Ge instructed Zhao Haifeng, and then Lin Tian threw him directly to Lin Yi. This man is yours. It's up to you whether he lives or dies. When the family generals saw that the second young master gave him to the good-for-nothing eldest young master, they were shocked. It's over. The good-for-nothing eldest young master will definitely kill the second young master. There is a great terror between life and death. I will not take advantage of others' misfortune. I will kill him openly, and then go to the Lin family to seek justice for my parents. Lin Yi looked at Lin Tian. He could have easily crushed the other person to death, but he didn't. There was a hint of stubbornness in his firm eyes. It's up to you. I've handed him over to you anyway. It's up to you how you deal with him. Chu Ge didn't care about such a small matter. Boss, you have given me a new life, which I will never be able to repay in my lifetime. I swear here that I will be loyal to you from now on and will never let you down. Lin Yi knelt down in front of Chu Ge, his eyes firm and his oath resounding through the heavens and the earth. Chu Ge squinted his eyes and looked at Lin Yi, then laughed out loud, the sound becoming louder and louder. The three-legged golden crow Wuden carried the boss and disappeared in front of everyone. Okay, the boss never cares about these empty things. After Zhao Haifeng saw that it was almost done, he quickly pulled Lin Yi up. Zhun Moshao pointed at the bewildered generals and said coldly, I don't think we need to take these people back and waste food. When the generals heard what the other party said, despair arose in their hearts. At this time, they had been sealed. If they broke the seal forcibly, their heart meridians would be damaged. If they made a slight mistake, they would die suddenly. What do you mean? The murderous intent in Lin Feng's eyes was frightening. How about letting them decide life and death? Ji Yubai narrowed his eyes and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Ji Yubai, you are getting more and more ruthless. I like it. Zhao Haifeng smiled and patted Ji Yubai's shoulder to praise him. Hey, do you want to die or live? Li Yunxiao found it very interesting and couldn't help but walked up and shouted to those family generals. Of course we want to live. Although these family generals are loyal, they are not fools. No one wants to die if they can live. There are too many of you, and there happens to be a famine in the lower world, so we decided that only 10 of you can survive out of the 50. Hearing this, Zhang Chuchen on the side hesitated and said, isn't this bad? The boss personally told us to escort you to Gonglian for disposal. The boss already had this idea before, otherwise why do you think Zhun Moshao said that? Zhao Haifeng bumped into Zhang Chuchen and said in a low voice. Zhang Chuchen finally understood. It seems that he didn't comprehend it thoroughly enough. These generals looked at each other, knowing each other's plans, and couldn't help feeling a little sad. Although they are just retainers of the Lin family in the upper realm, they are also considered big figures in the eyes of the affiliated families of the Lin family. There are always people who come to curry favor with them. But now they have fallen to such a state, with their life and death decided by a person from the lower world. Now they are like slaves in the Colosseum, their bodies covered with silk threads, like puppets at the mercy of others. I am a retainer of the Lin family. I have fallen to such a state that I am unable to protect the second young master. The only option left is death. One of the retainers could not accept such an insult, and he slapped himself directly on the center of his eyebrows, dying instantly and severing his own heart meridian. The human heart cannot withstand temptation. At the moment when this famous general was about to die, some generals with ulterior motives attacked the people around them. "Ah, what are you doing? Don't forget that I once saved your life." "I'm sorry, then save me again." "You beast, you shall not die well." "The second young master has been caught by the eldest young master. I think his life is in danger. He will be punished and his family will be implicated when he returns. It is better for him to turn to the light and maybe one day he can bring his family back." The ugliness of human nature was revealed in an instant. Xu Muyu took a look and left. She had seen too much human nature and didn't want to see it anymore. The others have gradually left. There are still some gains in this battle, which I need to go back and digest. Only the 4-brick moving team were watching attentively. After all, the task assigned by the boss to Zhao Haifeng was meant for the 4 of them. Let's give a proper burial to the first person who committed suicide. Zhun Moshao suddenly said. Zhao Haifeng said without objection, he is brave and foolish but loyal. So give him a proper burial. It's almost over. I believe the last 10 people alive will tell you anything you ask them. Lin Feng said. Zhang Chuchen flicked his whisk and said softly, from the moment they took action, it was destined that they can only rely on us, and they will take the initiative to speak. I suddenly feel that we are a little too weak. If we don't rely on the boss, it will be very dangerous for us to face this kind of thing alone. Zhun Moshao suddenly spoke and looked at the 3 people, and said slowly, I believe you have this feeling too. The 3 nodded in unison. If the boss was not there, they might have no choice but to escape first, work hard to become stronger, and wait for the opportunity. So Zhao Haifeng was silent for a while, and said, after the 10 people are selected and handed over to Gong Lian, we will go for training. Training. There is no place in this world for those of us in the tribulation crossing stage to train. Lin Feng looked at him in confusion. Zhao Haifeng knew something that they didn't know, so he used a compass to set up a soundproof barrier and continued. I will apply to the boss for training. The reason is that the boss has a Kunlun mirror that can travel through time and space. This is also the reason why the boss wants to train his troops. I also saw the Kunlun mirror in the boss's hand by chance, and I found out after asking. The boss didn't tell us because he wanted to give you, Zhun Moshao, a surprise. With the Kunlun mirror, as long as we have the coordinates of the upper realm, we can come and go freely. I think with the boss's strength, he can exile a few of us to an unknown world together. Kunlun mirror, Zhang Chuchen exclaimed in surprise, isn't this the treasure in the hands of the Queen Mother of the West in the legend? Lin Feng and Zhun Moshao were also extremely surprised. The boss was really becoming more and more mysterious in their hearts. I don't know how much either, so is it settled then? Zhao Haifeng looked at the 3 people with great interest. Ever since he knew that his boss had this treasure, he had always wanted to travel to another world. However, he was not strong enough and had to bring bodyguards with him. Since Zhun Moshao said he wanted to gain some experience, he brought it up. The 3 of them didn't know what Zhao Haifeng was thinking, so they nodded repeatedly and agreed. Chapter 390 Sign in Rewards, Great Things to Come. The battle between these family generals was extremely brutal. From the moment they started, their minds were filled with murderous intent, their eyes were red, and they were dominated by the desire to survive. Some seemed to see through it. They had the opportunity to stab the opponent before they died, but they didn't. They gave the chance to survive to the comrades who killed them. The last 10 people who survived were covered in the blood of their brothers and sisters. We won, we survived. The hearts of these 10 family generals were filled with gratitude and joy for being alive. However, soon when they saw their former comrades falling all over the ground and blood flowing like a river, the murderous intent that filled their minds instantly disappeared and their bodies became extremely cold. What have you done? These comrades once fought side by side with them, talked and laughed with them, but now they died in their own hands. Congratulations on surviving. From now on, you can follow me alive. Zhao Haifeng's teasing voice was like a devil from hell whispering in the ears of the 10 people. Finally, the 10 people were brought to Gong Lian by Zhao Haifeng and his 4 companions. Gong Lian knew that there were 50 people, but when she saw the blood of the 10 people Zhao Haifeng had inflicted on her, she suddenly understood. However, Gong Lian did not say anything, nor did she feel that there was anything wrong. The winner is the king, and the loser has no right to talk about dignity, life or death. After completing the tasks assigned by the boss, the 4-brick moving team went straight to the boss. Chu Ge looked at the 4 people curiously. These 4 people came to find him after the first mission. Usually they would go to the club to touch the young models and talk about their dirty lives. What's going on? Jewer, give them 4 a glass of lemonade. Chu Ge sat in the boss's chair, and Su Jewer poured a glass of lemonade for each of the 4 people. Boss, we want to go out for some training. The smell of lemon instantly surged into Zhao Haifeng's mind, his face twisted with sourness, and he couldn't help but speak quickly. Although they are immortal cultivators in the tribulation period, their sense of taste is not as refined as that of immortals, so food will still be sour if it is supposed to be sour. Experience. Chu Ge looked at the 4 people in surprise and saw their determination. It seems that Zhao Haifeng has told you about the Kunlun mirror, so you should also know that your boss is unable to find a safer place for you to train. If something happens, that is something I don't want to happen. Chu Ge did not expect that the 4 of them actually wanted to go to an unknown world to train. If something happened, he would not be able to clean up the mess in the first time. After all, he himself cannot fully control the Kunlun mirror because it has no spatial coordinates. If he brings the 4 people to a more advanced world, then the 4 people will be like fish in a net. Although Chu Ge himself knew that the 4 of them were the protagonists after all, if they were always tied down by him, they would never be able to grow in the correct way as the protagonists. Only after going through countless hardships can the protagonist truly grow up. By then I will be able to provide a lot of help. Jun Moshao knew that the boss was doing this for their own good, but he still expressed his determination very firmly. Boss, we grew up under your protection, but we can never become truly strong. The 4 of us will experience together and will not act rashly. The power of the upper realm is too strong. We can't wait for the boss to take us to the upper realm and then be treated as a burden by the boss. Chu Ge looked at the 4 people silently and asked, do you all think so? These 4 people are his real right-hand men. If they grow up, it will be of great benefit to him. So Chu Ge used the Kunlun mirror directly, and tried his best. Finally, at the last moment, he found a more suitable world and threw them into that world. Xu Muyu, Yi Feng, Xiao Chen, Ji Yu Bai, Li Yunxiao, Zhang Fan, Li Fei, Wu Tian, these protagonists were also sent away by Chu Ge using the Kunlun mirror the next day. Since we are going to experience it, let's experience it together. 4 people are divided into groups and train in different worlds. He has memorized the coordinates and agreed on a time. He will pick them up 1 year later. By then, the extent of everyone's experience will depend on their personal opportunities. After all, the rest of his men are not the protagonists. Chu Ge really doesn't feel comfortable throwing them into a strange world. There is a high probability that someone will die. However, Chu Ge did not favor one over the other and shared some of his insights with Gong Lian, Luo Shu and others. While his subordinates were all out for training, Chu Ge himself was not idle either. He arranged for a nanny to take care of Lu Yanru, who had been in a deep sleep. He also began to sign in continuously, hoping to sign in something useful. The system had not activated the task selection, as if it had crashed, but the sign-in system gave him many surprises. A month has passed and I have obtained a lot of treasures by signing in. I will give them to my subordinates when they come back. But Chu Ge no longer needed these. He had the 10,000 Demons banner, the Dongwang bell, and the Kunlun mirror, which were enough for him to comprehend and use. Time flies, and half a year goes by in the blink of an eye. Although Tamed Group has become a behemoth, it is not satisfied. After taking root in China Alliance, it has extended its tentacles to the world. The world is not the Chinese alliance. Although the world is wary of this behemoth, the size of the interests determines the degree of fear. Tamed Group is not synonymous with kindness. Maybe in China Alliance, because you are a member of China Alliance, their methods are a little gentler, but abroad, they don't care who you are. The methods are extremely cruel. If you provoke Tamed Group, no matter who is behind you, there is only one way to go, and that is death. The Tamed Group used the simple truth that money can move people's hearts and directly bribed key figures in some countries, allowing the Tamed Group to operate smoothly abroad for a time. Li Hero's name is even more famous than that of the head of a small country. Even a word from Li Hero, the general manager of Tamed Group, can subvert the local economy. Late at night in Yuncheng, the people of Yuncheng live and work in peace and contentment. The crime rate is getting lower day by day. Many wealthy people are flocking to Yuncheng, and housing prices are also getting higher day by day. The moon was as bright as usual. As soon as it was 12 o'clock in the morning, Chu Ge signed in immediately. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Sign in reward, the Great Tao Evolution Technique. The Tao Evolution Technique instantly entered Chu Ge's mind, and his eyes suddenly burst into golden light. With the help of this technique, he could directly cultivate to the Tao level. This sign-in was a critical hit, and Chu Ge became extremely excited. The skills to advance to the next level are hard to find, and this sign-in directly solved Chu Ge's worries. Chu Ge was so excited that he couldn't wait and didn't even enter the time cycle tower. He started practicing directly at home. There are 3,000 great ways, and all 3,000 ways can lead to enlightenment. Suddenly, Chu Ge entered the art of evolution from the Great Tao and received an important piece of news, that is, the final destination of the 3,000 worlds is the ancient wilderness. Chapter 391, The Avenue of Time and Space, Everyone Returns. Chu Ge felt shocked. Although there were many such conclusions in the novel, it was incredible that it was also true in reality. The art of evolving the Great Tao, when practiced to the extreme, can evolve the Great Tao, which is neither born nor destroyed, and shines with the Great Tao. You are in me and I am in you. It can be said that the Tao evolution technique directly gave Chu Ge the ladder to advance to the Tao. The stairs were already prepared for him, and he just had to climb up slowly, step by step. And he also understood. Boom. When Chu Ge was in the initial stage of practicing the Tao evolution technique, his body directly transformed into a vast sea of clouds. Between the vast sea of clouds, there are endless Milky Ways, and the Milky Way with bright stars comes into view. Chu Ge was fascinated by it, because these endless galaxies were all a road, and the 3,000 roads were already presented before him. Then, the galaxy of bright stars went out one by one, leaving only one shining, as if waiting for him, calling him. Chu Ge could touch the brilliant galaxy with just his hand. The moment he touched it, the brilliant Milky Way collapsed and turned into stars in the sky, like drops of water floating in front of him. Every drop of water was filled with the rhythm of Tao and shone brightly. Chu Ge gently tapped the bright drop of water in front, and it instantly shattered into streams of light that were absorbed into his mind. Chu Ge felt as if he was hit on the head with a brick, and he just stood there in a daze. This law is actually the avenue of time and space. Time is king and space is supreme. Time and space merge into one avenue, which is so terrifying. I own the void ring, the Dongwang bell that suppresses the ages, and the Kunlun mirror that cuts through time and space. It turns out that time and space are destined to be with me. Thinking about it this way, Chu Ge felt that the avenue of time and space was most suitable for him. Chu Ge slowly opened his eyes and found that he was not in the time cycle tower, but in the room. It seemed that he was so excited that he even forgot to enter the time cycle tower to practice. Chu Ge's eyes were full of joy. He lightly moved the space with his fingertips, and a ripple appeared instantly. This is the basic ability of the law of space. The use of the law of time and space requires extremely huge power to support it. Now he can only use some basic things. When he absorbs all the broken time and space droplets, he will truly master the laws of time and space. The Tao evolution technique is indeed extraordinary, and I really made a lot of money by signing in this time. Chu Ge now has more confidence in breaking the void and heading to the upper realm. In half a year, Chu Ge was confident that he could improve his tribulation stage to great perfection. In fact, he could become even stronger, but this world could not bear it, so he had to leave. He needs these main characters to do a lot of things for him, otherwise, he would be a little uncomfortable doing everything by himself. Whether it is the protagonist or the villain, there must be many in the upper world, but Zhao Haifeng will not give up on people like him. They have followed me for so long, and he said he would take them with him to travel through eternity, so he will definitely take them with him. Chu Ge is not the kind of person who gets bored easily. The potential of Zhao Haifeng and others has not been truly brought out yet, and even they themselves cannot guess the end of their potential. There is still half a year left, and Chu Ge's plan is that after half a year, even if Zhao Haifeng and others have not reached the great perfection of the tribulation period, he will use the Kunlun mirror to take everyone away. Chu Ge had already drawn up a list of people who needed to be taken away in his mind. Time flies, leaving no trace. Half a year has passed in a flash. According to the agreement, Chu Ge used the Kunlun mirror to break time and space and brought Zhao Haifeng and others back. Perhaps it is a different world and the speed of time flow is also different. Zhao Haifeng and the others looked more mature than before. It seemed that this experience was the right one. Their strength became restrained and not as sharp as before. You have reached the great perfection of the tribulation stage. It seems that you have experienced a lot. Chu Ge smiled when he saw the cultivation level displayed by everyone. Zhao Haifeng excitedly hugged the boss and said loudly, "Boss, I missed you so much. You don't know what the four of us have been through. We almost never saw you again several times." Chu Ge silently pushed Zhao Haifeng away, patted Zhao Haifeng on the shoulder, and praised, "You have grown a lot, and you have done a good job. But fortunately, we all made it through in the end." Zhao Haifeng chuckled and became mean again. After seeing her brother, Lin Zan's eyes were filled with tears as she expressed her concern for her brother whom she hadn't seen for a year. She couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Lin Feng was helpless and could only coax his sister again and again. Zhang Fan's parents were also brought by Chu Ge and were in the next room. Zhang Fan also went to meet his parents. "Boss, I thought that after I reached the great perfection of the tribulation stage, I would be able to walk side by side with you, but I found out that I was wrong. I can't see through you anymore." Zhang Chuchen flicked his whisk lightly and found that he could not see through his boss anymore. He couldn't help feeling a little frustrated. "Ha ha ha, you are making progress. You are also making progress as a boss." Chu Ge laughed. If he didn't make progress and was surpassed by you, he would not be ashamed to be a boss. "Brother Jun, I hope you are doing well after not seeing you for a year." Lin Yi walked up to Jun Moshao and said excitedly. Have you recovered?" Jun Moshao sensed the abnormality in the other party's blood and exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, I have recovered. Thanks to your boss and your care, Lin Yi have finally recovered my former supreme bloodline." Since Lin Yi was recovering his supreme bloodline, he did not go out for training. He has been practicing hard over the past year, and today he has finally completely recovered his supreme bloodline. As long as he recovers his supreme bloodline, it will be easy for him to recover his strength. "That's great, congratulations." Jun Moshao laughed loudly. "By the way, has the upper realm continued to send people?" Jun Moshao asked Lin Yi in a low voice after laughing. "No one has come. It's only been a year, a period of seclusion. The Lin family probably hasn't noticed anything wrong yet." Lin Yi sneered, expressing his disdain for the Lin family. After seeing that everyone had almost finished reminiscing about the past, Chu Ge asked everyone to sit down and then spoke to everyone. "Today is a day worth celebrating. I have prepared a barbecue for you. You can do it yourself and have enough food and clothing." Chu Ge raised the wine glass. Seeing this, everyone also raised the wine glasses in front of them. After everyone's eyes were on him, Chu Ge sang in a loud voice, "I have decided that in 3 days, I will break through the void and conquer the upper realm. I hope you will join me." After saying that, Chu Ge drank the glass of wine in one gulp. "When the boss goes to the upper realm, we will follow him." Everyone raised their glasses and shouted in unison, then drank all the wine in the glass in one gulp. None of the people present here are cowards. As the templates of the protagonists, they only have the determination to move forward and become stronger. It was a barbecue, and everyone was enjoying the food and wine. As they ate their fill, the conversation became more and more lively. After Chu Ge passed the grilled chicken wings to Lin Zan who was serving him, he looked up at the sky. His eyes seemed to travel through time and space and saw the bloody storm in the future of the upper realm. Chapter 392 Breaking Through the Yuanyun Realm, The Injured Boy. In fact, Chu Ge gave the last 3 days to Zhao Haifeng and others to bid farewell to this world. Anyway, since he had the Kunlun mirror, Chu Ge could come back at any time, so he took a lot of people with him. Including the Sea Clan, the Demon Clan, the Shadow Guards and the Sky Guards, the 4 major forces under Chu Ge's command. There are a lot of things that need to be moved, but it doesn't matter, Chu Ge has the Kunlun mirror and can move back and forth repeatedly. And because of his understanding of the laws of time and space, he is now more adept at using the Kunlun mirror than before. In 3 days, Zhao Haifeng and others had arrived at Chu's house. "Boss, it's time for us to set off." Zhao Haifeng couldn't wait to go to the upper realm to see what it meant to be surrounded by powerful people. Chu Ge looked at everyone. These people were the protagonists that he had trained one by one. Although most of them are free range, whoever has a team like this, once the situation changes and a dragon emerges from the front beach, he will be the one who laughs last. "Now that everyone is here, I'll start." Chu Ge took out the Kunlun mirror directly. This was also the first time that Chu Ge took out the Kunlun mirror in front of everyone, and it also satisfied everyone's curiosity. The first group of people are the protagonists under Chu Ge, of course, except for scientists like Lin Lang. Lin Lang had to wait until he had conquered a piece of land before he could uproot the beehive and move it away. And his woman will stay here for the time being. After all, this place is much safer than the upper realm. The matter of Lu Yanru must be investigated thoroughly. His woman must have a connection with the upper realm. As soon as the Kunlun mirror was used, everyone instantly entered the space channel opened by the Kunlun mirror, including Chu Ge himself. He brought Zhao Haifeng and others to travel through the space-time tunnel. The time-space tunnel is accompanied by a time-space storm. If you are not careful, you will be strangled by the time-space storm and die without a complete body. The body will be turned into powder and flow into various worlds. Everyone's faces were serious, with no trace of the laughter and joking from before. They all knew where this place was and how dangerous it was. However, under the protection of the Kunlun mirror, the danger is almost negligible. According to the world coordinates given by Jun Moshao, Chu Ge has been traveling through the time and space tunnel, and this coordinate is still very far away. About 3 hours later, Chu Ge waved out the Kunlun mirror and led everyone directly into this world. The spiritual energy is extremely abundant, and the surrounding trees are towering into the clouds. If you don't know, you might think they are towering trees. Fuck, it's so long. Sigh. Zhao Haifeng didn't know what he was thinking about, and exclaimed in amazement. What are you thinking about, kid? Lin Feng slapped Zhao Haifeng on the back of the head. Hee hee. Zhao Haifeng winked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng snorted coldly, looking at the tall tree and fell into deep thought, not knowing what he was thinking about. This is how it is here. Because of the abundant spiritual energy, everything looks breathtaking. Jun Moshao explained to everyone. Coming back into this world again, every cell in his body was trembling. That couple had washed their necks and were waiting for him. Suddenly, everyone looked at the person in front of them. It was their boss. They saw their boss hanging in the air. A gradually rising force emerged from the boss's body, like the roar of a dragon or a tiger. The clouds in the sky rolled and the power surged like a huge wave. Boss, this is a breakthrough. Jun Moshao said excitedly. Lin Yi looked at the boss in surprise. He didn't expect that the first person to make a breakthrough after arriving in this world would be the boss. Xiao Dao also has signs of a breakthrough. This world is indeed extraordinary. I am really looking forward to the strong people in this world. Zhang Chuchen sat cross-legged on the spot, placed the whisk on his legs, and started to sit down. Just as everyone was about to speak, they suddenly felt something strange in their bodies, so they all shut their mouths and prepared to break through. Except for Lin Yi, these people began to prepare for a breakthrough. Lin Yi possesses supreme bloodline, and his strength only needs to be restored, not broken through. Chu Ge now has no idea that his subordinates are also preparing to break through. Above the tribulation is the Yuanyun realm. At this moment, Chu Ge took a risk and planned to absorb the broken water droplets of the avenue of time and space again at this time. His consciousness once again came to this vast galaxy that was once filled with 3,000 avenues. Also in his body, another drop of water shattered and was absorbed by him. Chu Ge felt like his brain was about to explode, and the avenue of time and space that suddenly emerged in his mind gave him a deeper understanding of the avenue of time and space. Ah! Chu Ge roared suddenly, his veins popping out, and his head felt as if it was hit by a heavy hammer, causing unbearable pain. A ray of the Tao rhythm of the avenue of time and space was completely absorbed by him. Under the worried gazes of everyone, Chu Ge calmed down. Chu Ge, who was sweating profusely, felt a little lucky in his heart. He was indeed too greedy just now. Even a ray of the avenue of time and space was not something he could afford to be careless with now. But fortunately, I finally made it through. At the Yuanyun realm above the tribulation, Chu Ge felt that he was much stronger than before and could easily control himself. Sure enough, every time I make a breakthrough and look back at myself, I always feel that I was so weak in the past. Coming to his senses, Chu Ge discovered that all his men, except Lin Yi, were making breakthroughs. Congratulations, boss, for breaking through the tribulation stage and advancing to the Yuanyun stage. After seeing the boss coming down, Lin Yi hurriedly bowed and congratulated him. It's expected. Chu Ge waved his hand indifferently and suddenly asked, by the way, I forgot to ask you, did you kill Lin Tian? Well, he tortured me for half a year and finally he couldn't stand it and committed suicide. Lin Yi answered very calmly. Oh, okay. Chu Ge no longer paid attention to Lin Tian, and waited for everyone to break through. Now Lin Yi's cultivation has recovered to the tribulation crossing stage, and he is almost at the Yuanyun stage. Lin Yi used to be at the Shuhai Jing stage, which is above the Yuanyun stage. The time it took for everyone to break through was different. A total of 5 hours passed, and the sky gradually darkened. Everyone broke through to the Yuanyun realm one after another. At this moment, Chu Ge suddenly waved his hand, and everyone was instantly transferred to another space. The void ring has become a symbol of Chu Ge. The power of the void is far inferior to the power of time and space. Boss, someone is coming. Zhao Haifeng looked into the depths of the woods and said in a low voice. This is another space. We can see them, but they can't hear or see us, unless they are powerful and can sense us. Chu Ge nodded, then explained to everyone. You have already taken my clan's secret treasure, why don't you let me go? A young man staggered out, his lower body covered in blood, especially the middle area, with a bloody scar over his left eye. The young man was seen slumped in front of a big tree, looking at the people chasing him with despair. Let you go. Wouldn't it be better to cut the grass at its roots? A sinister voice sounded from the depths of the woods. Figures holding long knives appeared one by one and surrounded the young man. Chapter 393, Eunuch Protagonist. Destiny's daughter is gone. The leader was a middle-aged man with a ferocious and sinister look. He slowly walked up to the young man and started killing him without saying a word. Zhao Yu closed his eyes with despair in his heart. 20 years ago, it was rumored that the Zhao family had a treasure before their decline, and then they were exterminated, with only his parents escaping. At that time, his mother was pregnant with him, and his father fought his way out of the siege and finally lived in seclusion in Xinyang County not far away, where he spent 20 years in peace. Unexpectedly, it was not until the end, when a powerful enemy attacked, that his father and mother told him the truth. The family's secret treasure could not be preserved and was taken away by the enemy from his hands. But the final death was still not here. Zhao Yu opened his eyes in confusion, only to find that he was not far away, but there were people standing in front of him. Who are you? Zhao Yu was full of hesitation, staring at everyone with extremely vigilant eyes. Chu Ge pointed at the opposite side and said to him calmly, why are those people chasing you and want to wipe out the roots? He saved the young man just because he wanted to, and he was also very curious about why the other party wanted to wipe out the roots. It was not that he was meddling, but that he wanted to do so. If you can't even do what you want to do, then there's no point in practicing Taoism. You might as well go home and sell sweet potatoes. Zhao Yu looked in the direction of the fingertip and his pupils shrank. Those people were looking for him, and he was right in front of them, so why couldn't they see him? And out of nowhere, a woman in white suddenly appeared and was confronting those people. Zhao Yu, who was about to speak, was covered by Zhao Haifeng's mouth and reminded, look first before you speak. Who are you? The woman in white frowned. She knew from the looks of these people that they were not good people. Eliminating evil and defending justice is what everyone on the right path should do. Luo Yuner had come here with a feeling in her heart, but she didn't expect to meet these people. Now that she saw them, she couldn't let them leave peacefully. Fairy Luo. The leader obviously knew Luo Yuner. He bowed and said, Fairy Luo, please don't interfere in the affairs of the Demon Cloud sect. It's not that he wanted to be polite, but Fairy Luo's cultivation was higher than his. If the other party wanted to eliminate demons and defend the way of Taoism, he and others would definitely not be their opponents. People from the Demon Cloud sect must die. Luo Yuner's face turned cold instantly, and frost was gushing out of the long sword in her hand. The leader's face changed drastically and he wanted to escape. But how could Luo Yuner let the other party get away? The icy sword energy rippled out, the sword energy spread across thousands of miles, and the frost rushed straight into the 9th layer of the sky. The surrounding environment instantly condensed into frost, with white ice and snow flying for thousands of miles. These people instantly turned into ice sculptures, maintaining the posture of running away, with different expressions on their faces. The only thing in common was an expression of fear. With a crackling sound, these people were instantly shattered into countless pieces without even a drop of blood. It was truly a bloodless killing. Luo Yuner glanced around and frowned slightly with a frosty face. She was wondering why there was always a feeling lingering in her heart. In an instant, Luo Yun'er's figure disappeared, leaving behind a forest covered with frost. This girl is so terrifying. Zhao Haifeng was stunned. Don't provoke him, at least not for now. Lin Feng came to this conclusion. Zhang Chuchen silently chanted the heart-purifying mantra to dispel the distracting thoughts in his mind and sighed deeply. I just came to this world and met this girl. It seems that if we want to develop, we have to confront the Demon Cloud sect and this girl. Chu Ge was curious about the identity of this girl, and why she appeared here. Was it a coincidence? He couldn't help but look at the young man. If he didn't save her, he would most likely be saved by this girl. Then it would be a story of the heroine saving him and finally marrying him. Will this guy be the protagonist? But Chu Ge couldn't help but take a look at the other person's lower body. The blood had already dyed the other person's pants red. Judging from this position, the other person should be seriously injured. Eunuch is the protagonist. It's impossible. Chu Ge couldn't believe it. You can speak now. Chu Ge looked at the young man with a smile and reminded him. Zhao Yu nodded honestly. For the time being, he knew that he should have been rescued, and he had no value to be used, so the other party's rescue should have been a convenience. Because this is another space, this is my boss, and it was the boss who just saved you. Zhao Haifeng took over the conversation and explained to him. Just tell me what happened boldly, maybe my boss will help you. Junior Zhao Yu, thank you for your help. Zhao Yu knelt on the ground regardless of his injuries and kowtowed heavily to Chu Ge. The grace of saving his life is like the grace of rebirth to him, like a reborn parent. He absolutely does not want to die while he is still alive, and he has not yet taken revenge. I'm not a senior either. Chu Ge helped the other person up and laughed. Regardless of whether he was a senior or not, he would remember the favor, and Zhao Yu bowed in gratitude. Then he told his own story, and his expression became increasingly sad as he spoke, as if he was recalling what happened at that time. Ding dong. Select System Startup. Option 1. Both parents are dead, the secret treasure is taken away, and the genitals are damaged. This child is not the protagonist, who is? Just take it. Reward. Goldfinger forcibly deprives you of an opportunity once. Option 2. Meet the protagonist again, meet the protagonist again, the protagonist is the source of trouble, kill the protagonist and don't cause trouble. Reward. Eunuch Secret Book. Chu Ge was pleasantly surprised that he actually was the protagonist. Especially since the system finally came alive, and the golden finger forcibly deprived the opportunity once, this is a good thing. As for the Eunuch Secret Book, it doesn't matter if you don't want it. It's really not worth it to let him kill the protagonist with just the Eunuch Secret Book. After directly choosing one, Chu Ge looked at Zhao Yu with great sympathy. This kid's experience was almost the same as Ji Yu Bai's, but not as miserable as Ji Yu Bai's. Ji Yu Bai, who was among the crowd, looked at Zhao Yu with empathy. He was the only one among the people present who could understand the pain in Zhao Yu's heart. Although Zhao Haifeng had this experience, the feelings were different. As long as he lived well, that was enough. I didn't expect that you would encounter such a thing. Be more positive. My entire family was wiped out by someone back then. Zhao Haifeng patted Zhao Yu's shoulder and glanced at the silent Xiao Chen. Zhao Yu looked at Zhao Haifeng with extremely complicated eyes. He was a little skeptical whether what the other party said was true, because he did not see the slightest sadness in the other party. Ji Yu Bai couldn't help but walk forward and said to Zhao Yu. Don't be sad. You have experienced the same thing as me. My family died in the hands of the murderer to protect me. Zhao Yu saw that what the other party said seemed to be true, and asked quickly, what happened next? Did you get revenge? He needed a case to give himself the confidence to take revenge. Chapter 394 I would rather be a eunuch than choose power. Seeing that Zhao Yu didn't ask him, even though he was from the same family, Zhao Haifeng couldn't help but snorted coldly and walked aside. What's wrong? Who told you not to feel sad at all? I thought you were making it up. Lin Feng chuckled and laughed at her. I'm still sad. At that time, my bastard father actually believed an outsider instead of me, and wanted to pass the position of the head of the Zhao family to my sister. He was such a fool and incompetent man, he didn't deserve my tears. Zhao Haifeng said disdainfully. He was considered filial. In the end, he got a good coffin and a good grave for everyone in the Zhao family. Everyone smiled in silence. This guy Zhao Haifeng was really a straightforward person. Ji Bai looked directly at Zhao Yu, as if trying to induce him. His words were full of emotion and his voice was extremely low. Revenge. It was the help of the boss that gave me the power for revenge. If it weren't for the boss, I would have been hunted down to death. Just like you, I was saved by the boss. Come to think of it, we do have the same fate. Ji Bai looked at Zhao Yu, a hint of closeness flashing in his eyes. Under such circumstances, Zhao Yu let go of most of his vigilance and looked at Ji Bai, feeling an urge to confide his pain to him. In the end, Zhao Yu held back. After all, pulling on other people's scars felt like repaying kindness with enmity. After the two finished talking, Chu Ge became curious about the family's secret treasure that the other party mentioned. What exactly is your family's secret treasure? Why have they been looking for it for decades? Zhao Yu shook his head repeatedly. Senior, to be honest, I don't know what the secret treasure is. I only know that it exists in a jade slip. I was busy escaping and it was snatched away before I even had time to see it. At this point, Zhao Yu's face was filled with shame. The thing his parents entrusted to him before they died actually fell into the hands of the enemy. Chu Ge shook his head with some regret, and then continued to ask, "What a pity, where are you going next?" Zhao Yu was stunned when he heard this, and then shook his head again. He was alone now, and he had never left his hometown in decades. For a moment, he really didn't know where to go. In my opinion, this secret treasure may be with you, but you just don't know it. At this time, everyone suddenly looked at Zhun Moshao who was speaking. Chu Ge almost forgot that Zhun Moshao was the abandoned emperor of this world. He looked at Zhao Yu's body but still couldn't figure it out. What? The secret treasure is on me? Zhao Yu was the most shocked person. Yes, that's right. Zhun Moshao raised the corner of his mouth slightly. In fact, your Zhao family and I have a deep connection. Chu Ge's eyes flashed with surprise when he heard it, and he stared at Zhun Moshao. He didn't expect that Zhun Moshao was related to Zhao Yu's family. Yuan, senior, please tell me. Zhao Yu looked at him expectantly, his voice trembling with excitement. If the secret treasure is with me, then I will be able to become stronger through secret methods, and then drink the blood of my enemies and avenge my parents. Stand still. In fact, this secret treasure was discovered by Zhao Wenkai and I together. In the end, I gave it to Zhao Wenkai. I just didn't expect that the old friend is gone, but the secret treasure is still there. Zhun Moshao looked at Zhao Yu with complicated eyes. No wonder the face looked familiar. It turned out that he was the descendant of an old friend. However, the method of practicing this secret treasure is somewhat special. Zhun Moshao narrowed his eyes, noticed the blood between the other person's legs, and sighed deeply. Is this God's will? Just now, Zhun Moshao saw a trace of aura revealed by Zhao Yu when he was excited, and sensed the existence of something in the other party's body. I have removed the restrictions for you, you can experience it yourself. Zhun Moshao did not explain too much, and with his hands, he sent magic seals into the opponent's body. A yin-yang bead filled with masculine power and tender light slowly emerged from Zhao Yu's body. This bead is the one I accidentally swallowed that year. When Zhao Yu saw this familiar bead, his eyes fell into memories. It seemed that he had accidentally swallowed this bead that year. When he told his parents about this, they were not too worried, but happily said it was the blessing of the ancestors. After seeing the bead, this memory emerged from the sealed memory, and Zhao Yu's eyes were full of complicated expressions. I didn't expect that I had known about my family's secret treasure all along and had been playing with it close to me. I'll take a drop of your source blood. Zhun Moshao placed 2 fingers on Zhao Yu's eyebrows and forced out Zhao Yu's source blood. Zhao Yu instantly became extremely weak and pale, like a person with kidney deficiency. Take it. Chu Ge directly threw a pill to Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu took it without any doubt, and his complexion improved. After Zhao Yu's source blood merged into the yin-yang pearl, the yin-yang pearl immediately emitted dazzling yin-yang power, instantly shining on Zhao Yu. The yin-yang pearl turned into a ray of light and disappeared into Zhao Yu's body. Zhao Yu sat cross-legged with the yin-yang pearl in his mind, giving him a lot of information waiting for him to absorb. This child is such a miserable person. Zhun Moshao felt a little uncomfortable when he saw his old friend end up in such a situation. What's wrong? What kind of secret treasure is this? From your tone, it seems that you don't want the other party to use this secret treasure. Seeing Zhun Moshao acting like this, Chu Ge couldn't help but say, And with your personality, will you get the treasure and give it to someone else in the end? He knew what kind of personality Zhun Moshao had. Everyone knew Zhao Haifeng to some extent. After all, they were all the same kind of people. If they had such a treasure, how could they give it to others? Especially Zhao Haifeng looked at Zhun Moshao with confusion. Are you such a person? I don't believe it. It must be because of some reason that you can't use it. Zhun Moshao, who was reminded of the key point by Zhao Haifeng, shook his head awkwardly, and then explained, actually, this secret treasure can only be used by eunuchs. I went through life and death ordeals to get this thing back then, but unfortunately what I got in the end was a useless thing. I got angry immediately and gave it directly to Zhao Wenkai. Zhao Wenkai and I have been through adventures together, so we can be regarded as friends of life and death. And according to my observation, Zhao Yu's lower body was seriously injured and he is probably disabled. So the yin-yang pearl was given to Zhao Wenkai, and finally fell into Zhao Yu's body. Isn't it God's will? However, if Zhao Yu gives up practicing this technique, there are still ways to repair his limbs, but once he practices, there is no regret medicine and he can't turn back. It depends on his personal choice. Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhao Yu. At this time, Zhao Yu closed his eyes and meditated with a frown. He seemed to be struggling and seemed to find it difficult to accept. In the end, he actually relaxed his brows with relief. Obviously, he knew his own condition and wanted to gain strength, so he forced himself to accept it even if he didn't want to. After all, he has no feeling down there. Even if he has a chance to recover in the future, he is a weakling now. If he doesn't become stronger and make a choice now, how can he talk about the future? So what if you have no roots? Only with strength can you take revenge. Strength is everything and it is what determines your destiny. Zhao Yu started practicing very decisively. His hands changed, and the inherited kung fu in the yin-yang bead began to circulate throughout his body, and spiritual energy poured into Zhao Yu's body from all directions. The power of yin and yang was transforming his body. His face became extremely feminine under the gaze of everyone, and then became masculine in the blink of an eye. The changes of yin and yang are unpredictable. With the combination of masculine energy and feminine energy, Zhao Yu's power is rising rapidly. A hint of admiration flashed across Chu Ge's eyes. This Zhao Yu was decisive. You know, those who practice Taoism can restore broken limbs, but once he starts practicing, he will never be able to recover. Chapter 395. A man of temperament, Zhao Haifeng. Since he was going to use him for his own benefit, Chu Ge was still prepared to follow up further on Zhao Yu's current situation. For example, Zhao Yu's current enemy is the Mo Yun sect, and he has no idea about the Mo Yun sect's true strength at present. Zhao Yu probably had no idea, but the speed at which Zhao Yu's strength was growing really surprised Chu Ge. Unexpectedly, Zhao Yu was able to advance directly from the tribulation stage to the Yuanyun stage in such a short period of time. This kind of talent, or this technique, is highly compatible with Zhao Yu. According to what Zhun Moshao said, there are countless people below the tribulation crossing stage in this world, and there are also people in the tribulation crossing stage everywhere, so the tribulation crossing stage is not worth mentioning at all. Of course, the cultivation in this world also progresses step by step, starting from the chi refining stage. However, there are too many strong people in this world, so those who are below the tribulation are just small minions. However, this is also a question of how broad your vision is. In the eyes of those strong men, tribulation is indeed an ant-like figure, but in the eyes of these cultivators in the chi refining stage, he is a big shot. Those who fail to pass the tribulation are commonly known as scattered immortals. After they cultivate to the 9th level, they will have the opportunity to pass the tribulation again, but this is also the only chance. The loser will die. Needless to say, the successful people. This kid is very talented and has the potential to become the Supreme Emperor. When Zhun Moshao saw Zhao Yu waking up, a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. Senior, I have never thought about becoming the Supreme Emperor. I just want revenge. After Zhao Yu woke up, he bowed deeply to Zhun Moshao, thanking him for his help just now. Otherwise, he might never know that the secret treasure was in his body. If you want to thank someone, thank my boss. If you want revenge, you still have a long way to go. Zhun Moshao smiled indifferently, and then advised him not to be impulsive. The strength of the Demon Cloud sect was definitely not weak, which could be seen from that woman. If the demon cloud sect was so weak, the woman would not just be disgusted with it, but would have destroyed the demon cloud sect long ago. He had never heard of the demon cloud sect before. Either the sect was too weak, or it was a newly emerged one. Thank you very much, senior. Zhao Yu was grateful and bowed to his benefactor again and again. Chu Ge's smile widened a little, and he said, I don't know what your plans are now, why don't you come with me? To be honest, we have just arrived in this world, and we are more or less inconvenient. We need a guide. How could Zhao Yu refuse? If he could help his benefactor, he would naturally not refuse. He immediately cupped his hands and said, if your benefactor needs it, I naturally dare not refuse. Although his current strength has reached the Yuanyun realm, which is equivalent to his benefactor's strength, the gratitude in his heart remains unchanged, and his seniority remains unchanged. Not only did he reach the Yuanyun realm with the help of the seniors present, but also although the strength of several seniors was comparable to his, their methods were not something that people of this strength could possess. For example, the means he used to save himself from the other party, and the space he is in now, these means are not for ordinary people. With Zhao Yu's joining, Chu Ge and others followed the route given by Zhao Yu and arrived directly at Shenyang County. With Zhao Yu's introduction, Chu Ge learned about the division of power in Shenyang County. A spiritual mine was recently discovered in Shenyang County, so the four major immortal cultivation families in Shenyang County united together to expel those independent cultivators. Among the four major families, the Gouda family and the Chu family were backed by the Moyan sect, while the other two families, the Li family and the Yun family, joined the Ningyu sect. Shenyang County is located in the east of Chongla Prefecture. Chongla Prefecture has four major counties, namely Shenyang County, Zile County, Baolong County, and Fuxian County. As for other places, they are too big. Zhao Yu has stayed obediently at his parents' side all his life and has never left Shenyang County. Zhao Yu's parents often told him that the world was too dangerous and that only those who were honest and decent could live a long life. But Zhao Yu now feels that his parents were wrong. Only power can make those dishonest people behave themselves. Only power can change their destiny and help them live longer. Shenyang County was very prosperous. When Chu Ge and his party entered Shenyang County, they did not feel like they were out of place at all. Because before coming to this world, I had already changed into ancient clothes. The clothes were luxurious, comfortable and fit well. These were clothes prepared in the underworld. They also had long hair, so Zhao Yu wasn't surprised when he saw them first. There were shouts of buying and selling on the street, and the passing Yihangyuan was waving handkerchiefs on the second floor to attract customers. Zhao Haifeng and others were eager to try. After all, they had never tried this place before. This is not an elegant place. Zhao Yu couldn't help but remind them when he saw that their eyes were frequently looking towards Yihangyuan. Although there are no gynecological diseases here, they immediately lost interest in seeing her red lips tasted by thousands of people. Zhao Haifeng suggested, Brother Zhao, is there any elegant place for fireworks in Shenyang County? It's the expensive Yihangyuan, the kind that sells art instead of body is better. Seeing that Zhao Yu was a little confused, Lin Feng couldn't help but explain. Zhao Yu suddenly realized, and looked at Zhao Haifeng with a look that seemed a little strange. This senior was so lustful. Senior has a good temper. Zhao Yu said with a smile. Actually, if you want to say that he is lustful, you can just say it directly, it's okay. Lin Feng reminded. Zhao Yu smiled and did not answer. After all, it was just a joke between seniors. How could he really say that? It's not easy to meet my family, so please don't say bad things about me. Zhao Haifeng looked at Lin Feng with some dissatisfaction. Chu Ge turned around and said to everyone, let's find an inn to stay in first, and then discuss other things. Everyone agreed. The local customs and culture here start from the inn. I wonder if the inn has any small cards. So the people who were looking for an inn kept talking dirty, and their mouths were split with laughter, which was very obscene. A bunch of disgusting men who were only interested in finding women, can't they imagine punishing the evil and promoting good? Xu Muyu was the only woman present, and she really couldn't stand a group of people surrounding her and saying dirty words. Everyone, be careful. After all, we have women here and we must respect them. Chu Ge coughed and reminded. I was so excited chatting just now that I almost forgot that there was another person named Xu Muyu among their group of men. After Zhao Yu saw that everyone stopped talking, the excitement in his heart finally calmed down a little, and there was a look of unsatisfied expression on his face. I didn't expect women to be so nice. I don't know what the 18 touches that Senior Zhao and the others talked about are. There is no follow-up, which is really uncomfortable. Qingye Pavilion is the best inn and hotel in Shenyang County. When the waiter standing outside saw Chu Ge and others coming, he immediately greeted them with a smile and nodded. It's obvious that you are not from here. You have come to the right place. Our shop is the best in Shenyang County. Chapter 396, The Snipe and the Clam Fight, and the Fisherman Benefits. Chu Ge and the others were warmly welcomed in by the waiter, and the shopkeeper inside also hurried over. It was obvious at first glance that these people were not ordinary people. There are also ordinary people in this world. It is common sense that ordinary people cannot cultivate immortality without spiritual roots. Even in the lower realm it is the same, except that there are no tools to test spiritual roots. In the lower realm, as long as you are unable to absorb spiritual energy, you will be judged as having no spiritual roots. In fact, the detection methods are similar. They asked for a superior private room, which was elegant and ancient, with a faint scent of sandalwood. The room was large, with 2 dining tables, which could accommodate so many people to dine together. After Chu Ge sat down, the waiter immediately knew who was in charge and quickly served him tea and water, being extremely enthusiastic. Chu Ge took a sip of the hot tea and savored the flavor. It had a sweet aftertaste without any bitterness at all. It was quite peculiar. The aroma of tea wafted into his nose. Waiter, I want to know the latest situation of the new spiritual mine in Shenyang County. Chu Ge directly took out a spiritual stone and placed it on the table. The waiter's eyes lit up when he saw the spiritual stone. Sir, I know some inside information. You have asked the right person. The waiter did not dare to pick up the spirit stone immediately, but he stared at it with greed in his eyes and his heart was about to jump out of his throat. In this world, spirit stones are the only currency, but ordinary people use broken spirit stones. Once a spirit stone is broken into pieces, it can be used like small change. A whole spirit stone is equivalent to 20 years' wages for a shop assistant. If it is a top-grade spirit stone, he will never be able to earn a single top-grade spirit stone in his entire life. Now the newly discovered spiritual mine is strictly guarded by the 4 major families. No independent cultivator can go there. Once they go there, they will never come back. The waiter looked hesitant and looked around. Seeing that there was no one outside, he whispered the whole story. Everyone sat down one after another and listened quietly to the waiter's narration. According to the waiter's subsequent narration, the recent situation in Shenyang County was very dangerous. Although the waiter might be exaggerating a bit, the emergence of a new spiritual mine means a new distribution of benefits. Both the Ningyu sect and the Moyan sect need spirit stones for support. After all, spirit stones are omnipotent. With spirit stones, you can buy immortal cultivation techniques and use them for cultivation. They are widely used and can be used everywhere. Once a brand new spirit stone mine falls into the hands of one of the 2 sects, the strength of this sect will not be apparent in the short term, but in the long term, it is obvious that the foundation of this sect will increase a lot. One is strong and the other is weak. Once their strength becomes visible to the naked eye, the weaker one will be swallowed up by the stronger one. This is the cruelty of the world of immortal cultivation. Fighting against the heavens, competing against people, this is the way to cultivate immortality. Ask your shopkeeper to bring 2 tables of delicious food, and leave a room big enough for us to live in. Dear guests, please wait a moment. Good wine and delicious food will be here soon. This room is definitely the best room. After hearing this, Chu Ge directly took out 5 spirit stones. The waiter quickly put his own spirit stone into his arms, took the 5 spirit stones, and left respectfully. These distinguished guests are really generous, just giving 5 spirit stones casually. Chu Ge didn't care about such small details as spirit stones. Only Zhao Yu felt a little painful, while the others didn't care at all. Things like spirit stones already existed in the world before them. They have a lot of even the best quality spirit stones and they cannot use them all up. Although Blue Star is not as big as this world, it has abundant resources, and most of the resources on Blue Star belong to them and are inexhaustible. Boss, how about we make a fortune? Shenyang County is our starting point. Zhao Haifeng suggested excitedly. After killing the 4 major families, we will occupy Shenyang County, recruit soldiers, destroy Ningyu sect, slaughter Moyan sect, and use Shenyang County as our foundation to gradually expand. Jun Moshao couldn't help but interrupt, what you said is too idealistic. How do you know that Ningyu sect and Moyin sect have no background? You must know that in this world, the law of the jungle is already the norm. There must be many sects stronger than Moyin sect and Ningyu sect. Naturally, the two sects also need to find strong sects to rely on. No one spoke, but listened to Jun Moshao in silence. Then tell me, what should we do? Zhao Haifeng was not angry. He sat down with a sigh. Zhao Yu was shocked when he heard this. These seniors had ambitious goals. He wondered where their confidence came from. I will obey the boss's orders in everything. If the boss tells me to fight, I will fight. Jun Moshao bowed to the boss and said no more. Chu Ge tapped the table with his fingertips, his eyes deep in thought. A topographic map of Shenyang County formed in his mind, showing the distribution of the 4 major families and the location of the Spirit Stone mine. If you want to break the situation, you can't do it openly, otherwise you will become the first to stick your head out and will be expelled by the 4 major families. If you are unlucky, you will also attract the hostility of the Moyin sect and the Ningyu sect. The strength on his side is too weak now. If it were strong enough, Chu Ge would have crushed us directly. However, there are ways to deal with the weak. Since you can't attack with force, you can only use your wits. In fact, it is very simple to break this situation and eventually occupy the entire Shenyang County. You just need to do as I say. Yi Feng, Xiao Chen. Chu Ge shouted. I'm here. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen immediately stood up and bowed in response. You two go to the Yun family and the Guda family and guide the children of the 2 families to fight with each other. The bigger the fight, the better. The 2 families are in different camps, so there must be constant friction. Quote. The other 2 families don't need to do much. As long as the relationship between the 2 families is tense, the other 2 families will naturally be dragged into it. Everyone nodded secretly when they heard the boss's plan. It was worthy of the boss to come up with such a strategy. Senior Chu, what happens next? Zhao Yu asked curiously. From now on, just follow them and call me boss. Chu Ge narrowed his eyes and looked at him. Zhao Yu was stunned when he heard this, and then he knew what Senior Chu meant. He looked very excited and immediately stood up and shouted, Boss. Okay, sit down. Chu Ge smiled with satisfaction, and explained, then when the 4 major families were on the verge of a fight, our opportunity came. As for what the opportunity was, Chu Ge did not say. After all, no matter how good a plan is, the details need to be modified while it is being implemented. Although Zhao Yu didn't understand what the opportunity was, he had a feeling it was unfathomable. Understood. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen sat back in their seats and decided to leave after eating. After all, no matter how busy they were, they had to eat first. The waiter led a group of people serving dishes and respectfully placed the dishes on the table. He also prepared several jars of good wine. Enjoy your meal, sirs. If you need anything, just let me know and I'll be right there. The waiter was also a smart guy. After he finished speaking, he immediately went out and closed the door. The food in the other world was quite unique in flavor. With fine wine and delicious food, Chu Ge had a good meal. After eating and drinking, Chu Ge gave some advice to Yi Feng and Xiao Chen before they left. Be careful and don't get discovered. Protect yourself first. Don't worry, boss. After Yi Feng and Xiao Chen made confident assurances, they turned into red mist and left through the window. Chapter 397, Die Together, the mastermind behind the scenes. There was only hatred between the Guda family and the Yun family. Whenever the children of the 2 families met, they would quarrel or even fight. However, both sides were very measured in their actions and generally would not kill anyone. Of course, injuries were inevitable. After all, you may not see him if you look down, but you will see him if you look up. If you forgive him today, he may forgive his own people tomorrow. This has become the unspoken rule among the 4 major families. Both sides abide by it tacitly and have lived in peace for 100 years. Until one day, the original balance was directly broken. The emergence of a huge spiritual mind caused the original balance to be completely unbalanced. No one can miss this opportunity. After the Guda family, the Chu family, the Li family, and the Yun family tacitly expelled the wandering cultivators, many fights broke out between the 2 families in private under the urging of the Ningyu sect and the Moyin sect behind the scenes. The Ningyu sect and the Moyin sect had a tacit understanding that they would not personally take part in the battle. If they did, there would inevitably be heavy casualties over a spiritual mine, which was something they did not want to see. Simply put, it's not worth it, and what you gain is not proportional to what you lose. It's like exchanging the resources used to train more experts for the experts you have trained. If you think about it, you will know that it is not cost-effective. The masters trained are not equal to the resources to train masters, and having resources does not necessarily mean one can become a master. The 4 clans of Xinyang County are the chess pieces of Ningyu sect and Moyan sect. Whoever wins will kill among the chess pieces. Inside the chessboard, there is killing and fighting. Outside the chessboard, everyone is a chess player. At the auction in Xinyang County, Ji Dian and Yun Fei Hong quarreled over an auction item, and in the end Yun Fei Hong forced the item to be bought by raising the price. It's not that Ji Dian has no money, but he feels that the auction item is not worth the money. But the more Ji Dian thought about Yun Fei Hong's behavior, the angrier he became. Guda Yun is the only son of Guda Jin, the current head of the Guda family. He is also the young patriarch of the Guda family. He has the strength of the second level of Yuanyun and has extremely high aptitude. Yun Fei Hong is the eldest son of the Yun family. He has good aptitude and is at the second level of Yuanyun. Because of his younger brothers, he has been practicing. After leaving the auction, Ji Dian and Yun Fei Hong felt more resentful, and the more they thought about it, the angrier they became. Ji Dian was angry because of Yun Fei Hong's provocation. The more he thought about it along the way, the angrier he became, and his rage became even worse. Yun Fei Hong was thinking the same thing as Guda Yun at this moment. He was so angry that his eyes turned red. If someone didn't know, they would think that Guda Yun had slept with his wife. What do you think will happen if I kill Guda Yun? Yun Fei Hong suddenly asked the family general beside him. The family general Ji Tian said respectfully, if the eldest master wants to kill Guda Yun, he must discuss it with the clan leader. Once Guda Yun is killed, the head of the Guda family will lose his only son and will definitely take revenge desperately. Humph, what about revenge? There's no need to talk about this matter. Once I kill Guda Yun, my father will reward me. Yun Fei Hong grinned sinisterly. On the other side, Ji Dian also had the same plan, and their goals were surprisingly the same. Once resentment is triggered, it will cause people to completely lose their reason and go down the path of madness. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen are each responsible for one person, and only a very small number of strong people in the world know a little about the resentment. After all, the body of a resentful spirit is born and nurtured by nature, and there is only a small chance of it being born when the time, place and people are right. The favorable time and place can explain the harmony between man and nature because Yi Feng and Xiao Chen are both protagonists. Only when the protagonist is buried in the favorable time and place after death can an immortal resentful spirit be born. How could the protagonist die so easily? If the anomaly Chu Ge had not appeared, the protagonist would be immortal. Resentment can be used in various ways in the hands of Yi Feng and Xiao Chen. Resentment can be added with a little of one's own thoughts to guide the people who are filled with resentment. Resentment cannot hurt people, but it can affect people. It is like the so-called calamity energy in the ancient times. Once the calamity energy comes out, all living beings within the calamity will be blinded by it, and will become furious and murderous. So Guda Yun and Yun Fei Hong, each with their own ulterior motives, got together again. After eating and drinking, they met in the Wild Creek forest after dusk. This place is sparsely populated, and each of them brought a family general with them, but they also secretly arranged a lot of people to ambush here. They both want the other to die. Brother Yun, is it okay for this place to be your burial place? Yun Fei Hong suddenly smiled sinisterly with a dagger hidden in his smile. Ji Dian's eyes suddenly filled with murderous intent, and he shouted coldly, do it. Kill. Figures suddenly rushed out from both sides and started killing. Boom. Guda Yun and Yun Fei Hong instantly faced each other with their palms, each pouring out their magical powers, their eyes filled with murderous intent towards each other. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen both showed a hint of sneer on their faces. Kill them all, they will have to clean up the mess in the end. What? My son is dead? Ji Dujin stood up in astonishment and shouted in disbelief. Nonsense, my son is at the second level of Yuanyun, how could he die suddenly? Master, it was the young patriarch who wanted to give you a surprise and ambushed Yun Fei Hong of the Yun family. Unexpectedly, the other party was also ambushed here, and the young patriarch and the other party died together. The face of the family general was extremely sad. After he finished speaking, he slapped his forehead with one hand and died on the spot. There is no other way. If I don't die, my family will definitely be implicated. It is better to die directly. Maybe my family can get compensation. Someone, come and call a family meeting. After seeing the death of this family general, Ji Dujin snorted coldly and shouted loudly to the outside of the door. The same was true for the Yun family. When the head of the Yun family learned the news of the death of his beloved eldest son, he was furious on the spot. If the elders on the spot had not stopped him, the head of the Yun family would probably have gone to the Gouda family in person. The news that the only son of the Gouda family and the eldest son of the Yun family died together spread throughout Shenyang County immediately. The Chu family and the Li family seemed to smell a storm coming and directly banned their members from going out. In just 3 days, battles broke out between the Gouda family and the Yun family, and the onlookers in Shenyang County retreated one after another to avoid suffering unnecessary disasters. In the next few days, the Chu family and the Li family had no choice but to fight. The battle became more intense and tense. However, the 4 great families still retained a trace of rationality during the fight, and their main combat power is still there, which will not affect the foundation of the family. However, this is not the result Chu Ge wants, but it takes time to endure. After all, the strength of the 4 major families is still very strong. In the inn, Zhao Haifeng raised his glass and first congratulated the boss on the success of the plan, then said to Xiao Chen and Yi Feng, "The plan is half successful, and we still need Brother Xiao and Brother Yi to continue their efforts." Well done. Chu Ge raised his glass and praised the 2 heroes. The rest of the people raised their glasses silently. For some things, only Yi Feng and Xiao Chen could handle them conveniently, and they were powerless even if they wanted to. As the boss has ordered, my 2 brothers will naturally do our best. It won't be too late for us to have a drink after we're done. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen showed up in front of everyone. Usually they were doing the dirty and tiring work of surveillance, not like now when they are stirring up such a big change. They were very happy and intoxicated. Chapter 398. A group of gifted young people. But the strength of the 4 major families is still quite strong, otherwise we wouldn't be so timid. Jun Moshao sighed deeply, feeling a little aggrieved. Even in the underworld, except for the time when he felt aggrieved in front of his boss, he always fought openly in front of other people. It's nothing like now, hiding behind the scenes and planning, feeling depressed, extremely depressed. Back when he was Emperor Qi Tian, he fought all the way and became invincible. It was a pity that he died at the hands of a woman in the end. It's better not to mention it. Chu Ge deeply agreed with this. If he were in the lower world, he would not have to do this. Unfortunately, he was not as strong as others and could only act this way. Lin Yi sat next to Jun Moshao and seemed to feel the frustration in Jun Moshao's heart. His desire to become stronger became stronger. Not only does he have to avenge his parents, but he also has to become stronger to serve his brothers and his boss. Chu Ge also knew that this kind of thing could not be rushed. After all, the strength of the 4 major families was far above his, not to mention the level of the Mo Yun sect and the Ningyu sect. Now it's like killing monsters to level up. You have to use some game rules to kill small monsters to level up, and then fight the boss when you become strong. Later, it will be a matter of going back to fight small monsters with ease. It is currently known that the most powerful immortal cultivator in the world is the Great Emperor, which was the strength of Emperor Qi Tian at that time. They still have a long way to go. The patriarchs of the 4 major families are all powerful men in the 9th level of the Kaiguang period. With their current strength of the 1st level of the Yuanyun period, it is of no help at all. If an ant wants to shake an elephant, it has to do it step by step. What Chu Ge needs is time. It's not that he can't enter the time cycle tower to continue practicing for tens of millions of years, but no matter how much he practices, the insights he gains from fighting will not be as strong. Moreover, even if he possessed the Dongwang Bell, which could kill a 9th level expert, would the Ningyu sect and the Moyun sect allow someone like him to exist? It must be about killing people and stealing treasures. The leaders of Ningyu sect and Moyun sect are both powerful warriors at the 9th level of Shuijing. If you are the first to stand out, you will suffer. Levels of immortal cultivation, qi training, building foundation, forming elixir, nascent soul, out-of-body experience, separation of spirit, fusion, Mahayana, overcoming tribulation, Yuanyun, consecration, Dongshu, Shui, Taishu, Guishu, Linghai, Huoling, Yuanyuan, Supreme, Great Emperor. Chu Ge turned the wine glass, looked at the people present, and spoke slowly. We have to continue to lie dormant. Everyone must remember that we only have one chance to attack, and that attack will be a thundering blow. We must shock the world and prevent Ningyu sect and Moyan sect from attacking in a short period of time. Lin Feng took over the conversation, so if you want Ningyu sect and Moyan sect not to attack, then only Yi Feng and Xiao Chen can do it. The body of the resentful spirit is extremely difficult to detect even for the strong. Even if they feel the existence of resentment, it is a common thing and they will not think about the body of the resentful spirit at all. Okay. Sooner or later, the Ningyu sect and the Moyan sect will become pawns in our hands. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen patted their chests and agreed. Chu Ge laughed and did not refute what the two said. In his heart, even though his strength was not strong, he looked down on the Ningyu sect and the Moyan sect. It is only a matter of time before the two sects are destroyed. With his own cultivation speed, if he is given another year, it should be faster than practicing in the time cycle tower for thousands of years. Perhaps this is the drawback of the time cycle tower. After all, magic weapons and the real world are always different. Everyone, drink, conserve your energy, and strive to take over Shenyang County as soon as possible. Chu Ge smiled slightly, raised his glass and said to everyone. Perhaps in other novels where the villain protagonist is surrounded by either beautiful women or sexy women, but for him, beautiful women are far less useful than a group of brothers. But there is no shortage of pretty women and beautiful women either. I just don't know what the villains in novels are thinking. Don't they want men? The women are provided for, and you do all the dirty work yourself. Anyway, Chu Ge himself felt that it saved him a lot of trouble to have these protagonists working under him, and he has been using them until now and they are very handy. All the heroes in the world are in my hands. There is no place in the world that I cannot take and no place that I cannot go. Amid the laughter of Zhao Haifeng and others, the atmosphere suddenly became lively and lively, with the aroma of wine and the delicious food being served. Zhao Yu, the new member, was stunned. He felt that he was a little impulsive to join his benefactor's team. Why was there no one who thought it was abnormal when he was so arrogant? Is he the only normal person? Do you think it's abnormal? Lin Yi had just joined this group not long ago. He noticed Zhao Yu's strange expression and couldn't help but whispered. Seeing that Zhao Yu was a little at a loss, Lin Yi explained, in fact, these people are only in their 20s, and they all came from the lower realm, and the spiritual energy has only been revived for a year or two. Imagine that from a warrior stepping into the realm of immortality, without any inheritance, they have achieved such an achievement just by the revival of spiritual energy. If it were someone else, they would have been domineering in the lower realm long ago. But none of these people are domineering in the lower realm. Of course, all this is inseparable from the boss managing them. If there was no boss managing them, these people would have dispersed long ago. Zhao Yu was full of admiration after listening, and then he was very puzzled by Lin Yi's last sentence, so he asked why. It was very troublesome for Lin Yi to explain, and in the end, there was only one sentence that Zhao Yu could understand, which was that the boss conquered these geniuses one by one because the boss was strong and had an even stronger personal charm. Zhao Yu understood. To put it simply, the boss was very capable, and these people were talented people who followed the boss. In a world where spiritual energy has only been revived for a year or so without any inheritance, so many gifted people have appeared and were all subdued by the boss. Could they be the sons of heaven? The more Zhao Yu thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. The way he looked at his boss became even more different, with a hint of admiration in his eyes. After Zhao Yu joined the group, Lin Yi smiled with satisfaction. People cannot be allowed to stay away from the group. Only by integrating into the group can one truly join the group. The boss has been very kind to me and I only gave Zhao Yu a few words of advice, which cannot be considered a credit. Chu Ge gave an order and Yi Feng and Xiao Chen ran like crazy. I thought it was a good idea when I agreed, but after dinner I felt something was not right. Why should I work so hard outside while Zhao Haifeng and his people just wander around eating, drinking and having fun every day? With the secret instigation of Yi Feng and Xiao Chen, the four major families fought in an increasingly extreme manner, with heavy casualties and even the death of direct descendants of the family. Ningyu sect and Moyan sect would not care about such things. Although some people noticed something was wrong, they were unable to find it out in the end. The Ningyu sect and the Moyan sect do not feel sorry for their chess pieces. They only care about which chess piece wins and whoever wins will get the Spirit Stone Mine. Chapter 399, the firewood was cut off, and the house was stolen. Ningyu Sect. Sect Master Ning Nan is a powerful warrior at the 9th level of the Shui realm. He has been in charge of the Ningyu Sect for more than 100 years. The Ningyu Sect is thriving, and his concerns are growing day by day. With one sect in hand, Ning Nan was under a lot of pressure, especially since his arch-rival, the Moyan Sect, had shown no signs of decline in hundreds of years and had produced many geniuses. This is what worries her. Family members know their own business, and the only younger generation in Ningyu Sect who can hold the fort is her disciple Luo Yun'er. The rest of the young generation is not up to the task, and if this continues for a long time, there will be a lack of successors, which is not a long-term solution. Yun'er, why do you look so worried after you went out? After the sect's internal meeting ended, Ning Nan had already noticed that his disciple looked uneasy, and called her directly when she left. Master. Luo Yun'er took a deep breath, wiped away all the unnecessary thoughts on her face, and bowed respectfully. The relationship between the two seems to be that of master and apprentice, but in fact they are as close as mother and daughter. Luo Yun'er was an orphan picked up by Ning Nan when she was away from home in her early years. Seeing that she had good aptitude, Ning Nan accepted her as his personal disciple. He has never let her down over the years. Luo Yun'er expressed the doubts in her heart. Actually, my disciple was thinking about the things in Xinjiang County. It's very unusual that the 4 major families suddenly started fighting to the death. Quote. The patriarchs of the 4 major families are all smart people. Even if their own sons died, it would be easy for them to train a new heir with their lifespans. Why did they have to fight to the death? I think it's very abnormal. Ning Nan's eyes flashed with brilliance after hearing his disciple's doubts. He didn't expect that even his disciple could sense that something was wrong, and no one from the 4 major families stopped. There is no shortage of smart people among the 4 major families, and it is impossible for them not to see the consequences of continuing to fight like this. Ning Nan was too lazy to think about why no one stopped it, and she would not care about these little things. He is just a rat behind the scenes, only able to do some small tricks, and without any power, he will never be able to show up on the stage. Even if the 4 major families are destroyed, they will take over the 4 major families and become pawns of Ningyu Sect and Moyan Sect again. This is the confidence that comes from strength. No matter how hard you struggle, you are just a chess piece. Why bother about the life or death of a chess piece? The most important thing now is the Demon Cloud Sect. The Demon Cloud Sect seems to have obtained some secret treasure recently, but no one knows what the use of this secret treasure is. Ning Nan was very worried, because this secret treasure had been secretly pursued by the Demon Cloud Sect for decades. It was not so easy to find a secret treasure that had been pursued by the Demon Cloud Sect for decades. You don't have to think too much. Why bother about the life and death of the chess pieces? Those rats who are doing things behind the scenes can only be our chess pieces in the end even if they succeed. But I always feel uneasy. Luo Yun'er directly mentioned the group of people she had met before. I always feel that if we do nothing behind this, we will regret it. Master, please let me bring some people over. Luo Yun'er still felt that the matter was not simple, and even wanted to go there in person. After Luo Yun'er brought it up, Ning Nan directly refused and said with a serious face, the Demon Cloud Sect is getting stronger and stronger now, you can't go out anymore. It's very dangerous outside. Master only has you as a disciple. If something happens to you, what will happen to the future of Ningyu Sect? Yun'er, don't act on impulse. Do you need to do it yourself when some low-profile rats cause trouble? Focus on your cultivation. Luo Yun'er knew that if she insisted, it would only add to her troubles, so she could only nod. Ning Nan was very concerned about his disciple's current cultivation, and said in a gentle tone, if you don't understand anything in cultivation, your master can explain it to you. The master and the disciple asked each other questions and instantly forgot about the matter of Xinjiang County. Half a month passed quietly. Time is valuable and worthless to immortal cultivators. It is valuable to those whose time is approaching, but it is not important to young immortal cultivators. Chu Ge has been paying close attention to the battles among the 4 major families for some time. He will only take action when these tigers become paper tigers. Using absolute strength to wipe out the 4 major families and make it impossible for the Demon Cloud Sect and the Ningyu Sect to figure out what his true strength is, this is the situation Chu Ge wants to see. He needs a little time to gain a foothold in Xinjiang County. Now the battle among the four major families has been completely brought to the surface, and life and death seem to be unimportant to the members of the four major families. Under the instigation of Yi Feng and Xiao Chen, all members of the four major families have gone into battle. People die every day, some die outside, and some die in their beds at home. The power of the four major families has been fully exposed, and their assets have begun to be depleted. Chongla Prefecture also knew what happened in Xinyang County, one of the four counties under its jurisdiction, so it directly notified Ningyu sect and Moyan sect that they could fight but were not allowed to destroy Xinyang County. Ningyu sect and Moyan sect did not dare to offend a big force like Chongla Prefecture. Chongla Prefecture was more than just a prefecture. The power possessed by Chongla Mansion is a force that cannot be shaken by the Ningyu sect and the Moyan sect combined. The two sects could only obey obediently. In front of those powerful forces, the two sects were nothing but pawns. If you don't want to be a chess piece, you have to become strong. Only when you become so strong that everyone else has to crawl on the ground, can you become a real chess player and use the world as your chess piece. Therefore, Xinyang County has remained intact until now and has not been destroyed by the aftermath of the battle. Every time the four major families made an appointment for a battle, they would fight in a place thousands of miles away. Especially today, the four major families were so angry that they completely lost their minds. All the main forces of the four major families have arrived here, their eyes are bloodshot, as if there is only killing in their eyes, and the resentment in their hearts is growing deeper and deeper. In the four major family territories at this time, Chu Ge has already asked Zhao Haifeng, Lin Feng, Zhang Chuchen, and Zhun Moshao to lead their teams to cut off their supply of fire. Now the defense forces left in the four major families are very weak. Although the four of them are only in the Yuanyun realm, as long as there is no one above the Yuanyun realm, it is enough to cut off the source of the problem. Chu Ge, like the mastermind behind the scenes, sat quietly behind the scenes, drinking tea and humming a little tune. Chu Ge looked at Xinyang County outside the window with his eyes slightly narrowed. Soon Xinyang County would be his. Although Xinyang County is one of the four counties under the jurisdiction of Chongla Prefecture, Chongla Prefecture only needs a stable Xinyang County, no matter who is the local boss. Boom boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Chu Ge put down the teacup and looked towards the door, only to see Zhao Haifeng and his four companions walking in, followed by the rest of the people. Zhao Haifeng congratulated happily on behalf of the other three people. Boss, we have completely eliminated the people from the four major families, and did not let anyone go. Everyone understands the meaning of cutting the grass at its roots. Only a few new members have not yet recovered, but they will naturally adapt as they do more work. Okay, now it's time to deal with the four major families. Chu Ge's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness, and he stood up and said. Chapter 400 Establishing the Heavenly Court, the world's protagonists are in my hands. Finally, this day has come. Chu Ge's understanding of time and space has become more and more thorough. He has already mastered the laws of time and space that he had absorbed before. It's just that Chu Ge has never used the power of time. The more Chu Ge understands the power of time, the more mysterious he feels. The space allowed him to use it with ease. Chu Ge waved his hand lightly, and everyone disappeared into the inn room with him. The next day, Xinyang County had a new owner. A force called Heavenly Court appeared and swept away the four major families with lightning speed. In just one day, the four major families disappeared completely, and the news that their family lands were completely destroyed spread in all directions in an instant. What is heaven? It is a force built on the foundation of heaven. Chu Ge was not afraid of the inconvenience that this name would bring. Since he wanted to make a name for himself, he naturally wanted to make a resounding name. Only a resounding name can arouse people's desire and attract talents to join. Heaven also represents Chu Ge's own ambitions. At the same time, there is another meaning in Chu Ge's heart, that is, the courtyard of the child of destiny. The destiny of the world is in my hands. The Ningyu sect and the Moyan sect seemed to have anticipated this and sent people over directly. Chu Ge also learned the news. Boss, what should we do? Zhao Haifeng asked directly. Although the boss is now the master of heaven, they are still used to calling him boss. Come and see if we are qualified to be their chess pieces. Ha ha. Chu Ge smiled. If he wanted to become a chess piece, he had to have the life to do it. Don't think that you are afraid of the Moyan sect and the Ningyu sect. He just wanted to proceed step by step, but when he was pushed into a corner, he used the Dongwang Bell and Kunlun Mirror to banish the two sects directly into the time and space tunnel. The reason why a trump card is called a trump card is that it is left unused, allowing the other party to be wary of unknown forces. This is what it is called a trump card. How's the spirit stone mine? Chu Ge looked at Ji Yubai and asked. Ji Yubai is in charge of the spirit stone mines. Ji Yubai was called and stood out from the crowd on both sides and bowed to the boss. The spirit stone mine has not been mined yet, but entry to the area around the spirit stone mine is prohibited. We have just conquered this territory and used our strength to make those independent cultivators wait and see for the time being. But they will definitely not be able to resist attacking the spirit stone mine in the future. Boss, I suggest that you start recruiting people from now on. Heaven cannot have only us. After speaking, Ji Yubai returned to his position in the crowd. After they wiped out the four major families yesterday, they rushed to take over the inheritance of the four major families. The inheritance of the four major families is not only the magic stones and magic tools, but also many businessmen and independent cultivators who do business in Shenyang County. These people may flock to the powerful for profit, or disperse due to failure, and finally gather together for profit like dogs smelling a scent. In just one day, the dynasty changed in Shenyang County. Some smart people who wanted to help in time of need came in person to surrender. The name Tianting is quite grand, and no one dared to use it before. Now, there are people who dare to go against the world's condemnation and choose such a name. They are either fools or they have the power of immense self-confidence in their hands. If you don't make progress in cultivating immortals, you will regress. There are many people who want to take a gamble. However, Chu Ge did not have that intention for the time being, so Zhao Haifeng, who was responsible for recruiting people in heaven, did not accept these people for the time being. I have some names here, which are some independent cultivators and some businessmen. These people are smart and want to help us in times of need instead of adding icing on the cake. Zhao Haifeng walked out and presented a list to the boss. Chu Ge took the list and looked at the names and the introductions behind them. A slight smile appeared on his lips. Then, he threw the list directly to Zhao Haifeng and said, "The task of recruiting personnel is now in your hands. You can handle it on your own." "I understand." Zhao Haifeng took the list with a smile on his face. The place where Chu Ge and others are now is the newly built villa of the former head of the Guda family. The head of the Ji Yudu family died before he could take over, which gave Chu Ge and his group a good opportunity. This villa covers an area of more than 700,000 square meters. Looking around, you can see beautiful buildings and pavilions one after another. Being in the villa feels like being in a fairyland. Chu Ge is also a person who loves to enjoy life. When he can enjoy himself, he will naturally not deliberately put himself in a difficult position. Chu Ge does not need to go to a doghouse to train his body and mind. "Boss, they are here." At this time, Li Fei came trotting in from outside and bowed. Li Fei was referring to the people from the Moyan sect and the Ningyu sect. "Ha ha ha, heaven, you're so arrogant. I wonder if you have the strength. You're not just to show off." The people from the Demon Cloud sect are right. This is the only time I agree with what they say. Behind Li Fei, two teams walked in aggressively. The outer sect elder of Ningyu sect, Zhao Qinshan. Zhao Qinshan looked directly at Chu Ge and introduced himself with a very arrogant look. "Ha ha." The outer sect elder of the Demon Cloud sect, Chu Shan. Chu Shan stared at Chu Ge coldly, as if he wanted to see through him. His eyes were very sharp. "Lord of Heaven, Chu Ge." Chu Ge sat directly on the main seat and looked down at the two of them. Zhao Qinshan and Chu Shan were both cultivators at the second level of Dongshu. They felt displeased when they saw that the Lord of Heaven was neglecting them. What surprised them even more was that this so-called Lord of Heaven was actually a cultivator at the second level of Yuanyun realm. Moreover, all the people from the heavenly court in the entire hall were in the Yuanyun realm. They looked young and seemed to be geniuses. Zhao Qinshan's heart was instantly filled with huge waves. If these people were given time to grow, their future strength would definitely not be inferior to that of the young sect master. If he could win over the Ningyu sect, Zhao Qinshan would be a great contributor to the Ningyu sect. But Chu Shan didn't think so. How did these people, with the strength of Yuanyun realm, annihilate the patriarchs of the four major families and open the 9th level of enlightenment? Did they do it? Or are these people just taking advantage of the situation? Thinking of this, Chu Shan's eyes flashed with a hint of hostility. There was no shortage of geniuses in his Moyan sect, but it was rare to see so many geniuses gathered together. He is not a genius like the one that his demon cloud sect possesses. Eradicating the enemy's roots is the most effective and fastest way to suppress the growth of hostile forces. As for winning them over, based on Chu Shan's experience, these people are unruly and want to establish their own heaven, so the possibility of recruiting them is very small. The strength of the Lord of Heaven seems to be a bit low. I wonder how the Lord of Heaven killed the 9th-level powerful men from the 4 major families. Chu Shan said sinisterly. He had already made up his mind to take action. These people had to be eliminated. The other party was not qualified to be pawns. If he let them go, it would not be in line with the purpose of the Demon Cloud sect. Of course he was killed. What? You want to try it? Chu Ge looked at Chu Shan with a gloomy look. Hee, the name of heaven is not something that can be called casually. Chu Shan smiled coldly. It was just the Yuanyun realm. It seemed that the chance of the 4 major families perishing together was high, and the other party just took advantage of it. Chapter 401 The 4 Sacred Beasts, The Killing Formation. In any case, Chu Shan would not believe that these people could really kill a cultivator who had reached the 9th level of enlightenment. There has never been such an example in history. No matter how talented you are, it takes time and process to become strong. This has always been the case. Chu Shan is a powerful man at the 2nd level of Dongshu. Even if he has a promising future, he is going to ruin the future of these people now. Why not give it a try, Lord of Heaven? I think it would be better if heaven disappears today. A mere cultivator at the Yuanyun realm is not worthy of being a pawn of our Moyan sect. Chu Shan, including the Moyan sect disciples behind him, took out their magic weapons. Zhao Haifeng and others stood in front of the boss and confronted the group of people. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hall became tense. Zhao Qinshan's eyes rolled and a hint of triumph appeared at the corner of his mouth. The current situation was exactly what he wanted. 2 of the 4 major families have been friendly with my Ningyu sect for generations. Now the 2 families are being harmed by rats like you. On behalf of the Ningyu sect, I cannot sit idly by. After he finished speaking, Zhao Qinshan raised his hand, and immediately he led the disciples of the Ningyu sect and the Moyan sect to confront Zhao Haifeng and others. However, this does not mean that his relationship with the Demon Cloud sect is very friendly. Chu Shan looked at Zhao Qinshan with cold eyes. How hypocritical. The Ningyu sect is a group of sanctimonious people. Wouldn't it be better to tell the truth? To put it bluntly, the 4 major families are just pawns, yet they have been friendly for generations. Chu Shan would not miss any opportunity to strike at the Ningyu sect. The disciples Zhao Qinshan brought this time were all young people who had not yet gone out to gain experience. He brought them out this time just to gain experience. When these young men heard Chu Shan's cold and sarcastic remarks, they couldn't help but look at Zhao Qinshan. Facing this kind of question, Zhao Qinshan already had a plan in his mind. His face was cold and he said in a chilly tone, "The evil villains of the demonic path are entitled to be killed by everyone. Those who want to disrupt the Taoism of our Ningyu sect's disciples are dreaming." The Ningyu sect's disciples instantly looked at the Moyan sect's disciples with unfriendly eyes. They were indeed the evil villains of the demonic path, and their words were misleading. Chu Ge watched coldly and laughed coldly. It seems that the 2 sects want to have a war. Zhao Qinshan did not reply. After all, his idea was to cripple them. Only in this way could he dispel the idea of establishing their own power and give them a chance to be absorbed into Ningyu sect and become disciples of Ningyu sect. However, he would not kill the opponent, so that if he joined Ningyu sect in the future, he would only hate Moyan sect in the end. Kill 2 birds with 1 stone, so nice. Chu Shan's aura of the 2nd level of the cave ruins realm was surging, instantly filling the entire hall with a suffocating, desperate, and extremely oppressive atmosphere. Chu Ge and others stared at it. This is the Dongshu realm, which is indeed countless times more powerful than the Kaiguang 9 important realms, and there is no even a comparison in quality. Ha 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 ha, you are just cultivators in the Yuanyun realm and you can't even stand my aura. How can you fight me? Chu Shan looked at them with cold eyes and laughed sinisterly. But the other party was so calm that Chu Shan felt awkward and angry, and he pretended to be calm. Does the Ningyu sect think so too? Chu Ge sat steadily in his seat, looking at Zhao Qinshan with a teasing look as if he was watching a circus. Zhao Qinshan was shocked. The other party's eyes seemed to show that he was not afraid at all. But now that things have come to this, Zhao Qinshan has already determined that even if the other party has any trump cards, he does not think he will be a match for the second level of the Cave Ruins realm. Mining Yu sect only wants to punish the murderer and give justice to the two families. Zhao Qinshan raised his head slightly with a righteous look. Chu Ge yawned, supported his chin and laughed with interest. In that case, let's get rid of these people. Don't leave anyone alive. What about the Demon Cloud sect? What about the Ningyu sect? My heavenly court is not something that can be controlled by just anyone. He has a lot of cards in his hand. Don't forget that Chu Ge signs in every day and gets a random item every day. Unfortunately, I've been lucky recently, so I can use these people to try out their power. After the boss gave the order, Zhao Haifeng, Lin Feng, Zhun Moshao and Zhang Chuchen, who had been ready to take action at any time, stood in different positions. The four positions of east, south, west and north directly locked down everyone in the hall. Zhao Haifeng raised the flag in his hand and shouted coldly, "Qingmu Donggong Star Qinglong." Lin Feng's eyes were indifferent, and he controlled the flag to shake a few times, Platinum Zigong Star White Tiger. Zuhuo Nangong Star Suzaku. Zhun Moshao's eyes were cold. Zhang Chuchen's face was as calm as dust, Black Water, Baigong Star, Xuanwu. 5 elements and 4 heads, Holy Beast Killing Formation. The 4 of them spoke in unison, their magic powers connected to each other as if they had merged into one in this moment. The 4 of them clapped their hands and formed a magic seal, forming a large formation at the same time. The 4 directions are connected, the head and the tail correspond, the heaven and the earth are closed, and the stars move. It happened in the blink of an eye. Zhao Qinshan and Chu Shan did not expect that the other party actually had a formation. When they first saw this momentum, their hearts were moved. The power of the formation has almost nothing to do with the strength of the operator. The core power to activate the formation is the most important. The number of spirit stones consumed by this formation is extremely huge. 100,000 spirit stones can maintain this formation for half an hour. But it is enough for now. The core of the magic array has been arranged in advance in the entire hall, which is the formation diagram of the 4 sacred beasts. Just as the two were about to attack, Chu Shan and Zhao Qinshan's eyes focused and found that the surrounding environment changed instantly. The disciples brought by both of them followed them into the formation. I didn't expect that this formation could actually change the environment and involve the power of space. It's really amazing. Zhao Qinshan felt envious as his eyes gradually became solemn. You know, even the inner sect elders cannot possess this kind of formation. I didn't expect that I could experience it myself. Is there a huge force standing behind these people? Are they coming out just for experience? As soon as this thought came to mind, Zhao Qinshan's legs went weak. He wondered if there was a powerful person watching behind the scenes. Usually when talented young men like this go out to gain experience, there are always some powerful people hiding and protecting them. But at this point, everything is just speculation, and the fact that the other party took out this formation has strengthened his speculation a lot. It is also possible that the other party got it by luck. With the formation diagram as the core, the sun and the moon shine together, and the stars move. This formation is extremely powerful. Zhao Haifeng took the lead and huge waves surged, blue dragons appeared in the clouds, roaring in the sky. The azure dragon swung its tail, the sun and the moon appeared in the sky, the dragon claws were like sharp blades, and the whole world made way for the azure dragon. Qinglong's speed is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, tremendous power fell in an instant. Qinglong's attack killed but no one was injured. Zhao Qinshan and Chu Shan worked together tacitly to break the formation that both of them were afraid of. If they didn't work together, it would be more or less a bit tricky. Chapter 402 temporarily solves the hidden danger and secludes himself for 3 years. Boom! Zhao Qinshan and Chu Shan gathered their magic power in their palms and blasted out directly. In a split second, the dragon claws came with great power and collided directly. After all, the two of them are powerful warriors at the second level of the Cave Ruins realm, and the power displayed by Qinglong is still a little weak. The azure dragon roared unwillingly, sweeping across the sea water like a tornado, circling above the tornado, its eyes staring at them on the sea with its usual cold eyes. The corners of Zhao Haifeng's mouth twitched. He was indeed too confident just now. After failing to defeat the 2 men, he secretly contacted Zhun Moshao and the other 2. As expected, the Dongshu realm still requires the cooperation of the other 3 to defeat the enemy. This formation is also used for the first time. Unfortunately, his strength is too low and he cannot exert its true power. It's like having a very high computer graphics card, but the rest of the accessories are too low to match it. That's it, Chu Ge said with disdain after seeing the blue dragon disappear into the sea. The disciples of the demon cloud sect behind him breathed a sigh of relief. The power of the green dragon just now was truly terrifying. Among these disciples of the demon cloud sect, there is only one Yuanyun realm genius who has practiced for more than 50 years. The rest are mostly in the tribulation crossing stage, and only those in the tribulation crossing stage can become outer disciples. Time is the least valuable thing for people in this world. For a cultivator, 50 years is no exaggeration to say that it is just a young age. I think it's better to be careful. I think this formation is not simple. Zhao Qinshan kindly reminded him to avoid getting involved in the incident. Since when did Ningyu sect become qualified to make decisions? Chu Ge looked at Zhao Qinshan with cold eyes. If he had the chance, he wouldn't mind killing Zhao Qinshan and the Ningyu sect disciples behind him. Suddenly, a tornado appeared, and with a tiger's roar, a white tiger came stepping on the waves from the west, followed by strong winds and thunderstorms. A cry that shook the 9 layers of the sky was heard, and a raging fire burned the sky, dyeing the sun and the moon red. The vermilion bird attacked from the southern sky, and the flames burned itself, and the temperature gradually rose. Boom! The calm sea suddenly became violent. The breath of Xuanwu became stronger and stronger. A huge Xuanwu slowly emerged from the bottom of the sea. Its back was as big as a mountain. The wind blew snow down. The breath of ice instantly condensed on the sea surface and froze the entire sea. The color of this ice is actually dark black. The gathering of the 4 sacred beasts caused Chu Ge and Zhao Qinshan to retreat repeatedly, and the disciples behind them were filled with fear. These new disciples of the sect have never experienced such a horrifying scene before. Some of them were so frightened that their legs went limp. It was no wonder that they were from the outer sect with such poor quality. The 4 sacred beasts. Chu Ge looked at the 4 sacred beasts in astonishment, and his heart beat faster. He really didn't expect it to be such a formation at first. Years of experience told him that any formation and magic weapon involving holy beasts and other things were not simple things. Zhao Qinshan's expression turned extremely ugly, and he became even more certain of what someone behind the other party was thinking. Thinking of this, Zhao Qinshan had the urge to leave here. He wanted to go back to Ningyu sect and report the whole incident truthfully. However, Zhao Haifeng and his 3 companions did not give them time to think, and the 4 sacred beasts attacked at the same time. The azure dragon roared towards the sky, and thunder rolled in the sky, covering the sun and the moon. The sacred beast azure dragon controlled the power of divine thunder, and the divine thunder filled the clouds. In the rolling dark clouds, the divine thunder became heavier. The white tiger moved as fast as the wind, and as it roared, thousands of beasts gathered around it. A tornado formed in an instant, and even Dongshu did not dare to be careless about the power of the celestial phenomenon. The vermilion bird cried, and as it spread its wings, flames burned directly into the sea. The shadow of a volcano appeared behind the vermilion bird, and the 3 ultimate fires of heaven and earth condensed in its mouth. The black tortoise roared, huge waves rolled, wind and snow came from the sky, condensing into black ice arrows, which carried the power of wind and snow. The 4 sacred beasts, azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird and black tortoise, attacked together. In an instant, Zhao Qinshan and Chu Ge turned pale. Quickly form a defensive formation. Zhao Qinshan and Chu Ge hurriedly shouted to the sect disciples behind them. The 2 of them actually couldn't care less about the sect disciples behind them now. If they were all going to die, protecting them would be useless, and they would die sooner or later. These sect disciples also knew that if they did not take action at this time, they would definitely die. So they brandished their swords in fear and trepidation, each standing in different positions to form their own sect's defensive formation. This is a group formation that must be learned by those entering the outer sect of both sects. The stronger the strength, the stronger the defensive power of the formation. But how could the attacks of the 4 sacred beasts leave them enough time to cast the formation? Zhao Qinshan and Chu Ge instantly joined their respective battle formations. As the main core force, their joining instantly formed the formation. Boom, 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 boom. The attacks of the 4 sacred beasts came in an instant. Zhao Qinshan and Chu Ge were immediately hit by the backlash of the broken formation. Their faces turned pale and they spurted out blood. Boom, The power of the four sacred beasts instantly engulfed Zhao Qinshan, Chu Shan and others. Outside the formation, Zhao Qinshan and Chu Shan turned pale, vomited blood and died. The disciples of the sects were even more miserable and died with blood coming out of all their orifices. "Boss, we have killed them all. Please give us your instructions." Zhao Haifeng and his 3 men immediately finished off the enemies. They felt relieved only after they were sure that all the people were dead. After all, there are some secret methods of faking death in the world, and who knows if there are any lucky people among these people who possess this secret method. Chu Ge looked at the corpses and said, "Send these corpses back to the 2 sects and say that they were attacked on the way back. When we arrive, only the corpses are left. Now is not the time to completely turn against the Moyan sect and the Ningyu sect. I believe that the 2 sects are smart people. If the 2 sects wanted to cause trouble for him, they would have to think carefully and use the empty city strategy to make the Demon Cloud sect and the Ningyu sect hesitant and afraid to act rashly. Just imagine if a group of ants suddenly appeared, killed your people, and sent the bodies back to you. Such a provocation would mean that the person is either mentally retarded or has other motives." "I understand." Zhao Haifeng smiled frivolously. He understood what the boss meant, which was to plunder the people's property and leave nothing except their clothes to the 2. Chu Ge took out all the supplies of the 4 major families directly from the Void Ring, and these supplies were stored in the storage ring. All 10 storage rings were thrown to Zhao Haifeng, and then Chu Ge began to explain some things. "This matter should be over for now. According to my guess, we can spend at least 2 to 3 years in peace. I hope everyone can work together to lay a good foundation for the Heavenly Court and let the name of the Heavenly Court spread far and wide. I will go into seclusion next. My strength is still too weak. I will be in seclusion for 3 years. When I come out, the 2 sects will no longer be our opponents. You guys just focus on your development. The main things will be handled by Zhao Haifeng and the other 3, and the rest will assist from the side." After saying that, Chu Ge disappeared directly into the hall and began a 3-year seclusion. Chapter 403, The Super Speed Development of Heaven. The reactions of Ningyu sect and Moyan sect were just as Chu Ge had expected. After seeing the corpse, the attitudes of the 2 sect leaders towards heaven became uncertain. "I originally thought it was just a pawn, but I didn't expect this pawn to act so arrogantly. Is he stupid or is he confident? After all, there are too many cases of failures in the world of immortal cultivation, and the bloody lessons learned from countless predecessors who have failed have taught them to consider everything carefully and not to act rashly. Before finding out the truth, Ningyu sect and Moyan sect will never act rashly. Reckless behavior will only bring harm to the sect. In the world of cultivating immortals, there are no brainless sects at all, because brainless sects will not survive long. Why would the Heavenly Court act so boldly and even kill its own outer sect elders? This is not something that can be done in the Yuanyun realm. What kind of means do they have that allow them to kill someone who is 2 levels stronger than themselves? Magic weapon, formation, or there is another powerful person behind the scenes. No matter what, revenge must be taken. After all, this concerns the dignity of the sect, that is, the face of the sect, and the face must be restored. However, the information announced to the outside world was that the murderers of the 2 cases were being searched for and severely punished. The outer sect elders and disciples sent out by the Ningyu sect and the Moyan sect were all dead. This is no small matter. The Ningyu sect and the Moyan sect are secretly gathering information. Once it is confirmed that there is no force behind the Heavenly Court, the 2 sects will descend upon Shenyang County with thundering wrath. In 3 months, the development of the Heavenly Court was extremely rapid, with as many as 3,000 people. The Heavenly Court recruits members mainly and disciples as a supplement. First of all, the name of heaven is very famous. Zhang Chuchen even invented the method of using paper cranes for advertising. Wherever the paper cranes go, the name of heaven becomes famous. The Lord of Shenyang County, the Heavenly Palace, the techniques, magic tools, spiritual stones and all kinds of resources are not lacking, and anyone with ambition can enter the Heavenly Palace. Everyone in the entire Chongla Prefecture knows about the newly rising power of heaven. There is no shortage of resources of all kinds. As long as you have the talent to cultivate immortals, you will have enough resources. If you are a strong person, you don't have to pay for anything you need. Resources are provided for you. You can practice with peace of mind without worrying about resources. There is only one requirement: the betrayer must be killed and all 9 generations of his clan must be exterminated. Anyone with a discerning eye knows how deep the foundation of heaven is and how confident they are to say such a thing. If you believe it, go; if you don't, go and watch the fun. In this way, Shenyang County was filled with people. Even though 3 months have passed, the popularity of Heavenly Court remains unabated. Even when eating out, you can hear people around you talking about the benefits of joining Heavenly Court. On the first day, you didn't believe it. The next day, you still don't believe it. After a week, the topic has not diminished and you begin to feel a little skeptical. Half a month has passed and you start to feel moved. Is it true? A month has passed, and the heat is still going on. No one has come out to fight against counterfeiting, so you might as well go and watch the fun. It won't hurt to take a look anyway. In 2 months, many people have joined. It seems that it is true. As long as you are here, you might as well join and give it a try. In 3 months, you will become a person in heaven. It smells really good. There are many people who hold this mentality. Joining the Heavenly Court also depends on qualifications and strength. If you do not meet both requirements, I'm sorry, you will be given the return trip expenses. It feels so good to see our power growing day by day. Zhao Haifeng stayed in the Heavenly Court's conscription office for 3 full months. During these 3 months, he did not complain of being tired, did not call his sister, did not miss abalone, and focused entirely on recruiting people. Lin Feng is in charge of the management of heaven, and Zhang Chuchen is in charge of advertising. Those who speak well of heaven make money every day. Zhun Moshao is in charge of training young people who have just started to cultivate immortality. These young people have very good aptitudes, and Zhun Moshao even wonders if he had lived like a dog before. In fact, it is not like that. Instead, with so many protagonists gathered together, the destiny of the Heavenly Court is like the slowly rising sun, and the sunshine it spreads naturally attracts those around who yearn for light. Zhun Moshao naturally teaches these young disciples whose spiritual roots have been detected with great care, as they are the backbone of the future of heaven. Zhun Moshao's heart is now in heaven. He has poured a lot of effort into the newly established heaven. From now on, heaven will be his home. As for the newly joined strong men, they have already become official members of the Heavenly Court. If they want to become elite members, the boss needs to come out and watch in person. These newly joined powerful immortal cultivators also have a general understanding of the Heavenly Court. The depth of the foundation of this newly established heaven was beyond their imagination. Magical instruments were taken out at will, and medicinal pills were eaten as if they were candies. These people who formed the Heavenly Court were surprisingly very young. Although their strength was only at the Yuanyun realm, they were already outstanding. Even the Kaiguang cave ruins could not defeat them. Naturally, these troublemakers eventually joined the Heavenly Court. After all, they could get resources as long as they didn't betray the Heavenly Court. This was much easier than joining a sect. Moreover, this mysterious Lord of Heaven has been in seclusion, and they have never seen him. However, he is definitely not an ordinary person who can make these people with extraordinary strength behave honestly. Most of the powerful immortal cultivators who joined the Heavenly Court were independent cultivators. These independent cultivators were extremely short of resources, but the Heavenly Court had none. In particular, the experience that Zhun Moshao possessed was what they most wanted to obtain. Zhun Moshao was once at the level of a great emperor, and any casual advice he gave could benefit them greatly. The new address of the Heavenly Court is in the center of Shenyang County. The surrounding areas were previously the old sites of the 4 major families, but they were all demolished and rebuilt in one go by Zhao Haifeng. The buildings in heaven are naturally extraordinary, requiring a lot of materials and a long time to build, but some major buildings have already been completed. For example, Zhun Moshao was standing in the central square where they usually practiced and taught. You, the first batch of disciples in heaven, have very good qualifications. These praised disciples held their heads high and looked at Zhun Moshao with burning eyes. He was their teacher. Because these newcomers joining the Heavenly Court with certain qualifications have not yet been exposed to cultivation, Zhun Moshao is now preparing to teach them all how to cultivate. These newcomers are balanced between men and women. If Ningyu sect saw the qualifications of these people, they would definitely be confused as to why Ningyu sect does not have them. These young disciples were dressed in the uniform of heaven. Their white robes fluttered like fairies. The men had their hair in a bun, while the women had their hair tied up. They held a long sword in their hands. These long swords are all top-grade magical weapons that Zhang Chuchen temporarily refined. Regarding his talent in refining equipment, Zhang Chuchen himself is extremely gifted. In addition, the boss usually holds classes and gives secret guidance, so it is easy for him to achieve the best results now. Chapter 404, The Growth of Each Other's Strength, The Plans of the Two Sects. Zhun Moshao paced back and forth in front of these newcomers, looking at the group of disciples sternly, just like a teacher looking for students who made mistakes. However, cultivating immortals is sacred to these newcomers, and they are extremely longed for. They now have no idea of the cruelty of the world of immortal cultivation. They only know that by becoming an immortal cultivator they can become the best of the best and achieve immortality. The boys and girls looked at him expectantly with excitement that was difficult to conceal on their faces. A faint smile appeared on Zhun Moshao's lips. At that time, he was no different from these people. But it was not until I started practicing Taoism that I realized that the cruelty of practicing Taoism was no less than that of living as immortal. But the only thing that makes cultivating immortals better than being an ordinary person is that cultivating immortals can make you a superior person. It is the only way to master power and control your own life. Zhun Moshao did not waste any time. He wanted to teach them what it meant to cultivate immortals and what the world of cultivating immortals was, so that they could have a preliminary understanding of the world of cultivating immortals. Now we are going to start the first step of cultivating immortals. What does it mean to cultivate immortals? Does anyone know what it means to cultivate immortals? The group of newcomers looked at each other, not knowing why the question was asked. However, after careful consideration, they did not dare to answer immediately. I know. At this time, someone in the middle raised his hand. You say it. Zhun Moshao pointed at him, signaling him to speak out loud. To cultivate immortality is to change your own destiny, control the destiny of others, be omnipotent, and be immortal. After saying this, the man looked at Zhun Moshao with great anticipation, expecting to receive his praise. Well said. Zhun Moshao was generous with his praise, and then his tone suddenly changed, but I have something to add. Zhun Moshao looked at them with a very serious expression and spoke in a very stern tone. The so-called cultivation of immortals means fighting with others and competing with heaven for life. The world is unpredictable. Once you start cultivating immortals, it is as deep as the ocean. From then on, the mortal world is just a passerby. Keep this sentence in your heart. I hope that one day you can truly understand the meaning of this sentence. Now I will teach you the first step in cultivating immortals. This is the main practice of our heavenly court, the Yuzan Sutra. The Yuzan Sutra was created by the Lord of Heaven. Now the Lord of Heaven is in seclusion. I hope that when he comes out, you will have achieved something. After speaking, Zhun Moshao began to teach them how to practice the techniques and how to guide the spiritual energy. After the teaching, Zhun Moshao asked them to practice on their own. If they had any questions, he would answer them in the next class 1 month later. After obtaining the immortal cultivation method, the disciples found a position at random and started the first step of cultivation, guiding the spiritual energy into the body. Zhun Moshao saw this scene and left with a relieved heart. He also needed to become stronger. He and Zhao Haifeng and others were the boss's right-hand men. The boss was in seclusion, and they could not fall behind, so they used their free time to practice. People like Wu Tian were not idle either. Although they had nothing to do, they were all working hard to practice and improve their strength. As the mount of the Lord of Heaven, the three-legged golden crow Wutan's cultivation speed is increasing day by day. He has reached the 9th level of the Yuanyun realm and is preparing to break through the Yuanyun realm. Wutan himself has a bloodline inheritance, so he only needs to practice step by step and devour spirit stones and various elixirs. As for the elixir poison, it would have been burned away by his son True Fire long ago. After Lin Yi recovered his supreme bloodline, his cultivation increased rapidly. He has caught up with everyone else and has reached the Yuanyun realm. As for Zhao Yu's practice of the inherited skills in the Yin-Yang Pearl, his expression became more and more feminine, but no one looked down on him. Instead, no one admired him. Li Fei has inherited the Dragon Ball, and his bloodline has evolved into the body of a dragon snake, with the strength of the 9th level of Yuanyun realm. Li Yunshao's secret book of cultivating immortals from the King of Licking allowed his licking skills to improve day by day, and gradually developed to the point where the other party would believe whatever he said. The highest level of being a licker to the end is to have everything. So much so that others were very cautious when talking to Li Yunshao, fearing that he would lick them, and they felt very obedient. Xu Muyu, Ji Yu Bai, Xiao Chen, Yifeng and others are also stronger than before. The protagonist's improvement in strength cannot be measured by people's normal values. Sometimes, their improvement can make them break through in strength with just a thought. Chu Ge, who was in seclusion, had no idea about the situation outside. In the Time and Reincarnation Tower, he ventured into reincarnation again. He wanted to experience all the sufferings of the world and experience the warmth and coldness of human nature. According to Chu Ge's understanding, on his path to becoming an immortal, he needs to see through people's hearts, and he even wants to experience the passage of time, so he goes through reincarnation. He has experienced every profession, every age group, every way of dying, every way of living, every kind of hardship, and every way of committing suicide. As for the understanding of the law of time, it seemed that Chu Ge had a deeper and more thorough understanding in the cycle of reincarnation. With this harvest, Chu Ge was ecstatic. Time, that is time is king. If he could grasp even a moment of time, his strength would change dramatically. As for the heavenly palace, Chu Ge was very confident in leaving it to Zhao Haifeng and others, as they would not let him down. Both the Ningyu sect and the Moyan sect have noticed the rapid development of the heavenly court, but they do not know the qualifications of the people recruited by the heavenly court. Unfortunately, the spy who wanted to infiltrate the heavenly palace was directly caught and killed by Zhao Haifeng and others. In front of the protagonist, wanting a spy to join the heaven is wishful thinking. The heavenly palace is so mysterious that we have never found out where the other party came from. It's as if they appeared out of thin air. It seemed that there was no record of this group of people in this world, and the only record was that they came to Shenyang County. Ningyu sect. Teacher, it has been 3 months, and the origins of these people have not been found out. I think they are extraordinary and definitely not ordinary people. Why not let the disciple go and investigate the truth in person? Luo Yuner has always been extremely wary of the heavenly court, so she has always kept this matter in mind. It will be even worse if you go. If something happens to you, what will you ask your teacher to do? Don't be impulsive. I believe that the Demon Cloud sect is more eager than us to find out the origins of heaven. Ning Nan was worried about letting her disciple go. If he died there, it would be too late for her to regret. Seeing that her teacher had rejected her again, Luo Yuner pursed her lips and said stubbornly, "Can we just let the grudge between the outer sect elders and those disciples go? What about the sect's reputation? The sect has not found the murderer yet. How will the other disciples and those elders think of the teacher?" Ning Nan looked at his disciple calmly, "As long as I am still the strongest in Ningyu sect, your teacher's majesty will always be there. Disciple, what you have to learn is not only how to cultivate immortality, but also the minds and strategies that are difficult to see through." "That's right, teacher." Luo Yuner lowered her head and answered honestly. Although she did not think strategy was that important, she felt that as long as she was powerful, she could break any strategy, no matter how strong it was. What the Ningyu sect didn't expect was that the Moyan sect had the same plan and had been waiting for the Ningyu sect to make its next move. Because the Ningyu sect did not take action, the Moyan sect always felt that the Ningyu sect had discovered something and was waiting for them to jump into the trap. Chapter 405. While the two sects were still hesitating about whether to take action now, something big happened. Chuyu Mountain, one night, suddenly burst into endless colorful light and an aura that dominated the world, but it disappeared in just a moment. But this scene has been seen by many people. At first, they just thought it was a fantasy, but some curious people went to look for it, but they found nothing. It was not until 7 days later that everyone saw the golden crow falling from the distant sky and directly crashing into Chuyu Mountain. Suddenly, Chuyu Mountain was shining with precious light, and the news could no longer be hidden. "Baby, it is absolutely a rare and precious treasure." The entire Chongla Prefecture was alarmed. As for the other forces who wanted to enter Chongla Prefecture, it depended on whether Chongla Prefecture agreed. Ningyu sect and Moyan sect are the closest because they are right next to Shenyang County. As the saying goes, those who are close to the water get the moon first. The two sects can't even take care of the heavenly court. Ning Nan, the leader of Ningyu sect, led the team personally, along with his personal disciple Luo Yuner, several inner sect elders and a group of inner sect disciples. The leader of the Demon Cloud sect, Li Taofeng, also brought with him the demonic son of the Demon Cloud sect, Li Yunj, as well as several inner sect elders and inner sect disciples who came to gain experience. Above the sky of Shenyang County, huge ships flew by. These were all refined flying magical instruments. In Xinyang County, only the Demon Cloud sect and the Ningyu sect can produce so many flying magic weapons. This is the foundation of the two sects. When such a treasure comes into the world, they cannot afford to ignore it. A rare treasure is enough to forge a strong man. Treasures and strong people complement each other. Generally, immortal cultivators use magic weapons to fight against the enemies. The importance of magic weapons is needless to say. How is it? My idea is good, right? The recent surveillance videos of the two cases have been giving me a headache. Now it's solved temporarily. Zhao Haifeng looked at the flying magic weapon in the sky not far away, his eyes flashing with coldness. He turned around and smiled triumphantly at Zhang Chuchen, Lin Feng and Zhen Moshao. Lin Feng's tone was full of murderous intent. I think we have to destroy the Mo Yun sect and the Ningyu sect before the boss comes out. How to do it? Zhen Moshao spread his hands directly. We are no match for the Ningyu sect and the Mo Yun sect now. It is so difficult to get rid of the Ningyu sect and the Mo Yun sect. Zhang Chuchen, what do you think? After Zhen Moshao finished speaking, he looked directly at Zhang Chuchen, wanting to know what he meant. Seeing that the three of them were looking at him, Zhang Chuchen couldn't help but ponder and waved his whisk. In my opinion, I think that borrowing their power and attacking their hearts is the best way now. Quote. After all, our strength is still too weak. After all, this time we can use the birth of the treasure to deceive and delay a little time, but what about after that? At this point, Zhang Chuchen couldn't help but look at Lin Feng, so I agree with your idea. It was rare to see Zhang Chuchen agree with his point of view. His expression relaxed and Lin Feng continued, Zhang Chuchen is right. I haven't finished my previous thoughts, but Zhang Chuchen has already said all my thoughts. Borrowing their power and attacking their hearts, this is the way. Although it is a bit dangerous, there is no such thing as not taking risks in cultivating immortals. Zhao Haifeng and Zhen Moshao ignored Lin Feng, who was trying to attribute other people's methods to himself, and looked at Zhang Chuchen. Zhao Haifeng, how do we attack their hearts as you said? Zhen Moshao, and borrow their strength, what should we do? Seeing that the two ignored him, Lin Feng was too lazy to make trouble for himself and looked at Zhang Chuchen silently. Zhang Chuchen's eyes seemed to see through the world, and he said slowly, no sect will work together. Human hearts are unpredictable. Even we all have our own selfish desires. Not to mention those sect disciples who hold high positions, and even the elders of the inner and outer sects. I don't believe that all cultivators are loyal to the sect. Everything is for profit. I believe this sentence can be more reflected in the world of immortal cultivation. Zhao Haifeng was a little excited and clapped his hands and praised. I didn't expect that you kid is so insidious. Everyone knows that human hearts are unpredictable, but I didn't think of this aspect for a while. What a mistake, why didn't I think of it, then who should do this? Zhen Moshao also felt that this plan was feasible. Since it could not be broken from the outside, then let's break it from the inside. They may not have anything else, but they have the spiritual stones and other resources that cultivators need, which are enough to support this plan. By the time the plan is over, won't they gain even more? Then let Yi Feng and Xiao Chen do it. Their abilities are very suitable for doing this kind of thing. Zhao Haifeng thought about it and then suggested. Zhang Chuchen shook his head. These two people will not listen to us except the boss. Even if we act according to the boss's orders, they have reasons to refuse. The most important thing is that we always use these two people, and they also have complaints. It's okay for the boss, but they may not sell our face to us. Zhao Haifeng thought about it and felt that it was true. Always letting these two people go, isn't that bullying honest people? So he said another sentence. Then add Li Yunxiao, who is good at talking and licking dogs, and we will ensure success. Anyway, Zhao Haifeng felt that Li Yunxiao was capable of this task. I think it's right. Li Yunxiao's words are deceitful. I don't even dare to talk to him now, for fear that he will lick me for pleasure. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, agreeing with this view. Zhang Chuchen and Zhen Moshao nodded. If one more person was added, they believed that it would more or less stop Yi Feng and Xiao Chen from complaining. After the four of them discussed it, they seemed a lot more relaxed. The two recent cases still brought them a lot of pressure. After all, the boss is not here, so they have to hold up this world no matter what. So Zhao Haifeng used his compass to transform the entire Chuyu mountain. He understood the principles of feng shui. There is no such thing as feng shui in this world. After all, Everyone is thinking about cultivating immortality, so who would care about feng shui? Even if a person who cannot cultivate immortality understands some feng shui, how could a person who cultivates immortality listen to the words of an ordinary person who does not cultivate immortality? Sijao Haifeng's plan was very successful, and with the cooperation of the three-legged golden crow Wuden, the plan went very smoothly. The Ningyu sect and the Moyan sect, who were still searching for treasure in Chuyu Mountain at this time, did not know that their lair had been targeted by someone. I'm not afraid of thieves stealing from me, I'm afraid of thieves thinking about me. After Yi Feng, Xiao Chen and Li Yunxiao received the order, the first two wanted to complain, but after seeing Li Yunxiao, they gave up the idea. He tried hard to resist the urge to be persuaded by Li Yunxiao. Although that feeling was pleasant, it was also very scary. Chapter 406. The protagonist likes to play the pig and eat the tiger. There's nothing we can do about it, since Li Yunxiao's dog-licking skills are becoming more and more terrifying. Even people like Zhao Haifeng couldn't withstand it, let alone Yi Feng and Xiao Chen. Now Li Yunxiao has been defined by them as an existence that cannot be had a normal conversation with. Li Yunxiao's ability has already involved the art of words. If developed properly, it will be of great benefit to Li Yunxiao's growth. Thank you for your hard work, these are 2 bottles of drinks I brought from the lower world. Li Yunxiao rarely went on a mission, so he took out 2 bottles of Fatty's Happy Water he got from the system mission and handed them to the two. Yeah, comfortable. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen took it without any hesitation, and even enjoyed the Fatty's Happy Water as if it was normal. Li Yunxiao watched the two of them drink without hesitation, feeling relieved. Finally someone accepted my kindness. I was almost bored to death in heaven. These people are actually afraid to talk to themselves. Am I that bad? They also have the ability to control themselves, but habits are habits and cannot be changed. Sometimes he would subconsciously use the dog-licking technique when someone spoke a word, which also made him usually silent, so as not to lick others to please them. After drinking, the two men's faces changed and they subconsciously took 3 steps away from Li Yunxiao. This change made Li Yunxiao walk ahead with great disappointment. It turned out that he was too lascivious. Seeing the disappointed Li Yunxiao, the 2 men hurriedly walked up to him and said, "Hey, don't go, let's go together. Thank you for the coke, but we just don't like it." Yes, don't be disappointed. How could we reject you? You're really overthinking it. Really? Li Yunxiao turned around and looked at the 2 men with anticipation in his eyes. In fact, he was not disappointed. Although he looked disappointed on the outside, he was actually very happy in his heart. What does this show? It shows that they were afraid of his power, which indirectly shows how powerful he is. He was proud. This group of people were all geniuses. He might not be able to stand out among them, but he didn't expect that he would be able to stand out. I smiled proudly. Holding back his smile, Li Yunxiao stared at the 2 of them expectantly, waiting for their responses. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen had no idea of Li Yunxiao's fickle mind, and they really thought that he needed comfort. After all, they saw each other every day, and they didn't want things to get too awkward. So Yi Feng and Xiao Chen looked at each other and comforted each other at the same time. Actually, you are very strong. None of us rejects you. We are just proud people. Your ability is really unsolvable. We are just helpless because our strength is too weak. It's not your fault. So that's the case. Li Yunxiao pretended to be enlightened and laughed in his heart. I have a ship here, but I've never used it. Why don't you come with me? Li Yunxiao directly took out the reward for completing the mission, which was also a flying magic weapon. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen saw Li Yunxiao take out a huge and luxurious ship from the ring. This flying magic weapon floated directly above the ground and instantly became as big as a luxury ship with a large villa, more than enough to accommodate all of their original people. Fuck, there is electricity. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen looked at the lights inside the boat in surprise, and couldn't help but look at Li Yunxiao. The 2 of them walked into the luxurious ship, and Li Yunxiao turned on the automatic driving at the operating table and set the destination to Ningyu sect. Automatic navigation system. Li Yunxiao didn't know how it worked, but the rewards for system tasks were definitely extraordinary. This guy is a dog-licking system. Have you forgotten? You will get rewards if you lick successfully. In this world, spirit stones are used as electric lights at night. Ordinary people basically use talismans, a kind of very cheap light talisman that can be mass-produced. Of course, the lowest class of mortals naturally use candles. And their heavenly court basically consumes spirit stones luxuriously to serve as electricity to generate light and shine. I don't know either. I got this luxury ship by chance, but I never had the chance to use it. Li Yunxiao smiled slightly. He liked the surprised look on the two people's faces, which made him feel much more comfortable. I tell you, everything you need is here. Go find a room to rest. We will remind you through the radio when we arrive. I'm ready to rest too. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen looked at each other, and after Li Yunxiao left the hall, they spoke. This Li Yunxiao is such a secretive person. Yeah, if I hadn't come out for a trip, I wouldn't have known he had such a luxurious flying magic tool. I won't say more. If I say too much, I'll sound like a bumpkin. Well, I'll go take a shower and have a sleep first. This trip is comfortable, just like traveling. Next time you go on a mission, call Li Yunxiao. Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. The two of them found a room respectively, took a shower, and fell asleep comfortably. Ningyu sect is not far from Shenyang County, but even on this luxury ship it still takes half a day to get there. After putting away the luxury ship, Li Yunxiao looked at the people on guard not far away. This is Ningyu sect. There are only two small fry at the gate. It seems that Ningyu sect is too arrogant. Quote. Everyone, watch me. Li Yunxiao bowed to Yi Feng and Xiao Chen beside him and walked out directly. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen stared at Li Yunxiao's back silently. What level of strength is this guy at? Is the strength he is showing now real? Do you think Li Yunxiao is playing dumb and hiding his strength? Yi Feng said curiously. Xiao Chen raised the corner of his mouth. Aren't you the same? Are you the same? Yi Feng's eyes focused and he looked at Xiao Chen meaningfully. Xiao Chen said disdainfully, HMPH, do you think Zhao Haifeng and the others don't have any hidden strength or means? Yi Feng agreed, that's true. Here are the spirit stones for you. You've done a good job. Guard the gate carefully, and you will become a great person in the future. Li Yunxiao walked in front of the two gatekeepers, raised his eyes slightly, and the illusion was instantly activated, unknowingly changing the temporary memories of the two. Thank you for your appreciation, senior. Please come in. After taking the spirit stones, the two gatekeepers bowed and nodded to invite Li Yunxiao in. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen were waiting outside to avoid being caught in a net, and they were outside to meet Li Yunxiao. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen had heard of Li Yunxiao's illusion pupils, but this kind of illusion that could change a person's memory was rare. This senior is really generous. One of the Ningyu sect disciples guarding the gate weighed the bag of spirit stones in his hand, took a look with his spiritual sense, and was overjoyed. Of course, another disciple guarding the gate put away the bag of spirit stones and chuckled. In the memories of the two men, this senior was a member of their Ningyu sect. How could they possibly stop him? They couldn't even lick him in time. Chapter 407 Socialite, Li Yunxiao. After Li Yunxiao entered the Ningyu sect, his dog-licking cultivation skills were invincible. People believed what he said, and even if it was false, he could make it sound true and make people believe it at the first sight. Li Yunxiao, who felt like a fish in water, was overjoyed. He didn't expect that his ability would be so useful. Li Yunxiao, who had never really carried out a mission, suddenly had a clear understanding of his ability to lick the dog and cultivate immortality. At the same time, I also understood. No wonder they were so afraid of the dog-licking technique. It turns out that I am really that powerful. Li Yunxiao sneaked into Ningyu sect openly and got to the bottom of everything. Then, a kind-hearted inner sect disciple enthusiastically took him into the cave of the inner sect elder. Elder, Senior Li requests to see you. The inner sect disciple shouted respectfully towards the cave. Li Yunxiao smiled and acted like a senior. Inside the cave, Elder Chu, who was worrying about how to eliminate the hidden dangers in his body, had a look of doubt on his face. What Senior Li? Why has he never heard of him? With the idea of going out to take a look, he appeared outside the cave in an instant. He saw a young man whom he had never seen before next to his inner disciple. This person is not a senior at all. He has clearly been fooled. Who are you? Elder Chu looked at Li Yunxiao in confusion, wondering if this guy was a descendant of some family and came to ask him for help. Li Yunxiao asked the inner sect disciple to leave, and the latter left respectfully under the strange look of Elder Chu. I am from the heavenly court. I heard that Elder Chu is an upright person who always loves to stand up for the weak. I came here this time just to give Elder Chu a gift. I am new here. I heard that Elder Chu from the inner sect of Ningyu sect is worried about how to solve the hidden health problems. What a coincidence, I have it. Li Yunxiao showed his sincerity directly, which was a volume of immortal cultivation techniques that was enough to solve the hidden health problems of Elder Chu. Really, Elder Chu looked at the martial arts in the other party's hand with excitement in his eyes. Elder Chu has been troubled by the hidden dangers in his body for decades, because if he cannot solve them, he will have no chance of a breakthrough. This made Elder Chu, who was at the 9th level of Dongshu, extremely desperate. Now, someone suddenly said that it could be solved, and the hope in his heart instantly magnified. That's right, I certainly won't lie to you. Li Yunxiao said with a smile. I believe you. Elder Chu immediately believed what the other party said and took the scroll from the other party. Thank you so much, you are such a good person. If you have any problem, just tell me directly. I will help if I can and will never refuse. Elder Chu looked at Li Yunxiao enthusiastically. His mind had been affected by Li Yunxiao. This power that can make people believe something without them even realizing it through words is truly terrifying. By the way, this technique must be practiced with a pill. I brought one with me, and I will continue to send it to you in the future. Li Yunxiao was extremely enthusiastic towards Elder Chu, which moved Elder Chu to tears. In fact, Li Yunxiao didn't know who to attack beforehand, but after entering Ningyu sect, those disciples told him all the gossip and treated him as their confidant. Li Yunxiao's ears were calloused from listening to all the gossip along the way. It was all gossip within the Ningyu sect. In the end, Li Yunxiao chose Elder Chu because Elder Chu had health problems and was easier to control. Unfortunately, he has a technique that can reshape the body and eliminate hidden dangers. As for the elixir, he just made it up. Elder Chu doesn't have the courage to practice without the elixir. After all, this is a hidden danger that has troubled Elder Chu for decades. In case his body is damaged without the elixir, Elder Chu will naturally be extra careful. After successfully planting an inner sect elder spy in Ningyu sect, Li Yunxiao felt that it was enough. Elder Chu smiled and said, in fact, you Heavenly Court are also innocent. I have never thought that Heavenly Court is the murderer, but the people in the sect simply don't believe it. Heavenly Court was so kind to him, and fellow Taoist Li even gave him a healing technique. He had misunderstood Heavenly Court before. Li Yunxiao rolled his eyes in his heart. Everyone in Ningyu sect knows that you are the first one to say that Tianting is the murderer. Finally, Elder Chu personally sent Li Yunxiao out of Ningyu sect and promised that nothing would happen in heaven. If anything happened in Ningyu sect, he would definitely notify Li Yunxiao as soon as possible. Elder Chu didn't feel that he had betrayed Ningyu sect at all, but rather felt that he had a very good friend who was asking for his help. Li Yunxiao directly influenced Elder Chu's 3 views, and he can be said to be the invincible among the invincible. What happened? Seeing Li Yunxiao come out like this, Yifeng and Xiao Chen felt that he had probably failed. Perfectly done. Li Yunxiao put his hands on his hips and made an awesome expression. Huh, so fast? Yifeng and Xiao Chen were full of confusion. I'm always fast. Li Yunxiao held his head high with pride. I tell you, I want to do this mission perfectly. Only then will you not fail your first mission. Yifeng asked curiously, how did you do it? To be honest, Yifeng was a little skeptical. This guy wouldn't just find someone at random, right? You have to know that their mission of this trip is to find the flaws of the 2 sects and break through the 2 sects from the inside, so they can have free play on the details. Inner sect elder, this fellow named Chu has made great contributions to Ningyu sect and has considerable strength. However, if he wants to make further progress, he must eliminate the hidden dangers in his body. What hidden dangers? Xiao Chen asked. Li Yunxiao explained, the hidden danger is his body. The hidden danger appeared because the technique he practiced was incomplete. Now he can't rebuild it again. Strange, how do you know such things? Yifeng stared at Li Yunxiao as if he wanted to see through him. Li Yunxiao chuckled and said, of course I heard it. I went to Ningyu sect, and everyone there was a talented person and spoke nicely. I liked it very much. After I went there, it felt like home. Awesome. The 2 immediately thought of Li Yunxiao's ability and could only give him a thumbs up. They kept their distance from his ability in their hearts. This guy really fell into his trap accidentally. I have to stay away from him in the future. Although the 2's abilities can stir up resentment in people, they are still a little insufficient compared to Li Yunxiao's abilities. Li Yunxiao entered the Demon Cloud sect in the same way and smoothly made friends with an inner sect elder of the Demon Cloud sect and became their close friend. After Li Yunxiao came out, Yifeng and Xiao Chen praised Li Yunxiao as a socialite among them. When the boss comes out in the future, they will definitely let Li Yunxiao engage in diplomacy. It would be a shame not to use such abilities in diplomacy. Li Yunxiao is not just here for this time. He also needs to maintain the relationship on a regular basis. He needs to take care of her from time to prevent her ability from becoming ineffective. Chapter 408. The 3-year period is coming, and the extermination of the two sects begins. However, good things have to be placed in two places to avoid being taken away at once, so Zhao Haifeng and other three asked Yi Feng, Xiao Chen and Li Yunxiao to secretly provoke the Moyan sect and the Ningyu sect. The relationship between the two groups was not good to begin with, and it only took a fuse for the two groups to become a conflict in an instant. If we can weaken the power of the two sects, the chances of destroying the two sects in the future will increase by 1 point. Under the secret instigation of Li Yunxiao and his two companions, the two sects of Chuyu Mountain have been fighting back and forth countless times, and bloody incidents have begun to occur frequently. So a month later, the treasure of Chuyu Mountain appeared again. After that, the people from the two sects never heard from the treasure again, and instead their attention shifted to each other. The real fire has been raging, and the casual cultivators who were watching the show in Chuyu Mountain have to stay away from this dangerous area to avoid being affected. Demon Li, you're going too far. Sect Master Ning Nan was so angry that his face turned red. The sword in his hand was extremely sharp, and streams of sword energy were released. Sister Ning, I just deceived your feelings back then. Why should you remember it for the rest of your life? Li Taofeng looks suave and romantic, just like a pretty boy. He deceived Ning Nan's feelings back then and became Ning Nan's first love who cannot be mentioned. If his identity had not been exposed in the end, Ning Nan might have been his partner now. Li Taofeng licked his lips subconsciously and looked at Ning Nan with evil eyes. Damn you, I will kill you today. Ning Nan rushed over directly, his long sword was so cold that frost formed for thousands of miles wherever it passed. Are you willing to do so, Sister Ning? Li Taofeng smiled evilly, his demonic energy increasing greatly. The two men fought with their true abilities and used all their magic power, but since they were equally strong, neither could do anything to the other. However, those people from Ningyu sect and Moyan sect were fighting to the death. Holding a weapon, he was filled with murderous intent. Zhao Haifeng's plan was very successful. After more than 3 months of fighting between the two sects, there was still no sign of the treasure appearing, and even after a search, it was not found, so he had to leave. When the two groups left, they still arranged for personnel to monitor the place so as not to miss any news about the treasure. After the two sects left, surveillance of the Heavenly Palace began again. A month later, after confirming that there was no background behind Tianting, they were ready to take action, and because the leaders of the two sects were there before, the two sides were in contact. This time, the leaders of the Ningyu sect and the Moyan sect put aside their personal grudges and prepared to work together to destroy the Heavenly Court. Otherwise, it would be like something stuck in the throat, which they could neither swallow nor spit out, which would be very uncomfortable. Get rid of this arrogant Heavenly Court, support obedient pawns again, and continue to secretly control Shenyang County. Not to mention openly controlling Shenyang County, this is not allowed openly. This is the unspoken rule of the immortal cultivation world and the tacit approval of Chongla Mansion for these sects. It can only be done secretly, not openly. However, the internal elders of the two families who had been brainwashed by Li Yunxiao stood up and said that they had found traces of the forces behind the Heavenly Court, and it seemed that Chongla Mansion was involved. Of course, this is just a pretext for something bigger. Ning Nan and Li Taofeng were afraid of Chongla Mansion, so they gave up. Li Yunxiao also learned the ideas of the two sects from their insiders, and then told Zhao Haifeng and the other three. I didn't expect that they couldn't help but take action so quickly. Fortunately, we arranged an insider, otherwise it would be difficult to deal with. Zhao Haifeng said with some relief. The other three looked normal. Even if the two sects wanted to attack them, they were not vegetarians. The two sects' stomachs were not big enough to eat them. Speaking of which, you guys are hiding your current strength, which makes me look stupid. Zhao Haifeng suddenly changed the subject and looked at the three people with a strange look in his eyes. The three of them looked at him in puzzlement, as if they didn't understand what he meant. Alas, since when do we need to pretend to be pigs and eat the tigers to each other? Can you be a little more sincere? Zhao Haifeng sighed deeply and drank all the tea in the cup. His current strength is at the 9th level of Yuanyun realm, but the people in front of him are also at the 9th level. Anyway, he doesn't believe it. It is obvious that these three people have always become stronger than him, so why are they the same this time? It's not scientific, it must be fake. It's been consecrated, right? Zhao Haifeng has a look that shows he knows everything about you. I have no intention of hiding my cultivation, I just don't want to surprise everyone. It's just my habit. I'm only at the 3rd level. Please excuse me. Zhang Chuchen couldn't help but smile and waved his whisk. Zhun Moshao said silently, I suffered a loss back then, so now I have developed a good habit. I have only reached the 3rd level of enlightenment, what a coincidence. Lin Feng always felt that if he didn't say something, he would seem stupid, so he scratched his head and said, 3rd level of enlightenment, what a coincidence for you too. Ha ha. Zhao Haifeng laughed coldly after hearing the true cultivation level of the three people. What about you? Don't tell me you can't even consecrate it now, Lin Feng asked back. Zhao Haifeng twitched his lips, although he didn't want to tell the truth, but they all said it, and it would be easy to stand out if he didn't say it, so he said honestly, I'm only at the 2nd level of enlightenment, I'm too worthless. I guess they are also hiding their cultivation. It seems that everyone wants to wait for the boss to come out and make a big splash. Zhao Haifeng saw that the three people were looking at him with strange eyes, and quickly changed the subject. After all, we are all the protagonists, making a living under the boss. There is no need to be too ostentatious when the boss is not around, just develop quietly. The three of them did not discuss this issue any further, and then changed the topic to the development of heaven. The 3-year deadline agreed upon for the boss to come out of isolation is soon to come, and Zhao Haifeng and his 3 companions are already preparing for war. For nearly 3 years, the apparent strength of Heavenly Court was 5 strong men at the 9th level of the Cave Ruins realm. These strong men were originally masters below the Dongshu realm, and now they have practiced the Yuxuan Sutra, and their strength has increased terrifyingly. After all, the Yuzan Sutra is a martial art that Chu Ge created specifically for the Heavenly Court. It was also transformed through the fusion of his own great Dao evolution technique and Zhun Moshao's abandoned heaven record. As long as you practice step by step and have enough qualifications, you can become an emperor in the future. The power of heaven is obscure and secret, mainly because the protagonists like Zhun Moshao have hidden their own strength, so it is impossible to predict. The Heavenly Court also recruits new members every 6 months. Although the Heavenly Court has never taken any action, everyone yearns for the generous treatment in the Heavenly Court, which is simply the best place for cultivating immortals. The internal elders of the Ningyu sect and the Moyan sect were gradually bribed by the Heavenly Court and were paid generously and too much. The socialite Li Yunxiao also played a significant role. The leaders of Ningyu sect and Moyan sect don't know yet that their sects have been riddled with spies. The Heavenly Court is now fully aware of every secret meeting of the 2 sects, and Zhao Haifeng and others know how to activate the 2 sects' protective formations. Everyone, get ready for battle. The boss is about to come out of seclusion. We have to give him a surprise. 3 days later, we will secretly go to the 2 sects, wait for the insiders, and then destroy the 2 sects in one fell swoop. This time, Lin Feng and I will be responsible for the actions of Ningyu sect. Zhun Moshao and Zhang Chuchen, you two will be in charge of the actions of Moyan sect. In the conference hall, Zhao Haifeng told everyone the content of the meeting. In fact, the 4 of them had already finished the discussion, and they were just announcing the results. Chapter 409, 3 years, Chu Ge comes out of confinement. Zhao Haifeng, Lin Feng, Zhun Moshao and Zhang Chuchen were divided into 2 teams, each leading members of the Heavenly Court to the locations of the 2 sects, to destroy the 2 sects and completely eliminate the surrounding hidden dangers. As the saying goes, you can't allow others to snore under your bed. Everyone believed that even if the boss had come out of isolation at this moment, he would still agree with their decision. After all, it is because the boss's values are consistent with theirs that they gather around the boss and work for the boss. However, they didn't know that they were the protagonists, so how could their values be the same as Chu Ge's? They were either influenced by Chu Ge's personal charm or led astray by Zhao Haifeng. In fact, most of them were led astray by Zhao Haifeng, but they themselves did not realize it. Naturally, heaven will not make a big move and let everyone know about it. It does things in secret. The new disciples recruited by heaven have become official members of heaven. And those members who are already very strong have temporarily been promoted to become the backbone of the Heavenly Court. Although it seemed that the backbones were treated very poorly, Above the backbones of heaven now were Zhao Haifeng and his people, who had considerable power and a high status, so they had no complaints at all. The Ningyu sect and the Moyan sect had no idea that Heavenly Court had such a targeted operation to destroy them. After all, in the eyes of the two sects, although the Heavenly Court continues to develop rapidly, it may take at least several decades or even hundreds of years to be noticed by them. After all, cultivating immortals also requires gradual progress. A prosperous sect is basically the result of the hard work of its founder or even several generations, which led to the sect's foundation and prosperity. In fact, if the boss didn't need to use the time cycle tower for retreat, Zhao Haifeng and others even wanted to use the time cycle tower to improve the overall strength of heaven. As long as there are sufficient resources in the time cycle tower and people's will is strong enough, one can survive thousands of years in there and come out as a powerful person. Of course, enduring thousands of years in there is like experiencing decades or even hundreds of years outside. After all, the time cycle tower cannot make up for the opportunities and experiences gained from training. Perhaps this is the only flaw in the time cycle tower. After all, not everyone is the protagonist, and not everyone has the protagonist's luck to help them along the way. If Chu Ge had not broken the destined path of their destiny, perhaps these people would have been stronger. But under Chu Ge's protection, these people did not experience many life and death situations, and no one could tell what they gained or lost. Chu Ge in the time tower slowly opened his eyes were as deep as the sea, as if time was passing and years were flowing. The mystery of reincarnation is unfathomable. Little do people know that I have experienced the reincarnation that is unknown to the world for tens of millions of years. Time is like a dream, and only when I wake up do I realize that the world is also a dream. Chu Ge had a complicated expression. The chaotic memories in his mind almost made him forget who he was for a moment. Fortunately, my heart has always been as firm as before, and I will wake up every once in a while to sort out the memories in my mind. He also knew that this was the last time for him to retreat, and the agreed 3-year period would soon be up. He also didn't know what Zhao Haifeng and the others had done with the Heavenly Palace. For 3 years, Chu Ge's strength had been forcibly suppressed by himself at the 9th level of Yuanyun. Come on, I will try my best this time. Chu Ge closed his eyes, sat cross-legged in midair, made magic gestures with his hands, and the laws of time and space flowed through his body. Time and space, the understanding of time and space through thousands of generations, the grasp of human hearts, and the application of the ultimate principles of the world. The aura of Chu Ge's 9th level Yuanyun instantly climbed straight up, as if there was an elevator installed next to the stairs of cultivation, soaring straight up to 90,000 miles. The breath of promotion did not stop. Yuanyun, Kaiguang, Dongshu, Shui, Taishu. The 9th level of Taishu. That's not bad. Chu Ge was barely satisfied with his current strength. He broke through to the 9th level of Taishu in one go without any feeling of emptiness or side effects. Chu Ge gained a lot from this retreat. The domineering thing about the law of time and space is that as long as you understand the law of time and space, it will be like an epiphany, and your strength will improve by leaps and bounds. After 3 years of seclusion, Chu Ge still did not forget to sign in. Of course, there was no way to sign in the time tower. One day was one day, and only one real day counted as a sign-in. System bugs are hard to find, at least Chu Ge hasn't found any yet. There were a lot of rewards for signing in. Chu Ge simply waved his hand and took out the sign-in rewards he had received. Looking at the items floating in front of him, he was very satisfied. Although there is nothing great about signing in, it is very useful for the development of the Heavenly Palace. It's time to come out. After calculating the time, Chu Ge had been in seclusion for 3 whole years, so he opened the cave that had been sealed for a long time. Chu Ge had a feeling of seeing the light of day again. The next second, his gaze shifted to the people not far away, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although time leaves no trace, everyone is still here, and that's good enough. The 3-year period is up, and we respectfully welcome the Lord of Heaven to come out of retreat. After seeing their boss coming out of retreat, Zhao Haifeng and others, led by the powerful men who had joined heaven, knelt on one knee and welcomed their boss out with great fanfare. Chu Ge's mouth twitched. Why did he feel as if he was seeing the Dragon King? Should he smile crookedly to match the current atmosphere? Is everyone doing well over the past 3 years? Chu Ge walked over with a smile. Zhao Haifeng and other protagonists naturally bowed and smiled in response. They had all lived well over the past 3 years and their strength had improved by leaps and bounds. All they needed was a boss to lead them to success. Zhao Haifeng even chuckled and handed a jade slip to the boss. Boss, you have been in seclusion for 3 years. The overall strength of Heavenly Court has been recorded in the book. Boss, you can take a look at the appearance of our Heavenly Court. Boss, now Shenyang County has been completely built into an iron bucket by us, and our follow-up plans can be implemented. Moreover, Ningyu sect and Moyin sect were destroyed some time ago. They have countless wealth and countless skills. The people in the 2 sects are willing to join our Heavenly Court account for nearly half of the people in the 2 sects. The 2 sects are gone. Chu Ge looked at Zhao Haifeng in surprise, and then suddenly smiled. I didn't expect that you gave me such a big surprise. According to his previous idea, he planned to lead everyone in Heavenly Court to destroy the 2 sects after coming out of seclusion. Unexpectedly, Zhao Haifeng and others did this for him in advance. The power of time and space flowed in Chu Ge's eyes, and time and space seemed to play the memories of Zhao Haifeng over and over again like a DVD. Zhao Haifeng felt a lot of pressure from his boss, and this pressure came from the boss's own pressure. So that's how it is. Does that mean that woman was rescued by someone? Chu Ge couldn't help but say after watching the scenes of the sect's destruction that Zhao Haifeng experienced. Boss, how did you know? Zhao Haifeng was full of surprise, he hadn't said it yet. Chapter 410 The protagonist saved the heroine and chose the mission to start. Have you found out who took Luo Yun'er away? Chu Ge looked at everyone and said again. Seeing that Chu Ge cared so much about Luo Yun'er, everyone was confused but did not say it out loud. I really don't know about this, but I've sent people to investigate, but they haven't found her whereabouts yet. Zhao Haifeng didn't pay much attention to this girl. Recently, he has been busy with the recruitment of people in the Heavenly Court. Apart from work, he has been practicing and has no time for fun at all. He just wanted to live up to his boss's trust in him, that's all. Lin Feng stepped forward directly. Luo Yun'er was rescued in front of him at that time. I only found out that the man seemed to be Luo Yun'er's childhood sweetheart. Quote. Later, he was expelled from the sect because of an incident, and no one saw him again. Lin Feng was responsible for investigating this matter. After all, the person slipped away from his hands, but he still couldn't track down the other party's whereabouts. After all, after leaving Shenyang County, Lin Feng was completely in the dark about other places. After all, the energy of heaven had not yet radiated to such a far place. The most important thing is that the boss is in seclusion and there is no one to cover them. In fact, they really want to greatly expand the radiation range of the heavenly energy. Childhood sweetheart. Chu Ge suddenly became interested in this childhood sweetheart. If he guessed correctly, the other party should be the protagonist. Ding dong. Select system on. Option 1. If you mess with the protagonist woman, you must do it thoroughly. Snatch the protagonist woman and make the protagonist single. Reward. Buff bonus for all buildings in heaven. Choice 2. The protagonist who is against you actually has a childhood sweetheart. Should you not kill him and keep him alive for the new year? Just kill the protagonist. Reward. Top grade spiritual vein. Option 3. Be magnanimous and take the protagonist who is against you as your subordinate. Reward. 1000 years of cultivation. Chu Ge silently checked options 1 and 2. As for option 3, 1000 years of cultivation was useless, and the rewards for the first 2 were so generous. It was just a matter of killing a protagonist. It was simple. Lin Feng didn't know what his boss was thinking, so he told the truth. That's right, and he is very powerful. Even I cannot say that I can be sure of winning. However, he was also injured after rescuing Luo Yun'er. But we did not kill Ning Nan, the leader of the Ningyu sect. Instead, we took great pains to capture him alive and fed him the Juexian pill. Ning Nan, the leader of the Ningyu sect, has a close relationship with Luo Yun'er. They seem to be master and disciple, but in fact they are mother and daughter. The Juexian pill was a failed product when Chu Ge was refining the pill. It was originally a pill that could increase the 8 extraordinary meridians, but in the end, taking this pill could end the other party's path to becoming an immortal. It was also an unexpected gain. Chu Ge only refined 1 bottle of the Juexian pill as he was afraid that it would spread out. The Juexian pill was too terrifying and there was no antidote yet. Be careful not to let the leader of Ningyu sect die. We must find the enemy and eradicate the root of the problem. Chu Ge solemnly instructed Lin Feng. Understood. Lin Feng nodded and assured, don't worry, boss. Ning Nan is already under the personal care of Ji Bai. He checks her physical condition every day. She will definitely not die. Quote. Even if she wants to commit suicide, it is impossible. After Ji Bai was named, he found that the boss was looking at him. He quickly stepped forward and bowed, saying, don't worry, boss, I will definitely guarantee that she is alive. Well, don't let anything unexpected happen. Chu Ge specifically reminded him. Afterwards, Chu Ge asked his subordinates one by one about their recent training status. Under Chu Ge's questioning, they no longer hid their strength and directly released their true strength. The strengths of these protagonists are basically very synchronized. After all, they are all protagonists, and their luck is mostly similar. In fact, there is a lot of pressure when everyone is together. They are afraid that their strength will be caught up by others or that their strength will fall behind others. After Chu Ge asked them one by one, he said with great satisfaction, the past 3 years have not been in vain for you. Your strength has improved a lot. These subordinates have made rapid progress and have already reached the first level of Taishu. It can only be said that they are worthy of being the protagonists. This was not unexpected to Chu Ge. If they made slow progress, even Chu Ge himself would doubt whether they were the protagonists. After receiving praise from the boss, everyone felt a lot more relaxed. The boss recognized their abilities, which was a recognition of their 3 years of hard work. Those who had just joined and had never seen Chu Ge stayed where they were, not daring to move or speak. They were extremely shocked in their hearts, not only shocked by the strength of Zhao Haifeng and his men, but also by the strength of the Lord of Heaven. He turned out to be a strong man in the Taishu realm. According to the information they knew, the Lord of Heaven was only in the Yuanyun realm 3 years ago. Only 3 years had passed, and he had directly crossed multiple levels and entered the Taishu realm. You have to know that even in Chongla Prefecture, those in Taishu realm are already very powerful figures. Even the Lord of Chongla Prefecture is only at the 8th level of Guishu, which is above Taishu. Their Lord of Heaven, in time, with this rate of growing strength, Chongla Prefecture will be their world in the future. Chu Ge finally looked at these unfamiliar faces, both men and women, all of whom were not young at all. After all, cultivating immortals will also cause changes in appearance, it's just that lifespan will be extended and strength will be increased. Your subordinates and others are here to see the Lord of the Court. If the Lord of the Court comes out safely, the Heavenly Court will surely intimidate all directions. After feeling the power of the Lord of the Heavenly Court, these people immediately saluted obediently. Chu Ge saw that most of them were at the Dongshu level, and there were also several people at the Shui level. Judging from their positions, he thought that these people at the Shui level were the surrendered people from the 2 sects. Chu Ge's voice was calm but full of majesty, which made everyone's heart tremble. I am an incompetent master of the Heavenly Court. I went into seclusion to practice at the beginning of its establishment. Pass on my order. In half a month, a promotion ceremony will be held in the Heavenly Court. People from the other 3 counties in Chongla Prefecture may be invited to attend the ceremony. According to the rules of the Heavenly Court, the strong are respected and the strong are on the top, while the weak are on the bottom. This is the truth of cultivating immortals. I look forward to your performance in half a month. For the Heavenly Court to get on the right track, it naturally needs promotions to various positions. Previously, the Divine Sense scanned the Jade Slip list and found that the Heavenly Court had not appointed any positions. It seems that Zhao Haifeng and the others want to wait for me to come out of seclusion and personally confer a position in the Heavenly Court on me to show their favor and power. Chu Ge could only say that Zhao Haifeng and the others had good intentions. Now that the Heavenly Court is back on the right track and Xinyang County is completely and safely ruled by the Heavenly Court, Chu Ge will naturally go to the lower world to pick people up. After explaining everything, Chu Ge left this world alone and returned to the underworld using the Kunlun mirror. The spiritual energy in the lower realm is indeed sparse. This was Chu Ge's subconscious thought. As expected, once you use the spiritual energy concentration of the upper realm, you will feel uncomfortable when you arrive in the lower realm. Back at the Chu residence, it has been a year since Chu Ge left this world. The flow of time in the 2 worlds is different. Hubby, you're finally here. I missed you so much. The moment Chu Ge appeared, Feng Linlin threw herself directly into Chu Ge's arms. She couldn't hold back her tears, which flowed out like a flood. Chapter 4112 Clans of Sea Monsters Counting Billions. I'm back to pick you up. We will never be separated again. Chu Ge was helpless with his beloved woman. He could only wipe away her tears and comfort her while looking at her tearful eyes. I'm going to take you home to enjoy a good life, but you're still crying for joy. Yeah, I won't cry anymore, hee hee. Feng Linlin burst into laughter, rubbed her red eyes, and pouted and retorted, how could I? Where's Zhao King? Where did she go? Chu Ge scanned the entire Chu residence with his spiritual sense, but did not see Zhao King, so he couldn't help but ask. She went to play in the sea. Feng Linlin said. Oh, is Yanru still sleeping like this and hasn't woken up yet? Chu Ge's spiritual sense entered Lu Yanru's room. Like a sleeping beauty, she was still sleeping soundly with no signs of waking up. I have not eaten or drunk anything, but my physical condition has not deteriorated at all, and the power that entered is still there. What made Chu Ge even more serious was that even someone as powerful as himself could not see through that power. It seemed that he was not strong enough to deal with Lu Yanru's affairs. She has never woken up, and Sister Yanru doesn't know when she will wake up. Feng Linlin looked a little sad. These days, she and Zhao King have been taking care of Sister Yanru and washing her body. Sister Yanru usually treated her like a real sister, but now Sister Yanru was lying on the bed like a living dead, which made her feel very uncomfortable. Don't worry. This is a good thing for her. It should be the activation or awakening of some kind of bloodline. Chu Ge knew that this was not a bad thing. After Lu Yanru woke up, her strength might increase all of a sudden. Now Tamed Group has been growing and developing under Li Heru's leadership, and Li Heru was also rewarded by the system. He did not intend to let him continue to languish in Tamed Group, but wanted to take him to the upper realm to shine there. As for the lower world, it can be completely handed over to Li Lanyan. As for the ups and downs, Li Lanyan is more suitable for maintaining the status quo and for the future development of the company. Just follow the routine. Li Heru went to the upper realm to start a business, which was something Chu Ge had planned for a long time. After all, the upper realm also needs to be managed. Otherwise, where would the financial source of heaven come from? Elixirs, magical instruments, and other things, including auctions, all need to be operated. Operating these things can make money faster than robbing them. After all, other people are giving you money. He asked Feng Linlin to pack up his things and asked his cheap father-in-law Feng Legion if he wanted to go with him. He didn't mind if one person gained power and everyone around him benefited. After all, he was his woman's biological father. Besides, Feng Legion had helped him a lot in the early days. Although he watched the Dragon King's forces eliminate the Feng family without doing anything, one thing was another. My position was different at that time, and what I needed was not a complete Feng family. Went to the headquarters of Tamed Group, where a private meeting was held. The meeting participants included General Manager Li Heru, Chief Secretary Li Lanyan, Gong Lian, Luo Shu, and representatives from the Sea and Demon tribes. The Sea clan is the ancestor of the Dolphin clan, and the Demon clan is the Nine-Smoke Demon King. The other people at the meeting included Ji Yu Hongming, General Bai, Ji Jingming and others. He will take all these people away and will never leave any hidden dangers in this world. Of course, he did not forget Su Jur. There was no need for Su Jur to attend this meeting, but she still had to be taken away. Even when conditions are right in the future, Chu Ge will open a passage between the upper and lower realms. The entrance to this passage will be inside the Heavenly Palace and will become a forbidden area. Everyone attached great importance to this meeting. After receiving the boss's invitation, everyone was looking forward to going to another world to make a living. Especially since there are ways to continue to become stronger. Who doesn't want to become stronger? Cultivate immortals. If you don't advance, you will regress. Since they have chosen the path of cultivating immortals, they will not have any intention of retreating. Chu Ge looked at everyone and said slowly, everyone, the upper realm is very dangerous. Our current base is Xinyang County, and the newly established force is the Heavenly Court. Quite domineering. Luo Shu felt yearning when he heard it. What is the Heavenly Court? In the Huameng, everyone knows it. Gong Lian looked at Chu Ge with admiration. This man was not only her boss, but also her man, the one she would be loyal to for life. What does it mean that the Nine-Smoke Demon King, the Dolphin Ancestor, and Ji Yu Hongming are all attacking the Heavenly Court? They are filled with excitement that is difficult to calm down. Chu Ge would not leave any hidden dangers in the lower world, so he continued, now take your men and gather at the main vein of Kunlun Mountain. Remember, all those above the foundation establishment stage must be taken away. Including the shadow guards. Gong Lian frowned secretly. Chu Ge would certainly not be so stupid as to disable himself, and explained, excluding the shadow guards, as for the shadow guards, leave Examen Quang and Dongfang Li behind, and leave part of the power to the two of them. They were among the original 10 members of the shadow guards. We still have to leave a part of our power in this world to maintain the order and stability of this world. And I will give them a way to contact the upper realm, so that they can contact directly if something unpredictable happens. Gong Lian breathed a sigh of relief. In this way, the order of the lower realm could be guaranteed. After all, Examen Quang and Dongfang Li had good qualifications, and they were already in the early stages of tribulation. Under Chu Ge's command, all the demons and sea creatures above the foundation building stage in the world rushed towards the main vein of Kunlun Mountain. The whole world was shocked. The Chinese alliance had spoken. No one should stop it. Anyone who tried to stop it would suffer the destruction of their country and their clan. The Chinese alliance is now the world's most powerful country. There is no so-called second most powerful country. The power of the Chinese alliance is already so high that they cannot reach it. In order to prevent overcrowding, Chu Ge directly transformed the Kunlun mirror into a huge mirror and placed it in the main vein of Kunlun Mountain. One could directly enter and reach the heavenly palace. This channel is temporary, and Chu Ge's ability is not enough to maintain a permanent channel. Under the orders of the ancestor and the demon king, the demons and sea creatures that had rushed over walked into the mirror one after another. The number is incalculable. In just one day, 1 billion demons and 1 billion sea creatures have gone to the upper realm. As for whether the heavenly palace can accommodate so many demons and sea creatures, he doesn't care. If it can't, then just put them outside and keep in touch with them. There is no need to gather them together, letting them roam free is also a form of raising them. Here, Chu Ge is still waiting for both the Sirens' tribes to land in the upper realm before taking the rest of the people away. As for the heavenly palace in the upper realm, because the boss opened a short-term passage, 2 tribes of Sirens kept appearing inside the heavenly palace. Zhao Haifeng and others must make arrangements. Some Sirens must be sent away in batches and keep in touch with them, while some Sirens will stay and join the heavenly court. So Zhao Haifeng and the others started to get busy. Fortunately, it doesn't matter whether the cultivators sleep or not, otherwise Zhao Haifeng and the others would have died suddenly. Zhao Haifeng said helplessly, the boss made a big fuss this time. Fortunately, we just sent out the invitation, and it will take some time for those people to come. We must remain silent and not let the outside world know about our actions this time. Don't worry, no one will know. Lin Feng said. Chapter 412 Protagonist Lin Tian, the Mysterious Master. Be careful to make sure that the 2 tribes of sea monsters who have left must keep in touch. No. They must keep in touch. These demon kings are honest in the lower realm, but not necessarily in the upper realm. The more they see, the bigger their hearts become. Zhao Haifeng doesn't believe in the loyalty of the 2 tribes of sea monsters. By the way, let Wuden show up and let those demon kings go to see Wuden before leaving. You must know that Wuden is the 3-legged golden crow, the orthodox royal bloodline of the demon clan, and the demon clan's recognized demon emperor. With Wuden here, I believe they will have to think carefully if they want to betray. Jun Moshel looked at Zhao Haifeng with strange eyes, and suddenly laughed. I didn't expect that you have matured a lot and arranged it so well. Ha ha ha, I think so too. Lin Feng laughed. The corner of Zhang Chuchen's mouth curled up into a smile. Brother Zhao, I admire you for such an arrangement. Zhao Haifeng was immediately unhappy, feeling that he was so unreliable before. What do you mean? I used to be very reliable, okay. Well, workers are the best. Hurry up and do the things assigned by the boss so that you can rest early. Lin Feng stretched and yawned. It wasn't that he was really sleepy, but he was just mentally exhausted, which was really stressful for his brain. The 3 of them stopped talking and continued to deal with the heavenly affairs that they were responsible for. Yuner, where on earth did this heavenly court come from? I have been practicing with my teacher in the mountains for 10 years. Fortunately, I had some feelings and wanted to go see you, otherwise. Lin Tian said with great fear. Now the heavenly court is going to invite Chongla Prefecture and the other 3 counties to go to Xinyang County to watch the ceremony. What do you think their conspiracy is? And the sect master is not dead, they have spread the word, asking us to surrender or kill the sect master. But in this case, we will have no choice but to fall into the trap and will not be able to rescue the sect master at all. Although the sect master had no choice but to expel me from the sect at the beginning, I know that he absolutely does not want to do that in his heart. Luo Yun'er's eyes flashed a trace of pain. The scene of the sect's destruction was vivid in her mind, and the power of the heavenly court directly touched her heart. Now that she had just recovered from her injuries, her master was still alive, which was the best news she had ever heard. I must rescue my master. Luo Yun'er seemed very excited. She directly pulled the wound and coughed continuously. Her pale face showed pain. Don't worry, I will find a way. Seeing Luo Yun'er in unbearable pain, Lin Tian was filled with hatred towards the heavenly court. He was the man who hated to see a woman cry, let alone his childhood sweetheart Luo Yun'er. Damn heaven, you made my Yun'er so sad, I will make you pay the price, Lin Tian roared in his heart. Luo Yun'er said to Lin Tian with lingering fear, Heavenly Court was still a group of people in the Yuanyun realm 3 years ago, but I also persuaded the teacher not to be careless, but unfortunately I still failed to persuade them. 3 years later, the strength suddenly grew to a level one couldn't imagine. Heavenly Court is ambitious and more evil than the demonic path. Except for me and the teacher, everyone in Ningyu sect died. Not a single one was left. Quote. The means are extremely cruel and the way they do things is sophisticated. It doesn't look like the first time they have exterminated a sect. Moreover, someone in the sect actually colluded with Heavenly Court, working together from inside and outside. The sect's formation is ineffective. Damn traitors. And the reasons they exterminated my Ningyu sect and Moyan sect are exactly the same. They all used the excuse that Heavenly Court disciples disappeared near the two sects. Lin Tian didn't expect Luo Yun'er to be so wary of the power of Heavenly Court, and couldn't help but comfort her. Maybe they used some secret method that has a price. Any power that does not grow naturally will have a price to pay, without exception. Lin Tian said with great confidence, forcibly improving one's strength will affect one's own foundation. My master has told me about this issue. His strength makes him a mysterious strong man in the world. His master never tells him where he came from, but he can feel that his master often looks at the moon and sighs. One day, he will have the power to help his teacher. Let's leave Changla Mansion first. I feel that Changla Mansion is not safe either. Lin Tian's master is not in Changla Mansion. If anything happens, his teacher will not be able to rescue him. Yeah, Luo Yun'er nodded obediently. With Lin Tian around, she now had a backbone. However, when Lin Tian and Luo Yun'er were about to leave Changla Mansion, they suddenly heard a piece of news. That is, while many forces in heaven are watching the ceremony, Ning Nan, the leader of Ningyu sect, will be executed on the spot. This news was like a bolt from the blue, causing Luo Yun'er to stop and unable to move forward. Brother Tian, what should we do? I can't let my master die. I have to save her. Luo Yun'er looked at Lin Tian with helpless eyes in an anxious tone. Lin Tian frowned secretly. It seemed that the Heavenly Court was planning to force them to show up. Once he and Yun'er appeared in Shenyang County, he was confident that he could leave safely, but Yun'er couldn't. In order to prevent any accidents, Lin Tian did not plan to let Yun'er go with him. When Lin Tian told Luo Yun'er about this idea, Luo Yun'er's reaction was very intense, which was beyond Lin Tian's expectations. No matter what you say, I must go. She is my master, the one who raised me since I was a child. I can't not go, Brother Tian, I can't not go. Luo Yun'er said with a very tough attitude and a firm look in her eyes. Seeing Yun'er's unprecedented attitude, Lin Tian's heart softened immediately and he sighed deeply. Then you must follow me well, don't be impulsive, and listen to me in everything. Yes, I will definitely listen to you. Luo Yun'er was relieved when she saw Lin Tian agreed to her. She knew that she was willful, but she really wanted to go. Lin Tian had to think of another way. He had to ensure Yun'er's safety. It seemed he had to ask the teacher for help. Qingyu Valley. Lin Tian's teacher was a white-haired old man dressed in a purple robe. He looked like an ordinary old man. The communication device in Ji Chen's hand suddenly lit up. He was afraid that his disciple was in danger, so he hurriedly checked the message. This brat is really causing trouble for me. Although Ji Chen blamed him, he was still very pleased in his heart. When a disciple comes to you for help, it can be considered a form of dependence. He was considered a supreme being in his day, but unfortunately he was expelled from the Ji family for some reason. His foundation was also damaged because of the war, and his strength plummeted. Now I am only at the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm, but in this small place where the strongest person is only at the 9th level of the Guishu realm, I am already invincible. Levels of immortal cultivation: overcoming tribulation, Yuanyun, consecration, Dongshu, Shui, Taishu, Guishu, Linghai, Hualing, Yuanyuan, supreme, great emperor. Ji Chen agreed to his disciple's small request and set off for Shenyang County. He did not take a small force like heaven seriously, and Ji Chen did not plan to take action himself. Instead, he left it to his disciple to train and gain some experience. Chapter 413. The canonization ceremony is about to begin. After receiving the teacher's affirmative response, Lin Tian secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and felt more confident that he could rescue the sect leader. With the teacher's guarantee, I can now take Yuner to Shenyang County with confidence. I believe that with the teacher's ability, since he could agree to the heaven's strength when I mentioned it, his own strength must be much stronger than the heavens. Lin Tian finally had a vague idea of his teacher's strength. It seemed that the teacher was much stronger than he had imagined. Did your master agree? Luo Yuner looked at him expectantly. Lin Tian smiled. Of course, my master is very powerful, and can destroy the heavenly palace with a snap of a finger. But my master regards this matter as an experience, and will take action at the critical moment. What he meant was that if he failed, his master would back him up. Luo Yuner heard the meaning of the words and felt relieved. With Brother Tian's master around, even if something goes wrong, he can guarantee his teacher's life safety. Many people actually don't know much about the mysterious rise of the heavenly court. After all, its rise was too fast. It has only been 3 years, and Chongla Prefecture does not understand it. Even the other 3 counties ruled by Chongla Prefecture, although they are neighbors, do not know much about it. After all, apart from paying taxes to Chongla Prefecture as normal in the past 3 years, Shenyang County has basically not had any transactions with any major forces. So everyone was very curious, including some of the more curious immortal cultivation forces outside of Chongla Prefecture. After all, the impression that Heavenly Court gave them was that of youth, and everyone still remembered the news of Shenyang County's recruitment back then. 3 years ago, a group of young geniuses came to Shenyang County. It happened that the 4 major families were killing each other and finally perished together, giving these young geniuses the advantage. 3 years later, using the disappearance of their own people as an excuse, the Heavenly Court split into 2 teams and suppressed and unexpectedly wiped out the Ningyu sect and the Moyan sect with absolute force. Now that the Lord of Heaven has come out of seclusion and cordially invited forces from all sides, they will naturally send people to watch the ceremony and take a look at who this Lord of Heaven is. You have to know that the news they received was that the Lord of Heaven went into seclusion after founding heaven, leaving Zhao Haifeng, Lin Feng, Zhang Chuchen and Zhun Moshao in charge. The names of these 4 people have spread far and wide since the establishment of heaven. These 4 people are so loyal, or it can be said that the power of the Lord of Heaven is stronger. It was so strong that the 4 of them had no intention of betraying him. With a warm invitation, all parties responded. Such a grand occasion is rare. The casual cultivators who came to watch the fun also rushed to Shenyang County. Perhaps joining the Heavenly Court is also a good choice. After all, the Heavenly Court gives a lot. In the past, independent cultivators had no way to do so. After all, other forces do not have such generosity. It can be said that there were some in the early stages. After all, it was about making a name for themselves. The forces in their pioneering period might have experienced this. But now that the sects' territories are fixed, it is extremely difficult for new forces to rise. If you hesitate any longer, you won't be able to drink the last mouthful of soup. Shenyang County. Chu Ge has returned. There are still 3 days until the agreed ceremony time, but all the major sects and families have already arrived. The Heavenly Court naturally wants to demonstrate its own magnanimity. The treatment is impeccable. People eat, drink and live well, and there is even no problem for cultivators to exchange experiences with each other. There are people in heaven who are specifically responsible for receiving people from various families. Of course, the strength of the people receiving people varies depending on the strength of the forces. For example, the reception staff of Chongla Mansion is Li Yunxiao, the king of immortal cultivation, and the reception staff of other forces will naturally be handed over to the people below. There are many immortal cultivation families. Some of them have a patriarch who is only in the foundation establishment stage. The reception staff are naturally also in the foundation establishment stage. After all, the foundation establishment stage is not valuable in the eyes of everyone in the heavenly court. It is a recognized secret that Chu Ge can produce a large number of foundation establishment stage cultivators, and it is also something that Zhao Haifeng and others know well. Of course, this secret will not be told to the outside world. There are countless immortal cultivators in this world, and even those in the foundation building stage can become the king in a small place. The world is so big that even Zhun Moshao couldn't give an approximate number. In any case, even a figure like Zhun Moshao, who was once the abandoned emperor, didn't know how big the world is. Boss, this is the contact information of the Demon Clan and the Sea Clan when they left. Zhao Haifeng arranged for nearly 5 billion demons and sea creatures. The huge number changed the quality. The 5 million sirens from the two tribes were left scattered within the Chongla prefecture, while the rest had quietly left along the river. As for not knowing how to water, do the sea people just eat and do nothing? Both tribes of sirens are forces under Chu Ge's command, so they naturally help each other. Although the two tribes look down on each other, they still have some magnanimity. Just make the arrangements. Chu Ge put all the contact information into the void ring. To be honest, the overall strength of the lower world is really strong. Unfortunately, the revival of spiritual energy has limited the birth of high-end power. After the revival of spiritual energy, the speed at which the two species of sirens with qualifications become stronger has not slowed down at all. The safety of those who come to watch the ceremony must be guaranteed. If there are people who wantonly cause trouble, they must be taken down according to the law. We are not afraid of anyone, not even the Chongla Mansion. Although the Chongla Mansion is powerful, it is only difficult to deal with in a fight. Chu Ge said this with confidence, but it was a fight to the death. Once the Dongwang Bell or Kunlun mirror on him was exposed, disaster and trouble would come upon him. This is the reason why it is a crime to possess a treasure. I will naturally ensure the safety of those people. No one will be allowed to disrupt the festive day in my heavenly court. Zhao Haifeng assured hurriedly. Chu Ge couldn't help but look at Zhun Moshao and the other two who had remained silent. You three have worked hard in the past 3 years. I will give you a satisfactory position in the next enthronement. Quote. Thank you, boss. The three of them showed joy on their faces. They knew that the boss would not treat them unfairly in terms of status, but since the boss told them personally, there was naturally a basic guarantee. Gong Lian, there are now as many as 500,000 shadow guards, which is too many. Reduce them by half and have the rest infiltrate the major forces. Chu Ge looked at Gong Lian, who was standing beside him, and gave the order. Don't worry, boss. Shadow Guard will definitely become your powerful weapon again and will be invincible wherever it goes. Gong Lian bowed respectfully, lowered his head and said in a firm tone. Xinyang County has changed so much. Clan leader, have you ever been to Xinyang County? I was fortunate enough to be here once. At that time, I was sending my grandson, your clan brother, to Ningyu sect to cultivate. Unfortunately, he didn't have enough aptitude. Now that I think about it, I was lucky at that time. The clan leader is right. This is the Xinyang County of the Heavenly Court. Fortunately, we have nothing to do with the Ningyu sect. The leader of the team was a small clan leader from one of the many families in a small town governed by the Xinyang County. His strength was only at the late stage of foundation building. This scene has occurred many times in Xinyang County, and the surrounding vendors are no longer surprised by it. Chapter 414. Secret Surveillance. This fellow Taoist is a guest who has come to attend my heavenly court's enthronement ceremony. A handsome man in white appeared, bowed politely, and greeted the clan leader. I didn't know that this fellow Taoist was from the heavenly court. Seeing that this person was also in the late stage of foundation building, the clan leader hurriedly bowed and said politely. Although he knew that the other party's servant was from the heavenly court, he still had to ask politely. If he made a mistake, he could easily get into trouble. This is the way of life of a small family. They would rather suffer a loss than provoke anyone with a stronger force than themselves. That's right. Just follow me from now on. I will arrange accommodation for you and take care of your safety until the ceremony is over. This handsome man in white was exactly the disciple recruited by the heavenly court 3 years ago. He had good aptitude and was promoted directly from a mortal to the late stage of foundation building in 3 years. He is also one of the disciples that Jun Moshao values the most. Thank you for your help, fellow Taoist. This time the clan leader's attitude became even more respectful. From his young age, it was obvious that he was a disciple recruited by the heavenly court. With such achievements at such a young age, his future is limitless. Seeing the clan leader being so respectful, the younger generations behind him were even more respectful. Heaven has never fallen behind any force, and its strength is equal to that of the leaders of every force. This is the strength and heritage that heaven has shown to the outside world. At the same time, it can also discourage many sinister people who want to secretly profit from doing harm to the heavenly court. The leader of Chongla Prefecture was Yu Feng, the eldest son of the prefecture master. Li Yunxiao was sitting opposite Yu Feng. He raised his glass and said with a smile, "The eldest son has come from afar, so heaven should treat him with sincerity. I didn't expect that heaven would have such a humorous person like Brother Li. It seems that heaven is really extraordinary." Yu Feng raised his glass and drank with a smile. Li Yunxiao smiled and drank the wine in his hand. Through his sincere performance just now, Yu Feng's trust in him, and he had a preliminary understanding of some things inside Chongla Mansion. For example, the factional conflicts within Chongla Mansion are a problem that some heirs will encounter, that is, the position of the heir. Li Yunxiao felt that if he could gain the favor of Yu Feng, it would be easier to divide Chongla Mansion and break it from the inside. The old man who had been protecting Yu Feng did not feel anything wrong at all, and he even thought that Li Yunxiao was an interesting person. Li Yunxiao's strength is at the 3rd level of enlightenment, and the old man who protects Yu Feng is also a master at the enlightenment level. It also made Yu Feng and the old man who protected Yu Feng feel that the heavenly court was very sincere and had a high level of foundation, as they actually used powerful people of the consecration level to entertain people. In order to complete the task assigned by his boss, Li Yunxiao continued to lick Yu Feng. Flattery was a common occurrence for him. It doesn't matter whether it's hard or not, it's just a task assigned by the boss. And a strange man and woman in disguise appeared in Shenyang County. Under normal circumstances, this strange man and woman would definitely attract attention. But now there are so many people in Shenyang County, and one man and one woman are just too many. Shenyang County has changed a lot. Look at the streets. I have never seen these immortal cultivators so honest and upright. Not a single one is fighting or even bullying others here. Lin Tian sent a message to Luo Yuner beside him using his spiritual consciousness. It was not convenient to communicate in reality right now. Maybe this is the tyranny of heaven. Luo Yuner didn't think it was bad, but this was not the style of heaven. The style of the heavenly court should be even more evil than that of the devil. After losing the protection of the Ningyu sect and the Moyan sect, Shenyang County should be living in a state worse than death and in dire straits. Why does it look a little different, as if life is better than before? Luo Yuner couldn't help but feel a little confused. Let's find a place to stay first and wait for the heavenly court's enthronement ceremony. That will be the best time for us to take action. Lin Tiank had no idea what Luo Yuner was thinking. He was alert and looked around, fearing that he was being followed. In fact, Lin Tian and Luo Yuner didn't know that Zhao Haifeng had already calculated their whereabouts. Don't forget that Zhao Haifeng's fortune-telling ability is unparalleled. When looking for a sister, Zhang Chuchen and others would ask Zhao Haifeng to tell which sister is the best. After years of accumulation of fortune-telling experience and training under the tricky requirements of Zhang Chuchen and others, Zhao Haifeng's fortune-telling ability is much different from before. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen have formed a team. When it comes to tracking people, they have never failed. I guess there is a teacher behind this kid. Yi Feng suddenly said. Xiao Chen also made a guess. I guess this kid's true identity is not ordinary. How did you know that this kid's identity is not ordinary? Yi Feng asked puzzled. Xiao Chen replied, don't you know? Lin Yi's supreme bloodline is similar to that of the other party but not the same. Isn't it obvious? Oh my, you're out of breath when I say you're fat. Yi Feng couldn't help but say, this kid actually dared to go against the boss. He really doesn't take the road to heaven, and he comes to hell without a door. Xiao Chen looked at Lin Tian, who was still chatting happily with Luo Yuner without knowing he was being monitored, and sneered, this kid is so careless, it seems he won't live long. If there is no accident, this kid should die in Shenyang County. Yi Feng turned his head to look at him, what if there is an accident? Xiao Chen looked directly ahead, and said lightly, if there is an accident, it is caused by your bad mouth. I will report to the boss. You are the leader of this accident. Fuck, are you so cruel? After all, we have worked together for so long. Yi Feng looked at him in surprise and stepped back several steps. Both of them are now in the state of vengeful spirits, hiding in the air and accompanied by spiritual energy, and cannot be discovered at all. Xiao Chen snorted coldly, if you are scared, just keep a close eye on him. This kid is so confident, he must have something to rely on. The upper realm is different from the lower realm, there are many people who are stronger than us. Although we can die and be reborn, but without the boss, it will be very difficult for us to recover our strength after death and rebirth. Yi Feng retorted, no, if something happens to the boss, it seems that we will not be able to survive. We seem to be bound to the 10,000 Ghosts banner. All of a sudden, the two lost interest in talking. Of course, this is just talk. If they really want to leave the boss, neither of them would be willing to do so. It would be great to stay with the boss and eat and drink for free, and become stronger. Isn't that great? Let's wait here for the heavenly court's enthronement ceremony to be held. Your teacher will be brought out then, and we will act according to the circumstances. Lin Tian transmitted a message to Yuner through his spiritual consciousness. I'll be out for a while. I have to find our retreat route. Once we succeed, we'll leave here immediately. After sitting for a while, Lin Tian stood up, gave some instructions, and left the inn. Chapter 415 I'm attracted to your wife. When Lin Tian came back, he found that a cultivator dressed as a dandy was harassing Yuner. This scene instantly made him furious, and his eyes turned red. Luo Yuner had something on her mind, so she was feeling very upset. So when Lin Tian left, she couldn't help but leave the inn and go out for some fresh air. I originally planned to come back immediately after taking some fresh air, but not long after I walked out, a sticky person appeared next to me. I originally thought that I could just endure it and it would be over, but now this person is getting more and more demanding. But she had to endure it, there was no other way, because she couldn't be exposed. Once she did it, she would definitely be exposed, and her teacher would be finished. I'm sorry, this is my wife. This fellow Taoist has gone a bit too far. Lin Tian still forced himself to hold it in and just pushed this guy aside, because he could see that Yuner was also being tolerant. She didn't want Yuner's efforts to go to waste, and the plan she and Yuner had discussed couldn't be stopped halfway. Once exposed, Lin Tian didn't know whether the teacher could arrive in time. What's the matter, fellow Taoist? Since ancient times, gentlemen have long admired beautiful ladies. Even if she is your wife, you cannot be so overbearing. It was not known whether the dandy boy said this on purpose. He waved the folding fan in his hand, and his airs instantly became full. The two guards behind him drew their swords immediately. The safety of the young master was the top priority for them. As for the possibility of social death, they had long been accustomed to the young master's temper. Lin Tian directly protected Yuner behind him. At this time, Luo Yuner felt very guilty. If she had known this would happen, she should have listened to Brother Tian and stayed in the house obediently. It's not like it is now, they have probably become the focus of the whole process. The people who were eating in the inn hall suddenly felt that the scene at this moment was really appetizing. The shopkeeper was so happy that he was beaming with joy, and more people ordered dishes. Even cultivating immortality cannot change the human nature of loving to watch the fun, and everyone has a gossipy heart. It's not common to forcibly seize someone's wife, especially here. This is the territory of heaven. What? Do you want to take action? Lin Tian stared at the man in front of him fiercely and threatened. Shu Feipeng raised his head and chest slightly, bowed to everyone in the hall and said, I am Shu Feipeng, the eldest son of the Shu family in Zile County, Chongla Prefecture. It is an fate to meet you all today. I will treat you to this meal. When everyone heard this, they smiled happily. Although they were not short of money for the meal, it was still very honorable to be treated by someone. So you are the eldest son of the Shu family in Zile County. It is clear from today's meeting that he is so suave and casual. The eldest son has a unique style of doing things. As the saying goes, water flows to low places and people go to high places. His wife has become the concubine of Mr. Shu. She will be successful in the future. Quote. That's right. You are still young. The water in Zile County is deep. You can't grasp it. It's your blessing that the eldest son of the Shu family likes your wife. Everyone spoke for Shu Feipeng. In fact, they were well-intentioned for Lin Tian's sake. If they offended Shu Feipeng, the consequences would be bad. Moreover, the Heavenly Palace can only maintain order temporarily. What about in the future? This kid will be in trouble once he leaves Shenyang County. The Shu family of Xile County is very good. Lin Tian gritted his teeth and kept the Shu family in his heart, determined to reward them in the future. Luo Yuner now realized how serious the trouble she had caused was. The Shu family in Xile County was not weak in strength. It could be said that it was the combined strength of the Ningyu sect and the Moyan sect. The law enforcement officer of heaven was the original Shadow Guard. This nascent soul stage Shadow Guard watched the scene silently and did not take any action to stop it. After all, as long as there is no fight, he won't care. Every inn has Shadow Guards to deter and maintain order. With powerful warriors in the nascent soul stage maintaining order, one can imagine the strength of the heavenly court. You have to know that even the Shu family in Xile County does not have the luxury of using cultivators with nascent soul stage strength to maintain order. Shu Pengfei would not provoke the heavenly court. He really thought this woman was very interesting. Although he had enjoyed countless women, this woman attracted him at first sight. The thought that popped up in my mind instantly was to get this woman. Haha, don't use heaven to pressure me. Heaven won't conflict with my Shu family because of a small figure like you. Shu Pengfei was not worried at all when he mentioned heaven, but he didn't want to make heaven lose face, so he resisted the urge to take action. After all, that person didn't let him take action. So he deliberately bumped Lin Tian's shoulder, and Shu Pengfei whispered something very arrogant in his ear, "I must get your wife." Ha ha ha. Shu Pengfei laughed and went straight upstairs to his guest room. The audience also knew that Shu Pengfei was known in Xile County as a playboy, but his actual strength was unknown. People only knew that Shu Pengfei was a smiling tiger. On the surface he seems to be cheerful and dissolute, but behind the scenes he does many sinister and vicious things. Everyone naturally knows it, but no one dares to point it out to him. Lin Tian felt heavy-hearted and quickly took Yuner back to his guest room and asked, "Yuner, why did you go out just now? If I hadn't come back at the right time, you don't know how dangerous you would be in next." "I'm sorry, Brother Tian, I know I was wrong." Luo Yuner apologized honestly. "Forget it, I've already found a way to retreat. After we rescue the sect leader, we'll leave immediately. From now on, you must never leave the inn again." Lin Tian looked at Yuner's face as she honestly admitted her mistake. His heart softened, and he couldn't bring himself to say any harsh words. He could only comfort her softly. Just as Lin Tian and Luo Yuner were talking, Shu Pengfei changed his previous arrogance and stood humbly in front of someone in his guest room. "I told you to test it, and this is how you test it. Just do it, what are you afraid of?" Chu Ge put down the jade crystal cup in his hand, turned to look at Shu Pengfei, his calm tone revealing supreme majesty. He was really puzzled. He asked Zhao Haifeng to find a capable playboy to compete with Lin Tian, but this playboy didn't perform as well as Zhao Haifeng did. And his intuition told him that Lin Tian was not as simple as he had imagined. This guy came here with such confidence, but we still haven't figured out what he relies on. It's obvious that the support behind him is very unusual. You didn't let me do this. This is not your territory. If I did, it would damage the prestige of the heavenly court. Shu Pengfei was afraid that the person in front of him would be furious, so he hurriedly explained. He was very arrogant in front of outsiders, but in front of the Lord of Heaven, he could not be arrogant at all. He did not even feel the feeling of oppression from the ancestor when they first met. So at the first moment, he chose to surrender directly. A wise man will not suffer a loss in the present or in the future. Chapter 416 Late Night Drugs, Immortal Drunk. You can do whatever you want. If you need anything from the Shu family, I will help you. Chu Ge was just in a whim. He had never tried using a villain to deal with the protagonist. After all, most of the villains and protagonists before had been taken down by him at the same time. Only Zhao Haifeng was accepted under his command. When I take control of the Shu family in the future, I will definitely follow the orders of the heavenly court. Shu Feipeng was decisive and promised directly. As long as the heavenly court guarantees that he can control the Shu family, then there is nothing wrong with him joining the heavenly court. Although he is the eldest son of the Shu family, he has a useless second brother who is the direct descendant of the legitimate family. The mother of this good-for-nothing second brother was killed by his own mother. Originally, He wanted to keep the good for nothing to show his magnanimity, but he didn't know that this second brother's luck had turned recently. The speed of cultivation was beyond his expectations, and even the people he sent out were killed by his second brother. When he was thinking about leading people to take action himself, his father suddenly arranged for him to come to Shenyang County to watch the ceremony, which prevented him from taking action. Most likely it was because his father noticed his intention and protected his good-for-nothing son. Sure enough, the mother of this good-for-nothing son was still loved by his father. Is it okay for his mother to have worked hard to run the family for so many years, for a woman who has been dead for so many years? Since father is on the side of this useless legitimate son, then don't blame him. You are quite smart. Chu Ge also knew that the other party had written a blank check, but think about it, if the other party could not control the Shu family, what would they use to work for the heavenly court? Shu Feipeng lowered his head even more, bowed without saying a word, and was extremely respectful. After waiting for a long time without any movement, Shu Feipeng carefully raised his head and found that the seat was empty. The Lord of Heaven had left at some point in time. Shu Feipeng sat down directly in his seat, breathed a sigh of relief with cold sweat all over his body, and drank 2 cups of tea in succession to calm his nerves. The pressure brought to him by the Lord of Heaven was so great that he could not have any improper thoughts just by sitting there. However, it also indirectly proved that his decision to surrender to the Lord of Heaven was correct. People go to high places and water flows to low places. Shu Feipeng also wants to go further, and he will do so at all costs. Controlling the Shu family will only benefit his future and not harm it. After all, the Shu family is the bargaining chip for his loyalty to the heavenly court. But Shu Feipeng didn't know that Chu Ge didn't care about the Shu family at all, or that the entire Chongla mansion could be obtained by just one word from him. Now the structure of heaven is not complete yet. Once the structure of heaven is completed, the power of heaven will develop vigorously and in an orderly manner. Of course, in this world, he would not use the time tower recklessly. Only disciples with great merit and excellent qualifications are qualified to enter the time cycle tower, and their thoughts must pass the test, otherwise it will not be possible. He will not raise an ungrateful person. That night, after receiving a hint from the Lord of Heaven, Shu Pengfei sneaked into Luo Yuner's room. Of course, he did not intend to enjoy this woman himself, but planned to offer her to the Lord of Heaven. Although this woman was a top-notch one, he still held back. Of course, we are not going to take action now, as it is not the right time yet. Instead, we are going to test Lin Tian's strength. If the other party can't even detect your arrival, then the test is over and you can take action immediately after the ceremony. Now Shu Pengfei felt that his mind was clearer than ever before. He even understood why he sent someone to deliver a head to his second brother. This is the biggest benefit for the villain to follow Chu Ge. The protagonist's halo will lose its effect on Chu Ge, and even Chu Ge's subordinates will lose their effect. Anyway, Shu Pengfei didn't know the reason, and fortunately he didn't think about it too much. The moment he entered Luo Yuner's room, he was discovered by Lin Tian. Lin Tian set up a small reminder trap to prevent the other party from doing this. As long as someone walks in, Lin Tian will know it immediately. Lin Tian's face was extremely gloomy, like a volcano about to erupt. He didn't expect that his guess was right. This ignorant person actually dared to come. I didn't expect you would find out. Shu Pengfei laughed fearlessly. At this time, Luo Yuner had been knocked unconscious by him. This drug, called Immortal Drunk, was an essential medicine that he often used to knock out fairies. Anyone has the right to kill the beast in human clothing. The Shu family will be rewarded in the future. Lin Tian walked directly in front of Luo Yuner, picked up the unconscious Luo Yuner and left the room. Lin Tian didn't intend to take action here. Once he did, he would really not be able to get out. He had to endure it. He was expelled from the sect and endured it, but he got a master. He is forbearing now, just to make a sacrifice for the success of his plan in the heavenly palace. Before leaving, Lin Tian looked at Shu Pengfei and said coldly, "You will definitely regret your provocation against me now." At the same time, Lin Tian was also very scared. If he had not been careful, he might have been defeated by the other party. Shu Pengfei just laughed softly. This guy Lin Tian was really fearless. Was it his strength or his background that gave him the confidence? Shu Pengfei did not take any action. He had already obtained what he wanted to test, so he just watched Lin Tian take Luo Yuner away. As for where the other party went, he knew that the other party would not be able to escape the sight of heaven. Before, he didn't know why the Lord of Heaven didn't take direct action against Lin Tian. Now that he was sober, he immediately realized that there must be someone behind Lin Tian. Even the Lord of Heaven doesn't know who this person is, or which force this belongs to. The grandest enthronement ceremony in heaven finally began under the attention of thousands of people. This huge square of heaven is filled with people. According to the size of their power, the best seats are naturally those close to the Lord of Heaven. Everyone politely took their seats one after another, and representatives of many forces appeared. Everyone in the venue was amazed, as these big shots were never seen in normal times. Today was an eye-opener. The appearance of these high-ranking people instantly brought the atmosphere to a climax. However, what everyone was most looking forward to was the appearance of the Lord of Heaven. Although everyone saw the appearance of Zhao Haifeng and others, all of them were from the younger generation. Their strength was actually promoted to the level of enlightenment in just 3 years, which was really rare. These are the subordinates of the Lord of Heaven. With such talent, they can become the personal disciples even in Changla Mansion or even outside of Changla Mansion. Now they are merely subordinates of the Lord of Heaven, so how powerful is the Lord of Heaven? Everyone is looking forward to the last empty seat. That high position belongs to the Lord of Heaven. Chapter 417 appeared and everyone was shocked. Everyone was looking forward to it. The appearance of the Lord of Heaven was their biggest curiosity. How blessed is the Lord of Heaven, who has never appeared before, to be able to gather such a group of people and become the Lord of Heaven. If he had not encountered any unexpected events during his cultivation, he would probably have become a dominant overlord, or even an emperor. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the whispers of the crowd gradually died down, and the entire place was almost silent. But the Lord of Heaven still did not come out. The people from heaven who were present seemed to know the reason and looked unhurried. Lin Tian and Luo Yuner disguised themselves and sneaked in to watch the ceremony. There was no way, they couldn't get in at all. The inspection was very strict, and the two of them didn't stand a chance at all. Suddenly there was a commotion among the crowd, and a group of demons and sea creatures appeared on the outer walkway. The Sea Clan and the Demon Clan are no strangers in this world, but the Demon Clan and the Sea Clan have always looked down on humans, let alone submit to them. It turns out that they are the Demon Clan and the Sea Clan. It's incredible that the Heavenly Court actually has the Demon Clan and the Sea Clan working for it. Oh my god, no way, am I dreaming? And it seems that their strength is not low. They are actually Demon Clan members in the Yuanyun realm. Many people were surprised, and the Yuanyun realm was already a 2-day existence in the eyes of some people, but in the eyes of some big forces, it was just the Yuanyun realm. Yu Feng, the eldest son of Changla Mansion, was also extremely surprised. The Demon Clan and the Sea Clan had never owned even Changla Mansion, so he did not expect that the Heavenly Court would actually own it. It was really incredible. The origin of heaven is even more unusual. Yu Feng whispered to the old man beside him, and the old man also disappeared here. Yu Feng must report the matter to his father, but Yu Feng still has a good impression of Tianting, and this good impression is also due to the existence of Li Yunxiao. The 9-Smoke Demon King stood in the first row, looking upwards with burning eyes, and knelt on one knee on the ground. Welcome to the Lord of the Court. Welcome to the Lord of the Court. The Demon Kings around the 9-Smoke Demon King knelt down one after another, their eyes full of respect. Welcome, Lord of the Court. The dolphin ancestor of the Sea Clan was naturally not willing to be outdone, and his voice seemed to be louder than that of the 9-Smoke Demon King. Zhao Haifeng, Zhang Chuchen and others on the stage knelt silently on one knee, bowed their hands, raised their heads and looked straight at the distant sky in front of them. The momentum was so great and the aura was so overwhelming that everyone was stunned. The Lord of Heaven really put on a grand show. Everyone's eyes followed the person on the stage and looked towards the sky, only to see that the eastern sky was dyed red, with blood-colored clouds and the light of the scorching sun was extremely rich. A long cry of the golden crow resounded throughout heaven and earth. The long sound was heard, and the heaven and earth shook. The temperature instantly became hot. The figure of the golden crow appeared in front of everyone. A figure stood motionless on the golden crow's body, and the figure was vague and misty, like the setting sun. How is this possible? Could this be the legendary golden crow? One of the monks at the enlightenment level stood up in shock and said in disbelief. This is a divine bird. Could it be that the person standing on the golden crow divine bird is the legendary Lord of Heaven? Incredible. I didn't expect that the Lord of Heaven actually owns the divine bird Golden Crow. This shows that the Lord of Heaven is no ordinary person. Could it be that the Lord of Heaven is the Son of God from some holy land? The others were also talking about it, and they were all amazed. It's actually the Golden Crow. This Lord of Heaven is truly. Yu Feng's expression turned solemn. The background of heaven was becoming more and more complicated. In full view of everyone, Chu Ge's figure stepped out from hundreds of meters above the ground, his feet on the void, a phantom with every step. In the blink of an eye, Chu Ge was already standing on the high platform, and his calm gaze swept over the people on the ground. These people were the forces that the heavenly court would need to deal with in the future. The three-legged golden crow Wooten transformed into a human form and stood behind Chu Ge. Chu Ge's calm eyes made everyone feel the tremendous pressure, and everyone experienced the power of the 9th level of Taishu for themselves. The 9th level of Taishu is not capable of this kind of pressure, and the means just used were even more shocking. The cultivators who knew the 9th level of Taishu looked at the Lord of Heaven with complicated eyes. If their guess was correct, the power of this Lord of Heaven was definitely more than the 9th level of Taishu. It seems that the other party just used the power of space, which is not a power that can be controlled by the Taishu realm. The strength of this Lord of Heaven is truly terrifying. He has actually reached the 9th level of the Taishu realm. At this rate, the Chongla mansion is estimated to be. The man only spoke halfway, but everyone understood his meaning. At this moment everyone knew that there would definitely be a battle between Chongla Mansion and Heaven. There is no room for two tigers in one mountain. The Lord of Heaven is so talented that he will definitely not yield to others. Heaven will definitely become more powerful after today. With the existence of the Lord of Heaven, so many people joined Heaven that many people around him looked strange. Whether it is providing timely assistance or icing on the cake, there is an imperial dynasty behind Chongla Mansion. Simply put, everyone is under the rule of the Qing dynasty. However, the Qing dynasty is now extremely unstable internally. The imperial family is in decline, powerful ministers are in chaos, and various parties in the court are fighting openly and secretly. Even various places have begun to obey orders instead of decrees. The Qing dynasty has ruled this land for 1,000 years. Now chaos is spreading and evil is everywhere. Does the birth of heaven mean? The Lord of Heaven has blessed you with this talent. If you want to place a bet, you must do it as soon as possible, otherwise you won't even be able to get a taste of the goodness in the future. Those who can take charge of a family or even a sect are not fools. They are all smart people. It is not a loss to make friends with them secretly and invest in the heavenly court. The better the signs from the heavenly palace are, the more capital we will invest. Even if there are problems in heaven in the future, they can just stop the losses in time. After all, there is no investment business that does not lose money. Lin Tian looked at Chu Ge on the stage with a complicated and solemn expression. He did not expect that this Lord of Heaven was actually at the 9th level of the Taishu realm. However, he had never heard of the method used by the other party just now. It seemed that the other party wanted to use this method to intimidate everyone. The other party did it. Luo Yun'er's inner pride had long been crushed since her sect was destroyed, but the look she gave the Lord of Heaven was still one of shock. You all have come from afar, and I, Chu Ge, welcome you very much. Chu Ge said slowly. The establishment of the heavenly court naturally requires knowing you all. Today is the heavenly court's canonization ceremony. You all celebrate with the heavenly court. Yu Feng stood up and bowed to Chu Ge and said loudly, the Lord of the heavenly court is indeed extraordinary after seeing you today. It is my honor to meet you. Chu Ge looked at Yu Feng. He knew the eldest son of Chongla Mansion, so he smiled and said, the eldest son of Chongla Mansion, you are elegant and talented. Come to the heavenly court as a guest often in the future. My heavenly court will treat you with the highest courtesy. Thank you, Lord of Heaven. Yu Feng bowed and said with a smile. As for the rest of the people, naturally they didn't say a word. After all, today was Heaven's home court, and they still gave Heaven a little face. The power of Heaven is both mysterious and powerful. People have always been tacitly in awe of the unknown power. Zhao Haifeng, obey my orders. Signaling everyone to be quiet, Chu Ge took out a token from his hand. I'll obey your orders. Zhao Haifeng appeared in the empty space in the center with a happy face, knelt on one knee facing the boss, and bowed his hands to accept the orders. Chapter 418. Heaven's ambitions are obvious. From today on, you are the Grand Elder of Heaven and will assist me in ruling Heaven. The token in Chu Ge's hand turned into a ray of light and was sent to Zhao Haifeng's hand. Zhao Haifeng's face was filled with joy, and he quickly turned over the token in his hand. He saw that the token was engraved with his name, position, and the scope of his authority. The eyes of the people in the field were different when they looked at Zhao Haifeng. The great elder of heaven assisted in ruling heaven, which was a power second only to one person and above 10,000 people. After dripping blood to recognize the owner, the token in Zhao Haifeng's hand disappeared directly into his body. This token is exclusive to the heavenly court and was personally refined by Chu Ge, the lord of the heavenly court. Chu Ge's refining technique is unique and it is impossible to impersonate him. Zhao Haifeng returned to his boss's side very satisfied. Chu Ge had his reasons for letting Zhao Haifeng take the position of the Grand Elder. After much deliberation, he finally found that Zhao Haifeng was the most suitable person. After all, Zhao Haifeng has a close relationship with his subordinates who are the protagonists. First, they have seniority, second, they are strong, third, they are shameless enough, and fourth, they can lead the protagonists astray. Chu Ge, Lin Feng, accept the order. Lin Feng came to the blank area in the middle, knelt on one knee, and said respectfully, your subordinate accepts the order. Just like before, a ray of light came in, and Lin Feng opened his hand and saw that his position, rights and name were already written on the token. From today on, you will be the second elder of my heavenly court and will assist me in ruling heavenly court. Chu Ge gave a lot of power to the position of elder. It was real power. Either give it or not. Chu Ge also doesn't like to be stingy. As for betrayal, if he was afraid of betrayal, he would not have recruited these protagonists as his subordinates. Immediately afterwards, Chu Ge successively appointed Zhang Chuchen and Zhun Moshao as the third and fourth elders. Shu Muyu. Chu Ge called out a name that surprised Zhao Haifeng and others. Shu Muyu himself was also confused. Why did the boss call him when it wasn't his turn yet? Although I was confused, my body was still honest and I was somewhat excited about what kind of position my boss would give me. Chu Ge looked at Shu Muyu with a complicated expression, recalling the interesting things that happened in the past. This is his only heroine, but he did not take her into bed. He is not a stud who will take any woman he sees. From today on, you are the goddess of my heavenly court, in charge of all the female disciples in heavenly court, and your status is the same as that of the elders. Chu Ge's meaning was very simple, that is, you are a goddess, and except for power, your status is equal to that of the elders. Shu Muyu didn't expect that he would have such a good thing. He was very happy holding the token in his hand. Not many people pay attention to the character Shu Muyu, but some people know her to some extent. She was the only female subordinate of the Lord of Heaven at that time. Now she has been canonized as a goddess by the Lord of Heaven and is in charge of all the female disciples in heaven. This power is indeed enormous. However, his strength at the third level of consecration is comparable to that of the great elder, so he is worthy of it. The female disciples of heaven looked at Shu Muyu with great respect. This was their number one boss, and all their matters would be decided by the goddess from now on. No one, including the elders, could decide any issues concerning the female disciples, because the court master had made it clear that he was in charge of all the female disciples. Goddess, obey your command. Shu Muyu still couldn't change his immature personality to some extent, and shouted excitedly. The ambition of heaven is indeed extraordinary. Everyone silently looked at the happy goddess after she was canonized. The word, goddess, is not something that ordinary forces dare to canonize. But the heavenly court announced the title openly in this way, and the ambition was obvious. It's either because you are brave or because you have someone to rely on. Everyone looked at the mysterious expression of the Lord of Heaven, which was unpredictable and impossible to understand. Chu Ge naturally knew what he was doing, and he also knew that the title he was given would arouse the suspicion of these people. But he didn't care, so he continued to confer titles on the rest of the people. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen, listen to my orders. I'm here. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen appeared respectfully in the center of the square. From now on, you two will be the generals of my heavenly court, and your status will be like that of elders. I hope you two will fight for my heavenly court in all directions. Chu Ge's last sentence was full of ambition, as if announcing to the world what my heavenly court will do in the future. The murderous intent contained in the words frightened everyone present. They had never seen such a murderous aura before. Yes, sir. Yi Feng and Xiao Chen were both delighted. As the gods were going to fight in all directions, they were the most suitable people to do it. Gu Bai, listen to my orders. Chu Ge looked at the astonishment of the crowd, with a slight smile on his lips. This is exactly the effect I want, playing the pig and eating the tiger. Sorry, that's a fearful behavior that only the protagonist would do. Only strength, only unprecedented strength, can make people fear. Pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger will only attract people to come and eat you, and then get slapped in the face. What's the use? Do you have to feel so upset just to get slapped in the face? Feel sorry. Chu Ge couldn't do it himself. Gu Bai appeared silently in the venue and lowered his head. I obey your orders. You used to be in charge of the Qingtian Guard, and now you will continue to be in charge of the Qingtian Guard and officially become my personal guard. From today on, you are the commander of my personal guard. I obey your orders. Gu Bai was excited. This was a formal enthronement, which was different from before. Chu Ge did not specifically explain the status, but he believed that Gu Bai and everyone present understood Gu Bai's status. How could the status of the commander of the personal guard of the Lord of Heaven be low? Gu Hongming, General Bai. Chu Ge continued to confer titles and his business went on as usual. I'm here. Gu Hongming and General Bai, an old man in a long robe and a general dressed in armor, attracted everyone's curious gazes. Gu Hongming, who has occupied the body of the protagonist, has completely taken control of this body and even taken over the protagonist's destiny, becoming an alternative protagonist. General Bai is in charge of those supernatural things, and his methods are extremely strange, able to turn immortal cultivators into mortals. Perhaps this ability was what General Bai had in mind before his death. After all, General Bai's family were all killed by immortal cultivators. From today on, the Heavenly Court will establish the spirit guards to take charge of spirits and ghosts. All spiritual practitioners and ghost practitioners can join the spirit guards of heaven. The spirit guards will be in charge of General Bai, and Gu Hongming will assist him as his deputy. I obey your orders. General Bai and Gu Hongming were both happy. They had a good relationship to begin with, and now they were even happier working together. After all, General Bai doesn't like to use his brain when doing things, but Gu Hongming does. It was Chu Ge's decision after repeated consideration that the two of them worked together. After Chu Ge said this, everyone looked at the Lord of Heaven with even more strange eyes. Ghost cultivation and spiritual cultivation were not tolerated by the Qing dynasty, and were also sacrificed by some orthodox sects in their efforts to eliminate demons and defend the way of Taoism. The Heavenly Court is so openly recruiting ghost cultivators and spiritual cultivators, isn't it afraid of arousing hostility from those powerful sects? Chapter 419. Chu Ge didn't care about any hostility or hatred. Spiritual cultivators and ghost cultivators were a force that could not be ignored. All the power in the world can be used by him. As long as they are loyal to him, there is no power in the world that he dare not use. What is evil, what is the devil, and what is righteousness? Being loyal to oneself is righteousness, and anything else is evil. Chu Ge had no intention of establishing a dynasty and becoming the emperor himself. That was meaningless. What he wanted to do was to become the supreme power above the immortal dynasty. In his heart, heaven would be the supreme existence standing above the 9 heavens, ruling the universe and being the only one who is supreme. The noise of the crowd present lasted for a long time. When Chu Ge raised his hand, the noise disappeared instantly. The deterrent power of the Lord of Heaven was fully demonstrated in his words. Li Yunxiao, accept the order. Chu Ge held a diplomatic token in his hand. I obey your orders. Li Yunxiao shouted respectfully with a look of joy on his face. From today on, you are the face of my Heavenly Court. In the future, the liaison between Heavenly Court and other places will be handed over to you, and you will be in charge of the communication between Heavenly Court and the outside world. You are the first diplomat of my Heavenly Court. I hope you will not bring shame to the name of my Heavenly Court. Zhao Haifeng and the others had no objection to Chu Ge's arrangement. It was like monkey finding a Taoyuan to be a security guard. It was simply perfect. Li Yunxiao obeys the order. Li Yunxiao loved doing this job the most. He felt so comfortable in his heart. It turned out that the boss knew him best. Li Fei. Chu Ge shouted. I'm here. Li Fei now has the body of a dragon and belongs to the Sea clan, but his heart is towards the human race. Chu Ge admires his righteous values. Today, my Heavenly Court has established the Law Enforcement Hall. You are the law enforcement elder of my heavenly court law enforcement hall. I hope you will remain true to your original aspiration and remain steadfast. I obey your command. Li Fei's face was full of justice, and even the unfamiliar people present could see it. The heavenly court is truly filled with talented people, and the strength of the law enforcement elders is quite high. However, the interpersonal relationships of the law enforcement elders need to be simple, and all right and wrong, merits and demerits must be handled according to the law. All the disciples and members of the heavenly court all hope that they will not be caught by the law enforcement elders for breaking the law in the future. Lin Lang. Chu Ge called out to a relatively unfamiliar person. But Zhao Haifeng still remembered this person, but they had never communicated. I'm here. Lin Lang used a high-tech watch to instantly appear in the square. In the eyes of everyone, he was just a mortal, actually immortal. Oh my god, this is actually immortal. What does the Lord of Heaven mean? Is he going to enthrone a mortal? Impossible. Is it that I can't see through the other party's cultivation? It's hard to say, the mind of the Lord of Heaven is really hard to guess. Haha, are you qualified to guess the mind of the Lord of Heaven? Asshole, what did you say? Haha, can't you see the means used by Lin Lang when he appeared? Can a mortal do it? Where are your brains? For a while, everyone had different opinions on Lin Lang, but no one could see Lin Lang's cultivation. If they were mortals, then what was the method that Lin Lang had just demonstrated? It must be that there was a technique that they didn't know about that was hiding his cultivation level. From today on, my heavenly court will establish a scientific research institute. From now on, your status will be equal to that of the elders. I hope you can produce corresponding results to live up to the responsibilities you shoulder. Lin Lang is the one he values the most, and he is looking forward to Lin Lang bringing him a huge surprise. I obey your order. Lin Lang was also feeling angry. He knew that many of his boss's subordinates looked down on him. He felt that he was just a name without substance. Even if he had an army of robots, the power of the robots was still not enough to catch up, so Lin Lang was also very anxious. After he came to this world, he had very little rest and basically developed a new generation of robot army in the newly established hive. He must let these people know that they are not just a figurehead and that their boss is not blind. What is a research institute? Everyone was puzzled. After all, this world only existed for cultivating immortals, and there was no such thing as technology. Zhao Haifeng and others looked at Lin Lang with extremely complicated eyes. This person has a good brain, but they still don't think that technology can compare to cultivation. Only the boss insisted on this, so no one objected. They just looked at Lin Lang silently to see if he could make a robot that could match their strength. Wushan. Chu Ge's voice was full of majesty. Everyone present also looked towards the golden crow that suddenly appeared in the air. The golden crow's body was located in the center of the square. Everyone felt extremely hot, as if they were about to be burned. Even a strong man of high-level strength cannot resist the heat of the three-legged golden crow itself. Chu Ge said lightly, "Control the heat in your body. I'm obeying your orders." Wooten turned into a human body, knelt on one knee, and there was a faint golden flame in his eyes. You are my mount. You carry the blood of the three-legged golden crow emperor and are born to be the emperor of the demon clan. Today, I enthrone you as the emperor of the demon clan in heaven. Lead the demon clan to fight for my heaven in all directions, and destroy the invading enemies from all over the world. Wooten originally thought that he was the boss's mount, but he didn't expect that the boss would be so generous and let him return to the position of demon emperor. Wu Tian lowered his head with a touched look on his face. I will live up to the expectations of the Lord of Heaven, fight against the invading enemies from all directions, expand the territory for our heaven, and make my name resound in all directions. Anyone who disrespects our heaven will have his entire 9 clans destroyed. Lin Yi, Zhao Yu, listen to my orders. To Chu Ge, these two people were the latest subordinates to be conquered without any merit or hard work, so naturally they could not be canonized casually. It would be very unfair to Zhao Haifeng, Zhang Chuchen and others. After all, Zhao Haifeng, Zhang Chuchen and others rose from obscurity and followed him all the time, working hard without any complaints. I will obey your orders. Lin Yi and Zhao Yu were mentally prepared. After all, they had not made any progress. You two are new to my heavenly court and have made no progress, but I still have high hopes for your future and have reserved a place for you too. Heavenly Court will establish the East Factory and the Embroidered Uniform Guard. The head of the East Factory will be Zhao Yu, and the embroidered uniform guard will be handed over to you, Lin Yi. Those who will join the East Factory in the future, I believe you, Zhao Yu, should understand who these people are. In the future, the East Factory will become the household slaves of the head of my heavenly court, in charge of the affairs of the heavenly court and the heavenly palace. Eunuchs also exist in this world. After all, there are eunuchs in every dynasty. No one cares about the strength of the eunuchs. The eunuchs in each dynasty are basically extremely weak. After all, how could a cultivator become a eunuch? How could someone with the qualifications to become a cultivator become a eunuch? I obey your orders. Zhao Yu is now a eunuch, so he naturally knows what the master of the court is thinking. So what if he is a servant? After becoming the master of the court's servant, who would dare to laugh at him? The heavenly palace in heaven is the residence of the Lord of Heaven. He knew what his boss meant as to whether the East Factory would be powerful or not. It depended on whether he was willing to give up his own skills. Chapter 420 is over, the highlight is yet to come. The Jinyue will become the eyes of my heavenly court. Lin Yi hopes that you will not let me down. As for the personnel, you need to recruit them by yourselves. This is also a test for you. Lin Yi has the blood of the Supreme, and he may even achieve the status of an emperor in the future. Chu Ge also values Lin Yi very much. Lin Yi is still capable of being an organization with both spies and strength. As for how far the Jinyue can develop, it depends on Lin Yi. Simply put, he only gave Zhao Yu and Lin Yi the power of a department, and they had to recruit the staff themselves. This is also a test for them, and it is also fair to Zhao Haifeng and others. Zhao Haifeng and the others did not feel any discomfort at the moment. Everyone knew about the East Factory and the embroidered uniform guard. Of course, if the boss wanted to give people manpower, they would feel uncomfortable. After all, the two of them have just joined, but they are still optimistic about their qualifications, so giving them a good position is also good, and naturally they can't surpass them. I will not let the Lord down. Lin Yi felt very ashamed. He had not made any progress, but the Lord had appointed him as a Jinyue and asked him to be the eyes of the heavenly court. He swore to do a good job. I didn't expect that the Lord of Heaven has so many talented people under his command. This Lin Yi, I see, actually has supreme bloodline. His origin is not simple. Suddenly, a telepathic voice sounded in Lin Tian's mind. Teacher. Lin Tian's voice was full of joy. The teacher finally arrived. Well, I'm here. I'm watching the enthronement of the Lord of Heaven. This Lord of Heaven doesn't look simple either. No matter what, teacher, as long as I rescue Yunar's master, we will leave here. Lin Tian doesn't care about the Lord of Heaven's subordinates. He only cares about the safety of himself, Luo Yunar and his teacher. Well, you are in charge of the whole matter. I will take action at the critical moment. Thank you, teacher. Ha ha ha, there is no need to thank us between us. Teacher is like my second parent. When I achieve something in the future, I will repay you for your teaching. I will wait for you to achieve something in the future. There is no rush now. I cannot do what I want if I don't have the strength. Lin Tian's teacher was very pleased. He did not accept this disciple in vain. Zhang Fan. Chu Ge called out to someone that surprised both Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng. They knew this person. Zhang Fan had been detained by the boss until he was released later. Finally, Zhang Fan joined the Shadow Guard and made great achievements in the Shadow Guard. I'm here. The once arrogant tycoon Zhang Fan had long been worn down by time. He lowered his head respectfully, waiting for his boss's orders. You used to be against me, and then I kept you imprisoned until I released you, and finally you joined my army. So we can be considered old acquaintances. Quote. Time is unforgiving, and in the blink of an eye, time has come to the present, and the scene of the past seems to have happened just yesterday. A trace of doubt flashed in Zhang Fan's eyes, but he also cooperated with the boss and said, who said it wasn't. Thank you, Master, for sparing my life. Master is so magnanimous, I can't wait. The Shadow Guards are now incorporated into the regular army of heaven, and you will be in charge of the Shadow Guards from now on. As for Gong Lian, she has already passed away by Chu Ge. It is better for girls not to go fighting and killing. It is better to stay in the heavenly palace and accompany him honestly. Naturally, Gong Lian would have no objection to this. She would do whatever her boss asked her to do. I obey your command. Zhang Fan didn't expect that he would be able to take charge of the Shadow Guard himself, but what about Gong Lian? She is the boss's woman. Everyone present did not expect that Zhang Fan was once the enemy of the Lord of Heaven. Now that Zhang Fan had returned to heaven early, the Lord of Heaven would not hold him accountable for the past. This made many people see the magnanimity of the Lord of Heaven, and especially some hesitant forces became firm. The Lord of Heaven has a magnanimous mind. Once the Lord of Heaven gains power in the future, they will surely rise with the tide, and there is no need to worry that the Lord of Heaven will demolish his bridges after crossing them. Li Heru. Chu Ge shouted. Li Heru suddenly appeared in the square. I'm here. Chu Ge looked at Li Heru and said, you have followed me for many years, working diligently and never asking for any reward. You are a genius in business. You have made so many contributions to us silently. I didn't mention it, but I haven't forgotten you. You have never practiced. I know you spend your time on business. I know you are afraid that you can't do well. But I have never let you lag behind others in strength. From now on, you will be the chief financial officer of my heavenly court. You will be in charge of all the spending in heavenly court. Don't worry about your strength. I will find a way to help you improve, and even arrange for strong people to protect you closely. Li Heru was moved to tears, and choked up. I will do a good job as the chief financial officer of my heavenly court and relieve the worries of the Lord of the court. Although he is a talent rewarded by the system, he is also a real mortal with flesh and blood. People have feelings. In addition to the loyal Chu Ge, they will have other ideas. He didn't expect that the boss still remembered him and had never forgotten him. Men don't shed tears easily. Don't cry. The development of my heavenly palace depends on you. As for finance, Chu Ge still prefers to let Li Heru to manage it. Li Heru is a business genius and he will definitely make great achievements even in this world of immortal cultivation. Yes, sir. Li Heru took a deep breath, wiped the tears from his face, and accepted the order respectfully. Luo Shu. Chu Ge called out the last person. Luo Shu had followed him from humble beginnings and was also the captain of the special team awarded to him by the system. I'm here. Luo Shu knew that his boss had not forgotten him. His heart was filled with emotion, and his determined eyes were red. You have been following me, so naturally I will not forget you. I know what you are best at is command and small-scale combat. From today on, you are the person in charge of my heavenly court special forces. Chu Ge did not have any authority over the special forces. The special forces were like a sharp knife of Chu Ge, and they would hit wherever they pointed. Especially suitable for small-scale assassination operations. The fact that the Lord of Heaven did not tell everyone the use of the special forces made everyone suspicious. Is it inconvenient for them to know about Luo Shu's special forces? Is it used to deal with them? Suddenly, some people who had ideas about the heavenly court began to pay attention to Luo Shu. I obey your command. Luo Shu bowed respectfully. The main enthronement ceremony has been completed, and the next highlight after the enthronement ceremony is the competition within the heavenly court. Chu Ge just wanted to show off his muscles and let them see the strength of heaven. Except for some trump cards that could not be exposed, the rest of his strength was just muscles that were shown off. After the heavenly court competition is over, the real highlight will begin, and it is also what everyone wants to know the most. That was the public execution of Ning Yu sect's leader Ning Nan. Why did the Lord of Heaven execute him publicly? Was it to attract someone to rescue him? Chapter 421. The highlight is here, get ready to take action. The heavenly court competition has finally begun with the announcement of the Lord of Heaven. This is the event that the people in this world who want to join heaven have been looking forward to for a long time. Especially those independent cultivators who have considerable strength and have joined the heavenly court, they will naturally try their best to demonstrate their abilities. If one can demonstrate one's strength and be valued by the Lord of Heaven, then one will be glorious and successful, and will have a smooth path to becoming an immortal in the future. Chu Ge nodded to Zhang Chuchen beside him. The latter knew what his boss meant. He flicked his whisk and flew into the air with his Taoist robe fluttering. In order to avoid the audience's viewing pleasure, I will set up a defensive formation. You can use all your strength to let the Lord of the court see your true power. In this competition among the members of the heavenly court above the Yuanyun realm, the top 3 will receive magic tools made by the Lord of the court himself. As soon as these words came out, the people watching the show looked at the high and mighty Lord of the heavenly court in surprise. They did not expect that the Lord of the heavenly court could actually make magic tools. However, it is unknown what the power of the refined magic weapon is. You should know that the talent for refining equipment is more rare than the talent for cultivating immortals. Even if you have the talent for cultivating immortals, you may not have the talent for refining equipment, but if you have the talent for refining equipment, you can definitely cultivate immortals. Those independent cultivators who had joined the heavenly court and were ready to use their full strength became even more excited, their faces filled with excitement. The magic weapons personally refined by the Lord of Heaven were definitely not ordinary magic weapons. I must get the top 3. Those who thought they were the best among the others looked very excited. This is indeed unfair, but the cultivation of immortals itself is unfair. Competitions above the Yuanyun realm include powerful people like Kaiguang Dongshu. The final top 3 will definitely be decided in the Dongshu realm, and the rest are almost all sparring partners. Except for the top 3, the 4th and last place will receive rewards. You can report all the materials you need for your next promotion, and heaven will provide you with all the materials. And we will also give you some precious elixirs, which will be distributed according to the ranking. Zhang Chuchen looked at the people on the ground with a normal expression. What he said at this moment was actually an advertisement for heaven. Look, how generous and magnanimous the heaven is. If you don't join it, it will be your own loss. I didn't expect that 3 years later, the foundation of Heavenly Palace could still support such generous supply. It's so terrifying. A word flashed through everyone's mind, that is, rich. The Heavenly Court was only an organization that had just been established for 3 years, so how could it be so wealthy? How did these family sects that had been established for 100 years or even thousands of years feel about this? Envy, jealousy and hatred. Those people in the Yuanyun realm who had originally given up hope suddenly became excited. Sure enough, the Lord of the Court did not give up on them. Joining the Heavenly Court was the best decision they had ever made in their lives. Zhang Chuchen flicked his whisk lightly, and 3 magic weapons appeared directly in front of everyone. A flag, a needle, a bead. This is the soul-dispersing banner, it targets the soul. Shake the banner. Once the soul moves, twice the soul shakes, and 3 times the soul scatters. This needle is called the curse needle, it can ignore the void. As long as it gets blood, it can curse the person who draws the blood. The body will rot in 3 days, and the soul will dissipate and disappear between heaven and earth in 7 days, and will not enter the cycle of reincarnation. This pearl is called the Shenhao pearl. It contains natural fire, it has infinite power, it can even burn and distort space, and it can bring disaster to one side if used improperly. It has infinite mysteries. Zhang Chuchen introduced them one by one, and everyone present was immediately deeply afraid of the Lord of Heaven's refining ability. The soul-dispersing banner and the curse needle are not good things. They feel like demonic objects. Only the Chen fire pearl is a little more normal. When it was introduced, it said, it brings disaster to the area. These were given to him by his boss today as rewards. Once the rewards are given, the competition begins. The Yuanyun realm is not very interesting to people like Chu Ge, but for those small families and small forces, it is a rare sight and is beneficial to their cultivation of immortals. The Yuanyun realm did not affect the defensive formation set up by Zhang Chuchen at all. Teacher, what is the origin of this heavenly court and why is it so powerful? Lin Tian conveyed his doubts to the teacher. I don't know either. Even at my level, I have never heard of the power of heaven. But since you are going to offend heaven, you will have to deal with it in the future. Don't worry, heaven can't do anything to you with its current strength. With your talent for cultivation, it won't be long before heaven is no longer worthy of your attention. Lin Tian's teacher was also very puzzled, but when he thought of his disciple's sun body, he felt relieved. So what about heaven? His disciple's sun body is a rare body in the world. The sun god emperor back then was the body of the sun. Unfortunately, the sun god emperor disappeared mysteriously and the body of the sun has never been seen again. It was because he was attracted by Lin Tian's solar body that he decided to accept Lin Tian as his disciple. Even though the Lord of Heaven has excellent talents, he is still far inferior to the body of the sun. So what if it's the 3-legged golden crow? It was just the mount of the former sun god emperor. I feel relieved now that you said that, teacher. Lin Tian could only accept the pain of being harassed by the heavenly court in the future. When he had completed his studies, he would destroy the heavenly court. 3 days had passed just for the competition. For those who practiced Taoism, there was no need to rest, so 3 days was just a blink of an eye. The 3 rewards were finally awarded to 3 people in the Dongshu realm. As for the rewards for new disciples of the heavenly court, they are too simple. There are simply too many golden elixir pills above the foundation building stage. Chu Ge has no shortage of elixirs for overcoming the tribulation. Most of the secret realms on Blue Star are used to cultivate these herbs. There is no problem at all eating them as candy beans. The biggest highlight is finally coming. Luo Yuner saw her teacher being escorted to the center of the square by people from the heavenly court, and being viewed like a slave at an auction. Ning Nan, the former leader of Ningyu sect, now looks as disheveled as a beggar, with disheveled hair and dull eyes. It seems that the faith in his heart has been shattered and there is no light in his heart. Teacher. Luo Yuner's eyes were filled with tears and she was so excited that she almost stood up. Fortunately, Lin Tian pulled her back in time. Otherwise, she would be the only one standing up in the audience, and she would definitely attract everyone's attention. Once exposed, Yuner's teacher would not be able to save her. I'm sorry, I was impulsive. Luo Yuner apologized quickly. She was really too impulsive just now and couldn't help but feel scared. If the teacher could not be saved because of her, she would never forgive herself. Looks like I have no choice but to use force. You can cause a commotion among the crowd, and I will use that opportunity to rescue your teacher. Lin Tian saw that the opponent's defense was very tight, but that was not a problem for him. The only Lord of Heaven who could pose a threat to him was sitting high up on it, and the Elders of Heaven were also standing there, so he had a great chance. Okay, be careful, Luo Yuner warned worriedly. Chapter 422. Everyone. Chu Ge's voice sounded like the sound of a drum, resounding in everyone's mind. This is the former leader of Ningyu sect, and now she is a prisoner in my heavenly court. If anyone here has a past with her, please stand up and redress her injustice. I'm giving you a chance now, stand up. Chu Ge's eyes couldn't help but sweep to a corner of the periphery. This guy is cautious and has not made a move until now. It seems that the other party is planning to force you. It's okay. I'll play with you slowly. There are quite a few people who are related to Ningyu sect. After all, Ningyu sect has been operating for many years and has some connections. But when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Connections are only useful when the people are still around. Once the people are gone, the connections will naturally be gone. People would not really believe the lies of the Lord of Heaven. He was planning to catch them all in one swoop. Wouldn't it just be giving away one more head if they went out? As for Ningyu sect's leader Ning Nan, let him die. If he were alive he would only bring trouble to them. Don't blame them for being realistic, but the facts are always so cold and cruel. Lin Tian always felt that the Lord of Heaven who was sitting up there glanced at him. Did he discover him? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lin Tian immediately denied his guess. His means of hiding had never been discovered by anyone, and he was very confident that he had not been discovered by the other party. Otherwise, he wouldn't be here for no reason. The other party used Sect Master Ning Nan to lure him and Yuner to appear. If the other party really discovered me, he would definitely attack me instantly. Even the Lord of Heaven cannot discover what is happening to him now. It is nothing more than this. Thinking that he was still safe and sound now, Lin Tian couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth with a hint of sarcasm. In fact, not only Chu Ge could clearly know Lin Tian's existence, but Zhao Haifeng's hexagram could also clearly find Lin Tian. Lin Tian is just a clown, and Chu Ge wants the person behind him. Since there is no one here, then execute him now. Lin Feng had a thundercloud sword in his hand. The thundercloud sword had always been with him. Even though it had been consecrated to the 3rd level, he still could not see through the true secret of the thundercloud sword. It seems that I really found a treasure back then. Everyone continued to remain silent. Who would dare to say anything at this time? The heavenly court was so powerful and it was the heavenly court's home ground. Wouldn't saying anything be tantamount to provoking the heavenly court? How could there be a good ending? Lin Feng looked at his boss, and when he saw that his boss had no intention of doing anything extra, he soared into the air, with the thundercloud sword in his hand pointing directly to the sky. The clear sky was suddenly struck by a thunderbolt, thunderclouds gathered, and darkness covered the entire sky. He can actually control thunder directly. The strength of the second elder of the heavenly court is indeed extraordinary. Yu Feng thought with a serious face. As for the future of Chongla Prefecture, every bit of growth of heaven will pose a threat to the rule of Chongla Prefecture. However, he has a good impression of the heavenly court and hopes that there will be no conflict between Chongla Mansion and the heavenly court in the future. Ning Nan, the leader of Ningyu sect, slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with determination to die. His disciple had successfully escaped, and even if he died, the last inheritance of Ningyu sect would not be cut off. Come on, it's better to die. Ning Nan smiled grimly and closed his eyes resignedly. What's the point of a useless person like him staying in this world? It's better to die. Stop. A fireball as big as the sun suddenly rose up from the periphery of the crowd and rushed directly towards Sect Master Ning Nan in the center of the field. The unlucky guys around him were naturally burned to death by this fireball. Lin Tian didn't care about so much. Anyway, few of the people who came here were innocent. Suddenly, everyone outside felt that the air suddenly became extremely cold, and the ice condensed into needles, piercing their hearts. The cold aura instantly froze the ground and gradually spread out. The commotion outside had no effect on the spectators inside. Luo Yun'er took action. After all, this is the home ground of heaven. Now that someone is causing trouble, some people who want to get close to heaven naturally stand up. There were also some spectators who were just watching the show, quietly looking at the fireball. The martial arts that Lin Tian practiced was the heaven-defying Emperor Flame art, which was a martial arts technique that his teacher had acquired through his experience in the past, and was also the martial arts technique practiced by the former Sun God Emperor. Well done. After seeing the other party finally make a move, Lin Feng sneered, and the thunder above his head poured into the sword. The long sword was like a hidden thunder python, and under the thunder, it seemed that everything was destroyed. It's you again, the defeated general. Lin Tian swung out his fire fist, and the thunder and flames dissipated instantly. Lin Tian went straight to sect leader Ning Nan and untied the ropes for her. You are, Lin Tian, Ning Nan exclaimed in surprise as he looked at the person who came out and risked his life to rescue him. Is my disciple here too? Let her go quickly. She can't save me. I'm useless. Ning Nan pushed Lin Tian away. She was just a burden now. Come with me. Lin Tian knocked Ning Nan unconscious without saying a word. She was still talking nonsense at this time. Did he really think he came here for her? If it weren't for Yun'er, Lin Tian wouldn't have risked his life for her. Although I don't blame the other party for expelling me from the sect, it doesn't necessarily mean that he is a good person. Haha, going. Where to? Lin Feng landed on the ground and slowly walked towards Lin Tian and the others with a cold expression on his face. At that time, the other party rescued the person from my hands, and I have always kept it in my heart. It is a shame and I must end it with my own hands. Chu Ge looked at Lin Tian who appeared. This guy has an unusual physique. Does it feel familiar? Chu Ge pointed at Lin Tian and said to Wooten beside him. Wooten looked at Lin Tian thoughtfully, with a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Boss, the other party's blood seems to have the origin of the sun. From the moment the other party appeared, he felt a familiar and disgusting aura in the other party's body. Oh, then he is handed over to you. Chu Ge said lightly. Let Lin Feng pay attention to the person behind the other party. Shu Muyu, Luo Yun'er is handed over to you. Kill him directly in front of him. There is no need to capture him alive. I didn't expect that the boss would not have any mercy on women. Shu Muyu muttered, and flew out with his sword. Chu Ge couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard that. This Shu Muyu, he is usually very kind and gentle to women. Probably not. This is for you. When Wooten was about to attack, Chu Ge thought about it and decided to throw the 10,000 demons banner directly to him. This is the banner of 10,000 demons. As the demon emperor, this is a symbol. As my mount, you must not embarrass yourself. I'll give it to you for safekeeping in the future. Yes, sir. Wooten was excited holding the banner of 10,000 demons. He had dreamed of getting something, but he didn't expect to get it so easily. Chu Ge was not prepared to take action. If the Lord of Heaven personally took action to deal with a few minions, he would be looked down upon by the outside forces. Chapter 423, The Power of the 10,000 Demons Banner, the person in the dark appears. The audience watching the show at the scene had basically moved away from the fighting area, and were evacuated by people from the heavenly court, so the guests would not be harmed in any way. This was also an arrangement Chu Ge had made long ago. If he allowed his guests to be harmed on his own territory, how could he save his face? In Chu Ge's view, the farce of the two little guys was just a bit of fun. What he cared about was the person behind the other party, and he didn't know where the other party was hiding or when he would make a move. Chu Ge himself did not notice anything unusual. It was obvious that the opponent was stronger than himself, but Chu Ge had already been fully prepared and was not afraid of a cultivator who was stronger than himself. People like Yu Feng who had a good impression of the heavenly court did not intervene. Xu Pengfei wanted to intervene. After all, these two people had a conflict. He didn't expect that the person whom the Lord of Heaven asked him to test was actually the villain who wanted to save the leader of Ningyu sect. However, he did not dare to intervene. After all, he was not a member of the heavenly court now. If he took action, he might not gain the favor of the heavenly court, but instead arouse the heavenly court's disgust. Seeing that the Lord of Heaven was not surprised at all, it was obvious that he had been prepared for this matter. The way of heaven is glorious, the way of man is vast, and to eliminate evil and punish the wicked, only one sword is needed. Shu Muyu's appearance was very childish. The sword and the body were integrated, and a sword light came down from the sky, accompanied by a righteous Taoist song. This way of appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. My goodness, why did this way of appearance feel even more ostentatious and exaggerated than that of the Lord of Heaven? Luo Yuner looked at the woman in front of her with a serious look. The other person was holding an ordinary long sword in her hand, but she could feel that this long sword was unusual. Before Luo Yuner could catch her breath, Shu Muyu's attack came in an instant. The long sword turned into a 1,000-foot-long sword rain, shaking the heaven and the earth. The condensed ice and frost around was instantly destroyed into pieces by the sword energy. Luo Yuner did not dare to be careless and condensed frost to resist. At the same time, Wudin, who turned into a ball of fire and attacked Lin Tian directly, transformed into a human body, with the true fire of the sun burning in his eyes. His appearance seemed ordinary, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. This guy Shu Muyu actually lowered his status in an instant. Doesn't the other party feel embarrassed to say such a childish word? Anyway, Wudin himself felt very embarrassed. No wonder people often said that Shu Muyu used to be very immature. In his opinion, he is still the same immature now. Lin Tian looked at Wudin with a serious expression. This guy was the divine bird Golden Crow, the mount of the Lord of Heaven. The flame he used was surprisingly similar to his. Lin Tian looked at Yuner not far away with worried eyes. The woman who was fighting with Yuner was the goddess canonized by the heavenly court. However, thinking that there was a teacher watching him secretly, he temporarily put his mind at ease and concentrated on dealing with the two people in front of him. Why are you here? Lin Feng said somewhat unhappily. Even though Wudin is the boss's mount, he is still not good enough in front of himself, because he is the boss's brother-in-law. Wudin did not think that he was superior to everyone else just because he was the boss's mount. He explained, this is the boss's order. I want you to pay attention to the person behind the other party. This person has some connection with me. Leave it to me. Although Lin Feng was a little unhappy, he still had to obey the boss's orders. He nodded and said, okay, I'll leave this person to you. Lin Feng's gaze couldn't help but look at Luo Yuner, who had been beaten by Shu Muyu. He had an idea in his mind, and his figure instantly turned into a stream of light and attacked Luo Yuner. Yuner, be careful. Lin Tian hurriedly shouted to Luo Yuner to remind her. Quote. You'd better be careful. Wudin waved the 10,000 demons banner in his hand, and the demonic energy filled the sky and attacked. Sun God Fist. Lin Tian snorted coldly, and his fist turned into flames and blasted out directly. The space vibrated, and the divine light of the sun's fire made everyone feel a little afraid. Is this the only ability you have? Wudin laughed loudly, and the shadow of a three-legged golden crow appeared behind him. Before the sun god fist reached Wudin, it turned into wisps of flame and was sucked into the mouth of the three-legged golden crow. It's just adding to the joke. Try to see my real strength. Lin Tian directly burst out with his true cultivation. A strong man in the second level of Taishu realm, he defeated Wu Jishan's golden crow phantom with one punch. Wudin snorted coldly, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing with cold light. This was just the beginning, the real battle had just begun. The 10,000 demons banner in his hand flew out instantly, hanging in the air emitting a strong demonic aura. The demonic aura transformed into the shadows of all races, and the most outstanding demon kings of each generation were summoned by Wudin. This is the secret method that Wudin obtained from his bloodline inheritance, and it is related to the 10,000 demons banner. This is also the reason why Wudin has always wanted to obtain the 10,000 demons banner. It's a pity that the final fate lies with the boss, but now it's not bad. The boss gave him the 10,000 demons banner. Although the real owner of the 10,000 Demons banner is the boss, as long as he doesn't seek death, the 10,000 Demons banner will not be taken back by the boss. This was also Chu Ge's plan when he gave the 10,000 Demons banner to Wooten. After all, Chu Ge himself was not the true Demon King, and if he kept the 10,000 Demons banner himself it would just gather dust. It would be better to give it to Wooten so that the treasure would not be covered in dust. Wooten did not disappoint Chu Ge at this time and was unleashing the true power of the 10,000 Demons banner. The evil spirit is everywhere and all kinds of demons are coming. Such a shocking and horrifying scene made everyone outside the venue exclaim in surprise. The mount of the Lord of Heaven is so powerful, the future of heaven can be imagined. All demons and spirits, obey my orders. This was the first time Wooten used it. He forced himself to suppress the excitement in his heart. The 10,000 Demons banner returned to his hand, and he directly waved the banner to issue the order. The ones summoned were all the heroic spirits of the 10,000 demons in the past. They were not in the 10,000 Demons banner, but were summoned through the 10,000 Demons banner. All the monsters and spirits behaved as if they were a single army, in unison. Each of them held a flag in their hands, and the sky was instantly filled with stars. The Jodian star array was formed in an instant, but Wooten was unable to truly unleash its power and scale, not even 1/10 of it. But it is enough to deal with Lin Tian, who is in the Taishu realm. Lin Tian, who was in the formation, was facing endless attacks from stars. Every explosion of a star made Lin Tian sweat profusely and he was in a panic to deal with it. There were attacks from all kinds of monsters and spirits from all directions. Even Lin Tian's teacher was unable to understand the situation in the formation, so he had to show up in a hurry and try to rescue his disciple first. The development of things has exceeded his expectations, and he cannot let Lin Tian be in real danger. A figure directly blocked Lin Tian's teacher Ji Chen. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Why are you hiding in the dark like a coward? You dare not show up. Is there some reason that you cannot be exposed to the world? Chu Ge looked at the old man in front of him, sneered slightly, and said teasingly. Chapter 424, The Power of Time and Space. Junior, let my disciple out and I will forgive him for what happened. Otherwise, with your Taishu strength, you can't stop me. Although Ji Chen has fallen on hard times, a lean camel is still bigger than a horse. He was once the supreme being, and now he is at the 9th level of the spiritual transformation realm, but he is not comparable to the other party. Chu Ge stared at Ji Chen, his brows relaxed, and a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The 9th level of the spirit transformation realm. I didn't expect that there was a strong man in the spirit transformation realm behind this guy. But as far as I know, people in the 9th level of the spirit transformation realm generally would not come to such a remote place. Judging from your physical condition, it seems that you have been damaged. If my guess is correct, you should have come here to take refuge. Chu Ge himself was also surprised that the other party was actually a strong man in the spirit transformation realm. If he hadn't signed up for a detection technique that could see the other party's true strength, he really would not be able to determine the other party's strength. Chu Ge himself also studied medicine. Doctors can learn from each other. Even if it is the medical skills of mortals, he still has some vision. The other party's body has suffered great damage and his foundation is injured. It is very likely that the opponent's strength is not at the spirit transformation realm, but above the spirit transformation realm. However, even the spirit transformation realm could not shake Chu Ge's mind. Although he did not have the power to destroy the opponent, he could still exile the opponent. Ji Chen's face looked extremely ugly. He was poked in the sore spot in front of him. Even though he had a very good mentality, he couldn't bear it. Junior, you are just Taishu and you dare to be so presumptuous. Ji Chen exerted a force that was hard for Chu Ge to resist, causing Chu Ge to frown, but the force disappeared when it reached Chu Ge. Ji Chen was shocked and his face turned pale. His power disappeared out of thin air. It's very powerful, but it's useless if it can't hit me. Chu Ge spread out his hands, looked at himself who was unharmed, and couldn't help but laugh. The laughter made Ji Chen look solemn. The Lord of Heaven had just mobilized a power that he had never been able to reach before. The power was so strong that he was extremely wary. The power that appeared at that moment was almost unnoticeable to Ji Chen. Ji Chen's appearance made everyone hold their breath instantly. In their minds, the spiritual transformation realm was a legendary realm, and they didn't expect to see it today. Moreover, what the Lord of Heaven had just said also made them alert, fearful and worried. The reason why this powerful person in the spirit transformation realm came to their remote place is that if he did anything to them, they would not be able to fight back at all. Ah! Lin Tian screamed and was thrown out of the formation. Wooten was finally unable to hold on and the formation disappeared. Lin Tian fell to the ground seriously injured, unable to even stand up. After seeing the formation disappear, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. You are a lucky guy. You have been able to hold on for so long. I underestimated you. Wooten slowly walked towards Lin Tian, his eyes full of murderous intent. A voice in his heart told him that if he could devour the other party, his bloodline could even be upgraded to a higher level. This mysterious voice in his heart would not harm him. Wooten followed his own heart. Besides, his boss asked him to kill the other party. Disciple. Ji Chen's face changed when he saw Lin Tian was seriously injured and about to be killed, and he hurried over. But how could Chu Ge let Ji Chen get his wish? As he waved his hand, Ji Chen found that the power he had released before appeared again. Ji Chen then waved his hand, and his power instantly offset that force. Chu Ge was not surprised at all when he saw this scene. At the same time, a trace of spatial force sneaked away from his fingertips. It was a rare opportunity to have such a good person to train his strength, so how could he let it go easily? When Wooten saw that the other party wanted to save his apprentice, he was not worried at all and simply turned his back to the other party. Ji Chen only felt a flash before his eyes, and he was back in front of the Lord of Heaven. Ha 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 ha, welcome back. Chu Ge looked at Ji Chen and couldn't help but laugh. Ji Chen looked extremely anxious, worried about his disciple's safety. Without saying a word, he fully unleashed the power of the spirit transformation realm. The overwhelming pressure was like a thunderbolt, and everyone present knelt on the ground. This is the pressure from a strong man. Just leaking his aura can make those people on the ground prostrate themselves in worship. Even most of the people in heaven could not hold on and fell to their knees. Only Zhao Haifeng, Zhang Chuchen and others were trying to resist this pressure with their own methods. Chu Ge seemed to be isolated from the world, standing still and unmoved. Even the spiritual transformation realm could not shake him in the slightest. Ji Chen seemed to have understood something as he looked at the Lord of Heaven, and was horrified in his heart. He finally knew what this power was. It was the power of space and time. You are just in the Taishu realm, how is it possible for you to possess the two powers of space and time that even the Emperor can only touch a trace of it? It's impossible. Ji Chen was shocked and his face was full of disbelief. How can it be impossible? Chu Ge tilted his head, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. Ji Chen suddenly laughed out loud with glee and said loudly, with your strength, you can actually touch these two forces of law. Now the news has been revealed by me in front of everyone, your secret is no longer a secret. Quote. The Supreme and even the Emperor will come looking for you, you are finished. Originally you could hide to the point where you didn't need to hide, but you took a wrong step, you have already lost. Just when Ji Chen was still congratulating himself for having seen through the other party's ability, he suddenly heard his apprentice's tragic cry for help. Teacher, save me. Lin Tian grabbed the other person's arm tightly. The other person was actually absorbing him. Lin Tian was terrified at this time. He didn't want to die. When Chu Ge saw Wooten drawing the other person's blood, a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. This might be Wooten's opportunity. Nothing you say can be heard by them. Both you and your disciple must die. Chu Ge had already taken precautions against this scene. When the other party spoke, he had already pushed all the people outside the venue out of this space. The people outside who were watching the show couldn't hear what Ji Chen said at all. Haha, it's your honor to become a part of my body. Wooten just grabbed the other's head with his palm and extracted the other's blood power. Brother Tian. Luo Yuner became anxious and frantic when she saw this scene. Her eyes turned red and she was extremely anxious. She could only shout but could not go to help. Puchi. Shu Muyu had probably had enough fun, and pierced Luo Yuner's heart with a sword, killing Luo Yuner instantly. Yuner. Lin Tian was heartbroken when he saw this scene, his eyes filled with tears and he felt extremely regretful. If I had known this would happen, why would I have tried to be brave enough to save people? I underestimated heaven and the Lord of Heaven. Ending up like this, his originally extremely bright path to cultivating immortals was ruined by his own recklessness. Ning Nan closed his eyes deeply and bit his tongue to commit suicide. Before he died, Ning Nan's mind was full of regrets. Disciple, I am the one who is sorry for you, and it is your master who is sorry for you. Your master should have committed suicide the moment before being caught. Not only have you been implicated, but Ningyu's sect has also lost all hope. Being a teacher is a sinner. Boom. Chu Ge held the Longyuan sword and started to fight Ji Chen head-on. Chapter 425 Nine-Fold Thunder Sword, World-Destroying Thunder Prison. Chu Ge waved the Longyuan sword, and the sword energy and dragon god entangled and lingered ferociously, suppressing the evil spirits of all the heavens and demons in the world. The sword energy of the emperor's power spread across thousands of miles. Although Chu Ge was only at the Taishu realm, Ji Chen could not gain any advantage against him due to the absolute defense of the Dongwang bell and the attack of the Longyuan sword. Above the sky, dragons soar and sing, winds rise and clouds surge, and swords flash wildly. After a short fight, Ji Chen felt that he could not use his full strength at all, and it felt like his fists were hitting cotton. Even his own magical weapon, the sky-breaking sword, was unable to shake the opponent's defense, which was just like a tortoise shell, and the opponent was not damaged at all. If he continues to waste time like this, his disciple will be in danger. Ji Chen was extremely anxious. He glanced in the direction of his disciple and found that his disciple was in a critical situation. It's very bad, life or death is just a matter of time. At this time, Lin Tian found that he had no strength to resist. Unable to struggle, he could only watch the other party draw his blood powerlessly. The childhood sweetheart is gone, and the teacher is being held back by the Lord of Heaven. He was about to leave this world, and Lin Tian's heart was filled with despair. Be good, it will be fine soon. Wooten looked at Lin Tian, whose face was full of fear, and comforted him softly. When Chu Ge saw that Ji Chen still cared about his disciple's life or death, his eyes turned cold, and Long Yuan took action. Suddenly, a sword light blinded Ji Chen's eyes, and the domineering sword light turned into a dazzling sword light and pierced directly over. Ji Chen dodged in panic and thrust the sky-breaking sword upwards. Chu Ge immediately leaned back and directly deflected the opponent's attack. Ji Chen's face was full of anger because the opponent actually hurt him with the Taishu realm. Chu Ge found that Ji Chen's attacks became more and more terrifying, his sword skills were domineering and tricky, and his magic power was endless and surging. Heaven-breaking art, battle against heaven. Ji Chen shouted coldly, and the heaven-breaking sword instantly burst out with endless divine light. The powerful magic power was instantly twisted into a rope, breaking all obstacles with force. If he had the strength of an emperor, he could definitely fight against the sky. Divine thunder obeys my command. All divine thunders in the heavens, destroy. Chu Ge's 9-layer thunder sword technique had already been practiced to the 9th level. When he used it at this moment, divine thunder appeared out of thin air all over the sky. Strange thunderclouds appeared in the sky for thousands of miles, shocking the people below into thinking that a natural disaster was coming. 9-layer thunder sword, thunder prison accompanying the body. Chu Ge was in the thunder prison, like the god of thunder descending to the earth, his eyes flashing with thunder. This move can be formed in just an instant, and the thunder prison sword light is swung out immediately. The power of a world-destroying natural disaster was actually wielded by a person in the Taishu realm. Ji Chen had a complicated expression, but he did not dare to be careless. The power of the world-destroying thunder prison sword and the pure heaven-wearing sword energy collided with each other in an instant. The people watching the show outside were instantly blown away by the impact of this force, but the entire interior of the heavenly palace was intact because the reinforcement tasks selected by the system had made the buildings of the heavenly palace as solid as a rock. Zhao Haifeng and the others could not withstand this force and flew backwards, crashing into various corners of the heavenly palace buildings, looking miserable. Wu Tian was even more unlucky. Caught off guard and being the closest to the enemy, he flew backwards and fell into the Tianqi Lake in the heavenly palace. The water of Tianqi Lake is extremely cold and gloomy, and was artificially created by Lin Feng and Zhao Haifeng using the mysterious dark palm, a fantasy version of immortal cultivation. What the three-legged golden crow hates the most is cold and gloomy places. Well, now Wuden fell directly into it and was knocked unconscious by the force of the impact. Who made Wu Tian so close to the enemy? He was the one who was affected. Wu Tian truly experienced the consequences. Lin Tian's condition wasn't much better. He was already seriously injured, and now he was half dead. If he didn't get treatment, he would die in less than half an hour. Now he also fell into the Tianqi Lake along with Wooten. At this moment, an unknown force turned into a shield that separated him from the cold sky and water, and his body was strangely recovering slowly. A white warm jade with a blood-red center slowly floated out from his arms. The healing power came from this warm jade. However, the warm jade seemed to be changing. The more power it released, the smaller the warm jade became, as if it was a consumable. Lin Tian, who had fainted with a frown on his face, slowly relaxed his brows. Now Lin Tian is in good condition and all his injuries have been healed. The warm jade disappeared very quickly, and the blood-red color inside the warm jade turned out to be a drop of blood that instantly dripped into Lin Tian's brow. The blood absorbed by Wooten was instantly replenished, and unknown changes occurred in Lin Tian's body. Chu Ge no longer cared about the people below. The battle with Chu Ge at this moment made him forget everything. He had not experienced such a thrilling battle for a long time. Chu Ge's clothes were torn, and blood kept flowing out of the corners of his mouth, dripping onto his collar. His snow-white clothes were now stained red by his own blood. Old man, your strength is worthy of being at the spiritual transformation realm. Even this couldn't kill you. Chu Ge also felt the excitement of the Longyuan sword in his hand, the excitement of fighting. However, the energy in his body is a little disordered now, and he must adjust and recover immediately. His magic power is less than 10% left. The power consumption of this 9th level Thunder Sword is really too great. For him now, the 9th level Thunder Sword is still too heavy. Not only did the power of the 9-layer Thunder Sword weaken, but it also consumed a huge amount of his own magic power. Cough cough. Ji Chen, who was standing on the Heavenly Palace building not far away, stared at the Lord of Heaven. Suddenly, blood gushed out of his throat. Unable to swallow it, he coughed up a pool of blood. Ji Chen's eyes were chilling and cold, with a sneer on his lips. How can a junior like you experience the spiritual transformation realm? With your strength, you can probably only use it this time. This move is indeed very powerful, and so are the laws of time and space. When Ji Chen said this, a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. If the opponent was stronger, I might have died on the spot. But there is no if. Ji Chen was glad that the opponent was not strong enough. He could only be the final winner. Even with the power of the law of time and space, the opponent probably could not use his remaining magic power. Ji Chen did not understand the power of the laws of time and space, but he knew how strong he needed to become in order to use this power. Using strength beyond one's ability will certainly come at a high price. Really? If you think so, you are totally wrong. Chu Ge sneered. If he looked at it from a normal perspective, it was indeed as the other party said, but was he an ordinary person? The laws of time and space are like instinct, just like the chaotic demon god in ancient times, born with natural powers, and able to use his abilities as easily as eating and drinking. This is the case with Chu Ge now. Although he needs to understand and learn, once he has learned how to use his power, he himself will be like a treasure house, and he will have found the key to the treasure house and the way to open it. Chapter 426, Chrysanthemums withered, wounds all over the ground. If you are willing to be loyal to me, I might be able to spare your life. Chu Ge changed the subject and directly recruited the other party on the spot. Now I am unable to kill the other person, and the best result is to exile him into the time tunnel. I don't know where he will be sent. This is such a waste of the opponent's strength. He is like the protagonist's grandfather. If the other party agrees, he can gain the loyalty of a strong man. If not, he will exile the other party. It's very simple, a question of choosing between two options. As for killing the other party's apprentice, time is for profit, and not all old grandfathers have deep feelings for the protagonist in the early stage. True feelings will only emerge when you share hardships in the middle and late stages. Moreover, Chu Ge suspected that this guy's purpose in accepting a disciple was not pure. It was possible that he was attracted by Lin Tian's qualifications, or he might be hoping that Lin Tian could avenge him. Haha. Although I, Ji Chen, am not a righteous person, I also know what it means to be a teacher for a lifetime. How could I give up on him? Ji Chen sneered and looked at the Lord of Heaven with disdain. The Lord of Heaven has many talented people under his command. I think these people are no worse than my disciple. These people often have high aspirations and think highly of themselves. How can they be willing to be second to someone else? Your heaven was established because of these talents, and will eventually be destroyed because of these talents. His disciple is not dead yet, and even if he is dead, he will not surrender to the Lord of Heaven. He is the Supreme Being. Even if his foundation is damaged and he only has the strength of the spiritual transformation stage, he will not be afraid of the other party's strength and surrender to him. Besides, I haven't lost yet, so how can I surrender? Boom, boom. Two flames as blazing as the sun flew out from the cold pool in the heavenly palace and attacked Chu Ge and Ji Chen directly. Teacher. Lin Tian appeared in front of the teacher intact, and the flames on his body gradually disappeared. Boss, we succeeded and failed. Wooten stood beside the boss with some regret and said regretfully. Chu Ge sensed a slight change in Wu Tian's body, but Lin Tian was beyond his expectation to be intact. What's wrong with this guy? What exactly happened to you in Tianqi? Chu Ge asked with some confusion. Wooten's face was stunned, and he was awakened by the feeling of disgust in Tianqi. Then he saw Lin Tian standing next to him and was about to attack him. But he was startled and almost got caught by Lin Tian. After telling the boss what happened, Wooten said with relief, if I hadn't woken up at the right time, the boss would be left without a mount. As for how that guy recovered, I don't know. Although Chu Ge was surprised, he didn't feel scared. Lin Tian was the protagonist, so how could Wooten not be? It makes sense that Lin Tian was able to recover, and Wooten woke up at the critical moment of life and death. On the other side, Lin Tian told the teacher what had happened and also mentioned that he had picked up the jade because he found that his jade was missing. He was really touched by what the teacher said just now. He also had a secret that he hadn't told the teacher, and he didn't expect the teacher to care about him so much. It is only when disaster strikes that we realize a friend in need is a friend indeed. Lin Tian was deeply moved, but he didn't know that his teacher's situation had not yet reached a life and death situation. Otherwise, it would be hard to say. However, their thoughts have not changed yet. The idea that a teacher is a father for life is always in their hearts. Chu Ge noticed that his actions could actually warm up the relationship between the protagonist and the old grandfather. Chu Ge took out the Kunlun mirror directly, staring at the master and disciple, and said, it seems that I can only send you off in person. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Ge acted without any hesitation, and the light of time and space of the Kunlun mirror instantly fell on the two of them. Damn it, I'm done for. Ji Chen's expression suddenly changed. The beam of light made him unable to move. Even though he was at the spiritual transformation realm, he couldn't resist it at all. The same thing happened to Lin Tian. Before he could even react in fear, the two of them instantly disappeared into the light curtain. Cough cough. Chu Ge's heart turned and he immediately took back the Kunlun mirror. He suddenly started coughing violently because of the discomfort in his body. The protagonist's halo has never worked on him, so he is not worried at all that Lin Tian will be able to use the protagonist's halo to leave the time and space tunnel where he is exiled. Boss, are you okay? Wooten hurriedly supported the boss, fearing that he was in trouble. I have just taken control of the 10,000 Demons banner, but I will not have any other thoughts. I have signed a contract with my boss. If my boss dies, I will be doomed. I'm fine. Chu Ge was still too confident. Because all his strength was used in the 9-layer Thunder Sword moves, he was unable to maintain the Dongwang Bell to protect himself. The consequences of the explosion of the two forces also caused Chu Ge to suffer the first immediate damage the moment he entered the void. Fortunately, he entered the void in time, otherwise he might not be able to use the Kunlun mirror. Fuck, boss, you almost shocked me to death just now. Suddenly a shouting voice was heard, and Chu Ge knew who it was without even looking. Who else could it be but Zhao Haifeng? Zhao Haifeng floated over in a disheveled state, cursing, but no one knew who he was cursing. Are you all okay? Chu Ge looked at the people following Zhao Haifeng and asked with concern. Boss, except for Zhao Haifeng who was unlucky enough to have his anus ruptured, the rest of the people only had minor injuries. Lin Feng said while trying to hold back a laugh. Fortunately, he left the battle zone when Wooten came, otherwise, Wooten's current fate would be the same as his. Get lost. Zhao Haifeng thought he was unlucky and cursed at Lin Feng. I never thought that there was a sharp object on the wall where I hit, and that thing just happened to go straight in. The chrysanthemums are withered, the ground is full of wounds, whose tears, whose intestines. He is still in pain until now. Even though the injuries have been healed by taking medicinal pills, the shadow in my heart seems to be something that will never go away in this lifetime. Are those people watching the ceremony still here? Is there any damage to my heavenly palace? Chu Ge didn't want to laugh out loud, so he asked while suppressing his smile. Zhao Haifeng didn't want to continue this topic, and quickly replied, we have moved them to a safe place. My disciples in heaven were injured but not killed. A few unlucky people who were watching the ceremony died, and the rest were saved by our elixirs. Chu Ge nodded and ordered, I was too reckless this time. I was having a bit of fun fighting and forgot everything else. Take out all the elixirs in my heavenly court's treasury. Distribute them to those in need as compensation. I understand. Zhao Haifeng nodded in response. No one had any objection. The heavenly court lacked anything except elixirs. Aren't those things just candy beans that can be eaten casually? At this time, the master and disciple who were exiled into the time and space tunnel by Chu Ge were in a very bad situation. There was no place to stop, and they could only float along the time and space tunnel. The surrounding time and space force would be torn into pieces if it was contaminated by even a little bit. Ji Chen directly used his own defensive magic weapon, which was a dark green tortoise shell. The tortoise shell protected himself and his disciple from the attack of the power of time and space temporarily, but the tortoise shell could not hold out for long, at most 10 breaths, before even a supreme-level tortoise shell would be completely eroded by the power of time and space. Hey, there's actually a living person. Suddenly a surprised young man's voice sounded. Chapter 427 plans to start with transportation. Chu Ge had no idea what happened in the time tunnel. Such a big thing happened in the heavenly palace. As the Lord of Heaven, Chu Ge naturally came forward to appease the guests who came from afar. Chu Ge was very generous and gave away some things he didn't need or that he thought were worthless. Originally, Yu Feng and the others were in a very bad mood, but they were surprised by the generous compensation given by the Lord of Heaven. The unhappy mood in everyone's hearts disappeared instantly, replaced by joy and excitement. The heavenly court is indeed generous. In a word, it seems that the heavenly court is really not short of money. Spirit stones, elixirs, and even magical instruments can all be sent out. How could a force that has only been established for 3 years come up with these things? Not to mention 3 years, even the Chongla mansion, which has been established for such a long time, may not be able to give them so many things for free at one time. Yu Feng looked at the magic weapon in his hand that looked like a flying knife, carefully observing the workmanship and quality of the magic weapon, and couldn't help but sigh deeply. The heavenly court is really not the kind of power that would give away shoddy things as gifts. Look at the workmanship and quality. I think it will be difficult for us to find a master refiner who can refine such a magical weapon. Young master, should we go back? The old man next to him was also amazed by the handicraft of the heavenly court. He did not expect the heavenly court to be so generous. Well, hurry back. Whether the existence of heaven brings good or bad things to Chongla Mansion is something that Dad and the others have to study themselves. But before I go back, I'd better say goodbye to brother Li Yunxiao. Yu Feng did not forget to say goodbye to Li Yunxiao before leaving. Li Yunxiao's sincere approach to treating others won Yu Feng's favor. When they parted, they were reluctant to part and made an appointment to meet next time. Of course, it's not a wrong thing. Li Yunxiao said that he still likes women. After waving goodbye to his friend, Li Yunxiao immediately turned around and left without any hesitation. He will have to send off several more friends like this today. If he casts a wide net and catches more fish, one day the entire world of immortal cultivation will be his friend. Honey, when will Sister Yanru wake up? I miss her so much. Feng Linlin looked at Chu Ge expectantly, hoping to get a solution. Chu Ge's answer still disappointed her. Lu Yanru's current condition was still good, but it was not a condition that Chu Ge could solve now. Even though Chu Ge was a cultivator at the Taishu realm, he still couldn't figure out the mysterious power in Lu Yanru's body. It was majestic and full of vitality, as if endless, but it was impossible to find its source, which made Chu Ge very puzzled. Perhaps only after reaching a certain level, can one naturally know what this power is. The heavenly court's enthronement ceremony ended, and the guests who came to watch the ceremony left Shenyang County one after another. Chu Ge also officially took charge of the heavenly palace, and what happened in the heavenly palace spread as those people left. The Lord of Heaven appears to be at the Taishu realm, but secretly he possesses the power to deal with powerful warriors of the rumored Huoling realm. The news spread quickly to all directions, and those who wanted to attack the heavenly palace immediately gave up the idea. Some forces that intend to surrender to the heavenly court have already begun to take action. Flying boat, spaceship, flying leaf. Ever since Lee Haru saw the grand scene of those immortal cultivators leaving on flying magic tools, he has locked himself in the room. The means of transportation made from many magical instruments have provided Lee Haru, who wanted to start a new career in the world of immortal cultivation, with a business entry point. Transportation is needed in any world, whether it is the mortal world or the immortal world. Although cultivators all have flying instruments, what if it is a teleportation array? At worst, what if it is a faster means of transportation? What if it is a means of transportation that is fast, enjoyable and convenient? What if it is a means of transportation that is fast, enjoyable and convenient? Private ones, shared rides, membership systems, private room systems, etc., are all ways to make spirit stones. As a cultivator, Lee Haru felt that those cultivators would not be reluctant to part with those spirit stones. Today's heavenly palace is a huge and powerful country, but there will always be a time when it runs out of resources. Lee Haru's mind is full of business ideas that need to be tried out. Lee Haru, with excitement on his face, went straight to the boss and told him all his ideas. If this method was successfully implemented, he would be able to earn a large amount of spirit stones in the shortest time. Lee Haru planned to find Lin Lang about this matter. After all, Lin Lang's technological capabilities allowed him to produce these things in the fastest and largest quantities and successfully implement his ideas. Chu Ge was very surprised. He didn't expect that Lee Haru would start with the transportation industry. However, since the other party had decided, he would naturally support it. Needless to say, I trust Lee Haru very much. The talents rewarded by the system have never let me down. You go directly to Lin Lang and ask him to cooperate with you. Tell him directly what you need and let Lin Lang research it. If Lin Lang makes a great contribution in this matter, I will give the institute more resources so that Lin Lang will not be troubled by lack of resources. Yes, boss. Lee Haru left excitedly and went to find Lin Lang to tell him his idea. Lin Lang in the research institute was packing up his things and settling his teacher Kang artificial intelligence. He was resting when he was woken up by Lee Haru. Lee Haru's idea immediately aroused Lin Lang's interest, mainly because the boss gave too much. The teleportation array you need, or even a flying tool that can automatically store energy. Maybe I couldn't do it in the previous world, but here, I can use some incredible abilities of cultivation to create the tools you want. Lin Lang has great confidence in technology. This is the field he is best at, and he is also the best at technology among Chu Ge's subordinates. Especially after coming to this world of cultivating immortals, he unexpectedly discovered things that he had previously overlooked, such as some special spiritual ores that could replace some rare materials. For example, the aerodynamics of flying and the floating flying UFO may be realized in our own hands. With these special spiritual minerals, the details that need to be considered for aerodynamics basically do not need to be considered at all. Lin Lang is not a stubborn person. If some of the power of immortal cultivation is integrated into technology, it will bring great convenience to his research. For example, what he is researching now, once it succeeds, his robot army will come again. At that time, people in the world will know that the director of the Heavenly Court Research Institute is not an incompetent person, and those disciples of Heavenly Court who look down on them will see what the power of science and technology is. Leave it to me. In 3 months, I will make sure you get my results. Lin Lang assured Lee Haru very confidently. Chapter 428, The Driving Force of Technology is Profit. After getting Lin Lang's guarantee, Lee Haru left the research institute directly. Now he is alone and needs to recruit new people and provide training. Zhao Haifeng and others expressed their support after learning about Lee Haru's idea. Although they didn't have much contact with Lee Haru, they all knew that Lee Haru was the boss's confidant at the beginning. Moreover, usually when they were short of money or materials, they would ask Lee Haru to find them for them. Therefore, the friendship between them is self-evident. If Lee Haru needs anything, they will try their best to help. The next day, in the Heavenly Palace Mission Hall, the Heavenly Palace disciples discovered that there were many tasks on the task bar of the Mission Hall, but these tasks all revolved around one problem. That is a detailed topographic map of Chongla Prefecture and even beyond Chongla Prefecture. This is a 3-month task. Lee Haru was not very interested in the map of the entire territory of the Qing dynasty, but he also knew his boss's purpose. The Qing dynasty had ruled this land long enough. Now that the Qing dynasty is crumbling, the lords of various cities have become obedient to orders and no longer follow decrees. Only Shenhao, the capital of the Qing dynasty, is still truly under the control of the Qing dynasty. Sooner or later, the pill will be cleared. Li Heru is also laying the groundwork. If the boss wants to make trouble in the future, the convenience of transportation will become the biggest support for logistical supplies when the heavenly court conquers all directions. Li Heru issued this task because he discovered that the topographic map of the world of immortal cultivation had not been circulated at all, and was even deliberately hidden by someone. What Li Heru wanted was a very detailed topographic map, with a 3-month mission deadline and a huge reward. Countless disciples were tempted, even the deacons. These deacons are independent cultivators who have their own strengths. They have now been arranged to become deacons to assist the elders in managing the heavenly court. However, this task cannot be publicized to the public. The person who announced this task is actually the chief financial officer. It seems that our heavenly court is making a big move. Ha ha ha, I accept the task. Are there any people who want to team up with us? Senior Brother Liu, I'll go with you. Senior Brother Liu, I'm in the middle stage of foundation building. I can definitely help you, Senior Brother Liu. There were loners and those who wanted to form teams. They all accepted the 3-month mission and left the heavenly court one after another. It was natural that the heavenly court disciples would be watched when they were outside. In order to make their actions more secretive, they all used passerby talismans. This talisman was the result of the third elder Zhang Chuchen's personal teaching to them. The concealment talisman could reduce one's presence to a minimum and make it less conspicuous. The 3 months passed quietly. Lin Lang in the research institute lived up to expectations and manufactured the means of transportation that Li Heru needed. In order to make a comparison, Lin Lang directly called Li Yunxiao over. Now everyone knows that Li Yunxiao has a flying magic weapon as big as a villa, and its speed is rare in the world. There are 3 types in total. One is a private floating car, one is a bus-type floating car for short distances, and the last one is a long-distance floating bus similar to a high-speed train. Lin Lang confidently introduced the results of his 3 months of concentrated research. Li Heru also put forward his own different opinions. As we all know, everyone loves different skin colors, and gorgeous appearance is often people's most beloved pursuit. Upon hearing this, Lin Lang cursed inwardly that the capitalists would die a horrible death, then smiled and said, "That's no problem. It's just a layer of skin coating. Leave it to me. And I suggest that some good-looking skins can be set as customized versions, and you need to pay extra to get exclusive customization. Especially those sect logos, you have to pay extra to customize the sect logo." Li Heru heard what Lin Lang said, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Lang became strange. If he didn't know that the other party was a technology fanatic who loved research, he would really think that the other party was in operations. The points raised are simply the essence of the essence, and one of the most important ideas for making money. I have also considered what you said, but the fact that you brought it up shows that our ideas are the same. Li Heru looked at the 3 hovercrafts with joy and said curiously, "By the way, how is the speed? If the speed can't keep up, there will be no immortal cultivators to pay the price." Lin Lang chuckled and pointed at Li Yunxiao next to him and said to Li Heru, "Look, I invited Li Yunxiao here. Li Yunxiao has a spaceship with a luxurious villa. The speed is rare in history. It is directly targeted at the speed of currently known flying magic weapons, and it is twice the speed of known flying magic weapons. You have to know that this thing may not be needed by powerful people, but weak cultivators are our main users." Lin Lang naturally understood business, otherwise he would not have quietly made money on Blue Star and built a lot of robots. Unfortunately, he met an opponent like the boss in the end, and failed. Li Heru smiled and said to Lin Lang, "People with strong abilities don't need it, but for the sake of face, I think they need an extremely luxurious and comfortable floating airship." Lin Lang couldn't help but roll his eyes. This guy really thinks he is a beast of burden. He says what he means. He is not a designer. "I think you can bring up those talented people from Blue Star who understand design," Lin Lang suggested. Li Heru thought about it seriously and said, "I'll mention it to the boss." "Brother Yunxiao, I'm counting on you." Lin Lang smiled and looked at Li Yunxiao and asked for help. "It's nothing, don't be so polite." Li Yunxiao nodded and said very politely, In the end, Li Yunxiao's speed was still faster than Lin Lang's, but the levitation engine designed by Lin Lang could also catch up with Li Yunxiao's luxury spaceship. It's enough. This is the fastest speed on the market, Li Heru said with great satisfaction. There is still room for improvement. Lin Lang was a little upset that what he designed was slower than Li Yunxiao's luxury spaceship. As a professional technology fanatic, Lin Lang has always been very serious about his work. He needs to constantly improve his work until it reaches ultimate perfection. Li Yunxiao was even more satisfied with his luxury spaceship. Even the things developed by a technology fanatic like Lin Lang could not compare to his luxury spaceship. The rewards from the system were indeed the best. Li Yunxiao felt very happy, but he still maintained a gentle expression. The March deadline has arrived, and tomorrow is the time to submit the task. It seems that I have to bring some professional talents up. Li Heru thought that he didn't know how to summarize the map, and his area of expertise was business management. He couldn't help but think of some of the business talents he used most easily. I don't care about these things, but I will get 10% of the net profit of what I create. This is what my boss promised me. Lin Lang couldn't help but remind him. Friendship is friendship, and interests are interests. No problem. Li Heru agreed very readily. This is a very normal request. If there is no benefit at all, where would the motivation for research come from? Li Heru can also earn back the money that Lin Lang distributed from customers. When Lin Lang has money, he will invent more things. Lin Lang becoming stronger is equivalent to heaven becoming stronger, so there is no loss at all. Chapter 429. Remove the root of troubles, draw the sword of the natural god. The appearance of Chu Ge as the backbone has more than doubled the speed of development within the heavenly court. The name of heaven was officially known following the battle between the Lord of Heaven and a powerful man in the spirit transformation realm. In this battle, the Lord of Heaven won a complete victory. Even the strong ones in the spirit transformation realm could not cause any harm to the Lord of Heaven. This battle was witnessed by all those who left. The Lord of Heaven is in the Taishu realm. Even dogs don't believe it. The current strength of the Lord of Heaven is definitely what the Lord of Heaven has shown them, but no one knows his true strength in private. Over the past 3 months, the incident concerning the Lord of Heaven has become more and more mysterious, and the scope of its spread has also become increasingly far-reaching. Chongla Mansion may be very big in the eyes of some small cultivators, but in the eyes of some big cultivators it is just a mansion. Above Chongla Prefecture is Jile City, and the areas ruled by Jile City are Chongla Prefecture, Dongyi Prefecture, Yunxia Prefecture, and Lianshui Prefecture. The city lord of Jile City is Ji Yuquan, a powerful immortal cultivator in the Yuan Hang realm, which is the Yuan Hang realm above the Waling realm. Only those who have reached the Yuan Hang realm are qualified to become the city lord. However, it does not mean that one can definitely become a city lord if he has reached the Yuan Hang realm. If it were the former lord of Paradise City, he would naturally not pay attention to the affairs of a small county in his own Chongla Prefecture. The Lord of Heaven is just an ant. However, the Lord of Heaven was able to deal with the spirit transformation realm without any harm. The emergence of this news made Ji Yuquan, the Lord of Paradise City, turn his attention to the heaven of Shenyang County. Under his rule, there actually appeared a Lord of Heaven who could deal with a person in the spirit transformation realm without any harm. Then, can the Lord of Heaven deal with me who is above the spiritual transformation realm? This is a threat, still a help. In the Lord's mansion of Paradise City, Ji Yuquan sat in the study room late at night. With his eyes closed, he tapped the table with one finger. The tapping sound was particularly clear in the middle of the night. The man in black kneeling before him bowed his head deeply and respectfully, not daring to look up to offend the palace lord's majesty, and not even daring to breathe. Is the Lord of Heaven really only in his 20s? Not even 30 yet. Ji Yuquan's voice was full of majesty, and even a slight leak of his majestic aura was enough to frighten the man in black so much that he quickly nodded his head, prostrated himself and trembled. Reporting to the head of the family, according to our investigation, it is true, but we cannot rule out the possibility that the other party deliberately concealed it. It's just that several elders of the heavenly court and those who were personally canonized by the Lord of the heavenly court are not only young, but also extremely talented. In the past 3 years, these people have entered the Kaiguang realm from the Yuanyun realm. If they had not been canonized to show their strength, even our people would not have realized that they had reached the Kaiguang realm. Quote. Continue to monitor and don't cause conflict. Ji Yuquan opened his extremely deep eyes and said in a low voice. Ji Yuquan himself has great ambitions. Now that the Qing dynasty has gone on a strange path, it is time for him to plan for himself. Although Paradise City is not ranked in the top 3 in the territory of the Qing dynasty, Ji Yuquan has never admitted defeat. His current strength is already the 9th level of Yuanhang realm. And he is only one step away from becoming the supreme. As long as he reaches the supreme, the strength of Paradise City will instantly enter the top 5. After all, the first 5 are all city lords with supreme power. Now the Qing dynasty still has 3 supreme powers who are forcibly extending the life of the Qing dynasty, but the mere 3 supreme powers cannot suppress the ambitions of these city lords. In this world where the strength of cultivating immortals is respected, the so-called loyal ministers to the Qing dynasty have been completely eliminated from the moment the new emperor ascended the throne. That incident was also the key point that led to the complete demise of the Qing dynasty. That battle killed 10 supreme city lords who were loyal to the Qing dynasty. After this incident, city lords from all over the country began to become disloyal, including Ji Yuquan himself. Strength. Koizumi needs more than just his own strength, he is even cultivating new strength. What could be more labor-saving than raising insects in a free-range manner? The 4 major prefectures under the Paradise City are all in a laissez-faire mode. Ji Yuquan basically doesn't care much about them, giving the masters of each prefecture great freedom and autonomy. As long as you obey orders and pay taxes, you can do whatever you want, as long as you don't do anything that will anger God and people or damage the foundation of Paradise City. The biggest advantage of the free-range model is that it can breed various ambitious people and allow various new forces to emerge continuously. Unlike other city lords who have fixed ruling classes, it is very difficult for new forces to emerge under such high pressure in this environment, which also means that there is very little new blood. But relatively speaking, the order is stable and the distribution of benefits is fixed. Although chaos often occurs within the 4 prefectures ruled by Paradise City, new blood is constantly growing, and only struggle can make the force stronger. Only by thinking in times of peace can we avoid losing our vigilance. After sending his men away, Ji Yuquan looked thoughtful and decided that he had to go and see the Lord of Heaven in person. As long as the other party's strength is recognized by oneself, then the other party can become an object of one's future use, and can be said to be a chess piece. The Dongcheng and Jinyue, which are under the charge of Zhao Yu and Lin Yi, have already recruited enough people. In this world of cultivating immortals, there are too many frustrated independent cultivators. It is very easy for Zhao Yu and Lin Yi to recruit them because they are both from the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court is famous for its generosity, wealth, lavish spending, and abundant resources. Once you are able to join the Heavenly Court, you can book the peak package of your life in advance. The Jinyue were fine, but if the Dongcheng wanted to get in, they had to get rid of their own troubles, which meant castration. For cultivators, castration can allow the hair to grow back, and initially many of those cultivators who were very harsh on themselves simply cut off their troubles and went to interview at the East Factory. But Zhao Yu is the protagonist. What he needs is talent, not trash. And he doesn't need those who think they can still grow. Zhao Yu's definition of the East Factory is that it has no worries in its heart and it is as natural as a god when drawing its sword. The so-called troubles are the roots of troubles. Once the roots are gone, the troubles will naturally disappear. The East Factory recruited a total of 5,000 people, including 2,500 independent cultivators and 2,500 frustrated mortals. These unsuccessful mortals have the qualifications to cultivate immortality, but they just haven't had the chance to come into contact with it. Don't think that cultivating immortals is something you can do just if you have the qualifications. There are countless buried geniuses. If you want to cultivate immortals, you need not only money and power but also good fortune. Without chance, even those forces that recruit you will not include you because of quota issues. These people all knew that once they castrated the root of their troubles, there would be no possibility of recovery. These people did not hesitate at all, and Zhao Yu also admired such people. These casual cultivators and mortals have all experienced it personally. Nothing is more painful than being unsuccessful, and nothing is more painful than being unable to control one's own destiny. Chapter 430 The protagonist saved the protagonist, the Emperor's fate. Become stronger and want to cultivate immortality. This is the only obsession in the hearts of these casual cultivators and ordinary people, so they personally eliminate the root of their troubles. As for being looked down upon by others for becoming eunuchs, they have already been looked down upon by others. Becoming a eunuch is an opportunity to become stronger. Factory manager Zhao Yu is their target. He has assured them that getting rid of the root of troubles is the beginning of becoming stronger. The roots of these people's troubles would be soaked in bottles of special potions by someone and placed in the worry-free pavilion at the East Factory headquarters. The so-called worry-free means that after getting rid of the root of troubles, you can be free from worries and be a eunuch with peace of mind. This is the idea behind Zhao Yu naming the pavilion Wuyu Pavilion. Of course, the East Factory was not entirely staffed by eunuchs. There were also servants who were responsible for cleaning and removing debris. On the first day, Zhao Yu did not teach them any basic skills about the yin-yang inheritance, but simply invited a large number of beautiful women to the East Factory. If they can only see but not eat, they will hate themselves even more for not having any worries, and hate their past selves even more. This way, they will do things without any bottom line in the future. The East Factory does not need to have any bottom line when doing things. The order of the Lord of Heaven is the bottom line of the East Factory. After hearing the news, Chu Ge paid even more attention to Zhao Yu from the East Factory. This person seemed normal, but since he decided to practice the yin-yang pearl technique, Zhao Yu's mind became more profound. Chu Ge could see that once a person became a eunuch, even the most normal person would become abnormal. Chu Ge himself had experienced the pain of being a eunuch in his reincarnation, as well as the psychological abnormality of being a eunuch. The establishment of the East Factory was exactly what Chu Ge wanted. I have become a eunuch, with no ties or worries. What bottom line do I have? I will be alone in the future without descendants. The only way for me to avoid being looked down upon is to become stronger. Chu Ge no longer needs to pay too much attention to the development of the East Factory, as Zhao Yu has already gained his initial recognition. As for Lin Yi, there is no need to say more. Lin Yi himself is a child of a large family and has received a very comprehensive education. He is also very adept at forming such a jinyue. The Lin family never appeared in the lower world again. It was not known whether the Lin family really did not notice it, or they did notice it but just did nothing. Lin Yi has always kept this matter in his heart, so he has never stopped practicing. He wants revenge, he wants justice for his parents and relatives. Another month passed. Chu Ge did not go out or practice in the past month. Instead, he stayed in the heavenly palace to accompany Feng Linlin and Zhao King and take care of the sleeping Lu Yanru. However, Chu Ge also noticed that his selection option did not disappear, which only meant one thing. A total of 4 months have passed, and Lin Tian is still not dead. This is obviously very abnormal. The only truth is that Lin Tian broke away from the time tunnel and escaped successfully. You have to know that it is impossible for the protagonist's halo to take effect when he is the protagonist. He has verified this countless times and it is always true. There couldn't be any difference this time. As for why Lin Tian didn't die, he thought of countless possibilities and finally confirmed one. That is, Lin Tian might have been rescued by another protagonist. There is still a possibility that one protagonist will meet another protagonist. Chu Ge did not go looking for the other party, as it would be a thankless task, so he decided to ask Zhao Haifeng for a fortune teller. After Zhao Haifeng was called by the boss, he couldn't help but be surprised to hear the boss say that Lin Tian might not be dead yet. The only one who could survive under the boss's hands was Lin Tian. It is very simple to tell a fortune. Zhao Haifeng has been using the compass until now and it has never let him down. When the hexagram came out, Zhao Haifeng was shocked. The orthodoxy has been lost throughout the world, and the dynasty will last forever. This hexagram feels very unlucky, because Zhao Haifeng was calculating the mysterious person who saved Lin Tian. There is no basis for this, but Zhao Haifeng has met Lin Tian, so based on Lin Tian, he counts the people Lin Tian met. The meaning of the hexagram is very simple, that is, in the future there will be a person who will replace the Qing dynasty, and the dynasty will be prosperous and last for 10,000 years. After hearing the hexagram calculated by Zhao Haifeng, a hint of surprise flashed in Chu Ge's eyes. This meant that the protagonist was most likely a dragon entering the sea, with the dragon energy of destiny. To establish a dynasty in the world of immortal cultivation, one needs luck, and something to suppress the luck, which is commonly known as the Jade Seal of Destiny. Chu Ge did not have any fear. There were too many protagonists who fell into his hands. So what if he was the future emperor? Even if he was about to become the emperor, Chu Ge could still kill him. Can we find out where the other party is? Chu Ge asked. I'm not sure about this, but I think we can give it a try. Zhao Haifeng had already encountered a little resistance when he calculated the hexagram just now. Now if he wanted to find out the specific whereabouts of that person, it would be even easier. The things involved in the hexagrams are very broad, especially the luck. Now Zhao Haifeng's fortune-telling ability is getting stronger day by day, and he has always been very careful about things related to luck. It is better to be safe than sorry, this is an eternal truth. At this time, the city of Shenyang was located on the border of the Qing dynasty. The lord of Shenyang city is called Qin Hongxi. The east pavilion of the city lord's mansion is where Qin Zhen, the only legitimate son of the city lord, lives. When Qin Zhen was born, a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky and purple air came from the east. From then on, Qin Hongxi began to keep a low profile. He even taught Qin Zhen to keep a low profile since he was a child, and even pretended to be a stubborn child for more than 10 years. Qin Zhen is now 18 years old. During his coming-of-age ceremony, Qin Zhen accidentally picked up a white jade seal in the purple bamboo forest. The seal has 8 characters engraved on it. Mandate from heaven, may you live long and prosperous. No man can resist the temptation of these 8 characters. Now, everyone with a discerning eye knows that the Qing dynasty will not last long before it collapses. This white jade seal emitted a dazzling light on the spot. Somehow, Qin Zhen felt that his luck had become a dragon that was about to transform into a dragon. At the same time, this white jade seal took him into a time tunnel and rescued 2 people. This seal would take itself to a place every month to save 1 or even 2 people. After his understanding, he found that these people were all talented, but the time he rescued them was just a matter of life and death for them. The backyard of the East Pavilion is an elegant purple bamboo forest. Qin Zhen is holding a black chess piece and practicing chess with Lin Tian. I lost. Lin Tian put down the white piece helplessly and admitted defeat decisively. Qin Zhen overturned the entire chessboard without saying a word and said to Lin Tian, as long as you have the ability to overturn the chessboard, you will not lose. Brother Lin, I know what's bothering you. With your qualifications, it's very easy for you to become stronger. Will you admit defeat if you encounter this situation again next time? Even though he saved many people, in Qin Zhen's heart, only Lin Tian became his confidant. He didn't know why. Maybe it was fate. They talked about everything, and he knew what Lin Tian had encountered. He could not empathize with him or comfort him, so he could only divert his attention and ease his worries. Brother Qin, I believe you have the ability to overturn the chessboard. Lin Tian smiled bitterly. He knew Qin Zhen's lofty ambitions and he admired his grand ideals. Chapter 431, Late Night Visitor. But Lin Tian himself felt that it was impossible for him to defeat the Lord of Heaven. Even his teacher was defeated by the opponent, so how could he possibly have the ability to overturn the chessboard of the Lord of Heaven? Lin Tian's psychological shadow now is the Lord of Heaven, and he has never been able to get over that hurdle in his heart. Qin Zhen looked at Lin Tian with disappointment and said to him earnestly, Brother Lin, one day you will become stronger. If you are not strong enough, then work hard to catch up. Do you think you can become capable of overturning the chessboard if you are decadent all day long? In order to save your life, your teacher has lost his body, but his soul is still being nurtured. Did your teacher save you to let you sigh here? Qin Zhen's tone became heavier and he became more and more excited. Pa! Lin Tian slapped himself hard in the face, leaving a red slap on his face. Lin Tian, whose eyes were red from what he said, bowed to Qin Zhen with gratitude. Brother Qin's words made me wake up. Indeed, I will never be able to overturn the chessboard. One day, I will make that Lord of Heaven pay the price. There was a trace of hatred in Lin Tian's eyes. In the time tunnel, the teacher would rather die than protect himself. He was able to live and be decadent here because of the teacher. Shenyang County, the central area of heaven, inside the heavenly palace. Chu Ge opened his eyes and looked at the full moon hanging high in the night sky. After the light there must be darkness, and after the darkness there must be dawn. Sir, you come here so late at night without even coming out to say hello. Chu Ge suddenly laughed. There was no one in the hall where Chu Ge was staying. In the entire empty hall, there was no one but Chu Ge's voice echoing. In the deserted hall, a figure seemed to emerge from the shadows, as if this figure had always been standing there. There was a cold light in Chu Ge's narrowed eyes. He had no idea who this person was. However, he knew that this person must not have any extreme ideas, otherwise he would not have waited until he pointed it out before appearing. During the day, Zhao Haifeng had already figured out the person who saved the protagonist, and even figured out that there would be guests arriving tonight. However, Zhao Haifeng had successfully fallen down. The backlash was indeed so powerful that even Zhao Haifeng could not withstand it. The Lord of Heaven is so courageous. Everyone in heaven knows about it now. I came here this time just to see what kind of person the so-called Lord of Heaven is. Now it seems that he is just a young boy. Chu Ge sneered when he heard it, and his tone was extremely cold. So what if he is a young boy? It is better than some people who always like to do sneaky things behind the scenes. Boy, don't be so arrogant. You must know that there are people better than you. Ji Yuquan looked dangerously. Chu Ge looked at the figure carefully. He had never met the other person, but he thought that the other person must be here to test his strength. The other party's strength must be far beyond mine, as he was able to keep me from noticing him for such a long time. Even Lin Tian's teacher couldn't do it, so the other party must be above the spirit transformation realm. If the other party is the supreme, he would not be able to do anything sneaky. The supreme and powerful man can destroy the world with a single move of his hands, so why would he do such a thing? If you want to test him, there are plenty of ways to do it. Then the opponent's strength is most likely above the Hualing realm, the Yuaneng realm. Thinking of this, Chu Ge waved his sleeves. The surroundings seemed unchanged, but Ji Yuquan noticed that ripples were appearing in the space around him. The appearance of this space ripple is very subtle and cannot be seen at all unless you pay special attention. Ji Yuquan suppressed the shock in his heart and stared expressionlessly at the Lord of Heaven whom he called a young boy. If I'm not mistaken, the only strong person in the Yuanhang realm in the entire Jila city is the city lord Ji Yuquan. Chu Ge looked at the other party who was forcing himself to maintain an indifferent expression and couldn't help but sneered. I have heard of the great name of city lord Ji Yuquan for a long time. When I saw him today, it seemed that city lord Ji Yuquan was worried about something. Please take a seat, city lord Ji Yuquan. While Chu Ge was speaking, Ji Yuquan found that he and the other party had actually changed space directly, and they were now standing in front of a tea table. Ji Yuquan looked at the Lord of Heaven with surprise, but the latter kept looking at him with a subtle smile. Seeing Ji Yuquan sitting down obediently, Chu Ge knew that he had intimidated the other party with this move. He sat down and brewed a pot of tea, pouring it into the white jade cups. Please. Chu Ge held the white jade cup and raised both hands. Ji Yuquan narrowed his eyes. This Lord of Heaven was quite interesting. He couldn't help but pick up the teacup and clinked glasses with the Lord of Heaven to drink. Chu Ge sipped the tea and wondered what the other party wanted to do. In fact, he had anticipated this day would come. According to the intelligence analysis from heaven, Ji Yuquan was very likely to have great ambitions. Why is this analysis made? Because if Ji Yuquan had no ambition in his heart, he would not do this in the way he did. Everyone in the world has desires. Only those without desires are great saints. Ji Yuquan is obviously not one of them. What does Ji Yuquan want? Paradise City is too small to accommodate Ji Yuquan's ambitions. City Lord Ji Yu, you came from afar without even telling me in advance so that I could prepare for the welcoming ceremony in advance. Chu Ge put down the teacup, looked at Ji Yuquan and smiled. Ji Yuquan thought that the Lord of Heaven was an interesting person. Has the Lord of Heaven ever thought about going one step further, such as ruling the entire Chongla prefecture? Is City Lord Ji Yu willing? Chu Ge looked at him with a strange smile. City Lord Ji Yu has come from afar this time. I think he wants to reach a cooperation with my heaven. Does the Lord of Heaven overestimate himself? He is only in the Taishu realm. Do you think I can't find a dozen people in the Taishu realm in Paradise City? Ji Yuquan laughed and drank another cup of tea. Can the Taishu realm make this place completely devoid of spiritual energy? Chu Ge tapped the tea table with his fingers and said indifferently to Ji Yuquan. The next second, Ji Yuquan found that the spiritual energy around them instantly dissipated, as if the two of them were excluded by the spiritual energy and they were in a world without spiritual energy. What is this, Lord of Heaven? A trace of anger flashed across Ji Yuquan's face. Do you really think you won't take action? The Lord of Heaven has used tricks in front of him many times, which is a provocation. I just want to tell City Lord Ji Yu that there are not many people in the world who are just like what you think. As far as I know, there is only one, and this person is very secretive. I am the only one in the world who knows him. Having said that, Chu Ge immediately kept silent, which made Ji Yuquan feel itchy. It is indeed not easy for the other party to guess what I am thinking, but I just don't know who the person he is talking about is. I know all the city lords under the Qing dynasty, but there are some I don't know. Who could it be? Ji Yuquan first eliminated the Lord of Shenyang from his mind, and then continued to eliminate some people he had confirmed. Chapter 432. Lord Ji Yu, don't guess. You can't guess it. Chu Ge couldn't help but laugh when he saw Ji Yuquan frowning. This Guquan visited me late at night, definitely intending to win me over, but I can't let him lead me by the nose. Chu Ge was not interested in the struggle for hegemony. What emperor? Without power, he was nothing but a puppet or even an ant. In the future, the heavenly court will stand above all dynasties and be the master of all dynasties. A single word from it can destroy mountains and rivers, and a single word can result in a sea of blood and corpses. Ji Yuquan could see that the Lord of Heaven had not deceived him, but the other party just didn't want to say it out loud. He was indeed a person who would not release the eagle until he saw the rabbit. Whatever the Lord of Heaven wants, as long as the Lord of Heaven can cooperate with me, my paradise city will not collect any taxes from the heavenly court in the future, and the heavenly court will expand independently. My paradise city will never say a word. Ji Yuquan was also very decisive. He did not want to be tricked by Lao Lu in the future. Moreover, if the Lord of Heaven's information was accurate, it meant that the Lord of Heaven had a more detailed source of information than him. In addition, considering the means demonstrated by the Lord of Heaven, he is indeed qualified to cooperate with him. However, if he wanted to truly reach a cooperation, Ji Yuquan still had to personally test the true strength of the Lord of Heaven. What if the other party was a mere figurehead? Wouldn't he be doing a losing business? The teacup in Ji Yuquan's hand was wrapped in the magic power of Yuan Hengjing and attacked Chu Ge directly. Chu Ge seemed not to have reacted at all, and he raised the teacup and drank tea without stopping at all. Ji Yuquan's teacup instantly disappeared from his sight. The next second, Chu Ge saw Ji Yuquan take action and attack with a palm. The power is so overwhelming, like a boundless ocean, unstoppable, making it impossible to breathe, and making people give up any thought of resistance. The next second, Ji Yuquan found that Chu Ge had appeared beside him without him noticing, looking at him curiously with a cup of hot tea in his hand. Koizumi's face turned angry, and he struck back. Hey, did you hit the wrong direction? Chu Ge appeared on the other side of Ji Yuquan and looked in the direction of his arm, as if he was curious about why he was hitting the air. What kind of tricks are you using? Ji Yuquan's vision was still a little low. After all, he was not even a supreme being, so how could he possibly touch the laws of time? Although the power of Ji Yuquan's attack was enough to kill him directly, in Chu Ge's eyes, the opponent's speed was as slow as a child holding a weapon, which was extremely slow. Chu Ge turned the teacup and looked at the other party with a playful look. Lord Ji Yu, everyone knows that you are incompetent, but few people know how many talented and ambitious people you have secretly recruited. In my opinion, you are very ambitious, but don't use your ambitions in the wrong place. The teacup in Chu Ge's hand turned into gravel in the ancient spring's eye and gradually disappeared without a trace, as if it had disappeared out of thin air. Otherwise, it will be just like this teacup. It will not leave any trace in this world. It is easy for me to erase a person's past and a person's future. Chu Ge's smile was like a devil in Ji Yuquan's eyes. He did not expect that the Lord of Heaven, whom he had always looked down upon, was not as strong as himself, but in terms of means, he could not even kill the other party. If the other party attacked him in this way, he would not be able to kill him immediately. However, Koizumi has a feeling that the opponent has the ability to kill him directly. A tyrant would never put himself in danger, and this time he was indeed reckless. The Lord of Heaven's methods are indeed horrifying and unheard of. I admire him. Ji Yuquan suddenly laughed, as if what just happened had not happened. As a great hero, he was able to bend and stretch. Chu Ge narrowed his eyes and looked at Ji Yuquan, slowly telling him what he wanted to know. What? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. How could a down-and-out city lord like Qin Hongxi have such ambition? Ji Yuquan was not unable to accept it, but he could not believe that he had actually misjudged someone. Qin Hongxi stood on the side of the Qing imperial family during that incident and was one of the few remaining loyal ministers of the Qing dynasty. It's like a loyal and honest person you have known for decades suddenly turns into a cunning conspirator. Seeing that the Lord of Heaven was not joking, Ji Quan sat down in confusion and poured himself a cup of tea. What is the ancient city lord's plan? Chu Ge said with a smile. The ancient city lord does not want to make wedding dresses for others. In fact, as long as the ancient city lord can control Qin Hongshi's only son Qin Zhen, Qin Hongshi will naturally reveal his strength. At that time, the other party will have to expose himself. The power hidden in Qin Hongshi's private life is very amazing. The ancient city lord should be careful. To drive away the wolf and swallow the tiger, the Lord of Heaven has made a good deal. Ji Quan almost forgot that the Lord of Heaven was not a good person either. If I say I didn't ask for anything from someone who was so kind as to give me advice, it would be an insult to my intelligence. Then Lord Ji, tell me, Qin Shang Hongshi and I have never met each other before. What benefit can I get from planning for Lord Ji? Chu Ge laughed. Ji Quan was surprised when he heard this, but suddenly he burst into laughter. Interesting, this Lord of Heaven is interesting, he is asking for benefits from him. It's good to have something to ask for. Ji Quan is afraid of meeting people who ask for nothing. Having nothing to ask for is the greatest desire. When it comes to achieving great things, Gu Quan never skimps on money. With your ability as the Lord of Heaven, Changla Prefecture will belong to you in the future. You can govern yourself and I will never interfere. Ji Quan sold Changla Prefecture directly. To him, Changla Prefecture was just a prefecture, there was no difference. There is no reluctance at all, on the contrary, cooperation with the Lord of Heaven is more important. Deal. The Lord of Heaven is straightforward. Finally, Ji Quan turned and left with a smile on his face. The moment he turned around, Ji Quan's face suddenly sank and became extremely gloomy. When Ji Quan turned around, Chu Ge's face was cold. He knew very well that Koizumi was just a smiling tiger. It seemed that the other person was smiling at me and seemed easy to get along with. But he knew that the other party was a sinister conspirator and a smiling tiger. In fact, the laws of time and space are really useful. He used the laws of time and space in front of Ji Quan before. Chu Ge plans to continue to comprehend the next drop of the laws of time and space. Only by becoming stronger can he have the opportunity to laugh and talk nonsense in front of powerful enemies. Lin Tian and Qin Zhen, who were far away in Shenyang City, suddenly shuddered, as if someone was talking about them behind their backs. Brother Qin, do you think the Lord of Heaven will find this place? Lin Tian suddenly said. Qin Zhen looked at Lin Tian with some amusement. Brother Lin, stop talking nonsense. I saved you and your teacher at that time, and the other party didn't even know whether you were dead or alive. Maybe they thought you were dead a long time ago. It's good that way. You are in the dark and he is in the light. If I have a chance, I will help you stab the heaven and let you vent your anger. In Qin Zhen's eyes, if the world wants stability, sects and organizations are one of the factors that affect the stability of the world. If he established a dynasty in the future, he would definitely destroy these sects and organizations and restore peace to the world. Chapter 433 Great Opportunity, All the Way East. After Ji Quan left Shenyang County and returned to Jiao City, he immediately arranged for his men to investigate the current situation in Shenyang City. It concerns his great cause and his ambition. If the Lord of Heaven had not reminded him, he would never have known that Shenyang City had such ambitions. The Lord of Heaven had no reason to deceive himself, so this news was definitely true. Because as long as you check carefully, you can always find clues. No matter how deeply the other party hides, as long as you clean it up, there will be clues left. Ji Quan was very afraid of Qin Hongshi, the lord of Shenyang City. Qin Hongshi was an honest and loyal man, but he was actually a villain who wanted to rebel behind the scenes. Moreover, the strength displayed by the other party was actually the same as his own. Would Qin Hongshi, who is so old, show his true strength? Obviously, it is impossible, so Ji Quan doubts that he has already reached the supreme level. But I am still a little bit short of it. I always feel like there is a layer of membrane pressing on me, preventing me from breaking through. Qin Hongshi, who had been tricked by Chu Ge, had no idea that his thoughts, which he had hidden for many years, had been forcibly exposed. Chu Ge also felt that Shenyang City was too far away from heaven, and that heaven's hands could not reach that far for the time being. Now Chu Ge is not worried about the development of Heavenly Court. He just needs to develop it step by step for 5 years. Give the heavenly court 5 years, and by then, neither Paradise City nor the Qing dynasty will be its match. Sign in. Chu Ge opened his eyes. Every next day, Chu Ge would sign in on time in the early morning. The system gives fewer and fewer choices, and I can only sign in to make up for myself. Perhaps the sign-in function is too active and the selection function is exhausted. Chu Ge couldn't help but speculate maliciously that his task system was half dead. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for successfully signing in. Sign-in reward, chance shaking machine. Chu Ge looked at the virtual interface. There were many opaque mixed color spheres in the opportunity shaking machine. According to the instruction manual, these spheres represented each opportunity. There is a red start button. Press it and everything depends on your fate. At present, Chu Ge does not have what he needs, but no one can have too many opportunities. Chu Ge pressed the red button. It was the first time for him to sign in for something like this. He was a little excited. After the red button of the chance shaking machine is pressed, a ball falls immediately. There was no turning, no suspense, it just fell down. Chu Ge held the ball in his hand, and he crushed the ball into pieces, which turned into starlight and penetrated into his mind. If you keep going eastwards in Shenyang County, you will encounter great opportunities. Chu Ge's face darkened. This opportunity was too hasty. It was rare for him to be so serious. Now it was good, and he could just keep going east. He didn't mention any great opportunity or time, he just kept walking eastward. But Chu Ge was really attracted by this great opportunity, and he planned to set out tomorrow to look for it. Now Chu Ge's strength is still at the Taishu realm. If he wants to enter the Guishu realm, the fastest way is to go to the next space-time fragment. But he knew that the next fragment of time and space would not be so easy to absorb. Chu Ge slowly closed his eyes and circulated the Great Tao evolution technique in his body. The development of Heavenly Court no longer requires Chu Ge to manage it personally, nor does it require Chu Ge to supervise it personally. As elders, Zhao Haifeng, Zhang Chuchen, Lin Feng and Jun Moshao manage the Heavenly Court in an orderly manner. Apart from Jun Moshao, the reborn one, Chu Ge noticed the growth of the other three. Early in the morning, Chu Ge directly called 4 people together and held a brief meeting. What, boss, you want to leave heaven? Zhao Haifeng was confused when he heard that the boss was going to head east. If he left, would heaven be handed over to the 4 of them as workers? This is an opportunity. Going east, great opportunities are waiting for me. Chu Ge nodded. This time when I leave heaven, heaven will be handed over to you 4. The specific time of my return is uncertain. Chu Tian himself didn't know the time of his return, so he gave the 4 people such formal instructions. Since it is an opportunity, then boss, just go ahead. Opportunities are hard to come by, and once missed, they are gone. Jun Moshao knew very well how hard it was to get opportunities. The value of opportunities far exceeded the chance of promotion. Boss, don't worry and go out. Just leave the heavenly palace to us. Zhang Chuchen's Taoist robe was filled with the smell of elixirs, which made Chu Ge look at him curiously. Have you been making pills recently? Chu Ge asked doubtfully. Speaking of alchemy, Zhang Chuchen's face seemed to be lit up, and he quickly said, Boss, I know how to refine instruments and pills. I haven't had much contact with alchemy, and I've been fascinated by it recently. Lin Feng also asked, your Taoist temple is quite convenient. It was moved directly from the lower realm to the heaven. There are not many people learning Taoism, but all of them are talented. I also accepted some disciples to increase the popularity of the Taoist temple. Zhang Chuchen was determined to develop Taoism in this world, so he brought some disciples from the heaven who were suitable for Taoism into the Taoist sect and accepted them as disciples. Whether it is the development of Taoism or any other sect, heaven will support it. Chu Ge also expressed his opinion directly here. This is to prevent the people below from having random thoughts. No matter what they practice, they are all people in heaven, so there is no need to make such a clear distinction. And not only Zhang Chuchen recruited people, but people like Zhao Haifeng also recruited people. This is normal. As an elder of the heavenly court, how can he do without manpower? Chu Ge didn't care about these things at all. He even hoped that these people would accept more people. Do you have anything else to do? Chu Ge was ready to start chasing people away. Let's take a walk. Workers with working spirit, workers are the best among people. Zhao Haifeng ran away. The other 3 people also stood up and bowed to the boss and said goodbye. Chu Ge left the heavenly court openly, and the sky guards and the east factory were specifically named by Chu Ge, the Lord of Heaven, to follow him. Naturally, Chu Ge would not leave heaven alone this time. He brought Zhao Yu and Ji Yu Bai with him. Traveling eastward, Chu Ge also witnessed what the real world of immortal cultivation was like. After leaving Xinyang County, he had encountered 7 or 8 fights and massacres. Even Chu Ge himself could encounter a catastrophe. It was truly chaotic. This was Chu Ge's impression of the order within the Paradise City. However, Chu Ge also knew that this was the Ji breeding model of the ancient spring in Jila City. Only under such a chaotic order would more powerful people be bred. However, there will be more and more strong psychopaths. Traveling eastward, the first place they entered was Fuxian County of Chongla Prefecture. The news that the Lord of Heaven had entered Fuxian realm spread instantly. Chu Ge did not try to hide his whereabouts. He had long been accustomed to the fearful and awe-inspiring looks from the passers-by around him. In an inn, in a luxurious private room on the 2nd floor, Chu Ge was eating and watching the people passing by below, when he suddenly heard discussions from next door. Chapter 434, Lure You into the Bait, the Changshu Village Incident. Things have been a bit uneasy lately, and business isn't going well. Brother Zhang, are you still worried about that incident? In this world, although such things are uncommon, they have happened before. Don't blame me for being nosy. Brother Zhang, you'd better not spread the news, otherwise. Brother Li means well, I understand, thank you Brother Li. Chu Ge couldn't help but sneer after hearing this unclear conversation. He held the wine glass, squinted his eyes, and looked at Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu's mind turned quickly, his eyes turned cold in an instant, and he disappeared directly into the room, leaving the door of the private room wide open. Plop! The 2 people who were just talking next door were thrown in directly by Zhao Yu. After the 2 were thrown in, they trembled, kowtowed on the ground, and shouted for mercy, with tears and snot streaming down their faces, and they were almost frightened to death. I was just spreading the news, but I didn't expect to get caught. You can't afford to offend any of these big guys. A mission involving a few spirit stones almost cost both of their lives. Tell me the truth, explain to me everything you talked about before. These 2 people were just small fry in the foundation building stage, but Zhao Yu knew that there must be someone behind them. What a coincidence that they heard it. It was said so vaguely, as if deliberately attracting people's attention and curiosity. There are many coincidences in the world, and most of them are carefully planned. Sir, the news is actually that someone gave us 500 spirit stones and asked us to spread the news here. That's right, please spare my life, sir. I'm just passing on a message, and I have absolutely no intention of harming you. Those people definitely have bad intentions. These spirit stones are my filial piety to you, sir. Woo, sir, please don't kill me. I have an 80-year-old mother at home, and my wife and children are alone and helpless. The whole family depends on me, woo. The 2 of them cried with tears streaming down their faces and knocked their heads until they were bleeding. After hearing their cries, Chu Ge finally heard the whole version. It turned out that there was a mysterious person wearing a mysterious mask who offered the 2 a price they could not refuse to spread the content of their conversation here. The mysterious man also told the 2 of them the real content, but he just asked them to tell the abridged version. The real story is that nearly tens of thousands of people in Changshu village were killed completely, leaving no one alive. In the world of immortal cultivation, such incidents of village destruction rarely occur, because immortal cultivators who attack mortals without reason will be punished by heaven. At first, this divine punishment is invisible, but as you become stronger and stronger, you will find that your cultivation is making little progress. Of course, for those immortal cultivators who have no hope for a future and have committed many evil deeds, they have already given up on themselves and rely on their own strength to bully mortals. But if we just destroy the village, it won't attract anyone's attention at all. The main reason is that the deaths of tens of thousands of people in Changshu village were too strange. Men, women, young and old looked normal, and the pigs, dogs, chickens and ducks were also the same as usual. They did not have any wounds, and they were not poisoned. They just had no signs of life. They can't speak, but they still live a normal life, returning home at sunset. It was not discovered until a week later that the news of Changshu village had been promptly blocked by the top officials of Fuxian County. Chu Ge didn't expect that he would be targeted as soon as he arrived in Fuxian County. If the other party wanted to plot against him, he would have to rely on whether he had the luck to do so. Deal with them directly. Everyone must pay the price for what they have done. Chu Ge waved his hand and asked Zhao Yu to take the two away. The two were stunned, and their tears seemed to have stopped. Even after they had said so much, he still wouldn't let them go. Devil, you are a devil. Please spare my life, I don't want to die. Zhao Yu directly sealed the mute points of the two people and took them out. Boss, these people actually dared to plot against you. Do you want to ask Elder Zhao and others to send someone to investigate? Gu Bai suppressed his anger and asked his boss for instructions. Chu Ge shook his head and smiled nonchalantly. Those who dare to plot against us naturally have some confidence. Let's go to Changshu village and have a look. Since the other party wants to lure us over there, why not go over there? Besides, Chu Ge really wanted to know whether this great opportunity could be found in Changshu village. Master, it has been handled. Zhao Yu walked in and said respectfully. Go ask if the Changshu village is in the east. Chu Ge looked at Zhao Yu and said directly. As long as the Changshu village is in the east, I must go there. Yes. Zhao Yu respectfully left the room. Waiter. Zhao Yu called to the waiter who was waiting outside. Sir. The waiter knew that this was not an important person he could afford to offend, so he hurried over with his head bowed. I'm asking you, is Changshu village in the east? Zhao Yu directly threw a spirit stone to the waiter. The waiter took the spirit stone with both hands happily. This kind of benefit was rare, and his waist instantly bent even lower. What he said is correct. Changshu village is just to the east, but it seems to be sealed off now, and outsiders are not allowed to enter. For the sake of Ling Shi, the waiter still reminded him and said in a very low voice, I heard that Changshu village is haunted recently, and no one dares to go there. After Zhao Yu got the news he wanted to know, he directly dismissed the waiter and came to the master of the court to report. It seems like we have to go. Chu Ge laughed. Chu Ge didn't want to know who the person behind the scenes was, what he was plotting against him, or what he was planning. It was enough for him to know that his opportunity was in Changshu village. That person went to Changshu village. The masked man who instructed two people to spread the news to the Lord of Heaven was reporting to a young man with a face that was both good and evil. There was a person standing on each side. It was obvious that this young man had a very high status. Yes, young master, that person is estimated to have arrived at Changshu village now. Should we take action? The masked man knelt on the ground very respectfully, his words full of respect. Although he didn't know why the young master wanted to deal with the Lord of Heaven, he just had to obey orders and didn't need to think about these issues. Take action. When did I say I would take action? The young man raised his lips to reveal a wicked smile. I deserve to die. Please forgive me, young master. The masked man nodded and admitted his guilt. Forget it, don't speculate in the future, just act according to the plan. The Lord of Heaven is just my bait. The young man called the young master laughed and turned into a wisp of demonic energy and disappeared directly from his seat. The two people around him also turned into a wisp of evil spirit and disappeared. The masked man breathed a sigh of relief instantly. The young master was really getting more and more powerful. Just by talking, the powerful pressure was enough to suffocate him. Chapter 435, Changshu village involves people from the demon realm. Inside the heavenly palace, the four elders, Zhao Haifeng, Zhang Chuchen, Jun Moshao, and Lin Feng, gathered together. News has come from the East Factory that the boss is currently in Changshu village in Fuxian County. Zhao Haifeng took a white jade slip and threw it on the table, then looked at the other three and said slowly. The man who plotted against the boss simply doesn't take the heavenly court seriously. In my opinion, we should find him and kill him with lightning speed. Zhang Chuchen and Lin Feng agreed with Zhao Haifeng's idea and nodded. After all, the enemy is in the dark and they are in the light, so it is easy for them to be backstabbed. It is better to kill them first and strike first, so that no one will miss them. We must find out the other party's identity, and there is definitely a big conspiracy here. If you are not careful, the boss may suffer losses. The other party was so confident in leading the boss to the longevity village, so the longevity village must have a very important secret. The three of them noticed that Jun Moshao's expression became unusually serious. What's wrong? Zhang Chuchen, who was sitting opposite Jun Moshao, frowned and asked. It's a problem in Changshu village, you know. Zhao Haifeng and Lin Feng also looked at Jun Moshao one after another. The person this world knows best is Jun Moshao. After all, Jun Moshao's highest cultivation level ever was Emperor Qi Tian, the great emperor above the supreme. There's no doubt about it, it's the demon realm. Jun Moshao woke up from his long-forgotten memories and said with a very certain tone. Demon realm. Zhao Haifeng and the other two looked at him in confusion, waiting for him to continue. Jun Moshao nodded heavily and began to explain. The demon realm is actually another space in this world. It is full of strange demonic energy. Once you are contaminated by demonic energy, the chance of hiding in the demon realm is very high. I don't know how the demon realm was formed. Anyway, those cultivators who have gone astray and are contaminated by demonic energy will enter the demon realm after death. Reshape your body in the demon realm, and you will be a person in the demon realm from then on. It's just that these people in the demon realm are not as irrational as you might imagine. The demonic energy affects their character and their skills and magic power. People in the demon realm love to kill the most. I remember that 1,000 years ago, there was an unprecedented war between the demon realm and the strong men of this world. In that battle, we won miserably. The demon realm has completely withdrawn from this world, and the entrance to the demon realm in this world was completely sealed by the emperor who was seriously injured and dying at that time. At the cost of his own life, the entrance to the demon realm was completely sealed. However, the entrance is only known to those emperors back then. Of course, I was lucky enough to know a little. Speaking of this, Jun Moshao couldn't help but laugh. You kids said you were fat and you were out of breath. Zhao Haifeng was listening attentively and urged, hurry up and finish your words, this concerns the boss. I understand. Jun Moshao took a deep breath and continued with a serious expression. I also got the news from here when I became Emperor Qi Tian. I was not sure at first, but the deaths in Changshu village were exactly the same as the state of the mortals who were contaminated by demonic energy back then. I suspect that the people behind the scenes are from the demon realm, and they are trying to reopen the demon realm. Lin Feng asked doubtfully, didn't you say that the entrances to the demon realm were closed? How come there are still people from the demon realm appearing in this world? Zhang Chuchen interrupted, if it is true as you said, Jun Moshao, I suspect that these people from the demon realm are the ones who stayed behind and are hiding. That's right, the Lord of the Demon Realm did not die back then, and I don't know how many tricks the Lord of the Demon Realm left before retreating back to the Demon Realm. Jun Moshao took a deep breath and continued. The people in the Demon Realm are the most difficult to deal with, and the demonic energy is the nemesis of cultivators. If the Demon Realm could not produce cultivators on its own, the whole world would be the Demon Realm's world. Quote, the people in the demon realm are all people who have gone astray and accidentally been infected with demonic energy from this world. There are also strong people in the demon realm who use demonic energy to convert cultivators from this world and become people in the demon realm. Although the demon realm has this shortcoming, the methods of the people in the demon realm are extremely frightening. Zhao Haifeng understood it, and while he breathed a sigh of relief, he looked at the three people and said, so Changshu village is the sealed entrance to the demon realm, but whether the entrance to the demon realm is open or not seems to be none of our business. We just need to report this matter to the boss and let the boss decide. We are still small minions now. We are not the strong ones in this world, and we are not the ones who make the decisions. Why bother about it? Wait until our heavenly court becomes the person in charge of this world in the future, then the demon realm will become a hidden danger for us. As for now, Zhao Haifeng's words were filled with coldness. The more chaotic this world is, the more beneficial it is to us. The opening of the door to the demon realm may also be an opportunity for our heavenly court. What you said makes sense. The other three nodded in agreement. Although the protagonists have the character of saints, they are not saintly people. Only when you benefit yourself can you benefit others. This is the most correct rule of survival. Then I'll write back to the boss. Zhao Haifeng looked at the three people and confirmed. 4 people are in charge of the heavenly court, so naturally all 4 have to agree. You must explain the interests of the matter clearly to the boss, so that the boss will not be ambushed by the people from the demon realm. Jun Moshao reminded him again with concern. Zhang Chuchen and Lin Feng both nodded, and the matter was confirmed. The transmission of information is not slow at all. It can be said that Fuxian County where the boss is now is just next to Shenyang County. Boss, there is news from the 4 elders. Zhao Yu held up a white jade slip in his hand. The jade slip was a communication message coming from afar. This is a small trick, suitable for short-distance communication, just like sending text messages. However, if it is far away, this method will not work, so Lin Lang is also studying the communication problem. Lao Tzu once said that the speed of communication is enough to affect the outcome of a war. Chu Ge took the white jade slip, input a trace of magic power into it, and after reading the contents inside, his eyes gradually became profound. At this moment, he had just entered the longevity village. The villagers seemed to be unable to see him and were going about their daily lives. He flipped his hand and took out the seal of 10,000 souls. It instantly flew into the sky and released the power that suppressed the soul. But the villagers didn't feel anything, nothing changed at all. Moreover, the 10,000 souls seal did not detect any trace of soul. What did the demon realm do with the souls of these people? Chu Ge looked around, wondering about the other party's motives. Could it be that the demon realm intends to use the souls of these people to take them back to the demon realm and add more manpower to the demon realm? This shouldn't happen. Compared with the value of cultivating mortals and directly assimilating those monks with magic energy, it is obviously more labor-saving for monks. Chapter 436 The Real Secret of Changsha Village. Chu Ge thought about it over and over again, but still couldn't figure out what the purpose of these mortal souls was. After throwing the jade slip to Zhao Yu, Chu Ge looked at Ji Yu Bai beside him and ordered, "Bury all the people in Changsha village to rest in peace." Since the other party wants to keep these zombies, then he has to bury them all. Just end it all once and for all. No matter what the other party plans to do, you will never follow their ideas. Yes, sir. Ji Yu Bai bowed respectfully to the boss, then gestured in all directions, and a number of sky guards instantly appeared around him. Of course, Ji Yu Bai and Zhao Yu were not the only ones accompanying Chu Ge on his trip. Many of Ji Yu Bai and Zhao Yu's people were following them secretly. "Master, I seem to feel that someone is secretly spying on us." At this time, Zhao Yu came to the master and told him through telepathy. "Did you feel it too? Don't worry about them. I think those who are secretly watching us just want to see us walk into the trap they set with their own eyes. Look and think more about things, don't be stubborn. You can feel it, don't you think Ji Yu Bai and I can't feel it? Even those people behind the scenes know that we know they are following us." Chu Ge laughed, patted Zhao Yu on the shoulder and spoke directly. Zhao Yu is still young and knows far less than Ji Yu Bai. When it comes to the ways of the world and political calculations, Ji Yu Bai is far superior to Zhao Yu. "I understand, master," Zhao Yu said gratefully, knowing that the master was giving him some advice. "I am still too young. If I want to become the Lord's assistant, I must grow up quickly in a short period of time." Zhao Yu swore in his heart that he would never let what happened in the past happen again. The heavenly court was now his support, and the lord of the court was the person he had to protect and be loyal to. The East Factory needs to become stronger and even stronger, and to this end, he will use any means necessary. This place is very special. The entrance to the demon realm is located here. I don't think it was chosen randomly. Chu Ge mastered the Tianji Feng Shui technique. Even at this time, the effect of the Tianji Feng Shui technique was still very huge. After taking control of the entire aura of Changsha village, Chu Ge discovered that Changsha village was actually a huge whirlpool. The aura here is extremely chaotic, and the spiritual energy is very unique. It can be said that this is demonic energy. If you absorb the spiritual energy here, you will probably become a cultivator in the demon realm directly. If you want to discover that the spiritual energy here has turned into demonic energy, you must practice in the longevity village to find out. As for why it has not been discovered, it is probably because Changsha village is located in a remote area and is generally isolated from the outside world, and basically no monks come here. Then why didn't the people in charge of Fuxian County notice the situation here? This is a problem. Chu Ge's eyes sparkled. The people from the demon realm had actually infiltrated to this extent. It seemed that the demon realm had come out to cause trouble at this time, and their ambition was not small. Since the administrators of Fuxian County concealed the fact that there is demonic energy here, it is very likely that Fuxian County is a stronghold of the demon realm. Any cultivator who discovers the demonic energy here will either die or be assimilated. But the people in the longevity village have lived and multiplied here for such a long time, and the villagers in the longevity village are still very long-lived. This is a problem. Could it be that the villagers of Changsha village have unusual identities, or that the bloodline of Changsha village is extraordinary? This thought instantly appeared in Chu Ge's mind, and his eyes couldn't help but look at the villagers who were being buried on the spot by the Qingtian guards. Send a few people back and hand them over to Lin Lang. Let him study them carefully. Also let Jun Moshao take a good look to see if these villagers are special. Remember to bring a few men, women, young and old, and make proper arrangements for the people you bring back to avoid accidents. Gu Bai naturally understood what Chu Ge meant by accidents, and nodded quickly. Don't worry, boss, there will definitely not be any accidents. I will notify the Heavenly Court to send people to support and escort them. Well, as long as there are no accidents. Chu Ge moved his gaze away from the villagers with confidence and continued to walk into the village. The man who had been wearing the mask now knelt in front of the young master and reported respectfully. Young master, our people have come back to report that the Lord of Heaven has penetrated deep into Changsha village. And, the masked man hesitated for a moment, and under the pressure of the young master's eyes, he hurriedly said, and the Lord of Heaven transported many men, women, and children from Changsha village to heaven. The man called the young master sneered in a righteous and evil way, and said with interest, this Lord of Heaven is really smart. He thought of these walking corpses in such a short time. But how can he take my things whenever he wants? Bring those walking corpses back to me. I'll do it right away. The masked man was so scared that cold sweat broke out on his face under the mask, and he hurried away. Zhou Tianyang looked at the other person's back as he left, his eyes lost in memories. 1,000 years have passed, and he can hardly remember who he was in his previous life. His memory has long become intermittent with the erosion of time. But he still vaguely remembered that he came into this world 1,000 years ago. Just after he was born from his mother's womb, his mother was ambushed and killed because of her weakness. His father was hunted down along the way with him. Those powerful men's actions of destroying the world left a deep impression on him. His father led him and his loyal followers to fight and retreat, because his presence prevented his father from giving it his all. Finally, his father handed him over to Elder Lin, who was a die-hard supreme being, and set a seal in his body, which would automatically break the 1,000-year seal. This seal was not a simple seal. When he woke up 1,000 years later, he realized that old Lin had been guarding him while he was sleeping for a full 1,000 years. It is precisely because of this seal that he can automatically transform spiritual energy into demonic energy, automatically run his father's inherited skills, and prevent people from noticing his identity as a person from the demon realm. After waking up 1,000 years later, he has become a supreme powerful being without any process of becoming stronger. The seal was set up to prevent himself from being found, so his father simply let him sleep for 1,000 years and gave him a gift package of supreme strength. The passage from the demon realm to this world is sealed by the Great Emperor. After 1,000 years, the power of the Great Emperor's seal is still there, but it is also extremely weak. When will the demon realm be able to reopen? Although I only met my father once that year, I will never forget the reluctant look in his eyes before he left. The people in Changsha village are the descendants of the great emperor back then. Although they are not direct descendants, the purpose of these people is to open the seal. 500 years ago, Elder Lin finally found an opportunity and directly stole the bloodlines of several great emperors' families. It was almost discovered at the time. Afterwards, the emperor's bloodline family was furious, and they could not find any clues after investigation, so the matter ended up in nothing. After 500 years of development, the population has dwindled to only tens of thousands. Now is the time for them to make their contribution to the demon realm. Chapter 437 Escort attacked, requesting support. What? You were attacked and blocked, and you need support. Gu Bai exclaimed in surprise as he looked at a sky guard kneeling in front of him. He had just made a promise to his boss, but now he was slapped in the face. Do you need me to send reinforcements? Zhao Yu said from the side. Chu Ge was not surprised at all. There must be something wrong with these people in Changsha village, otherwise they would never have taken action to stop a few zombies. Let the Heavenly Court go for support, and leave this matter to Zhao Haifeng and the others. Chu Ge directly ordered Gu Bai. With just the few sky guards that Gu Bai had, he doubted that even if he filled them in, they wouldn't be able to make any waves. Yes, sir. Gu Bai responded respectfully. The boss's order made Gu Bai feel ashamed. The Qingtian guard was still too weak. Here he made up his mind to train the Qingtian guard well to avoid this situation from happening again. However, the department in heaven that is responsible for communications are all members of the secret guards. After all, communications are of vital importance to an organization, and almost all the core secrets are held here. Chu Ge naturally handed over the responsibility of this department to a shadow guard whom he trusted deeply. After receiving the message from Ji Bai, a shadow guard immediately reported to the great elder Zhao Haifeng with the communication information. Zhao Haifeng was still discussing the relationship issues with his female disciple. Recently, the female disciple had some relationship problems and needed his guidance. He was a serious man, and Zhang Chuchen and the other two initially thought he was just fooling around and taking advantage of the situation. But Zhao Haifeng raised his hands and swore that he really would not do anything disgusting, would not eat grass in his own backyard, and he deeply despised the three people for doubting his character. People in the communications department have the right to travel around the heavenly palace without reporting in advance, except for some restricted places. Zhao Haifeng persuaded the female disciple, a piece of wave or the vast ocean, wouldn't it be nice to be a sea king? Then, after the female disciple left respectfully with a shocked heart, Zhao Haifeng entered the jade slip with his spiritual consciousness to read the information. Zhao Haifeng's expression suddenly changed, and he immediately asked the two people standing guard outside the door to notify the second, third, and fourth elders. Lin Feng, Zhang Chuchen, and Jun Moshao arrived one after another using their own life-defining magic weapons. What's wrong? Where is your female disciple? Why do I smell the fragrance of green tea? Lin Feng walked in and teased the other party, and he did smell a scent of incense that only women could smell in the air. Get out of here. I called you here to discuss serious matters. After Zhao Haifeng cursed at Lin Feng, he looked at Jun Moshao and Zhang Chuchen and said very seriously. The things that the boss said were surrounded, and now we need to send people to support them. If it was just a problem of numbers, the boss would not have personally ordered us to go. The problem is who to send now. Time is urgent. We must have someone who can control the situation. Otherwise, we will just go to gain experience, and when the boss blames us, no one will be able to escape punishment. Lin Feng said bluntly, then I'll go. Anyway, I have nothing to do recently. Zhao Haifeng directly refused, how can you have nothing to do? You're leaving, and I have to deal with double work in one day. The people from their heavenly court had already gone to meet them, but were still blocked halfway, which made Zhao Haifeng very annoyed. He even dares to touch the tiger's butt. The other party must be tired of living. But it's not possible for Lin Feng to go. There are so many powerful people in heaven, why must they let Lin Feng, who wants to be lazy, go? He absolutely disagrees. Jun Moshao quickly suggested, I think we should let Shumuyu go. Anyway, I've seen her wandering around the heavenly court recently. The female disciples of the heavenly court are ostensibly practicing under their own sects, but she actually has the right to manage the female disciples. Quote. To put it simply, we are helping her to manage them. She only needs a word to command and manage these female disciples. Since she is so free, why not send her? Zhang Chuchen had a different opinion and said with some reassurance, Shumuyu's second stage of illness is still very serious. She has the ability to do things, but I don't think she is very reliable in handling things. Why not let General Bai go with them? The attacker is most likely from the demon realm. General Bai's spiritual guards should go to support them. I'm sure you all know General Bai's strength. Zhang Chuchen didn't have a problem with Shumuyu, but it would be better to be safe. General Bai is our heavenly court's trump card. If it is exposed without permission, it will not be good for our heavenly court. Lin Feng directly objected, it is better for me to go. Zhao Haifeng directly covered Lin Feng's mouth, regardless of Lin Feng's struggle, and quickly spoke to Zhang Chuchen and Jun Moshao. Then you two will make the announcement and let General Bai lead the spiritual guards and Shumuyu to provide support, and General Bai will be the commander of the operation. Pooh, Lin Feng then pried open Zhao Haifeng's hand and said with disgust, okay, Zhao Haifeng, you've grown up and actually attacked me. Then we two will take our leave first. Zhang Chuchen and Jun Moshao left with a smile on their faces, leaving the space to the two of them. Want to sneak out and play? I can't even go out, and you still want to go out. It's been a long time since I last saw my sister. I don't even know if salted fish still tastes salty. Zhao Haifeng looked at Lin Feng with disgust, his eyes were smug, but he began to complain. Don't think I don't know that you sneaked to Zhexianlu at night. Lin Feng directly exposed the other party's complaint. Zhao Haifeng's face was stunned, and the corners of his stiff mouth twitched slightly. He said stubbornly, "If you didn't go, how would you know I went?" Lin Feng snorted coldly without changing his expression, waved his sleeves, and flew away on his sword. Halfway between Fuxian County and Xinyang County, the Qingtian guards who were responsible for escorting the walking dead to the Heavenly Palace were attacked and instantly formed a battle formation to resist the enemy. Boom boom boom. The powerful magic power like artillery constantly bombards the battle formation. The battle formation has two forms, one is a tortoise shell and the other is a sharp sword. It is very easy to understand. This is also the battle formation that Zhang Chuchen personally developed for the Heavenly Court, which has both offensive and defensive capabilities. The battle can be carried out in groups of 3. The more people there are, the stronger the battle formation will be. Keep an eye on him, the backup will be here soon. A leading sky guard was at the 7th level of Yuanyun realm and was the person Gu Bai valued the most, with a great talent for cultivating immortals. The rest of the sky guards are basically at the 1st level of Yuanyun, and some are even at the tribulation crossing stage. There were a total of 11 people in charge of the escort this time. When they were attacked, one of them was killed on the spot by a person at the 2nd level of Kaiguang realm. Now there are 10 people left. Most of the people who attacked them this time were at the Yuanyun realm, and one of them was at the 2nd level of the Kaiguang realm. This man who was at the 2nd level of Kaiguang realm led his men to bombard the battle formation continuously. The opponent was at the 2nd level of Kaiguang realm, and their battle formation was already shaky and about to break. However, none of the members of the Sky Guard looked panicked. They all stood in their own positions and tried hard to maintain the stability of the battle formation. Boom! When the immortal cultivator at the 2nd level of Kaiguang realm led the rest of his men to launch the final attack, the solid battle formation was finally broken. Chapter 438. Reinforcements arrive, kill instantly. I finally broke the turtle shell. Haha. Kill them. After seeing the battle formation was broken, the cultivator at the 2nd level of Kaiguang realm sneered and ordered his men to kill them in a cold voice. This operation involved 30 Yuanyun realm cultivators, who were extremely powerful. I don't know what the higher-ups were thinking. They brought so many people to deal with such a small number of people. It's really like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. As for the zombies, they were lying on the ground, their movements blocked. Kill them all and take the zombies away to complete the mission. Keep the formation, don't panic. After instantly killing a cultivator of the 1st level of the Yuanyun realm, the Sky Guard of the 7th level of the Yuanyun realm shouted to the team members around him. Don't worry, Captain. Ever since I joined the Sky Guard, I have already put life and death aside. I have no reason to fear death. It's a pity that I can't complete the mission. The team member who spoke had just been besieged by 5 people at the 2nd level of the Yuanyun realm. Even though he was also at the 2nd level of cultivation, he could not withstand so many people and finally died with regret. What Qingtianwei is best at is single kills, not fighting when being besieged. The captain of the Qingtian Guard, who was at the 7th level of the Yuanyun realm, had no time to care about the rest of the team members at this time. He was still unable to resist the strong man at the 2nd level of the Kaiguang realm. Clang! A sword suddenly stabbed at him, and with a wave of his hand, the shield floating beside him instantly blocked in front of him. The shield burst out with a huge backlash force, directly pushing the force back. I have something. After you die, this treasure will be mine. The strong man in the 2nd level of Kaiguang realm looked at the opponent's shield greedily, wanting to take it for himself. It was able to block a blow from his 2nd level Kaiguang realm master without even the slightest damage. It seemed that the other party possessed such a treasure. But the treasure belongs to the right person, and I am that person. The captain of the Sky Guard looked at the 2 brothers who had fallen down again, and quickly ordered 6 team members to gather around him. Haha. A fight of trapped beasts, the cultivator at the 2nd level of Kaiguang realm sneered disdainfully. The 7 of them are now at the end of their rope. The captain of the Sky Guard actually has one last trump card that he hasn't used yet, but if he uses it, he will die. At this moment, his eyes are determined, and he intends to use that move. This Qingtianwei used to be from Raozhong and was good at witchcraft. His last trump card was actually a poisonous insect, the blood-colored poisonous insect. This is the blood-colored Gu that he has cultivated for many years and has spent his entire life cultivating. The blood-colored Gu that devours everything will sacrifice itself once used, erupting into a sea of blood, devouring everything around it. The Gu immortal technique that Chu Ge had obtained had long been passed down to these subordinates, and they usually used merit points to exchange for practice. Blood Gu sacrificed himself with the power of the 7th level of Yuanyun realm. Even if the opponent was a cultivator of the 2nd level of enlightenment, he believed that even if the opponent was lucky enough not to die, he would be seriously injured. But with so many people around, he could only sacrifice his brothers and his own 7 people to die together. I'm sorry to both of you. A trace of apology flashed across the captain of the Sky Guard's eyes, and a strong flash of blood suddenly burst out from his heart. Kill. A long sword turned into a flying rainbow and instantly pierced in front of the captain of the Sky Guard, and also took away the 2nd level monk who had just been sneering. This sword is Shu Muyu's natal magic weapon. The messenger is dead. This messenger who had reached the 2nd level of enlightenment was the leader of their mission, but now he died in front of them, killing the powerful enlightened one in seconds. The enemy's reinforcements had arrived. Retreat quickly. If you can't win, just run. Even the strongest one on their side was killed in seconds. Exorcise demons and defend the way, and protect our heaven. Shu Muyu's extremely childish voice came down from the sky. It can be said that Shu Muyu is the one who hides the most among all people. When she was still a warrior, the body she occupied was a genius who had practiced swordsmanship for thousands of years. After entering the Yuanyun realm, her cultivation base increased at a terrifying rate. When the boss came out of retreat, she was indeed at the Kaiguang realm, but she accidentally comprehended a law of sword power, and her cultivation level increased rapidly. Now Shu Muyu's strength has skyrocketed to the 9th level of the Cave Ruins realm, and he is only one step away from the Sea Ruins realm. So she has been hanging around in the Heavenly Palace recently, and she is itching to try her hand at anyone she sees. In the sky, a group of celestial monks flying on swords quickly arrived, some of them were even spiritual and ghost cultivators. General Bai came to the side of the captain of the Sky Guard, and a mysterious force that could restrain spiritual energy instantly enveloped the entire battle area. The captain of the Qingtian Guard covered his heart with his hands, the look of fear on his face lingering for a long time. He was saved now, but he almost released the blood-colored Gu because he lost his balance. The air was filled with negative energy, and the surrounding environment instantly turned into a gloomy death zone. Those who don't know would think they have entered the underworld. It's not that ghost cultivators and spiritual practitioners like to stay in such an environment, but that their power, that is, the yin energy, affects the surrounding environment. Kill. These Yuanyun realm cultivators wanted to escape, but at that moment, their Yuanyun realm power disappeared instantly, as if it had never appeared. After becoming mortals, they were instantly killed by the reinforcements from heaven. Thank you very much for the rescue, spirit guards and the goddess. The captain of the Sky Guards had a look of gratitude in his eyes, and the other surviving team members around him also bowed to express their gratitude. We are all family, why act like this? Shu Muyu drew out his sword carelessly. Powerful sword intent was contained in the sword. The moment it was pulled out, the sword intent rushed straight into the sky. The clouds were directly torn apart by the sword intent, like a wound torn through the sky. Are these the things the boss gave us? General Bai pointed at the zombies lying on the ground and said puzzledly. This is the living dead, this is not a thing. The captain of the Sky Guard asked the surviving team members to take the bodies of the sacrificed team members, bowed and said to General Bai, yes, I will hand them over to General Bai now, and we will go back to report. General Bai, please bring the bodies of my brothers back to heaven for burial. The captain of the Sky Guard looked at General Bai pleadingly. General Bai looked at the corpses and sighed. He had long since let go of the issue of life and death. I will bury them properly. Thank you, General Bai. The captain of the Qingtian Guard breathed a sigh of relief and was extremely grateful to General Bai. The captain of the Sky Guard took the surviving team members back to report. General Bai looked at the corpses all over the ground and waved his hand. A dark and yin energy instantly surged into the corpses. The next second, this dark and yin energy was absorbed into General Bai's body. Fuxian County, I didn't expect it to be a demon cave. After absorbing the memories of these corpses, General Bai laughed coldly. As long as these people have not been dead for more than 3 minutes, he can detect the memories of these corpses. Of course, some people's memories will be fragmented after they die, and you will need to use your own imagination to read these damaged memories. Is it over? This goddess has just made a move. No, you go back and report to Zhao Haifeng. I'm going out for a walk. Xu Muyu looked around but didn't see any enemy. She was very disappointed. It was a rare trip for her. How could she go back easily before she solved the problem of her itchy hands? Chapter 439 The reason for using the Lord of Heaven. General Bai would not stop Xu Muyu from making the decision. And he also knew that Xu Muyu had followed his boss since the boss was still a warrior. He even helped the boss a lot of things in the past. He has high qualifications and wide connections. General Bai is very smart, otherwise he would not have been able to reach the position of general. After watching Xu Muyu fly away on his sword, General Bai escorted these people away. Half an hour later, a monk with an ugly face came here. Looking at his own dead people on the ground, he immediately realized that the mission had failed. It's none of his business how many people die, but if he is blamed for the failure of the mission, he will be responsible. If they punish me severely, I will lose my head. The back mountain of Changshu village. After Ji Bai waved his hand to let the Qingtian guards in front of him retreat, he immediately came to Chu Ge's side. Boss, Elder Zhao sent a message saying that he has been successfully taken back. Chu Ge nodded and asked, what are the casualties? Ji Bai hurriedly replied, several Qingtian guards died. The other side sent out an initiation cultivator and 30 Yuanyun realm cultivators. Ji Bai was still a little sad about the death of his own people, but he was also more determined to reorganize the Qingtian guards. Chu Ge confirmed one thing through this news, that is, the people in the demon realm were very eager to snatch these living dead, otherwise they would not have sent so many people. These living dead actually have some value, but Chu Ge is not sure what the value is. However, since the other party has lured him here, there must be some way they can use him. Master, we found a stone door ahead. It's stained with blood and engraved with runes that we don't understand. It's very likely the entrance from the demon realm to this world. Zhao Yu hurried over to report the situation ahead. This is already the back mountain of Changshu village, and the terrain inside is complicated. In order to avoid accidents, Zhao Yu led the people from the East Factory to investigate the situation personally. Chu Ge naturally did not refuse. He brought these people here just to play a role at this time. After all, it's such a big place, the terrain of the back mountain is complex, and some corners are difficult to find by yourself. He searched the entire Changshu village, but even after digging 3 feet into the ground, he still couldn't find the so-called gate to the demon realm. The only suspicious place is in the back mountain. At this time, outside the Changshu village, Zhou Tianyang was secretly watching the Changshu village which had become dark. It was completely silent and eerie, but it was a place he longed for but could not enter. The reason why he wanted to use the Lord of Heaven to come to Changshu village was because the other party had enough ability to crack and find the door to the demon realm in Changshu village. There are actually some kind of restrictions in Changshu village, which were set up by another great emperor back then. Anyone from the demon realm who enters will be killed by the ban. The emperor is still alive, so the ban is still valid. Even if they cannot be killed, the emperor can be informed that someone from the demon realm has entered the Changshu village, thus causing the emperor to take personal action. After all, the demon realm is so important that even the emperor back then was still frightened. The gate to the demon realm was carefully built using the treasures his father had collected over many years, and until now, only 3 gates exist. The rest of the gates were destroyed, leaving only these 3 gates, which were left intentionally by the emperors. After all, if they were all destroyed, they wouldn't know where the demon realm would come out next time. It is better to leave some hope for the people in the demon realm and let them find a way to get out from these 3 doors. After all, the materials used to build these doors are almost extinct, or they have been looted and collected by the emperors. In fact, Zhou Tianyang just used the Lord of Heaven casually. Just when he needed a chess piece, the Lord of Heaven came into his sight. Young master, can this Lord of Heaven really help us find the door to the demon realm and open it successfully? What if the other party sees through our plan? Someone next to Zhou Tianyang looked a little worried. After all, their plan of countless years was about to be completed, and they couldn't afford to make any mistakes at the last minute. Don't worry, the other party will. Zhou Tianyang said confidently. He could feel the ambition of the Lord of Heaven. The Lord of Heaven was a smart man and believed that the other party would take the initiative to help him break the sealed door to the demon realm. If the Lord of Heaven wants to rise and bring heaven to an unprecedented height, he must create a chaotic situation to give heaven an opportunity. In a fixed body, no matter how talented or intelligent the Lord of Heaven is, he is powerless. Smart people know smart people, so Zhou Tianyang said this with such confidence. Young master, I still feel that the appearance of heaven is too weird. It's as if these people have no roots in this world. Even if the Lord of Heaven ascended from heaven, his subordinates cannot be trained in a short time. The man was still a little worried, so he expressed his concerns directly. Zhou Tianyang shook his head. Can't it be a collective ascension? If it's the Lord of Heaven, I believe he can do it. From the moment he saw the Lord of Heaven, he had a feeling that the other party would be his formidable rival. Although he didn't believe in his premonitions had never been wrong. Although he has supreme power, Zhou Tianyang has never thought of directly killing this future rival. The reason is very simple. First, if he takes action himself, it is likely that he will expose his aura as a person from the demon realm. Second, since I have a premonition that the other party is my strong rival, can he really be killed by me easily? If he were to ask himself honestly, Zhou Tianyang doubted that the other party had the ability to escape from him. In this case, then you should make use of the other party and observe him secretly. You should be in the dark while the other party is in the light. Once the door to the demon realm is opened and his father appears, he will no longer be afraid of being exposed. He can then take action against the Lord of Heaven. Collective ascension, young master. Even if the Lord of Heaven is extremely talented and gifted, it is impossible for him to achieve collective ascension. Even Uncle Lin, who raised Zhou Tianyang since he was a child, did not believe this answer. Perhaps 3 or 4 people could achieve collective ascension, but with so many talented subordinates on the other side, no one could do it even if they were familiar with ancient and modern times. Even though he had been suppressing his own tribulation crossing strength in order to wait for the others' tribulation crossing period, the presence of so many people was unprecedented. Just because it's unprecedented doesn't mean it won't happen, right, Uncle Lin? Zhou Tianyang teased Uncle Lin. Chapter 440, Using the Opponent's Strategy. Uncle Lin smiled helplessly. Although he said so, he still couldn't accept this fact. You're getting old, and your thinking has become stubborn. You're no longer the young man who can accept new things. Uncle Lin smiled bitterly and shook his head. He felt very relieved as he looked at the young master who had grown up in front of him. When the demon lord comes, the demon realm will sweep across the world again, and the demon realm will have successors in the future. Only a young master like this can take charge of the entire demon realm in the future. Uncle Lin is not old, it's just that Uncle Lin's ideas are not bold enough. Zhou Tianyang still respects Uncle Lin very much. He is the only relative he has besides his father. It's a pity that a few bloodlines of Changshu village are missing. Zhou Tianyang was very dissatisfied with the person in charge of Fuxian County who failed to complete the mission. They couldn't even do such a small thing, but the heavenly court took the person back smoothly. It's okay. The blood of a few less corpses won't be a problem. The souls of all the people in Changshu village are here. Uncle Lin took out a soul-condensing bead. The soul-condensing bead was surrounded by resentment, and countless hideous and wailing wronged souls inside were attacking the boundary wall of the soul-condensing bead. These souls are the souls, bloodlines and spirits of the people in Changshu village. These are the 2 preparations for breaking the seal. In fact, this is not a method that Uncle Lin can know, but it was told to him by the Lord of the Demon Realm, Zhou Tianyang's father. Even if I can't appear in this world, there is still a way to contact the demon realm inside. However, the cost of contacting the demon realm is very huge, so people generally don't take the initiative to contact them. Since Zhou Tianyang woke up, he has not seen Uncle Lin contact his father, the Lord of the Demon Realm who is high above him but unexpectedly loves him. Zhou Tianyang took the soul-condensing orb from Uncle Lin's hand, looked calmly at the struggling and painful soul inside, and said indifferently, as long as my father can get out, everything is worth it. Uncle Lin nodded heavily excitedly. Yes, after 1,000 years of waiting, our plan is finally going to succeed. In the past 1,000 years, in addition to protecting the young master, he has been personally handling this plan, and he has put in a lot of effort for it. It has almost become his obsession. Next, we just wait quietly. Zhou Tianyang took back the soul-condensing pearl, stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the night sky, and the sleepless night. Lord of Heaven, please don't let me down. The autumn wind is coming, and the moon stays in the starry sky. I wonder when the moon will return. It's a pity that I am destined to disappoint you. Chu Ge stood in front of the stone gate, stroking the blood-stained and old stone gate, and looked up at the night sky with deep eyes as if he could see through someone's thoughts, and sneered. It was not until now that Chu Ge finally understood what the other party was planning. There were actually restrictions engraved on the seal of this stone door. After he learned about it, he realized why the other party didn't do it themselves, because they didn't dare to come in. Gu Bai didn't realize that he was a step too late, so he quickly reported what he knew. Boss, this restriction seems to be a restriction that restrains some kind of power. What specific power it is, my subordinates suspect that it is that people from the demon realm cannot enter. Are those people so confident that we will help them? Gu Bai was a little confused. Zhao Yu, who was silent because this was not his specialty, was even more confused and looked at the master of the court with a puzzled look on his face. Seeing that neither of them seemed to understand, Chu Ge couldn't help but smile and explained. The mastermind behind the scenes feels that he needs someone from the demon realm to come out and disrupt the situation so that the heavenly court can get a chance to rise. Now that the pattern has been determined, only troubled times can break the fixed pattern. He feels that he knows me through and through, sees through my ambitions, and thinks he sees through my thoughts. Zhao Yu and Gu Bai both exclaimed in sudden realization. The pattern is different, the position they stand in is different, and naturally their views on things are also different. Gu Bai expressed his thoughts at this time, then the boss and his subordinates think that chaos is suitable for the development of our heavenly court. Only by annexation can our heavenly court grow rapidly. Zhao Yu also agreed and said, Master, I think we should take advantage of the situation and settle accounts with them afterwards. Then aren't you afraid that they will settle accounts with us first? Chu Ge knew very well the consequences of seeking the skin of a tiger. Once he successfully opened the door to the demon realm, the other party would eat him up first. Maybe the person behind the scenes doesn't have the power now, but there must be someone in the demon realm who can kill him, that's for sure. Even if he had a preliminary grasp of the laws of time and space, Chu Ge did not dare to guarantee that he was invincible. Zhao Yu and Gu Bai looked at each other. They had indeed thought about this, but they dared to say so because they believed in the boss's strength. Even the boss is afraid of the strong men in the demon realm gate, so what they just thought is tantamount to seeking death. I was inconsiderate. Zhao Yu and Gu Bai bowed to Chu Ge with guilt. They have engraved all the methods on the new stone tablet next to it, so they believe that I will do it according to their ideas. This time I will do the opposite. Chu Ge took out a white communication jade slip, entered his own orders into it, and then threw it to Gu Bai. Pass this order back immediately. I'll do it right away. Gu Bai took the white communication jade slip and took his leave respectfully. Master, what should we do next? Zhao Yu asked curiously. Of course I'll wait, Chu Ge said with a smile. Zhao Yu looked at the Lord's smile and always felt that he had some ill intentions. At this time, Zhou Tianyang, who was waiting outside, didn't know that the fate of a smart person is being too conceited. Things were gradually turning out as he expected. Heaven. After Zhao Haifeng received the order from his boss, he immediately summoned the other three to discuss the matter. After Zhang Chuchen, Lin Feng and Zhun Moshao read the orders issued by their boss in the jade slip, a hint of gloating appeared in their eyes. This time we will make sure that the mastermind behind this will end up losing more than he gains. Zhao Haifeng pounded the table and smiled triumphantly. Boss, this is a brilliant move. It's up to us now. A hint of coldness appeared on Zhang Chuchen's face. Honest people also have anger. The mastermind behind this is so bold and confident that he wants to lead them by the nose. Fortunately, the boss sees through their tricks. Lin Feng laughed gloatingly and said, once this matter becomes known to the world, the mastermind behind the scenes will definitely be very happy, ha ha ha. Zhun Moshao did not expect that the boss would have such courage. If it were him, he would probably really open the door to the demon realm himself. The boss intends to use other people to open the door to the devil's realm, while also preventing the mastermind behind the scenes from taking any advantage. Chapter 441, Repairing the plank road in the open, but secretly marching through Chenkang. That night, news about the existence of a big secret in the longevity village was inadvertently leaked. The story is well organized, with a beginning and an end, and is well reasoned and well founded. Almost 80% of people believed the news and took it